Chapter 1, I have become a tycoon. Ming sat diligently before his computer, laboriously crafting a PowerPoint presentation. As a senior at university, he was currently interning at a prestigious multinational investment firm. A mentor had once advised him that in the professional world, the quality of one's work was secondary. What truly mattered was the visual appeal of one's presentations. An influential executive, surnamed Jin, had once garnered billions in investments simply through a captivating PPT, ultimately transforming dreams into reality. Hence, Ming cherished every opportunity to create presentations. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, as if a translucent Azure interface had manifested before him. Rubbing his eyes, he realized that this ethereal display was not merely in front of him but rather within the recesses of his mind. Ding! A melodious system notification chimed in his ears. For reasons unknown, you have been selected by an indescribable entity and have officially acquired the tycoon system. Your Dragon Country bank card ending in 8899 has been specially processed by the system. All inflows and outflows of funds will be displayed in a legitimate and lawful manner. Ding! Newcomer gift, Tycoon Gold LV1. Tycoon Gold LV1, the host's spending behavior will receive a 1:1 cashback. Spending on eligible individuals of the opposite sex will yield a 1 minute and 1.5 seconds cashback. The current available limit is 200,000. Any excess must be paid out of pocket, with the limit resetting every 30 days. Note 1. Any form of cash transfer is deemed invalid. Note 2. No speculative tactics may be employed to obtain cashback, including but not limited to reselling purchased items or returning them. However, items acquired may be gifted or discarded. A surge of excitement coursed through Ming. As an avid reader of online novels, he understood the implications of acquiring such a system. Typically, individuals attain these systems through misfortunes, infidelity, accidents, or calamities, yet here he was, simply engaged in the mundane task of creating a PPT, favored by an enigmatic force. From the description of Tycoon Gold, the ability to spend 200,000 in a month was an unimaginable fortune for a university student. Moreover, the presence of the LV1 designation suggested the possibility of upgrades. Furthermore, the 1:1 cashback on his own spending felt like a windfall, albeit one that did not augment his personal wealth. However, spending on eligible individuals of the opposite sex would yield a 1 minute and 1.5 seconds cashback, indicating that to amass wealth, he would need to rely on women. This system bore semblance to a somewhat sycophantic nature, yet it was preferable to a purely servile system, as his own expenditures would be covered by the system. But what exactly constituted an eligible individual of the opposite sex? What criteria must one meet to qualify as such? Ming attempted to communicate with the system, employing every possible method to no avail. The absence of a user manual was one thing, but the lack of even the most basic explanations was perplexing. Contemplating his next steps, he decided to test the cashback functionality, as this reticent system did not inspire confidence. He retrieved his phone, opened the game Honor of Kings, and spent 88 yuan on a skin. Immediately after completing the transaction, he received a text from the bank. Dear customer, your Dragon Country bank account ending in 8899 has received a transfer of 88 yuan. Your current balance is 1,268.21 yuan. Astonishingly, the cashback was indeed real. Elation surged within Ming. At that moment, the system interface unfurled in his mind once more. Ding! System task, novice trial task requirement, accumulate a total expenditure of 200,000 and deplete the limit. The task will be settled 48 hours later. Accumulating a spending of 200,000 to complete the task seemed more like a generous gift than a trial. Just then, a woman approached Ming's workstation. Xiaolu, have you finished the PPT? Ming looked up, ready to respond, but suddenly sensed an unexpected ability within him. He gazed intently at the woman beside him, and her personal information materialized in his mind. Name, Chen Zixuan. Gender, female. Age, 28. Height, 163 cm. Appearance, 72. Figure, slim. Current status, healthy. Current affection level, 15. This ability was remarkable. He could discern the attributes of individuals. Henceforth, it would be effortless to gauge the disposition of those he favored or disliked with a mere glance. Xiaolu? Chen Zixuan inquired, is there something on my face? Why are you staring? It's not your face. I've just noticed something peculiar, Ming replied earnestly. What's so peculiar? Sister Xian, you seem even more beautiful today. Chen Zixuan beamed with delight. Being a married woman, receiving compliments from a much younger and somewhat handsome university student made her heart flutter. I just got a haircut last night. Even my husband didn't notice. I can't believe you picked up on it right away, Xiaolu. You have a good eye. I thought so. No wonder you look even more radiant. Lu Ming was merely fabricating compliments, having observed no discernible change in Chen Zixuan. "I've just completed the PPT, you'll send it to your email shortly. Actually, there's no rush. I was just asking casually, you can send it to me when you have time." With that, Chen Zixuan left with a smile on her face. Lu Ming promptly emailed the completed PPT to Chen Zixuan, then resolved that this would be his final day of internship. Having become a tycoon, why should he continue working for others? Would an emperor wield a golden axe to chop wood? With that thought, Lu Ming decided to resign from his position under the guidance of his beautiful supervisor. Her name was Dong Wan, merely 2 years his senior, still relatively inexperienced in the workplace. If there were any regrets about leaving this company, it would be the potential loss of future encounters with Dong Wan. However, regrets aside, he was not infatuated enough to continue working merely for a fleeting glimpse of beauty. At that moment, Dong Wan approached him after a departmental meeting, dressed in impeccably tailored professional attire that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. A cascade of softly curled hair framed her poised figure, exuding an aura of sophistication and sensuality. As Lu Ming stood to speak, he was interrupted by a system notification. Ding! Eligible individual of the opposite sex detected. Immediately, Dong Wan's information appeared in his mind. Name, Dong Wan. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 167 cm. Figure, curvaceous appearance, 86. Current status, healthy. Current affection level, 21. It turned out that Dong Wan was indeed an eligible individual. Was it merely her beauty that qualified her? Or were there other criteria? The description of her figure as curvaceous was indisputable. She possessed an enviable physique. Moreover, what significance did the affection level hold? Ding! Friendly reminder: the affection level of the opposite sex becomes increasingly difficult to raise in later stages, yet its value escalates. When the affection level with an eligible individual reaches 60, 90, or 100, additional rewards will be unlocked at each stage. High affection levels can resolve all matters of romantic concern, provided they are sufficiently elevated. The system finally offered a hint. An elevated affection level could resolve romantic dilemmas, which meant he could freely pursue multiple romantic interests. He was also curious about the nature of the additional rewards, and anticipation swelled within him. Noticing Lu Ming's hesitance, Dong Wan inquired with curiosity, "Lu Ming, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Chapter 2, Experiencing the Joy of Spending. Lu Ming had initially intended to resign from Dong Wan, but he suddenly changed his mind. Since winning rewards for courting the goddess was a possibility, this would become his most crucial task. He might as well stay a few more days. It wouldn't require much time. He simply needed to befriend Dong Wan and arrange to meet her outside of work. If he were to leave now, it would be challenging to reconnect with Dong Wan in the future. After all, he was merely a low-paid intern, often left with ample free time, drifting through the days regardless of the location. A few more days of work would matter little. Moreover, the company he was interning for, Dingxing Capital, was a prestigious multinational investment firm. Now that he had acquired the system of the affluent, it was inevitable that he would engage with matters of commerce and investment in the future. Thus, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with topics such as investment and mergers while he had the chance. "Wanjia, I plan to buy some coffee. What flavor would you like?" "Well, please bring me a caramel macchiato." "Sure." Lu Ming swiftly took the elevator to the first floor Starbucks, purchasing 2 cups of coffee for a total of 66 yuan. Upon completing the payment, he immediately received a cashback of 66 yuan, making it seem as though he had spent nothing at all. He returned to the office, presenting Dong Wan with her caramel macchiato. "Wanjia, here's your coffee, thank you. I'll transfer you the money via WeChat." "No need, I've learned so much by being around you. Treating you to a cup of coffee is the least I can do." "You're still a university student. Wait until you start earning to treat me. Even if you transfer me the money, I wouldn't accept it." Lu Ming said mysteriously, "I'm not your average university student." He certainly couldn't disclose anything about the system to anyone, but it was time to cultivate the persona of a wealthy young man. Seeing Lu Ming's insistence, Dong Wan decided not to press further, thinking she would treat him next time instead. She accepted the coffee, while Lu Ming's bank card immediately reflected a cashback of 16.5 yuan. Since she qualified as a suitable counterpart, the money spent on her yielded a cashback of 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. The coffee cost 33 yuan. The principal cashback was received when Lu Ming initially bought the coffee, and the additional 16.5 yuan was the extra benefit created by spending on a suitable counterpart. In essence, Lu Ming spent 66 yuan on 2 cups of coffee but received a total cashback of 82.5 yuan. This meant he essentially acquired 2 cups of coffee for free and made a profit of 16.5 yuan. Lu Ming wished to continue spending on Dong Wan, but the dilemma remained: who would feel at ease accepting such generous gifts from others. Even if someone were to receive substantial gifts, they would still weigh the intentions behind them. In this day and age, numerous reports of individuals getting entangled in precarious situations due to greed were all too common. Thus, the art of gifting was indeed a nuanced subject. It required a balance of making her feel unburdened while simultaneously enhancing her fondness for him for it to be deemed successful. Liu Ming pondered. His entire savings amounted to just over 1,000 yuan. Purchasing coffee and milk tea posed no issue, but acquiring expensive items would be quite troublesome. Imagine if he were to buy a laptop priced over 20,000 yuan, he would have to swipe his card at the register 20 times, which would be utterly humiliating. He resolved to seek financial support from his family. Lu Ming's family was reasonably well off, comfortably nestled within the middle class. He planned to tell them he was embarking on a promising entrepreneurial project. His parents were quite open-minded, and securing several tens of thousands of yuan to support their son's venture would surely not be a problem. Furthermore, with the entrepreneurial narrative, his future wealth would make perfect sense. He promptly took out his phone and called his mother. "Mom." What's the matter?" His mother, Yili, knew her son only called when he needed something since he rarely contacted them without cause. "I am currently working on an internet project that's quite successful, but I need." "How much?" His mother was indeed straightforward, but Lu Ming hesitated to ask for too much, fearing his parents would worry he had fallen into a pyramid scheme or gambling trap. Around 20,000 yuan should be about right." "Alright, they'll discuss it with your father." Minutes later, Lu Ming's bank card received a transfer of 32,500 yuan. Along with that, he received 2 voice messages via WeChat from his mother. "Your dad said he would give you 30,000 yuan. Young people should actively explore new ventures, but don't neglect your public service exam studies, and be diligent at your internship. The additional 2,500 yuan is your living expenses for this month." Indeed, I am my parents' biological child. With that, he had over 30,000 yuan at his disposal, sufficient to purchase most items. After work, Lu Ming chose not to return to school but instead ventured to a high-end shopping mall. Since the system's task was to encourage spending, why hold back? Who wouldn't relish the delightful experience of spending money? Although spending on suitable women yielded greater cashback, Lu Ming felt his own material needs had yet to be met. Why should he prioritize satisfying others first? Now that he was wealthy, would he still play the role of a sycophant? He first spent over 10,000 yuan on the latest smartphone and then over 50,000 yuan on an Alienware laptop equipped with a 4090 graphics card. Next, he made his way to a Balenciaga boutique. Lu Ming owned several Balenciaga pieces purchased from discount sites, none exceeding 200 yuan. Though it was his first time entering a luxury store, he exuded a calm confidence. As a wealthy individual, he had every reason to feel assured, especially as he was there to spend. Why not be confident? The sales associates, trained in professionalism, might internally categorize customers into various tiers, but outwardly, they maintained smiles and greetings. However, they hardly considered this student clad in counterfeit attire a genuine customer, yet, Lu Ming's spending left them astounded. In less than 20 minutes, this student had spent over 70,000 yuan, acquiring several outfits, pants, and shoes. The entire shopping experience was remarkably swift, the only puzzling aspect being that he swiped the same card 3 times after completing his purchases. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu, we look forward to your next visit." The sales associate politely escorted Lu Ming to the door. Watching him depart, Wang Jie, "I never expected this young man to be so extravagant, spending over 70,000 yuan without batting an eye. When I first saw him enter, I thought that shirt he wore was a knockoff. I thought it looked fake too, but then I reconsidered. Perhaps I was mistaken. That's why I always tell you to treat every customer well." Thankfully, everyone performed quite professionally today. This young man came in alone to shop. Do you think he might still be single? I thought he looked quite handsome when he entered, and he seemed even more attractive when he was paying. You have a boyfriend, perhaps it's best not to get carried away. Even husbands can be replaced, let alone boyfriends. The sales associates chatted and laughed, completely unaware of Lu Ming's thoughts. After completing his shopping, he planned to return to school. With 60,000 yuan remaining, he had bought too many items today and found himself unable to carry more. Thus, he intended to return another time. After all, the task wouldn't be settled for another 48 hours, so there was no need to rush to spend it all. As he approached the mall exit, the system notification suddenly chimed in his ears. Ding! A qualifying counterpart has been detected. Chapter 3, The Junior. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Ming immediately perked up. Since acquiring the system today, he had encountered countless individuals, likely numbering in the thousands. From the office to the mall. Aside from Dongwan, this was the second occurrence of such a prompt, indicating that the number of eligible counterparts was likely quite scarce. As he surveyed his surroundings, the system had already implanted the answer directly into his mind. Name, Sui Cheng, gender, female, age, 20, height, 166 centimeters, beauty, 88, figure, curvaceous, current status, healthy, current favorability, 25. It turned out to be Sui Cheng. Lu Ming's gaze swiftly landed on a beautiful girl in a JK uniform inside the nearby Starbucks, comparing 2 cups of coffee. Her visage resembled a blossoming cherry blossom, with fair, delicate skin that seemed as if it would blush at the slightest touch. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with vivacity. Cheng, what brings you here? Lu Ming approached her with a greeting. Ah! Senior, what a surprise to see you! Sui Cheng responded, equally astonished. She was renowned as the most beautiful girl in the business school and among the 2 campus flowers. Lu Ming and Sui Cheng participated in the same club. And due to her striking appearance, he had always taken special care of her during their activities. Lu Ming's own handsome demeanor had left a favorable impression on Sui Cheng over time. Noticing the array of shopping bags in Lu Ming's hands, Sui Cheng's eyes brightened. In a university where students flaunted counterfeit luxury goods, Lu Ming's brand new Balenciaga ensemble and the numerous bags he carried were clearly fresh purchases from a boutique. She was taken aback by his apparent wealth. Ding! Sui Cheng's favorability towards you increased by 1, current favorability, 26, senior, did you come alone? Sui Cheng inquired curiously. It's quite rare for a man to be shopping in a mall. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Yes, I just came to buy a few things. What about you? I came with some classmates. Sui Cheng indicated a girl nearby who was purchasing coffee. After a brief pause, she added, Senior, I can't decide which cup looks better. Could you help me choose? Lu Ming glanced over and then addressed the attendant. Hello, I'll take both cups, please wrap them up. Sui Cheng was taken aback. What? Lu Ming swiftly paid with his card and handed her the wrapped cups. If you can't choose because you like both, the best solution is to simply take them both. That's too much. I can't accept this, Sui Cheng protested, waving her hands. It's just 2 cups. We've known each other for quite some time. You're my senior, is it really necessary to fuss over such a trivial matter? At that moment, Sui Cheng's classmate stood nearby with her coffee, likely thinking, I'm also your junior, why didn't you offer me a cup? Sui Cheng hesitated as she looked at the 2 cups. The cost was nearly 400 yuan, a significant amount for a student. However, since Lu Ming had already purchased them and presented them to her, refusing would seem overly awkward. Moreover, with Lu Ming's wealth enhancing his charm today, Sui Cheng held him in particularly high regard. All right then. Sui Cheng declared, it's dinner time, since you gifted me the cups, let me treat you to dinner. That sounds splendid, I'm a bit hungry anyway. Let us eat, Lu Ming replied. With that, Sui Cheng happily accepted the cups. Ding! Sui Cheng's favorability towards you increased by 2, current favorability, 28. The trio made their way to the dining area on the top floor of the mall. Sui Cheng ordered a hot pot for 2 to 4 people, and they began to feast in the restaurant. Sui Cheng's classmate pointed at Lu Ming's backpack and asked, Senior, is that an Alienware? Lu Ming nodded, it's rare for a girl to recognize that brand. Sui Cheng inquired, Zhao Shui, what is Alienware? It's a computer brand, Zhao Shui casually replied, then turned to Lu Ming, Senior, could I take a look? Of course. Lu Ming said, opening his bag to retrieve the laptop, surprised that a girl would be interested in such things. She is a gamer, Sui Cheng explained. Zhao Shui took the laptop, powered it on, and within moments, the system interface appeared. Wow, that is fast! She exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After navigating the interface for a moment, she gasped, wow, a 4090. Sui Cheng could not comprehend her classmate's enthusiasm and continued eating her hot beef slices. Senior, your laptop must be incredibly expensive, right? Zhao Shui asked while checking her phone. Indeed, it's not particularly cheap, Lu Ming acknowledged. Oh my goodness! Zhao Shui exclaimed. This laptop costs over 50,000. Sui Cheng nearly choked on her beef slices upon hearing the price. Lu Ming smiled slightly, raising his cup of sour plum juice. Thank you, Cheng, for treating me to dinner. Cheers! Sui Cheng lifted her cup of sour plum juice and softly replied, Cheers! Ding! Sui Cheng's favorability towards you increased by 1, current favorability, 29. After dinner, Lu Ming summoned a rideshare vehicle, and the three returned to the campus together. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Ming found it empty. He resided in a 4-person room, but since his senior year began, his 3 roommates had moved out for various reasons. Initially, he felt lonely, but eventually, he relished the solitude, enjoying the freedom to come and go as he pleased. After taking a shower, Lu Ming lay on his bed and picked up his phone, discovering a message from Sui Cheng along with a photo of the coffee cups. Sui Cheng, Sr., thank you for the cups, they're both beautiful, and I love them. I feel bad for you spending so much. Lu Ming, they're just a few cups, it's no trouble. Besides, you treated me to hot pot. Sui Cheng, it's quite a coincidence running into you today. Do you often shop at the mall? Lu Ming, only occasionally, it's somewhat awkward for a man to shop alone. Sui Cheng, with your looks. Don't you have a girlfriend? Lu Ming, if I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be shopping alone. Ding! Sui Cheng's favorability towards you increased by 2. Current favorability, 31, such an exchange could elevate favorability. It seems Sui Cheng had some thoughts brewing. With Lu Ming's charming appearance combined with an air of wealth, it was no surprise that he captured the attention of many young women. Sui Cheng, I wonder which lucky girl will become your girlfriend in the future. Lu Ming, I plan to visit the mall again tomorrow, would you like to accompany me? Sui Cheng, you'll have to treat me to dinner. Lu Ming, deal. Lu Ming sensed that a story was likely unfolding between him and Sui Cheng. Previously, he had never considered pursuing her, not due to a lack of affection, but because he felt unworthy. However, circumstances had shifted. With the divine wealth system at his disposal, there existed only women unworthy of him, not the other way around. Chapter 4, The Obsessive Admirer. The next day, after Lu Ming rose and freshened up, he placed an order for a cup of coffee on his phone and then exited his dormitory, heading towards the coffee shop. As he walked through the familiar campus, Lu Ming felt an unusual sense of elation, discovering for the first time the beauty of the school as scenery. Upon arriving at the coffee shop, he was pleasantly surprised to see the campus belle, Wang Jingshu, also there to buy coffee. He immediately checked her profile attributes. Name, Wang Jingshu, gender, female, age, 22, height, 170 centimeters, attractiveness, 88, figure, exquisite, current status, healthy, current affection level, -5, Wang Jingshu possessed a slender figure, but not excessively thin, perhaps exquisite aptly described her type. In that moment, Lu Ming felt a pang of hurt. After pursuing Wang Jingshu and being ruthlessly rejected, he had hoped that, at the very least, they would share some rapport, yet to discover that her affection level was a disheartening -5 was crushing. He had invested considerable time and money in his pursuit of her, believing that the campus belle would regard him as a mere friend. Little did he expect to be ranked lower than a passerby. It seemed that the life of an obsessive admirer was indeed pitiful. This woman was insufferable. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a surge of disdain towards Wang Jingshu. He stood beside her for a while, but the system provided no prompts for suitable companions, leaving the atmosphere still and uneventful. Wang Jingshu's attractiveness matched that of Sui Cheng, both rated at 88, surpassing Dong Wan, who had a score of 86. Yet, unlike Sui Cheng and Dong Wan, she received no system notification. It appeared that suitability was not solely determined by attractiveness. Of course, even if Wang Jingshu were deemed suitable, Lu Ming had no intention of serving her. Having attained a certain status, he would not demean himself to be her admirer again. At that moment, Wang Jingshu noticed Lu Ming and furrowed her brow, seemingly disinterested in acknowledging him. However, she was taken aback that Lu Ming, despite lingering nearby, did not make an effort to initiate conversation. Just then, Lu Ming's coffee was ready, and as he picked it up, someone approached him and Wang Jingshu. This individual was Gao Yuan, a fellow student from their cohort. Coming from a well-off family, he was considered a wealthy young man among university students. Lu Ming had once believed he stood a chance with Wang Jingshu, but Gao Yuan's interference made that seem unattainable. Every time Lu Ming gifted something to Wang Jingshu, Gao Yuan would flaunt his wealth to outshine him, leaving Lu Ming feeling particularly humiliated. Jingshu, what a coincidence! You're buying coffee too. Gao Yuan greeted her. Indeed. Since you're not buying it for me, I had no choice but to come myself, Wang Jingshu replied with a hint of playful teasing. You didn't tell me. How could I possibly deny you? This month's coffee is all on me. Just let me know what you want, anything that can be bought with money. I'll ensure you're satisfied, Gao Yuan boasted without hesitation. Then thank you. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days, Wang Jingshu replied softly. Their relationship was not romantic. In fact, Gao Yuan was one of Wang Jingshu's admirers, likely the foremost among them. Hearing Wang Jingshu mention a meal, whether genuine or not, provided Gao Yuan with a sense of pride. He cast a condescending glance at Lu Ming, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Damn, what a pair of shameless people. Lu Ming thought bitterly, deciding to walk away. Lu Ming. Wang Jingshu suddenly called out to him, do you know why I've been ignoring you lately? Lu Ming shrugged, remaining silent. Wang Jingshu continued, the last time I asked you to buy cherries for me, you said you couldn't find any and brought me strawberries instead. Which really upset me. Oh, was all Lu Ming replied. Wang Jingshu was taken aback, pondering, has this guy grown a spine today? After a moment, she added, I want cherries again today. If you can bring them to me now, I'll still consider you a friend. To tame one admirer in front of another is truly distasteful. Lu Ming raised his chin, gazing at Wang Jingshu for a couple of seconds before slowly responding, you wish. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the campus belle bewildered in his wake. Beep. Wang Jingshu's affection level decreased by 15, current affection level, -20. At noon, Lu Ming took Sui Cheng to a Japanese restaurant. He had researched the establishment online and knew it to be one of the finest in Haicheng. But it was his first time visiting. The interior was softly lit, with wooden decor emanating a gentle warmth, contrasting sharply with the neon-lit nightscape outside, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. Guided by a waiter, they sat at the counter, allowing them to savor their meal while observing the chefs prepare the dishes. An integral part of the Japanese dining experience. Senior, weren't we supposed to go to the mall? Why did you bring me to a Japanese restaurant first? Sui Cheng inquired. First, let me treat you to a meal, only then will we have the energy to shop, Lu Ming replied. The waiter presented them with a menu, which was rather straightforward, offering only one set meal priced at 880 yuan, with beverages charged separately. Sui Cheng was taken aback by the price. Upon entering, she had suspected the restaurant to be expensive, but she never anticipated it to be this exorbitant. For an average university student, a dinner costing 200 to 300 yuan was considered upscale, yet this meal required an additional 0. Lu Ming, well aware of the restaurant's pricing, remained unfazed, knowing he was spending system funds, which alleviated any financial pressure. After placing their order, the waiter departed. Sui Cheng leaned closer to Lu Ming and whispered, Senior, I feel immense pressure even before the meal has begun. Lu Ming smiled calmly, as if the cost of several thousand yuan for a single meal was of no consequence. In truth, he was just beginning to experience this elevated lifestyle, his curiosity matching Sui Cheng's. The only difference was that he possessed the financial means to maintain an air of composure. Chapter 5. The school bell's heart-fluttered delicate dishes were presented before the two individuals, prompting Sui Cheng to immediately retrieve her phone and photograph them from various angles. She deemed it more significant to capture these moments for her social media than to indulge in the culinary delights. Once satisfied with her snapshots, she put her phone away and picked up a piece of pufferfish spring roll, savoring its exquisite layers of flavor that compelled her to close her eyes and relish the experience. Senior, this is absolutely delicious, Sui Cheng murmured in appreciation. Typically, beautiful women adopt an aloof demeanor in front of less fortunate individuals, yet before a man they admire, they reveal their innocent and carefree side. Lu Ming smiled, raising his sake cup to gently clink it with Sui Cheng's. As they dined and conversed, they admired the chef's superb culinary skills, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After their meal, Lu Ming settled the bill with his card, including drinks, totaling over 7,000. Sui Cheng couldn't help but gasp internally. She knew Lu Ming was affluent, but she hadn't anticipated such extravagance. This meal alone consumed nearly 3 months of her living expenses. Lu Ming, on the other hand, felt elated not only for garnering Su's affection but also because the system recognized this expenditure as a qualifying interaction with the opposite sex. allowing him to enjoy a cashback of approximately 4,000 after spending 7,000. The two then ventured to a shopping mall. "What do you plan to buy today, senior?" Sui Cheng inquired. "Let us take a look at Hermes." Lu Ming replied. Upon entering the Hermes boutique, Lu Ming donned a Balenciaga outfit, which the attentive sales associate recognized as authentic, prompting a more sincere approach in her service. However, she maintained a level of decorum. As Balenciaga could only be considered a junior brand in comparison to Hermes, Lu Ming had already made his purchases the previous day. And today he intended to spend money for the sake of spending. Renowned for its bags, Hermes had an entry threshold that Lu Ming's remaining 5,000 couldn't meet. This amount wouldn't even qualify him to purchase a bag, let alone make a significant impact. Realizing this, Lu Ming didn't aim to buy a bag but rather to build his spending threshold. After browsing the store, he bought himself a piece of clothing and a pair of shoes, also purchasing a belt for his father and a silk scarf for his mother, requesting the boutique to send the items directly to their home. He planned to inform his parents that he had bought them all replicas, as he feared they might worry about his judgment if they learned he was spending lavishly right after receiving money from them. "Icheng, this bracelet looks lovely. Try it on for me," Lu Ming suggested. Sui Cheng hesitated, uncertain whether she should wear it. She understood Lu Ming's intention, but the bracelet's price of over 3,000 felt burdensome to accept. Without allowing her further contemplation, Lu Ming grasped her hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 3 points, current affection level, 40. "It truly suits you, I must say my taste is commendable," Lu Ming remarked. Sui Cheng blushed. "Senior, Lu Ming turned to the sales associate. "Miss, I'll take this one as well." Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 6 points, current affection level, 46. They exited the Hermes store, where Lu Ming had spent a total of 5,000, leaving him with 3,000 remaining. Sui Cheng gazed at the bracelet adorning her wrist, feeling a mix of delight and anxiety. Her fondness for Lu Ming was growing. Yet they were still merely senior and junior. Accepting a gift worth over 3,000 complicated their relationship. However, Lu Ming's bold gesture of placing the bracelet on her wrist had sparked a flutter of emotions within her. "Senior, this bracelet is too expensive," Sui Cheng exclaimed. "How could it be considered expensive? It's hardly a burden, especially when you wear it so beautifully. Who else should I gift it to?" Lu Ming replied. "But this weighs heavily on my conscience." "No need for any burdens," Lu Ming reassured her. "You accompanied me shopping. It's only fitting I offer you a small token of appreciation." Sui Cheng pouted. "Is over 3,000 still a small gift?" Lu Ming smiled lightly. "For me, it certainly is." They continued to meander through the mall before returning to campus. "Goodbye, senior. Let us chat on WeChat when you have time." "Yes, goodbye." After bidding farewell to Sui Cheng, Lu Ming intended to return to his dormitory when he received a voice call from his friend Du Xingyu. Du Xingyu had been his companion since childhood, having attended the same schools from elementary through high school, and they both ended up in Haicheng for university, albeit at different institutions. Their bond was akin to that of brothers without blood ties. Lu Ming answered the call. "Where are you?" "At school, about to head back to my dorm." "What's up?" "Let us have dinner together tonight." "With whom?" "Just you, me, and Chen Yi." "Are you inviting me to be the third wheel while you two are on a date?" "I'm concerned you might feel lonely being single. So I thought a night out would be beneficial for your mental health." "Get lost. I just returned from shopping with the school bell." "Really? You're just bragging without proof. Believe it or not, you'll find out soon enough." "Seriously? You're too much. Enough chatter. We're heading to Debeji Barbecue next door to your school. Chen Yi and I will arrive shortly. You should come soon too." "Are you that eager to see me? Do you have something to discuss?" "Just come over, son." After ending the call, Lu Ming redirected his path towards Debeji Barbecue. Chapter 6. Completing the novice trial. Lu Ming arrived at the barbecue restaurant, where Du Xingyu and his girlfriend, Chen Yi, were already seated. The three shared a close familiarity, speaking freely without reservations. Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Chen Yi's attributes, noting her beauty score of 81. Son. Why are you staring at Chen Yi as soon as you walk in? Come on, if I'm not looking at her, am I supposed to look at you? Lu Ming retorted while taking a seat. What's up, Dad? Hey, can you two cut it out with the son and dad routine? Can't you speak normally? Chen Yi complained. Right, we're not kids anymore. Let's act our age, Du Xingyu chimed in, eager to support his girlfriend. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The trio indulged in barbecue and beer while engaging in casual conversation. I need to tell you something, Du Xingyu said. Speak quickly. I know you called me out here for a reason. Chen Yi and I plan to get married after graduation. Lu Ming nearly spat out his beer in surprise. So soon? Is Chen Yi pregnant? Chen Yi shot him a disapproving glance. Why does marriage have to mean pregnancy? Lu Ming shrugged. I just didn't expect you two to rush into it. As Du Xingyu munched on lamb skewers, he added, you better be ready to be my best man. Lu Ming inquired, are there any beautiful bridesmaids to introduce? Chen Yi replied, you have such high standards, I can't help you. With all the girls in your school, you chose to chase after that campus beauty, Wang Jingshu, and you didn't even realize you were being a sycophant. Lu Ming shrugged again. That's all in the past. Besides, I cut my losses, so where's the sycophancy? Chen Yi smirked slightly. That's what your classmates told me, and if others think you're a sycophant, what does it matter what you believe? Lu Ming huffed, I wouldn't even look at her. Du Xingyu raised his glass and laughed, brother, let's drink. Lu Ming picked up his cup, exclaiming, Du dog, what are you laughing at? They downed their drinks. Lu Ming then shared an astonishing revelation. You know my great-grandfather went missing overseas while doing business, right? Well, who would have thought that he left behind a substantial inheritance after passing away? It was only recently that the lawyer he appointed finally contacted our family, so now I'm a wealthy heir. Such news would soon spread. So Lu Ming felt no need to hide it from his good friends. Of course, the true circumstances would remain undisclosed. He elaborated on an elaborate story, leaving Du Xingyu and Chen Yi momentarily dumbfounded. How much is this inheritance? Du Xingyu asked curiously. Converted into our currency, it's roughly equivalent to several small fortunes. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Chen Yi gasped, goodness. Can your family even spend all the interest? Lu Ming shook his head. Probably not. Then you're treating us to this barbecue, Du Xingyu insisted. Look at your ambitions, Lu Ming scoffed. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Du Xingyu still attempted to pay the bill, but Lu Ming stopped him. I'll cover it, you should save some money for a nicer room with Chen Yi. Cheap motels are prone to surveillance, and I don't want to stumble upon any scandalous videos of you two. Seriously? You're such a cynic, Du Xingyu retorted. Boss? Bring me 2 more packs of cigarettes, we'll settle the bill together. After paying, Lu Ming handed 2 packs to Du Xingyu. Son, hold on to these. They are gifts from your father. Thank you, guardian. Du Xingyu readily tucked the packs under his arm. Now that his good friend had become a wealthy heir, he felt justified in accepting the gifts, knowing he would do the same if he were in Lu Ming's shoes. Upon leaving the barbecue place, Lu Ming went back to school while Du Xingyu took Chen Yi to play cards. Lu Ming noticed he still had over 1,000 left, so he decided to invest all the remaining money into a mobile game. Tomorrow morning marked the time for task settlement, and he felt quite eager. Sui Cheng lay on her dormitory bed, admiring the Hermes bracelet on her wrist, growing fonder of it with each glance. Yet she found herself perplexed, was it the bracelet she adored, or the person who gifted it to her? Ding ding. Ding ding. The incessant notifications from WeChat pulled Sui Cheng from her reverie, causing her to frown slightly. Without looking, she knew who was messaging her. It was the same person at this hour, sending multiple messages. Huang Zikai, Yicheng, where are you today? Huang Zikai, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Huang Zikai, my guitar skills have improved, want to come to the lakeside and let me play for you? Sui Cheng felt helpless, contemplating her response before finally replying. Sui Cheng, Huang Zikai, it's not going to happen between us. You should pursue other girls. Huang Zikai, you just haven't realized my worth yet. I believe one day we will be together. Sui Cheng, I already like someone else. So please don't waste your time on me. Huang Zikai, who you like is your freedom, liking you is mine. One day, you will understand the depth of my feelings for you. With a sigh, Sui Cheng decided not to reply to this hopeless romantic. The next day, Lu Ming woke up early, his mind restless with anticipation for the task settlement. After a long wait until nearly 11 o'clock, he finally heard the melodious notification that felt like music to his ears. Ding! System task, novice trial, task status, completed, task reward, wealthy gold, LV2, wealthy gold, LV2. The host's spending behavior will receive a 1 cashback. For spending behaviors involving eligible opposite sexes, a 1 5 cashback will be granted. Current usable limit, 600,000, any excess must be paid out of pocket. And the limit resets every 30 days. Note 1, any form of cash transfer is deemed invalid. Note 2, no opportunistic means to obtain cashback are allowed, including but not limited to selling purchased items or returning them. However, items may be gifted or discarded. Indeed, it was an upgraded version of Wealthy Gold, with the only change being an increase in limit to 600,000. Having just spent 200,000, he now had an additional 600,000. And being a wealthy individual was undeniably exhilarating. Lu Ming immediately considered purchasing a car. What kind of wealthy individual relies on ride-hailing services daily? However, with a limit of 600,000, while it was delightful for personal consumption, it was insufficient for acquiring a high-end vehicle. In this day and age, could one be considered wealthy while driving a BBA? Nevertheless, Lu Ming quickly devised an alternative strategy. He could use a car loan. With a limit of 600,000 at hand, purchasing a car worth over $1 million would certainly be feasible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he received a system notification. Ding! Friendly reminder, as a wealthy individual, the host must not incur any form of debt, as it tarnishes the image of wealth. Debt includes, but is not limited to, home loans, car loans, credit card overdrafts, and increasing financial leverage. Heavens! What an unfriendly reminder cloaked in the guise of a friendly suggestion. In modern society, smart utilization of the financial system is hardly disgraceful. Is it? Yet, despite his complaints, he could not defy the system's rules. Was he truly destined to drive a BBA? Chapter 7, Being a Knight Isn't So Bad. Lu Ming felt a sense of dissatisfaction. As a wealthy individual, driving a BBA car felt rather undignified. After a moment of hesitation, a new thought emerged. Spending 600,000 yuan wouldn't procure an exceptional car, but it would be more than sufficient for a motorcycle. Being a knight had its allure. Lu Ming had a certain obsession with motorcycles. He had obtained his license long ago and frequently indulged in short videos featuring motorcycle riders. More importantly, riding a motorcycle worth 200,000 to 300,000 yuan would undoubtedly carry more prestige than a 600,000 yuan car. While contemplating motorcycles, the system's notification tone chimed in his ears. Ding! System task, achieve an incremental cashback of 100,000 yuan. Task requirements, must be for incremental cashback. Spending 10 yuan to receive 10 yuan is considered 0 yuan incremental cashback. Spending 10 yuan to receive 15 yuan is regarded as 5 yuan incremental cashback. Current incremental cashback amount, 0 yuan. A new task had arrived, this time with a cashback requirement, which essentially meant he needed to spend 200,000 yuan on a suitable female counterpart. This should pose no difficulty, as the affection level of the girls increased, their receptiveness to gifts would naturally rise. Lu Ming redirected his focus back to purchasing a motorcycle. He searched on his phone and swiftly decided to buy a BMW S1000RR. After inquiring with several dealers, he set out. Lu Ming arrived at a BMW dealership via ride-hailing. He was greeted by a charming young lady. "Hello, sir. I am your dedicated sales consultant. Would you like coffee or tea?" "Coffee, please," Lu Ming replied. The sales consultant promptly delivered the coffee and asked, "Which model are you interested in?" Lu Ming pointed to a BMW S1000RR in the showroom. "I want to buy this bike." What is the price? The sales consultant responded. Currently, we have a promotion. The standard version is priced at 210,000 yuan, and the M version is 260,000 yuan. Her quote was quite similar to what Lu Ming had found online. Is there any stock available? Lu Ming inquired. We happen to have one M version in stock. If I decide to buy it now, what discount can you offer? In matters of car purchasing, the initial discount presented by sales personnel, regardless of their claims of it being the lowest, often left room for negotiation. The sales consultant feigned an excursion to consult the manager. And Lu Ming understood this was merely a sales tactic. After a considerable wait, she returned. Thank you for your patience. I apologize for the delay. The price of 260,000 yuan is indeed the lowest we can offer, but we can provide you with night equipment valued at 15,000 yuan as a complimentary gift. The dealership's claim of the equipment being worth 15,000 yuan was exaggerated, as it could be purchased outside for no more than 7,000 yuan. However, since it was a gift, he found it inconsequential. Take me to the cashier, Lu Ming instructed. Upon hearing this delightful request, the sales consultant could hardly conceal her joy. Although her demeanor had been consistently pleasant out of professional obligation, she had not anticipated that this young man, barely in his 20s, would decisively choose to purchase, let alone do so promptly. Arriving at the cashier, Lu Ming hesitated momentarily before sheepishly stating, I tend to be a bit superstitious. So I won't make the payment all at once, I prefer to split it into several transactions. The sales consultant smiled warmly, feel free to proceed as you wish. As long as the client was willing to purchase, she was indifferent to how he chose to pay. However, when she witnessed Lu Ming's payment method, she finally comprehended what splitting into many transactions meant. He paid only 38,000 yuan at a time, completing the 260,000 yuan payment over 7 transfers. Lu Ming had no alternative, his entire fortune was merely 38,000 yuan, necessitating this approach: pay one sum, receive a system cashback, and then pay the next. Mr. Lu, may I have your WeChat for future communication? You can reach out to me anytime. Sure, Lu Ming replied, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. A few hours later, all procedures were completed. Lu Ming rode his brand new BMW S1000RR, the wind whistling past his helmet, as he felt the motorcycle's precise response to every subtle movement. The unparalleled control made him feel as though he had become one with the superbike. Additionally, he noticed many passers-by casting admiring glances his way. In this day and age, driving a BMW car worth several 100,000 yuan garnered little attention. However, riding a BMW motorcycle worth over 200,000 yuan was surely as eye-catching as a million yuan luxury vehicle. Upon returning to school, he inevitably attracted a multitude of gazes, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and a few stirred with ulterior motives. After parking the bike, Lu Ming checked his phone and noticed a message from the sales consultant, feel free to chat with me anytime, I'm always available when you reach out. Lu Ming sensed that since the moment he decided to purchase, her attitude had shifted from merely enthusiastic to somewhat flirtatious. He had always had a way with women. But without money, mere looks were insufficient. Conversely, when handsome looks were paired with wealth, one became an undeniable heartthrob. Indeed, once wealth was acquired, the world treated one with gentleness. Lu Ming tucked his phone back into his pocket. He held no interest in the sales consultant and saw no need to invest time in her. Now, he was a man favored by the system, and in the future, he would have an abundance of beautiful women to choose from, thus it was essential to seek out quality rather than behave like a desperate suitor. Just as he prepared to head back to his dormitory, the system chimed again. Ding! Detected a suitable female counterpart nearby. Lu Ming glanced around and spotted an exceptionally beautiful woman standing beside him. Her ethereal beauty was unforgettable at first sight. Her facial contours were gentle, her skin as delicate as porcelain, and her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes sparkled like clear water, captivating all who beheld them. She wore a beige knitted sweater paired with high-waisted light blue skinny jeans that accentuated her perfect figure. How stunning! Simultaneously, the woman's information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Name, Xiao Yuton, gender, female, age, 26, height, 172 cm, appearance, 87, figure, curvaceous, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0. Lu Ming was certain she was not a student at his school. For a woman of such caliber would be widely recognized within academic circles. Who could she be? Chapter 8, Teacher and Classmate. At this moment, a woman named Xiao Yuton was intently gazing at the brand new BMW S1000RR. "Your bike is truly stunning," she exclaimed. Lu Ming immediately inquired, "Do you enjoy riding motorcycles as well?" Xiao Yuton nodded, "Yes, but I don't have one as impressive as yours." Lu Ming patted his motorcycle and offered, "Would you like to give it a try?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yuton's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Perhaps not, it's not quite the right time," she replied. Lu Ming chuckled, "What's the matter? Is there a specific time to ride a motorcycle?" Xiao Yuton smiled slightly, "It's not about the timing. It's about the occasion." Lu Ming shrugged, "The school doesn't prohibit students from riding motorcycles." Xiao Yuton asked, "Do I look like a student to you?" Lu Ming feigned innocence. "You seem to be around my age. Aren't you a student?" Xiao Yuton smiled, "You sure know how to charm. You must be quite popular with the girls at your school." Lu Ming responded, "So, you're not from our school?" Xiao Yuton nodded, "I'm here to find someone." Lu Ming offered, "Would you like me to show you the way?" Xiao Yuton gently shook her head, "No need, my friend asked me to wait here." At that moment, a young female teacher approached them. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yuton waved. The teacher inquired, "Do you know each other?" Lu Ming answered affirmatively, "Yes." Xiao Yuton shook her head. "Not really." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, "We've been chatting for several minutes and share common interests. How can we not know each other?" Xiao Yuton pointed to the teacher beside her, explaining, "I'm not your classmate, she is." "Ah, my apologies for the misunderstanding. I'm Lu Ming. May I add you on WeChat? I just bought a motorcycle and have much to learn." Xiao Yuton smiled lightly, took out her phone, and allowed Lu Ming to scan her code. "I'm Xiao Yuton. I also wish to purchase a motorcycle like yours, and I may need your guidance in the future." "Sure. It's all about mutual learning." Xiao Yuton intertwined her arm with her classmate's and waved at Lu Ming, "I'll be on my way now, goodbye." Lu Ming responded, "All right, goodbye teacher, and goodbye, Yuton." Xiao Yuton flashed a radiant smile and turned to leave. Ding! Xiao Yuton's affection for you increased by 10. Current affection level, 10. After several days of observation, Lu Ming discerned that an affection level below 10 indicated a mere acquaintance. Thus, as long as there was some recognition, increasing the affection to 10 posed no challenge. In fact, a level of 10 seemed merely the beginning. Ding! Lu Ming received a WeChat message from Sui Cheng. "Sui Cheng, what are you up to?" Lu Ming sent a photo of his motorcycle. "Lu Ming, I just bought a motorcycle." Sui Cheng, "Wow, that's an awesome bike." Ding! Sui Cheng's affection for you increased by 2. Current affection level, 48. Sui Cheng, Senior, you treated me to such exquisite Japanese cuisine yesterday and gifted me such an expensive present. I should reciprocate. I plan to take you out next week. When are you free? Lu Ming, I'm free at any time, just let me know your schedule. Sui Cheng, let us go next weekend. Lu Ming, sounds good, next weekend it is. I'm planning to play some King of Glory now. Would you like to join? Sui Cheng, sure, but I'm a bit inexperienced, you'll have to guide me. Lu Ming, no problem. Lu Ming opened the game, taking a moment to upgrade his account to level 10 before inviting Sui Cheng to team up. As expected, Sui Cheng was not being modest. She truly struggled in the game, often fleeing first during team fights, leading to several team wipeouts, which infuriated their teammates. Cheng, can you hear what they are saying? Lu Ming asked. I can't, I muted everyone's voice and text messages as soon as I started the game. Good. That's for the best. After losing 4 consecutive matches, both felt a bit disheartened. Senior, I've been reported again and can't play ranked anymore. Sui Cheng said via voice chat. Well, if you can't play, then let us not, Lu Ming replied, feeling a pang of sympathy for her lost rank. Yet oddly pleased that she was banned. Those players were so bad, yet they reported me. It's infuriating. Suicheng vented, clearly unaware that she was the weakest link. Indeed, you could use some improvement. I sent you a few skins, take a look. Wow, these skins are beautiful. Thank you, senior. You're the best to me. Ding. Suicheng's affection for you increased by 2, current affection level, 50, evidently, Suicheng had become more receptive to gifts. Receiving skins worth hundreds of dollars made her genuinely happy. They continued to chat on WeChat, feeling an undeniable closeness growing between them. Ding. Suicheng's affection for you increased by 1, current affection level, 51, with the game banishing her, Ming decided to play solo to regain his rank. Just as he was about to start, he noticed a message from Xiao Yutong. Xiao Yutong, how much did your bike cost? Ming promptly closed the game to focus on the matter at hand. Ming, it cost 260,000. Xiao Yutong, what was the down payment? Ming, I'm not sure, I paid in full. Xiao Yutong, you, a college student, are so wealthy. Ming, my family has resources. Xiao Yutong, I ride a more modest bike, one with a 0 less than yours. Ming, when can you take me out for a ride? I'd love to learn the routes. We could swap bikes. Xiao Yutong, I'm quite busy lately, let us discuss it when I have time. Ding. Xiao Yutong's affection for you increased by 2, current affection level, 12, they continued their conversation for a while. And Ming learned that Xiao Yutong was 26 years old and a middle school teacher. The notion of a beautiful teacher who loved motorcycles was rather enticing. Moreover, Ming felt that Xiao Yutong had a favorable impression of him. Previously, when he asked for her WeChat, she had readily provided it. And now she was the one reaching out to inquire about his motorcycle. For a beauty of her caliber, it was likely that many would be eager to help her understand the BMW S1000RR. However, considering the combination of youth, charm, and ownership of such a prestigious motorcycle, men like him seemed rather rare. From this perspective, he recognized that he possessed numerous advantages. The following day, Ming arrived at his internship company. He parked his motorcycle and walked into the office building. He recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first entering the building. It was a top-tier office, a prestigious company. And he had once dreamed of working in such a place. However, now his mindset had completely transformed. Those white-collar elites who had once evoked envy now appeared no more than high-class laborers. This was not born from disdain nor condescension. It was simply a reflection of his inner thoughts. In this world, aside from a select few who stood atop the pyramid, weren't the rest merely cogs in the machine? As Ming noticed the elevator doors about to close, he swiftly dashed forward, managing to slip inside just in time. Inside the elevator, besides Ming, stood a strikingly beautiful young woman. Chapter 9, this in turn is quite interesting. The captivating and elegant woman, Zhou Wenxin, serves as the president of the Dragon Country Division at Dingxing Capital, which makes her the superior of Ming, the intern at this prestigious company. Dingxing Capital is a multinational enterprise, and although Zhou Wenxin holds the position of president of the Dragon Country Division rather than the global headquarters, she is nonetheless a remarkable figure both within and outside the industry. Ming, of course, is familiar with Zhou Wenxin, however, in the past, he was merely a lowly intern and dared not breathe a word in the presence of such a towering figure. Good morning, President Zhou. Ming greeted her with a smile, his tone akin to that of an old friend. Now transformed into a wealthy individual, his demeanor and speech exuded confidence. After all, in his eyes, even the most formidable characters were of little consequence. He discreetly glanced at Zhou Wenxin's attributes: name, Zhou Wenxin, gender, female, age, 38, height, 165 cm, attractiveness, 85, physique, curvaceous and alluring, current status, healthy, current affection level, 5. Zhou Wenxin recognized Ming. Aware that he was an intern at the company, but her awareness stopped there. Thus, when Ming entered the elevator, she paid him little mind until he greeted her. At which point she noticed something different about this young intern. Generally, employees at the company regarded her with trepidation, akin to mice before a cat, but to her surprise, this intern approached her with such confidence. Good morning. Zhou Wenxin nodded slightly. After a brief pause, she inquired, how do you find your internship experience here? Ming replied earnestly, I've learned some new things. However, creating PowerPoint presentations is of little help to me. I am more interested in matters pertaining to corporate mergers and equity investments. A subtle smile graced Zhou Wenxin's lips, perhaps finding this intern rather intriguing. Additionally, she noted his attire today, suspecting he was no ordinary university student. Ding! Zhou Wenxin's affection level for you has increased by 5, current affection level, 10. Next time, if the opportunity arises, I shall arrange something for you. Thank you, President Zhou. After speaking, Lu Ming noticed the exquisite handbag in her hand. President Zhou, what is the threshold for purchasing that Birkin bag? Oh, a young man like you takes an interest in such things? Zhou Wenxin expressed her surprise, not expecting a male university student to recognize her Hermes Birkin bag. I visited the boutique the other day, hoping to buy a Birkin for my family. But the sales associate refused to sell it to me, claiming I did not meet the spending threshold. Though Lu Ming had indeed visited the boutique, the notion of purchasing a handbag was a fabrication. He understood that discussing bags was a topic women generally found engaging, even someone of Zhou Wenxin's stature. While Zhou Wenxin was not a suitable romantic interest, forging a good relationship with such a prominent figure was undoubtedly advantageous. The smile on Zhou Wenxin's face broadened, finding this intern increasingly interesting. Ding! Zhou Wenxin's affection level for you has increased by 5, current affection level, 15. As the elevator doors opened, the two exited together, causing quite a stir among the employees who were astonished to see Zhou Wenxin conversing merrily with the young intern. Lu Ming took his seat at his workstation. Did you just have a chat with President Zhou? Dongwan inquired curiously. She seemed quite cheerful. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. I asked her about the spending threshold for that Birkin bag. I wanted to buy one for my family, but the boutique claimed I didn't meet the requirements. Dongwan then noticed Lu Ming's attire had dramatically changed. Previously, he had dressed like an ordinary university student, yet today he bore the air of a wealthy heir. Ding! Dongwan's affection level for you has increased by 2, current affection level, 23. After exchanging a few more words, they resumed their work. Lu Ming, now purposeful, researched various equity investment cases. He also began to learn about stock trading, which would be his primary endeavor as a wealthy individual moving forward. Before long, Friday arrived. During this period, Lu Ming had been diligently interning at the company. Interestingly, while in the past he had toiled without recognition, he now found everyone treating him with unexpected kindness, even the aloof President Zhou Wenxin displaying a softer demeanor. The halo of wealth evidently influences perceptions universally. Even those who have no need of you will treat you warmly upon learning of your affluence. If there was a slight imperfection during this time, it was that his rapport with suitable romantic interests was progressing rather slowly. Dongwan was perpetually busy, and Lu Ming felt it inappropriate to impose on her as a university student, resulting in only a few coffee outings. Consequently, his affection level with her had only increased from 23 to 25, leaving a considerable distance from the first reward tier of 60 affection points. In recent days, Lu Ming had not encountered Sui Cheng, only exchanging messages on WeChat when time allowed. Nevertheless, Sui Cheng sincerely raised her affection for him by 3 points, bringing her total to 54. They had agreed to dine together tonight and then enjoy a movie. Sui Cheng, Sr., I'm on my way out, are you ready? Lu Ming, I'm almost there. Sui Cheng, then wait a moment, I'll be there shortly. Lu Ming arrived at the hot pot restaurant on campus and secured a table. As Sui Cheng had yet to arrive, he took the opportunity to check his phone. Shortly after, he was enveloped in a fragrant breeze and noticed someone seated across from him. Mistaking the figure for Sui Cheng, he looked up only to realize his error. The person across from him was a stylishly dressed girl, her appearance rated at 78 points. The girl, speaking in a sweet tone, asked, Senior, could we exchange WeChat? Lu Ming replied, I'm afraid I'm not accustomed to adding strangers on WeChat. At this moment, he found it unnecessary to squander his time and energy on inconsequential individuals, even if they were overtly flirtatious. The girl pouted and promptly left. Just then, Sui Cheng arrived at the hot pot restaurant. She wore a light mint green knitted cardigan, the V-neck design artfully elongating her neck, exuding both grace and a hint of allure. Beneath, she donned a pure white fitted camisole that accentuated her enchanting curves, while her black denim shorts paired with black stockings tightly enveloped her long legs, showcasing a flawless leg line. Senior! Sui Cheng beamed as she sat down across from Lu Ming. Everyone says this hot pot place has mediocre flavor, yet you insisted on coming here. I think it's quite acceptable. Moreover, as I am nearing graduation, opportunities to dine on campus are dwindling, so I must cherish them, Lu Ming responded. Since Sui Cheng was treating tonight, Lu Ming wanted to avoid her impulsively overspending, which is why he insisted on dining at the campus restaurant, a sentiment Sui Cheng appreciated. Who was that girl earlier? Sui Cheng inquired. I don't know her, she wanted to add me on WeChat. Did you add her? Am I someone so easily swayed? Sui Cheng smiled sweetly upon hearing Lu Ming's response. The two ordered their meals via their phones and began to feast. Due to it being the weekend, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. The sight of the campus belle enjoying a meal with a young man naturally drew the attention of many other students. Most of the boys felt a pang of heartache, although they knew the campus beauty was beyond their reach. They still harbored a desire to deny others the chance to win her affection. A white moonlight that one cannot possess is better off extinguished. The girls were intrigued by the identity of the young man across from Su Xiaohua and soon discovered that he was Senior Lu Ming, a fourth-year student known as the wealthy young master who rode his BMW motorcycle in and out of campus every day. Just as Lu Ming and Sui Cheng were about to begin their meal, the school's other flower, Wang Jingshu, entered the hot pot restaurant with her roommate. Chapter 10 Together Jingshu, look over there, isn't that your devoted admirer, Lu Ming? One of her roommates nudged Wang Jingshu with her elbow. Wow! Lu Ming has really come up in the world, dining with Sui Cheng for hot pot, another roommate remarked. I've heard Lu Ming is a rich second-generation heir. There's a BMW around campus that's his. Is it really that impressive to drive a BMW nowadays? Someone scoffed. He rides a BMW motorcycle, which costs around 300,000. To afford such an expensive bike, his family must own a luxury car worth at least $1 million. Is that true? I never noticed when he was pursuing Jing Shu. Have you not read any novels? Some domineering rich young men enjoy masquerading as poor boys to gauge the goddess's attitude. So when he was pursuing Jing Shu, was that also a test? One roommate's words trailed off, swallowed by a glance at Wang Jingshu, whose expression had turned dark, clearly displeased. Another roommate suggested. Why don't we eat somewhere else? It's so crowded and noisy here. Wang Jingshu shook her head. No need, I really want hot pot today. We're eating here. With that, she chose a table position diagonally across from Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming caught sight of Wang Jingshu. He noticed her favorability rating towards him had plummeted to -25, a further drop of 5 points since their last encounter. Ha, this petty woman is jealous, Lu Ming thought, feeling rather pleased with himself. He couldn't care less about her opinion of him, no matter how low it sank, it had no bearing on him. Sui Cheng was seated with her back to Wang Jingshu, utterly oblivious to the icy glare directed her way, while she knew many students were surreptitiously observing them. As the campus belle accustomed to being the center of attention, she was unfazed by the scrutiny. Senior, this shrimp is quite delicious, you should try some. Sui Cheng said, picking up a perfectly cooked shrimp and placing it on Lu Ming's plate. Wang Jingshu watched this scene unfold, her fury bubbling beneath the surface. Yet she felt powerless to change it. Lu Ming, however, was all too aware of the tempest of emotions raging within Wang Jingshu. As her favorability rating dipped further to -30. For the first time, he discovered that being disliked by his former goddess could be such a delightful experience. An hour later, after finishing their meal, Lu Ming and Sui Cheng strolled side by side towards the exit. Wang Jingshu anticipated that Lu Ming might acknowledge her as he passed by, leaving her torn between greeting him or shooting him a disdainful look. However, she soon realized she was overthinking it, as Lu Ming didn't even glance her way, walking straight out with Sui Cheng. Do you think they're actually together? One of Wang Jingshu's roommates inquired curiously. I don't think so. When they came out just now, they weren't holding hands or anything, another roommate analyzed. But I saw Sui Cheng constantly serving him food. I've never treated my boyfriend that well. Well, I can't quite explain that either. Why should we concern ourselves with others? Wang Jingshu replied, irritated, and her roommates ceased to press the issue. After dinner, Sui Cheng's favorability towards Lu Ming increased by 2 points, reaching 56. They exited the hot pot restaurant and strolled through the campus, heading towards the motorcycle. As they walked, their arms occasionally brushed against one another due to their proximity. At that moment, Sui Cheng's hand hung by her side, and Lu Ming felt their relationship had reached a suitable stage. He reached out and took her hand in his. Sui Cheng, who had been speaking, suddenly paused. She turned to face Lu Ming, her expression bright as a spring morning, beaming like a blossoming flower. She intertwined her fingers with his, and they clasped hands tightly. Ding! Sui Cheng's favorability towards you 10, current favorability, 66, ding. Sui Cheng's favorability has surpassed 60. You have received an additional random reward skill, Unyielding, LV1, Unyielding, LV1 permanently increases stamina and endurance by 10 points, granting you a more resilient and powerful capacity for endurance. Why does it have to be such an unrefined name for a perfectly legitimate skill? Lu Ming pondered. Although he yearned for skills that would help him earn more money, no man could resist a permanent boost to stamina and endurance. Reflecting on legendary figures who obtained systems yet still had to run and exercise daily, he felt a profound disdain for those individuals. Those who rely on their own efforts to strengthen their bodies can hardly be called extraordinary. Yet, Lu Ming found himself puzzled about what this 10-point increase in stamina and endurance truly signified. Just as he contemplated this, the system interface updated in his mind. Ding! Personal attribute panel activated, host current status, 100 is the standard value for an adult male, strength, 112, agility, 111, stamina, 110-10, endurance, 112-10, at that moment. Lu Ming felt invigorated, brimming with energy. However, he knew it wasn't the right time to persuade Sui Cheng about anything. Senior. Is it still appropriate for me to call you that? Then I'll call you Lu Ming. Everyone who knows me calls me Lu Ming. Then I'll call you Minggu. All right. The two walked hand in hand to the motorcycle. Lu Ming mounted the bike, donned his helmet, and handed the other helmet to Sui Cheng. She took it without hesitation, putting it on before settling onto the back seat, resting her hands on Lu Ming's shoulders. From a safety perspective, the rear passenger should place their hands on the fuel tank or embrace the rider. However, having just held hands, she felt shy about making such an intimate gesture. Lu Ming then revved the engine, and the BMW S1000RR roared to life with a deep, powerful growl. A BMW motorcycle, coupled with a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, undoubtedly drew attention and envy around the university campus. Where did that ostentatious dog come from? So flashy. The one riding the motorcycle, that Diao Mao, seems to be a senior. I saw his pictures circulating in the school group. Damn, I hope he gets into an accident. The girl riding behind him has a fantastic figure. Isn't that Sui Cheng? What a waste of a good catch. Damn, I'm so furious. Why bother? They won't even look your way. Students grumbled, wishing that lovers were merely siblings. Chapter 11, Do not disappoint the good girl in a certain dormitory building. The lovesick Huang Zikai stood on the balcony. The night breeze, imbued with a touch of coolness, gently caressed his face. Yet it did little to alleviate the turmoil and bitterness that churned within him. His gaze pierced through the darkness, fixating on a motorcycle that was gradually receding into the distance. On that motorcycle sat a man and a woman, his goddess and her boyfriend. They were savoring their sweet moments together. Huang Zikai's hands instinctively clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. As if this act could somehow provide him with a semblance of support amidst his boundless anguish. He rummaged through his pocket for a crumpled pack of cigarettes, extracting one and lighting it. The flicker of the flame illuminated the myriad of complex emotions etched upon his face. He continued to draw one puff after another, exhaling clouds of smoke, the acrid scent of nicotine wafting through the air, numbing his senses and temporarily obscuring the bitterness in his heart. Yicheng must have been deceived by that scoundrel. I must unveil the true nature of that rogue. I also need to make Yicheng understand that I am the one who loves her most in this world. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated into the night sky, Huang Zikai turned and retreated into the dormitory, leaving behind a solitary figure. Lu Ming and Su Yicheng sat upon the motorcycle, melding into the night. The cool evening breeze whisked past them. Lu Ming drove with both steadiness and fervor, each acceleration in turn was executed with precision, allowing Su Yicheng to experience the thrill of riding amidst a blend of tension and excitement. "Brother Ming, your riding skills are exceptional," Su Yicheng exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement and admiration. "Hold on tight," Lu Ming reminded her, before accelerating once more. Before he purchased the motorcycle, he had thought it prudent to refrain from excessive speed, considering the preciousness of life. However, after acquiring it, he felt an exhilarating sense of control, believing that riding faster was indeed safe. Moreover, he felt chosen by fate, as if he were destined for greatness. What calamity could befall someone like him? They sped along, arriving at a cinema. After purchasing milk tea and snacks, they checked the time and made their way into the screening room, settling into a couple's seat. As the film commenced, darkness enveloped them, save for the flickering lights upon the screen. Lu Ming and Su Yicheng held hands tightly, nestled closely together. They were watching a comedy, though it lacked humor and depth, an utterly dreadful film. Fortunately, their thoughts were consumed by one another, allowing them to tolerate the film's shortcomings. Su Yicheng leaned affectionately against Lu Ming's shoulder, the faint fragrance of her hair captivating him. Yet, having just held hands today, this level of intimacy felt sufficient. Ding! Su Yicheng's affection for you increased by 2, current affection level, 68, they remained in this embrace until the film concluded. "Brother Ming, we should head back to school," Su Yicheng suggested. Lu Ming glanced at the time, it was still before 9. Today presented a splendid opportunity for spending, which he did not intend to squander. "Get on," he replied. Instead of returning Su Yicheng to school, he took her to a shopping mall. "Are you planning to buy something again?" Su Yicheng inquired. "On such a meaningful day, shouldn't I gift you something to commemorate it?" Lu Ming stated. Su Yicheng found his reasoning impeccable. Yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment at his extravagant generosity. "All right, but," she said, her cheeks flushing slightly, "whatever amount you spend on me, I will spend the same on you. I only have 2,000 left in my card, so if you want me to have money for meals this month, please don't buy anything too expensive." Lu Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "Your calculations seem flawed." Su Yicheng blinked, urging him to continue. "Am I not wealthier than you?" "Yes. Thus, spending 100 for me feels akin to you spending $1. Hence, you may gift me something, but it should be proportional to that. Brother Ming, don't twist the concept. If you give me something too extravagant, it will truly overwhelm me." Ding! Su Yicheng's affection for you decreased by 1, current affection level, 67, oh dear, negative emotions have emerged. "Then how about this, I'll gift you something within 10,000. And you gift me something under 100. For both of us, that wouldn't be excessive, would it? Then you go first." This girl was still planning to hold back. While Lu Ming was oblivious to Su Yicheng's family circumstances, he was certain her background was decent. She was the type of girl raised in a nurturing environment rather than one who was particularly materialistic. She admired Lu Ming for his wealth. Yet her affection was not purely based on his money. If Lu Ming were to grade his own looks, he would rate himself around 81 or 82. But with the aura of wealth surrounding him, his score could easily rise by 10 points. What girl wouldn't be captivated by a handsome man with a score exceeding 90? Lu Ming mused that if the girl beside him were a gold digger, spending money would be effortless, and completing his tasks would be a breeze. However, choosing someone like Su Yicheng over a materialistic girl was a choice that even a person with a decade-long brain injury would not misjudge. Of course, if one didn't mind the green-eyed monster, opting for a gold digger for swift financial gain could also be a viable choice. What could 10,000 buy? Lu Ming found himself in a quandary. The pair arrived at a Van Cleef Arpels boutique. "That 4-leaf clover necklace is stunning, it would look marvelous on you." "This is too expensive," Su Yicheng said, her tone lacking confidence, revealing her undeniable desire for the necklace. "Let us try it on, after all, trying doesn't cost anything." Lu Ming promptly instructed the sales assistant to retrieve the necklace and drape it around Su Yicheng's neck. The campus beauty gazed into the mirror, her eyes shimmering with delight. "This is the one," Lu Ming declared. But brother Ming, we agreed, how about we try that bracelet instead? It looks even more beautiful. Sui Cheng suggested, glancing at the bracelet that cost over 70,000, prompting her to fall silent. Lu Ming purchased the 4-leaf clover necklace for 26,000, simultaneously receiving a cashback of 39,000 from the system. This transaction netted him a profit of 13,000, marking the most lucrative cashback he had received thus far. Ding! Sui Cheng's affection for you increased by 4, current affection level, 71, although the increase in affection was modest. It was partly due to the fact that higher levels of affection led to slower growth, and partly because this gift exceeding 20,000 had placed considerable pressure on Sui Cheng. However, viewed from another perspective, having given a gift worth over 20,000 made the next gift of a few thousand seem less daunting. Even if he were to give her something pricier, the psychological burden would be significantly lighter. Despite Lu Ming's repeated protests, Sui Cheng ultimately spent over 1,000 on a pair of headphones for him. You only have 500 left, will that suffice for meals this month? Lu Ming expressed concern for the campus beauty. If it's insufficient, would you allow me to starve? Sui Cheng replied with a smile. Then I'll cover your meals. I was just joking. The day after tomorrow is when I receive my allowance. Now, let us head back to school. The two mounted the motorcycle. Sui Cheng hesitated for a moment before resting her hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. Cheng, this isn't safe for either of us. It's best if you hold onto my waist, Lu Ming offered a strongly intentioned safety reminder. Oomph, brother Ming, do you think I'm foolish? Let us go. Sui Cheng retorted playfully. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, twisting the throttle. The motorcycle roared to life as they sped away. Upon returning to her dormitory, Sui Cheng received a video message from Huang Zikai via WeChat. In the video, Huang Zikai strummed his guitar and sang a song titled White Fox Alone. Can you allow me to weep for love? I am still the white fox who loved you 1,000 years ago. How many springs have come and gone, day after day, life after life, I remain your fox. Huang Zikai's vocal prowess and guitar skills are commendable, placing him among the elite in the university realm, thus his performance was profoundly moving. After watching the video, Sui Cheng responded via WeChat, it's very melodious. I am my boyfriend's white fox, and I wish you find your own white fox soon. Let us not be in touch anymore. Upon reading Sui Cheng's message, Huang Zikai instantly understood the implication and hurriedly replied, don't delete me. Sui Cheng has activated friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request, and only after the other party approves can you chat. The following day, Lu Ming, upon waking, habitually checked his phone and noticed that Chen Yi had sent him a WeChat message half an hour prior. Do you crave women? Lu Ming replied. I do not pursue my brother's women. Chen Yi retorted, get lost, I am introducing you to a girlfriend. Lu Ming responded, you should have mentioned that earlier. I thought you were after me. Chen Yi replied, what nonsense. Here's the thing, a junior from my high school recently experienced a breakup and expressed a desire for a wealthy boyfriend. Given your newfound affluence, I believe you would be a suitable match. Lu Ming exclaimed, what the hell, Chen Yi? Have I wronged you in any way? Why would you do this to me? Your junior's breakup does not warrant an introduction to me. Do I have fool stamped on my forehead? Chen Yi assured, hold on, let me finish. She and her ex-boyfriend were completely innocent, I guarantee she has preserved her first kiss. Lu Ming questioned, how can you guarantee such a thing? Does her first kiss come with a mark? Besides, if she still has her first kiss, how unattractive must she be? How can you even consider introducing her to me? Chen Yi sent a photo of a stunning young woman, whose beauty, at first glance, rivaled that of Sui Cheng. Chen Yi inquired, what do you think? Lu Ming replied. She seems fine, but photos can be deceiving. Chen Yi added, she is recognized as the most beautiful girl in my high school and is a dancer. Does she not deserve to be with someone like you? Lu Ming considered, in that case, I could meet her. Although Lu Ming was still uncertain about the system's criteria for identifying suitable partners, he was almost certain that physical attractiveness was a stringent requirement. Thus, he was eager to see if Chen Yi's junior could potentially meet this standard. Chen Yi teased, didn't you just say you despise girls who have had boyfriends? Lu Ming countered, you mentioned she still has her first kiss, why would I despise her? Chen Yi added, you previously claimed there were no marks. How quickly you've come to believe. Aren't you concerned she might be a heartbreaker? Lu Ming replied, getting to know her poses no loss. Let us not squander the good girls, nor waste the bad ones. Chen Yi exclaimed, Pa. Where did you learn such lines? Don't corrupt my Xingyu. If you truly wish to meet her, it must be arranged for today. She is studying in Hangzhou and will be in Haicheng for a weekend getaway, returning tomorrow. Lu Ming confirmed, let us do it tonight then, I'll decide where to go and message you later. Make sure to invite Lao Du as well. Chen Yi replied. All right. Chapter 12, Lin Qianqian. In the evening, Lu Ming arranged the meeting place at a Michelin restaurant. If Chen Yi's junior was indeed a suitable match, that would be an unexpected delight. If not, even treating Du Xingyu and Chen Yi to a fine meal would hold little significance. Lu Ming arrived at the private room of the restaurant, waiting for about 10 minutes when someone pushed open the door. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear, ding. A suitable match has been detected. Lu Ming immediately turned his gaze toward the entrance. Du Xingyu and Chen Yi entered first, followed by an exceptionally beautiful girl. Name, Lin Qianqian, gender, female, age, 21, height, 166 cm, figure, exquisite, attractiveness, 86, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0, her name was Lin Qianqian. A junior from his high school. Qianqian, this is Lu Ming, whom I mentioned to you, Chen Yi introduced them. Hello, brother Lu Ming. Lin Qianqian greeted cheerfully. Hello. Please take a seat, Lu Ming replied warmly. Ding. Lin Qianqian's affection level for you increased by 10. Current affection level, 10. Although Lu Ming had hoped that Chen Yi's introduction would lead him to a suitable match, he held no grand illusions. After meeting many people over the past few days, he had only discovered 3 potential matches. The odds were simply too low. Thus, seeing that Lin Qianqian was indeed a suitable match brought him great joy. Regardless of whether she was a good girl or a bad girl, Lu Ming was determined to make her feel the warmth of his generosity. The 4 of them took their seats, and dishes began to arrive. Chen Yi glanced at the exquisite cuisine on the table and said, Lu Ming, you're quite generous in your pursuit of beauty. Plus, we get to enjoy the benefits as well. This is my first time dining at a Michelin restaurant. Lu Ming shrugged, what's a few bucks for a meal? I'll just take you 2 out for more meals in the future. Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Let us not go overboard, it's too extravagant. You don't even have a girlfriend yet, you should save up for your future wife. Du Xingyu, while picking at the dishes, chimed in. Didn't T Xiaoming say he has several targets at home? The interest from a year's worth of savings won't even be spent. Treating us to a few Michelin meals is nothing. Besides, didn't we just treat him to barbecue last time? Lu Ming retorted angrily, hey. Wasn't that barbecue on me? I even gifted you 2 packs of cigarettes. Du Xingyu, unabashed, replied, that was my treat, you just footed the bill. 2 different matters. Lin Qianqian watched their banter, unable to interject, and quietly sipped her drink while occasionally picking at the food. Chen Yi noticed this and introduced, Qianqian is from Hangzhou. Like me. She is studying at university in Hangzhou as well and came to Haicheng this weekend to visit her cousin, who happens to be my roommate. Isn't that a coincidence? Lu Ming asked, why didn't you invite her cousin to join us for dinner? Chen Yi explained. If you were treating us to Northeastern barbecue, it would have been fine to invite her cousin. But since you're treating us to Michelin, it's not just us who would feel awkward, she wouldn't feel comfortable coming either. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. For him, the more suitable matches present, the better. Previously, Chen Yi mentioned that Lin Qianqian wanted to find a wealthy boyfriend, leading him to instinctively assume she was the type who knew how to please others and had an extroverted, materialistic personality. However, he was surprised to find her quiet and demure throughout the evening, exuding an air of elegance and intelligence. Was this the new trend among materialistic girls? After the dinner, Lin Qianqian's affection level only increased by 2 points, adding the initial 10 points from their first meeting. Her current affection level stood at 12, lower than Lu Ming had anticipated. He believed Lin Qianqian should have been quite pleased with his image, otherwise, she wouldn't have raised her affection level by 10 points upon their first encounter. Yet, the minimal increase during dinner left him perplexed. He thought he had engaged in lively conversation, and everyone appeared to enjoy themselves. Why then did her affection level only rise by 2 points? Fortunately, the dinner cost 6,000 yuan, and Lu Ming received a 9,000 yuan cashback, somewhat alleviating his concerns regarding the affection level. After leaving the restaurant, they took a taxi to a nightclub. Lu Ming asked Chen Yi to invite Lin Xianxian's cousin and a few other roommates, suggesting that a larger crowd would create a livelier atmosphere. Chen Yi agreed and complied. 2 men and 5 women settled into a booth at the nightclub. The staff brought drinks and snacks, and everyone raised their glasses in a toast before engaging in some bar games, creating a wonderful ambience. Lin Xianxian sat beside Lu Ming, and their close proximity inevitably led to some physical contact, which she seemed to not mind. Yet, when it came to their conversation, it felt stilted, no matter the topic. Their dialogues ended after a few exchanges. Additionally, her affection level only increased by 1 point, which felt rather insincere. At that moment, a neighboring booth ordered a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne, and several waitstaff arrived carrying illuminated placards, creating quite the spectacle. Have you all tried Ace of Spades before? Lu Ming asked the group. Everyone shook their heads. What is Ace of Spades? Du Xingyu inquired. Chen Yi rolled her eyes and leaned in to explain. Should we give it a try? Lu Ming asked again. Absolutely not, Du Xingyu quickly replied. We can't finish the drinks we already have, don't order more. He certainly didn't want his friend to spend excessively, knowing that a bottle of Ace of Spades could cost nearly 10,000 yuan in a nightclub. What's the harm in not finishing? We should experience the beauty of life, Lu Ming insisted, calling over a waiter. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? The waiter inquired. What's the price for the dragon set? Lu Ming asked. The waiter's eyes lit up as he hurriedly responded. The dragon set includes 6 bottles of different colored Ace of Spades champagne and is priced at 888 yuan. We also have the little dragon set, which includes 3 bottles in gold, violet, and pink, priced at 41,999 yuan. Then wait. Chen Yi interrupted, rushing to sit beside him and whispering urgently. Have you lost your mind? Just because you have money doesn't mean you should waste it. If you want to impress Lin Xianxian, just spend on her. Don't waste money on all of us. Lu Ming shrugged. I've never tried it, I just want to experience it. I've heard it's supposed to taste terrible, and I want to see for myself. Chen Yi retorted, what's the point of being foolish? Ignoring her protests, Lu Ming told the waiter, bring me the dragon set. Du Xingyu, unable to sit still, interjected, just the little dragon is enough. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. The little dragon is neither here nor there, I want the dragon set, immediately. The waiter responded with utmost respect, certainly, sir. Please hold on. Before long, the nightclub staff formed a line, at the front of which were several graceful female attendants holding illuminated placards. Following them, each waiter held a beautifully crafted, glowing tray, showcasing the sparkling Ace of Spades champagne. The procession circled the nightclub, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, as the music, cheers from the ambience team, and the excited crowd created a harmonious uproar. Lu Ming knew that tonight, he was the brightest star in the nightclub. Ding! Lin Xianxian's affection level increased by 10, current affection level, 23, Chapter 13, reluctance to converse with superficial individuals. The following day, Lu Ming awoke quite late. He had indulged excessively in alcohol at the nightclub the previous night, leading to a raucous atmosphere among his companions. However, Lin Xianxian's affection for him remained stagnant at a mere 23, failing to rise further. In contrast, Chen Yi's roommates, including Lin Xianxian's cousin, exhibited a surging fondness for Lu Ming. By the end of the night, these women had encircled him, displaying both generosity and initiative, while Lin Xianxian found herself relegated to the sidelines. The total expenditure for the evening, encompassing dining and nightclub expenses, amounted to 96,000 yuan, with a cashback of 144,000 yuan, resulting in a net profit of 48,000 yuan. Lu Ming's total assets now stood at 99,000 yuan, with a remaining lavish spending allowance of 199,000 000 yuan, and a current cashback increment of 61,350 yuan. He was nearing the completion goal of 100,000 yuan. The exhilarating sensation of extravagant spending was indeed delightful. The fact that one could spend money and simultaneously earn was unparalleled in satisfaction. Yet, if there was a discontent, it lay in Lin Shanxian's lack of sincerity regarding her affections. After all, the significant sum spent the previous night was ostensibly for her benefit. Yet her fondness had only incremented slightly. If the initial stages were this challenging, how would the later stages unfold? Logically, a materialistic woman would exhibit a swift increase in affection upon encountering a wealthy heir willing to lavish money upon her. It was only in the latter stages that the threshold would become excessively high, necessitating an ever greater sum to win her heart, rendering the ascent of affection arduous and gradual. Hence, Lu Ming found Lin Shanxian's behavior perplexing. After refreshing himself, Lu Ming felt considerably more alert and decided to call Chen Yi. "Hello, are you awake? I've been up for a while. Unlike you, I can't afford to sleep in. I wanted to inquire about Lin Shanxian. Why did she break up with her ex-boyfriend?" "Ah. I knew you would eventually ask. I'll share what I know. I heard that Lin Shanxian's family was once well off, but the economic downturn has affected them. It seems her family business has encountered some difficulties. Her ex-boyfriend was initially attracted to her wealth, but upon witnessing signs of decline, he sought affection elsewhere. Lin Shanxian is quite beautiful. Was she truly so unappealing to her ex-boyfriend? Was he merely after her family's wealth? Her ex-boyfriend was her first love. They dated for a year, and their physical interactions were minimal, just holding hands. Can you guess why? Is he gay? Wow. Xiao Ming, you nailed it. Her ex-boyfriend is now in a relationship with a very wealthy man, hence the breakup. What a scoundrel. From what you say, it seems she is reluctant to accept this. Seeking a wealthier boyfriend to overshadow her ex's new partner. Precisely. So, does that imply I am merely a substitute? She is still a virgin and quite beautiful. What are you concerned about? She seemed to have a good impression of you last night. I really don't wish to converse with someone so superficial. How rude. Asking for information and then cutting ties, what a cad. After concluding the call with Chen Yi, Lu Ming gained a clearer understanding of Lin Shanxian's circumstances. No wonder her affection was so hard to cultivate, it appeared her heart still lingered with her ex-boyfriend. And her pursuit of a wealthy partner was simply an act of defiance against him. Yet, the question remained, would her ex-boyfriend even care, given his disinterest in women? While pondering Lin Shanxian's situation, Lu Ming received a message from her via WeChat. Lin Shanxian, Lu Ming, thank you for your hospitality yesterday, I had a wonderful time. From her expression of fondness, it seemed she was only moderately pleased, as her cousin appeared far more delighted. Initially, Lu Ming had perceived Lin Shanxian as a gold digger, only to discover she was a once privileged young lady facing a decline. She evidently had encountered the world and thus maintained a poise beyond that of an ordinary girl. Lu Ming, as long as you enjoyed yourself. I heard from Chen Yi that you are returning to Hangzhou today? Lin Shanxian, indeed, my train departs in 2 hours. If one were to play the role of an infatuated admirer, this would be the moment to offer to see her off. Lin Shanxian's message suggested she hoped for further developments between them. However, Lu Ming had no intention of playing the part of a servile suitor. His financial expenditure on Lin Shanxian was driven by personal ambition. Should her fondness for him rise significantly, he would be more than willing to let her experience the warmth of his generosity. Yet, her thoughts evidently remained with that gay ex-boyfriend, while others might overlook this. Lu Ming could perceive it through her affection scores. Thus, he resolved to refrain from wading through this murky water. He had no interest in being a mere placeholder. For his woman should harbor feelings solely for him. Moreover, what use was a potential partner who did not exhibit escalating affection? Lu Ming, perhaps we can hang out again in the future. He uttered this dismissively. Given Lin Shanxian's current state of mind, acceptance was not an option for him. After a while, Lin Shanxian replied, leaving Lu Ming momentarily speechless. Lin Shanxian, Lu Ming, do you like me? Such a direct inquiry was unexpected. However, considering her current emotional imbalance, it was not entirely surprising. Since she had broached the subject, Lu Ming decided to clarify his stance. Lu Ming, I sense that you have not yet moved on from your previous relationship. Once you come to terms with your feelings, we can discuss whether or not there is any mutual affection. After a lengthy pause, Lin Qianqian sent another message. Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming, I must prepare to depart. Let us chat when we have the chance. Lu Ming read her message and chose not to respond. A few days later, at Dingsheng capital. Lu Ming. Today I will take you to a company for due diligence. Please prepare yourself, as we will depart in half an hour. Of course, I am ready to go. Where are we headed? Have you booked the tickets? What tickets? It's a company in Haicheng, less than 20 kilometers from our office. So close. Lu Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated an opportunity to travel out of town with his alluring supervisor. Half an hour later, they boarded Dong Wan's vehicle. A Tesla Model 3. Despite her brief tenure in the industry, the high salary afforded her the means to comfortably finance a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Is it only those from Tsinghua and Peking University who can graduate directly into a company like Dingsheng Capital? Lu Ming casually inquired. Not necessarily. We have a few from 985 universities as well. What is wrong? Regretting not studying harder? Not at all, just a casual question, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Dongwan immediately considered Lu Ming's affluent background. For a young heir, academic performance seemed relatively inconsequential, thus there was no room for regret. Before they even exited the company premises, they encountered a traffic jam due to an accident ahead, rendering the road impassable. Initially, Dongwan remained calm. But after waiting for over 10 minutes without movement, anxiety began to set in. As the appointed time with the client drew ever closer. Yet they had not even managed to leave the company's entrance. What could they possibly do? Wan Jia, why not take my motorcycle to get there? Lu Ming suggested. You have a motorcycle? Why didn't you mention it earlier? But it's quite a distance, will there be enough fuel? Dong Wan asked. My motorcycle runs on gasoline. Not electricity. Oh, then hurry up. Unbeknownst to Dong Wan, Lu Ming rode his BMW motorcycle to work daily, so when he mentioned a motorcycle, she instinctively assumed he meant an electric bike. Chapter 14, Do you have a mine at home? Dongwan hurriedly parked her Tesla back in the underground garage and then walked over to the motorcycle with Lu Ming. Is this your motorcycle? Dongwan inquired. A hint of surprise in her voice. Yes. I noticed it last week but didn't expect it to belong to you, Lu Ming replied. Well, let's get on. Ding. Dongwan's affection level 4, current affection level 29, Lu Ming donned his helmet and handed the spare one to Dongwan. She also put on the helmet, feeling grateful that she was wearing pants today. However, once she settled onto the motorcycle's rear seat, she felt a bit awkward. Where should her hands go? Wan Jie. Just rest your hands on my shoulders, Lu Ming suggested. The two shared a friendly rapport. So it was natural that Lu Ming wouldn't directly suggest wrapping her arms around his waist. Dongwan noticed a spot beneath the rear seat where she could rest her hands, so she placed them there and said, No worries, just drive. Alright, hold on tight. With that, Lu Ming revved the engine. At first, the motorcycle glided smoothly along the road, and Dongwan felt relatively steady sitting behind him. However, when Lu Ming suddenly hit the brakes, her body leaned forward instinctively, pressing against Lu Ming's back. Wan Jie's figure is truly impressive. Lu Ming silently marveled. Dongwan's cheeks flushed, and she obediently placed her hands on Lu Ming's shoulders. Had she listened to the advice to rest her hands there from the beginning, she wouldn't have found herself in such an embarrassing position. Ding. Dongwan's affection level 1. Current affection level 30. They arrived at the company where they were to conduct due diligence just in time. It was a sizable film and media company. Certainly too large for smaller firms to be on the client list of Dingsheng Capital. The due diligence process involved several stages, and for a company of this scale, it would take at least several months. Dongwan was merely there for an initial contact. The company's owner, Xian Kong, a middle-aged man in his 40s, personally greeted them with exceptional warmth. While Lu Ming might have suspected that this was merely a middle-aged man trying to impress a young and beautiful woman, He understood that Qian Kong, as the owner of a media company, had encountered many beautiful women, thus his attentiveness likely stemmed from business considerations. The preliminary investigation was straightforward, consisting of questions and the collection of relevant information, completed within an afternoon. Xiaodong, I've reserved a private room at a hotel, shall we go for dinner together? Qian Kong proposed. No, thank you. I have work to do back at the office, Dongwan declined. Qian Kong invited her several more times, but upon seeing her firm refusal, he eventually gave up. Lu Ming sped along the road with Dongwan. Wanjia, it's almost dark. Let us go have dinner first. He was well aware that Dongwan's prior refusal to Qian Kong was not a genuine commitment to work. All right. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you, Dongwan said from the back seat. You treated me to lunch last week. It's my turn to treat you now. That's because you've taken me out for coffee several times. Just tell me what you want. I have a good place in mind, you'll know what I want when we get there. Before long, they arrived at a French restaurant located by the Bund. As they entered, Lu Ming declared firmly, Wanjia, I've learned so much from you, so this meal must be on me. Dongwan hesitated. But I said I would treat you. She had intended to pay, but the restaurant, with an average cost of 2,000 per person, left her feeling uncertain. While she could afford it, was it necessary to spend that much just for a meal with a colleague? Next time, I promise I won't contest your offer. Lu Ming smoothly countered. Ding. Dongwan's affection level 2, current affection level 32, exquisite French dishes began to arrive at their table. And Dongwan eagerly snapped photos with her phone. Foremost, enjoying delectable food in such an establishment while sharing it on social media was an integral part of the dining experience. Do you have a mine at home? Dongwan asked curiously, glancing at Lu Ming. My income is quite high among workers, but I would never dare to frequent such restaurants regularly. Lu Ming replied with confidence. Perhaps a bit more than having a mine. With a system at his disposal, what did having a mine even mean? Ding. Dongwan's affection level 4. Current affection level 36. Dongwan cut a small piece of M9 Wagyu beef and savored it, finding its texture tender and melting in her mouth. This beef is simply divine. You missed out by not ordering this. Would you mind if I tried a piece? Lu Ming asked. Dongwan cut another small piece and placed it on Lu Ming's plate. Give it a taste, it's truly delicious. After trying it, Lu Ming felt the juices burst in his mouth. It was indeed exquisite. What do you think? Dongwan inquired. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Perfect score. Dongwan smiled brightly, pleased that their tastes aligned. After a moment, she suddenly asked, You're handsome and wealthy, there must be countless girls at school who adore you, right? Lu Ming shrugged. How would I know if others don't have I like Lu Ming written on their foreheads? Dongwan pressed on, Don't tell me you're single. I bet your girlfriend is stunning. Lu Ming spread his hands. I have many beautiful female friends, but as for a girlfriend, how do we define that? The way you just cut a piece of beef and placed it on my plate might lead those at the next table to think we are a couple. Dongwan laughed. You're trying to change the subject. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, Well, I don't have a female friend who watches the sunrise with me, but the one who cuts beef for me is right here. Is that changing the subject? The most masterful lies are those where every word is true, merely omitting the most critical details. Ding. Dongwan's affection level 3. Current affection level 39. Dongwan interpreted Lu Ming's statement about not having a friend to watch the sunrise with as an indication that he was currently single. They continued to eat and chat. Lu Ming felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. It was a message from Sui Cheng. Sui Cheng, brother Ming, are you back yet? Today, he had promised to accompany Sui Cheng for a stroll around the school. The location was chosen by Sui Cheng. At the lakeside on the eastern edge of the campus, a place typically visited only by couples. Seeing that he and Dongwan had nearly finished their meal, he replied, I'll be back soon, wait for me. After dinner, Lu Ming escorted Dongwan back to the company, as her car was still in the parking lot. They exchanged farewells and headed home. Chapter 15, Tenfold feedback. Upon returning to school, Lu Ming immediately contacted Sui Cheng, and the two strolled hand in hand to the lakeside. Under the moonlight, the lakeside resembled a serene and enigmatic painting, slowly unfurling in the embrace of the night. The silvery moonlight gently cascaded like a fine veil upon the tranquil surface of the lake. A gentle breeze swept by, creating delicate ripples on the water. And the moonlight danced in tandem, akin to a silent melody resonating in the stillness of the night.
Brother Ming, do you remember that time when I first joined the club?
I messed up during an event, and a senior sister was so fierce that I ended up in tears.
It was you who came to my rescue.
Of course, I remember. That woman was quite detestable, always targeting beautiful girls.
Ever since then, I've had a particularly good impression of you.
As the two walked along the lakeshore, they encountered several couples nestled closely together, whispering sweet nothings to one another. In moments like these, each person seemed to exist solely for their partner, oblivious to the world around them. They soon found themselves in a secluded corner.
An unspoken understanding between them. Brother Ming.
Sui Cheng lifted her face to gaze at Lu Ming.
I want to tell you that you are my first boyfriend. Do you believe that?
I certainly do, Lu Ming replied with unwavering certainty. This was the only appropriate response, and he spoke without a hint of hesitation.
Furthermore,
he genuinely believed Sui Cheng, for women with romantic experiences often evade such inquiries, fearing their current partners might ask, with no reason to disclose voluntarily. Many harbor a misconception that beautiful women must have numerous boyfriends. In reality, beauty merely attracts admirers, and the number of boyfriends is not necessarily high. Once a beautiful woman enters a relationship, the likelihood of a breakup diminishes, leading to more stable connections. Additionally, having been cherished throughout their lives. Beautiful women possess a sense of pride and are more sensitive to their image. In fact, the primary demographic of female sea kings comprises women of average looks,
who tend to be more liberated.
Once a woman lets go, she naturally attracts the attention of many men.
Seeing Lu Ming's unwavering trust moved Sui Cheng deeply,
and her eyes sparkled with affection. Their faces drew closer, and she could feel Lu Ming's slightly hurried breath. A conflict stirred within her. While she felt their progression was rapid, an irresistible impulse also surged. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his lips pressing against hers.
Her mind went blank.
And she instinctively responded, gradually embracing the sensation of their first kiss, her body relaxing with each passing moment.
Ding! Sui Cheng's affection level for you increases by 7. Current affection level, 78.
The two remained entwined in each other's embrace, kissing for what felt like an eternity before parting.
Lu Ming checked the time. It was just 9 o'clock.
Cheng, I want to take you somewhere, Lu Ming said.
Where to?
Sui Cheng asked, puzzled. You'll find out when we get there, he teased. Sui Cheng scratched her head, suddenly realizing something, and her expression shifted to one of nervous anticipation.
Brother Ming, you wouldn't be, that can't happen.
She hesitated to utter the words book a room. Lu Ming took her hand reassuringly.
Don't worry, just follow me. With a mix of apprehension and excitement, Sui Cheng accompanied Lu Ming away from the lakeside.
Half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end shopping mall.
Brother Ming, are you going to buy me something again? Upon seeing the mall, Sui Cheng surmised Lu Ming's intentions. Such a meaningful day surely warranted a memorable gift. You said the same thing last time. Who gives gifts so frequently? If I have the means, should I not spend it on you but on someone else? Upon hearing this, Sui Cheng ceased to object.
After all, today marked the day she entrusted her first kiss to this man, making it undeniably significant.
They entered a Cartier boutique. Knowing Sui Cheng was uncertain,
Lu Ming called a sales associate to assist in selecting a piece that would complement her unique charm.
Ultimately, under the associate's guidance,
Lu Ming chose an exquisite Cartier bracelet valued at 80,000.
Brother Ming, have you forgotten? You once gifted me an Hermes bracelet. I'm still wearing it. You just didn't notice, Sui Cheng murmured in his ear. The Hermes bag is top-notch, but its bracelet?
Consider it merely a trinket, it pales in comparison to Cartier.
But this is far too expensive. As long as it looks beautiful on you, I find no price too steep. Though still conflicted, Sui Cheng acquiesced. Unbeknownst to her,
she had begun to grow accustomed to Lu Ming's generous gifts.
After Lu Ming completed the purchase, the cashback reward was credited, and simultaneously, a system interface unfolded in his mind. Ding.
System task, obtain a cashback increment of 100,000.
Current cashback increment amount, 103,350 yuan. Task status, completed. Task reward, tenfold feedback, LV1.
Tenfold feedback, LV1. All stock investment earnings from the host's stock account will be credited back to the hostess bank card at a tenfold rate.
The feedback will be settled after the stock market closes each trading day.
The current maximum single-day feedback limit is 200,000 yuan.
Note, investment targets must be companies listed on the Dragon Kingdom stock market. This is a miraculous ability.
Though trading in the Dragon Kingdom stock market is notoriously challenging, with tenfold feedback, even a novice could profit, right?
Naturally.
Those who understand the stock market know that a novice might not fare worse than an expert. Lu Ming had opened a stock account years ago. But as an ordinary university student with limited funds, he could barely cover his daily expenses, let alone invest. Little did he expect that this stock account would soon come in handy.
Ding.
System task, earn 100,000 from the stock market.
Task requirement, free play, just earn money. Current earnings, 0 yuan.
This must be a beginner's task. Lu Ming felt that with the support of the tenfold feedback skill, earning 100,000 from the stock market would be a breeze.
Ding.
System task, obtain a cashback increment of 300,000.
Task requirement, must be cashback increment.
Spending 10 yuan to receive 10 yuan is regarded as 0 yuan increment, spending 10 yuan to receive 15 yuan is considered a 5 yuan increment.
Current cashback increment amount, 0 yuan.
The cashback increment task updated, but the threshold of 300,000 seemed rather steep, requiring 600,000 in qualifying expenditures to achieve it, making completion in the short term unlikely.
Receiving 2 tasks in succession lifted Lu Ming's spirits. The more tasks he had,
the greater his chances of obtaining system rewards. At that moment, Sui Cheng gazed at the shimmering Cartier bracelet adorning her fair wrist, her heart brimming with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although this lavish gift filled her with a mix of pressure and gratitude, what girl could resist the allure of Cartier?
Miss,
your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well, the sales associate remarked with envy. Initially, she had not paid much attention to the young couple, merely fulfilling her professional duty.
Even though the young man donned a full Balenciaga outfit, not everyone who could afford Balenciaga could also afford Cartier.
She had seen many wealthy heirs and knew that many young, affluent individuals often lacked substantial funds in their pockets. However, she quickly corrected her assumptions. As an experienced sales assistant, she could effortlessly discern between casual browsers and those with genuine purchasing intent. The confidence that a company's wealth is difficult to feign in times of financial scarcity. Thus, when Lu Ming made a lavish purchase of the bracelet, the sales assistant felt nothing but envy, lacking any trace of surprise. Sui Cheng, upon hearing the sales assistant's remarks, was filled with immense joy. She gently caressed the bracelet, her heart swelling with feelings of happiness and sweetness. Ding! Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 5. Current affection level, 83, Chapter 16, the first victory after purchasing gifts. Lu Ming took Sui Cheng back to school. The two of them, in perfect harmony, arrived at a secluded corner near the dormitory building. Lu Ming embraced the young lady, gently capturing her soft lips with his own. Sui Cheng, no longer as anxious as during their first kiss, wrapped her arms around him and boldly responded to Lu Ming's passion with her delicate tongue. They shared a deep and affectionate kiss for several minutes before reluctantly parting ways. Sui Cheng returned to her dormitory. Wow, Cartier. Darling, did your senior gift you something again? Her roommate inquired upon seeing the Cartier bag in her hands. A radiant smile adorned Sui Cheng's face as she nodded in response. What did you buy this time? Let me see. Sui Cheng extended her arm. Now, with a Cartier on her left wrist, and Hermes on her right, and a Van Cleef Arpels necklace around her neck, she was even more splendid than the genuine heiresses at school. Her roommate, noticing the diamond-studded Cartier bracelet on Sui Cheng's wrist, curiously asked, "How much did that cost?" Sui Cheng replied with a hint of pride, 80,000. Wow! Another roommate exclaimed. Senior Lu Ming must be incredibly wealthy. A bespectacled roommate remarked sourly, "Yicheng, let me remind you, many scoundrels purchase counterfeit goods online to deceive girls. You should be cautious." Among the 4 girls in their dormitory, 3 shared a close bond, while the bespectacled girl often struggled to get along with the others. Nevertheless, her warning held some truth,
as many unscrupulous men did deceive unsuspecting female university students.
"I bought it together with him at the counter.
How could it be fake?"
Su Yicheng retorted, somewhat displeased. The bespectacled girl raised an eyebrow and returned to her phone.
"Darling, confess honestly, have you slept with Senior Lu Ming?" a roommate teased. Su Yicheng's cheeks flushed as she denied, "How could that be?
We've only just started dating."
"At least you must have kissed by now?" Su Yicheng sweetly smiled and nodded.
"I estimate that it won't be long before our dormitory loses a girl and gains a woman," a roommate joked.
Laughter erupted among them. Su Yicheng, not bothering to refute, sat down, reveling in the beauty of her bracelet and necklace.
She picked up her phone, snapped numerous photos, and selected 9 of her favorites to post on social media with the caption, "Thank you, Ming Gu.
Love you." The next day, Friday,
Lu Ming called Dongwan early in the morning to inform her that he would be taking the day off from work. Today marked the beginning of his journey as a stock god, and he could not afford to waste time on trivial matters like work.
In fact,
he had already decided to resign on the following Monday.
Dongwan's fondness for him had reached 39, indicating a very friendly relationship. For comparison,
his rapport with Chani was only slightly higher at just over 40. Therefore, inviting Dongwan out as a friend was entirely feasible, eliminating the necessity to seek opportunities to get close to her at the office. Before the stock market opened, Lu Ming transferred 130,000 into his stock account. His total assets now exceeded 140,000, leaving him with just over 10,000 for personal expenses, while the remainder was fully invested in the stock market. He was uncertain whether he possessed the qualities of a stock god, but with a tenfold return, no stock god could surpass him.
Once the market opened, Lu Ming eagerly purchased 6 stocks that he had selected the night before. The reason for acquiring so many was due to careful consideration.
Betting everything on a single stock could yield significant gains if it rose, but if it fell, an entire trading day would be rendered fruitless.
More critically, if one were to unwittingly invest in a stock that plummeted, it would be disastrous. Thus,
his trading strategy allowed for a loss of only 1 unit while permitting a gain of 10.
Therefore,
diversifying his investments significantly increased the probability of profit compared to pursuing maximum returns in a singular venture. After completing his stock purchases, Lu Ming's investment plan for the day was fulfilled, as the Dragon Kingdom stock market operated on a T1 mechanism,
meaning that stocks bought today could only be sold the following day.
Consequently, whether he checked the market today was inconsequential.
He understood this. Yet he couldn't help but glance every few minutes.
While he remained unfazed by spending hundreds of thousands, the fluctuations of hundreds or thousands in his stock account filled him with anxiety.
This starkly illustrated the difference between spending others, the system's, money versus his own.
After overcoming his initial apprehension, Lu Ming gradually adapted to the situation. The market was still sluggish, with minimal trading activity, and seasoned investors were often disinclined to monitor the stocks during such times.
However, as a novice, Lu Ming found the experience utterly fascinating,
as everything was still novel to him, especially considering this was his future career. At 1500 hours, the stock market closed.
Lu Ming's stock account reflected a profit of 320 yuan for the day. While modest, it still marked a victorious debut. Simultaneously,
he received a text message from the bank. "Dear customer, your Dragon Kingdom bank account ending in 8899 has received a transfer of 3,200
yuan. The current balance is 14,550 21 yuan.
It turned out that the tenfold return was actually an 11-fold return, as the gains from the stock account also contributed to the increase. This system was remarkably precise, with no room for deception.
In high spirits,
Lu Ming contemplated whether to invite Su Yicheng out for an evening of fun as the weekend approached.
Just then,
his phone lit up with a message from the beautiful teacher, Xiao Yutong.
"Xiao Yutong, are you free tonight?" "Lu Ming, whether I'm free depends on who is asking." If it's you, I'm always available. Xiao Yutong, oh, you little charmer. Lu Ming, teacher Xiao, mind your language. How can you refer to a man as little? Xiao Yutong, stop being cheeky. Can you bring your car out tonight for me to see? Lu Ming, no problem at all. You set the time and place. Xiao Yutong, alright, I'll send you the location.
Chapter 17, Miss Xiao, you look wonderful that evening. Lu Ming drove to a designated location.
Xiao Yutong had arrived early and was waiting.
She wore a form-fitting black leather jacket paired with sleek black jeans and knee-high boots, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure,
exuding an air of elegance and vigor.
Beside her was a motorcycle, which Lu Ming could now recognize as a domestic model worth over 20,000 yuan.
Lu Ming parked his car and inquired, Yutong, have you been waiting long? Xiao Yutong retorted, what do you mean, Yutong? That's too familiar.
You should call me sister, considering I'm several years your senior.
Lu Ming shrugged, only elementary school kids fuss about age.
Xiao Yutong conceded that he might have a point and shifted the topic, saying, get down, let me try your bike.
Raising an eyebrow, Lu Ming replied, I'll just sit on the back. Xiao Yutong laughed, dream on. Hurry up and get down.
Lu Ming suggested, how about you sit on the back?
And I take you for a spin first? You can get a feel for the bike. Xiao Yutong remained silent, fixating her gaze on him.
Indeed, as a teacher.
Her gentle eyes could stir deep emotions within. Lu Ming complied, dismounting so that Xiao Yutong could mount the bike. Wait for me here, she instructed. I can ride your bike and follow you. You won't keep up.
Listen to your sister and wait patiently.
With that, Xiao Yutong revved the throttle.
And the BMW S1000RR roared to life, swiftly departing. About 10 minutes later, Lu Ming saw Xiao Yutong approaching on the BMW S1000RR. Her long hair was tightly secured beneath her helmet, with only a few strands dancing in the wind.
Her movements were fluid and powerful,
as if she melded with the road, displaying extraordinary riding skills and a fervent passion for speed. Soon, she returned and halted beside Lu Ming,
removing her helmet.
Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, fluttering in the breeze.
Miss Xiao, do you realize how stunning you looked just now? Lu Ming complimented. Am I not usually good-looking?
Xiao Yutong raised her chin slightly, a mix of pride and playfulness in her demeanor.
That was just a warm-up. I want to ride more. This bike is incredible, I absolutely adore it.
I need to ride it longer and start saving money. Lu Ming had initially ridden motorcycles to show off. But witnessing the sparkle in Xiao Yutong's eyes, he began to grasp the affection motorcyclists have for their rides. Sister Yutong, you're such a skilled rider.
Why not let me sit on the back?
I want to experience the thrill of riding and learn a bit about the techniques.
I never ride with men.
Nor do I let them ride with me.
But I'm your little brother. How can I be compared to those other men? I remember this is our second meeting. How did I suddenly become your sister? Relationships hinge on fate, the number of encounters is irrelevant. Many classmates have spent years in the same classroom without exchanging a word. Ha, that's quite a stretch. Unfortunately, I can only respond with a single phrase, no way.
The two-word refusal hardly constituted a phrase. And Lu Ming lamented that despite his pleas, he could not fulfill his wish to sit behind her or have her ride with him.
However,
Xiao Yutong thoroughly enjoyed her motorcycle experience and appeared in high spirits.
All right, she declared. Now,
sister will treat you to a late-night snack as a thank you for accompanying me tonight. I was the one watching you ride, Lu Ming corrected.
They ventured to a small eatery for late-night snacks.
Xiao Yutong ordered crayfish and barbecued skewers, instructing the waiter to expedite the service.
You actually overpaid for this bike, she commented.
I asked a friend at the dealership, and it could have been a few thousand cheaper. Doesn't matter, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly.
What's the point of mentioning it now? It's to ensure you don't get ripped off next time.
I have many friends at dealerships.
Then next time I buy a bike, will you accompany me and help me navigate the process?
Absolutely. Xiao Yutong assumed Lu Ming's mention of buying another bike was merely casual talk since he had just purchased a BMW motorcycle. Lu Ming took a sip of his cola.
Expressing dissatisfaction, we've ordered crayfish and barbecue, but where's the beer? Drink and drive is a no-no. Haven't you heard that? I'm aware that as long as the traffic police can't catch you, it's fine. You're still young, you must abide by the rules. In this society, those who strictly adhere to the rules often achieve little. Xiao Yutong chuckled slightly, finding merit in his words. As they chatted and sipped cola, enjoying their crayfish and barbecue, they shared a somewhat unsatisfying late-night meal. Xiao Yutong stood to settle the bill, but Lu Ming stopped her. I went ahead and paid while I was in the restroom. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Yutong protested, but you're just a university student, how can you pay? Lu Ming lifted his chin, do you have a misconception about my capabilities? Xiao Yutong pouted. Indeed, this university student seemed to possess far more wealth than she, who had been employed for several years. Lu Ming continued. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You still need to save for that motorcycle. Xiao Yutong nodded, then I'll treat you next time. Lu Ming agreed cheerfully, sounds good. On the weekend, while the stock market was closed, Lu Ming rose early to study. He had just begun to explore the world of stocks. His interest peaked after a successful first foray the previous day. Thus, he felt compelled to deepen his understanding of stock trading, akin to studying strategies in a game. Now, he grasped why so many investors continue to engage in trading despite annual losses. Being a financial consumer was indeed an intriguing endeavor. Driven by his interest, Lu Ming spent a morning in a state of flow, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Ding! Sui Cheng, brother Ming, come downstairs. I'm at the bottom of your dormitory building with something for you. Chapter 18, The Intentions of Su Shuihua upon seeing Sui Cheng's message on WeChat. Lu Ming realized that it was already noon. He descended the stairs to find Sui Cheng approaching him with an air of mystery, her hands clasped behind her back. Minggu, can you guess why I've come to see you? I suspect you intend to surprise me, he replied. Previously, Sui Cheng had mentioned in her message that she had a gift for him, and given their current relationship, it was undoubtedly a surprise rather than a shock. Thus, her playful riddle was not difficult to decipher, yet Lu Ming felt compelled to play along. Correct! Sui Cheng exclaimed, revealing a stack of lunch boxes she had hidden behind her. I returned home early this morning to prepare lunch for you. Sui Cheng hailed from Haicheng. Yet her home was quite distant from the school, requiring a 2 to 3 hour round trip. She had hurried home to cook for Lu Ming and then returned to school, which deeply touched him. However, this did not deter Lu Ming from his desire to become a sea king. From both instinctual and pragmatic perspectives, he saw no reason to refrain from pursuing this path. After all, a wealthy individual must not be bound to a single partner. Who among successful figures lacks a circle of companions? Such is human nature, who could resist it? Who would even wish to? The distinction lies merely in the partners one is aware of and those one is not. Moreover, Lu Ming possessed a significant advantage in his pursuit of becoming a sea king. The system had informed him that a high level of affection could resolve all emotional dilemmas. Thus, as long as he could elevate the affection levels of the women he encountered, all issues would become trivial. Minggu, Sui Cheng continued. This is my first time cooking, and I followed online tutorials, so it may not taste very good. Lu Ming gently pinched her soft cheek, smiling. I'm certain it will be delicious. Sui Cheng beamed, let us head to the cafeteria, I want to watch you eat. Alright, Lu Ming nodded. And they made their way to the nearest cafeteria, which was relatively empty as it was past mealtime. Sui Cheng opened the lunchboxes one by one, revealing braised pork ribs, steamed ribbonfish, and a portion of sliced fruit. Minggu, open your mouth, she urged, picking up a piece of rib and feeding it to Lu Ming. After he swallowed, she eagerly inquired, is it tasty? Indeed. Lu Ming nodded, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Sui Cheng's delight was palpable as her bright, expressive eyes curved into crescents. The two displayed their affection for one another, oblivious to their surroundings. Many boys passing by recognized Sui Cheng and lamented her taken status, bemoaning the unfairness of fate. Naturally, most among them silently cursed Lu Ming to vent their frustration. On Monday, at Dingsheng capital. Are you really not coming back? Dongwan's tone bore a hint of regret. Well, my internship is nearing its end. And I have some other commitments at the moment. I truly cannot spare the time.
Once I'm no longer by your side, you must take care of yourself.
You're being overly dramatic. Are you trying to elicit my tears?
I still owe you a meal, let us find a time for me to treat you.
Sure. Lu Ming nodded and then retrieved a small LV gift box from his backpack, presenting it to Dongwon. Here is a farewell gift for you. Upon seeing the LV box, Dongwon waved her hands in refusal. You're being too generous, how can I accept such an extravagant gift?
Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely a small wallet, hardly exorbitant. I initially intended to gift you something from Hermes, but I feared it might place undue pressure on you. So I settled for LV instead.
Dongwon still shook her head. This truly isn't appropriate.
Lu Ming smiled lightly.
If you continue to refuse,
it might become awkward for both of us if the other colleagues see. I've placed it on your desk, if you dislike it. Feel free to toss it in the trash.
I never retract gifts.
I'm off to say farewell to Mr. Zhou now. A short while later, Lu Ming heard the system notification, ding.
Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 44. Dongwon accepted the gift after all. Lu Ming proceeded to Zhou Wenxin's office.
As a mere intern, his departure would typically go unnoticed, but since their last encounter in the elevator, Zhou Wenxin had been consistently amiable towards him, and their affection had reached 22. He had even taken to casually addressing her as Xinjie. So it was only fitting he bid her farewell before leaving the company. Moreover, Lu Ming believed that in the future, as he made strides in his career, he would likely have dealings with Zhou Wenxin, making this an opportune moment to strengthen their rapport.
Xinjie.
Lu Ming seated himself across from her desk.
I have a gift for you.
Oh?
Are you attempting to bribe me in business?
Zhou Wenxin quipped, her tone playful.
Lu Ming produced a gift box from his backpack. This time from Hermes.
Your Birkin bag is indeed beautiful, yet it seems to lack something. Yesterday, I visited the boutique and realized it was missing this.
He gestured towards the box on the desk. What is inside? Zhou Wenxin inquired.
Lu Ming opened the box to reveal a small silk scarf. I believe that tying this scarf to the handle of your bag would complete the look perfectly.
Zhou Wenxin chuckled. Well, thank you for your thoughtful gift. Ding. Zhou Wenxin's affection for you has increased by 1, current affection, 23.
Lu Ming had not anticipated Zhou Wenxin's straightforward acceptance of the gift.
Xinjie. There is something else I wish to convey.
Lu Ming paused before continuing, my internship has concluded, and I am here to bid you farewell.
Zhou Wenxin nodded slightly.
I wish you success in your future endeavors. As succinct as ever, she offered no further pleasantries. Then I shall not take up more of your time.
Until we meet again.
Lu Ming stood, preparing to leave.
Wait a moment.
Zhou Wenxin retrieved 2 small aluminum cans from her desk drawer.
I noticed you enjoy coffee.
These beans are quite good.
Consider it a gift. Thank you, Xinjie.
Lu Ming accepted the coffee gratefully.
Exiting the CEO's office,
he glanced at the 2 aluminum cans he now held, which bore striking labels, cat poo coffee, fermented within the civet cat.
He recognized the coffee's high quality,
though the notion felt somewhat peculiar. Chapter 19, A bountiful harvest. In the following days, Lu Ming secluded himself in his dormitory, engrossed in stock trading. Yet, while aspirations soared, reality proved starkly disappointing. Aside from a modest profit from his inaugural foray last Friday, subsequent trading days were marked by a relentless decline. This was not merely a reflection of his novice status, rather, an overwhelming 90% of stocks in the market were plummeting. Even the likes of Buffett would find themselves transformed into mere shadows of their former selves. After 5 trading days, Lu Ming found himself at a loss of over 2,000 yuan. Despite the prospect of tenfold returns, he was confronted with the brutal realization of sheer adversity.
Who, indeed, was emerging victorious in this game?
As Friday's market opened, the prevailing atmosphere remained lethargic and uninspiring. Sitting before his laptop, Lu Ming felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as the market failed to ignite any enthusiasm. His positions were fully invested. Given a ratio of 11 gains to 1 loss, any reluctance to maintain full investment would be a disservice to his skills. He even contemplated leveraging his investments. Yet the system denied him any means to borrow funds, leaving his ambitions unfulfilled. Despite the pitfalls of the domestic stock market, he refused to believe it could rob him,
a wealthy individual, of his fortunes.
Shortly after 11 a.m., the market experienced an unexpected surge.
By the time of the lunch break, the index had risen by 2.
Lu Ming glanced at a stock group he had recently joined, and suddenly, the conversation within sprang to life.
Brothers, the reversal is confirmed. Everyone, hop on. Is there any difference between being down 50 and 48? 3 bullish candles change perspectives, and you call it a reversal? That's quite the stretch.
Most likely as fleeting as my boyfriend's charm.
My brother claims to be a nighttime Casanova, care to inquire? Damn it, I just liquidated my holdings.
And now it surges, my heart bleeds. Stay calm, this is a classic pump and dump scheme. Initially, Lu Ming joined the stock group to glean wisdom from seasoned traders.
However,
he quickly realized that true experts were scarce, overshadowed by an abundance of jesters. Although remaining in the group offered no substantial insights into trading, indulging in the humor was,
nonetheless, quite entertaining. In the afternoon, the market continued its robust ascent, steadily oscillating upward, with trading volumes expanding.
Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. This was the first time in Lu Ming's trading journey that he encountered such a vigorous rally, stirring excitement within him.
By the end of the trading day,
the domestic stock market had surged by 4, and Lu Ming's stock account saw an overall increase of 6. With the combination of his account's returns and the tenfold feedback, he achieved a remarkable 66 profit in just one trading day. From a previous loss of 2,000 yuan, he now reveled in a profit of 82,500 yuan. He transferred the tenfold feedback amount to the stock market, alongside his usual lavish cashbacks, while retaining only 10,000 yuan for personal expenses. Investing in the stock market resembled rolling a snowball. The larger the snowball, the more snow it would gather.
In just one trading day,
he had completed more than half of his goal of earning 100,000 yuan. His total stock account now exceeded 220,000 yuan. And a slight increase in the next trading day would suffice to meet his target.
That evening, Sui Cheng urged Lu Ming to explore the university town's snack street. Is this what we're having for dinner? Lu Ming inquired.
Absolutely. These are all delectable, Sui Cheng replied. You often indulge in extravagant meals, sometimes. One must experience the flavors of the ordinary. But these ordinary flavors are laden with additives and inferior oils.
Occasional indulgence won't harm you.
All right. Lu Ming had consumed such fare often enough to develop an immunity to its perils, hence he paid little heed to health concerns. The two of them purchased a variety of snacks, playfully sharing bites of lamb skewers and egg pancakes, inciting the envious glares of many single onlookers. As fate would have it, while they aimlessly wandered, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Jingzhu and her roommate, who were also perusing the snack street. The two campus beauties recognized each other but were unfamiliar, merely exchanging glances before passing by. Naturally, Lu Ming felt no inclination to greet Wang Jingzhu.
Jingzhu.
Lu Ming and Sui Cheng appear rather intimate. I didn't realize they were actually together, one roommate remarked.
I heard Lu Ming is incredibly wealthy.
Gifting Sui Cheng a Cartier bracelet, a Van Cleef necklace, and who knows what else from Hermes, another chimed in.
How do you know?
My sister is in the same class as Sui Cheng, she has her WeChat and saw it on her Moments.
Who can ascertain the authenticity of those items?
Just last week, a scoundrel from the football team bought a fake Cartier necklace and deceived a girl from the humanities college, one recounted.
I've heard about that. Those scoundrels are truly revolting.
As they continued their chatter, they glanced at Wang Jingzhu, who wore a visibly displeased expression.
Jingzhu, don't take it to heart. You have plenty of admirers, not just Lu Ming. Gao Yuan is currently vying for your attention, and at least he's a clear-cut rich second generation, one offered.
Wang Jingzhu retorted. I couldn't care less about Lu Ming, he only turned to Sui Cheng after failing to win me over. Why should I feel upset? In truth, her heart was tumultuous. Pondering how, had she accepted Lu Ming's advances initially, all those luxurious gifts would have belonged to her. Another roommate concurred, indeed, he seems to be deceiving naive girls. For all we know, that motorcycle of his might be borrowed.
The group continued to dissect Lu Ming's perceived flaws, and with each critique, Wang Jingzhu felt a sense of emotional equilibrium return. Later that evening, Lu Ming and Sui Cheng revisited the shopping mall. "Brother Ming, remember. You promised not to buy me anything today," Sui Cheng reminded him. "Understood.
I already told you, today is just for window shopping, I'm treating myself." "But I want to buy something for you," Sui Cheng said, pouting, "but everything you like is too expensive for me." Lu Ming gently pinched Sui Cheng's cheek, grinning. "As long as you help me select something, I shall consider it a gift from you." With only a few days left before his spending limit refreshed, Lu Ming had no immediate recipients for gifts, thus he intended to splurge on himself and his family. They made their way directly to the Hermès boutique. After Lu Ming had purchased a scarf for his mother, she had praised its quality, even calling to suggest he acquire more of such fine replicas whenever possible. Thus, he resolved to gift her some faux luxury items. Upon entering the store, the staff greeted him courteously. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Welcome to Hermès." Although his total expenditures at Hermès had yet to reach 100,000 yuan, the seasoned staff recognized him well. It was indeed a comforting experience, allowing Lu Ming to relish the delightful power of wealth once again. Just as he was about to browse casually, he spotted a familiar face nearby. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. A compatible individual has been detected. Chapter 20, A slap in the face. Lu Ming never anticipated encountering Gao Yuan here, the notorious #1 admirer of Wang Jingzhu. Even more surprising was the presence of a tall, fair-skinned young woman beside Gao Yuan, who met the criteria of an eligible female. Name, Qinyu, gender, female, age, 19, height, 171 centimeters, physique, exquisite, appearance, 86, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0, at that moment. Yao Yuan and Qinyu were selecting perfumes. While Hermes is renowned as the king of luxury brands, its perfumes are relatively affordable, priced at around 1,000 yuan. How amusing it was to see Gao Yuan bringing a girl to Hermes for perfume shopping. He certainly understood the art of pretension. Gao Yuan soon noticed Lu Ming, though his expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Recently, Lu Ming had been the center of attention at school, and Gao Yuan, who recognized him, was acutely aware of Lu Ming's newfound wealth. Although they typically exchanged few words at school, Lu Ming approached him now. "Gao Yuan, what a coincidence to see you here." Yes, indeed, quite a coincidence." Lu Ming turned to Sui Cheng. "Cheng, this is Gao Yuan, a fellow classmate, and also your senior." Unaware of the tensions between Lu Ming and Gao Yuan, Sui Cheng assumed they shared a good relationship and greeted Gao Yuan politely. "Hello, Senior Gao Yuan." Gao Yuan responded repeatedly, "Hello, hello." Lu Ming continued, "This is my girlfriend, Sui Cheng, our junior." Gao Yuan forced a smile. "Ah. I see, the campus beauty. Who wouldn't know her?" Lu Ming then glanced at Qinyu. "Is she your girlfriend?" Gao Yuan hesitated, seemingly reluctant to clarify their relationship. "Hello, I am Qinyu." A friend of Gao Yuan's. Clearly, Gao Yuan intended to pursue Qinyu, but for now, they remained merely friends. "Hello, I am Lu Ming. I won't disturb your shopping any longer." Lu Ming waved at the two but did not walk away. Ding. Qinyu's affection level towards you 3. Current affection level 3. Previously, whenever Lu Ming gifted Wang Jingzhu, Gao Yuan would often undermine him. Today presented a rare opportunity for revenge. Ironically, while Wang Jingzhu kept Gao Yuan as a backup admirer, she had no inkling that he too had his own admirers. "Mr. Lu, what would you like to see today?" a sales assistant inquired. That single question made it clear to Gao Yuan and Qinyu that Lu Ming was a regular here. Ding. Qinyu's affection level towards you 5, current affection level 8. I'll take one of each of these perfumes, soaps, and shower gels. Certainly, Mr. Lu. For the staff, this was a common occurrence, as purchasing luxury bags from Hermes requires meeting varying spending thresholds, prompting many patrons to buy numerous superfluous items to elevate their status. However, Lu Ming's approach astonished Gao Yuan and Qinyu. The two had spent over 10 minutes meticulously selecting perfumes, only for Lu Ming to arrive and claim everything at once. Such a shopping spree was something they had only seen on television. Gao Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Spending lavishly to overshadow others was typically his forte. Yet today he found himself on the receiving end of such humiliation.
Ding.
Qin Yu's affection level towards you 7, current affection level 15, Sui Cheng whispered, Ming Gu.
Can you possibly use all of this?
Lu Ming replied, I'll use a bit for myself, some for my parents, and a few for our dormant home.
Given the quantity, it will be gone before you know it, so why worry about it going to waste? Sui Cheng pouted. But we agreed not to buy me any gifts today.
Lu Ming shrugged, this is all just a few coins, not really a gift. It's merely me purchasing some items for us to share.
Sui Cheng protested, but you don't need to buy so many perfumes, I rarely use them.
Lu Ming countered.
Buying everything allows you to try each one and discover your favorite scent.
Even if you seldom use perfume, you can spritz some in your car.
Sui Cheng scoffed.
Our car is only worth a few $100,000 and has been around for years.
Does it even match up?
Lu Ming smiled lightly, taking Sui Cheng's hand, all right?
Let us not dwell on that. Let's go check out that section.
He then proceeded to purchase various Hermes items, including sheets, blankets, and cups.
Indulging in his wealth without restraint. Gao Yuan and Qin Yu were left astonished at Lu Ming's extravagant spending. What kind of family background did he possess?
In such a short time, he had spent nearly 100,000 yuan on items that served little purpose beyond decoration. It is essential to note that many buy luxury goods to flaunt them. Items meant solely for personal use lose their significance.
However, from another perspective, this spending displayed Lu Ming's financial prowess.
Those without substantial means would scarcely dare to squander in such a manner.
Gao Yuan longed to leave, feeling increasingly embarrassed as Lu Ming continued to splurge.
Yet, Qin Yu showed no signs of departure. She had lost interest in perfume but lingered nearby,
pretending to browse while discreetly observing Lu Ming's every move. Ding.
Qin Yu's affection level towards you 7. Current affection level 22. Lu Ming speculated that Qin Yu might be a gold digger, unlike Lin Shanshan, who merely spoke of wanting a wealthy boyfriend without truly embracing that desire. She seemed genuinely interested in finding someone affluent.
Unfortunately,
it was not the right moment to request her contact information. Gao Yuan had initially intended to purchase some inexpensive luxury items to impress the fairer sex. But encountering Lu Ming and witnessing his extravagant display had altered his plans. Now, buying a perfume priced at 1,000 yuan seemed painfully trivial. Qin Yu spared Gao Yuan any further embarrassment, simply stating her disinterest in the perfumes before politely bidding farewell to Lu Ming and Sui Cheng as she exited the store. Ultimately, Lu Ming amassed a considerable haul of assorted items, spending nearly 100,000 yuan. Initially, he had no intention of purchasing cups and shower gels. But upon encountering Gao Yuan, he was inspired to assert his prowess, especially in front of the attractive Qin Yu. After all, the primary goal of his outing was to spend money, irrespective of what he bought. He retained some of the goods for himself and Sui Cheng while arranging for a portion to be sent home. When his mother saw the high-quality items he had acquired, she would undoubtedly rejoice at the bargain he had scored. As Lu Ming and Sui Cheng left the boutique, Sui Cheng inquired, Minggu, I can understand the sheets.
But what on earth is the umbrella for? Do you really plan to use a Hermes umbrella in the rain? Lu Ming replied.
I don't go out in the rain, that umbrella is for you.
Sui Cheng retorted, I'd rather get wet than let it see the rain.
Lu Ming smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Sui Cheng's head.
Ding. Sui Cheng's affection level towards you too.
Current affection level 86, Chapter 21, Luxurious Gold, LV3. Gao Yuan and Qin Yu continued their leisurely stroll through the mall, though both appeared to be lost in their own thoughts.
What business does Lu Ming's family engage in?
I must admit, witnessing his shopping habits has truly broadened my horizons.
Qin Yu inquired.
I'm not entirely sure, Gao Yuan replied reluctantly. I used to think he was just like any other ordinary college student, but I've recently realized he possesses considerable wealth.
Is that all? Just considerable wealth?
Qin Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm.
Your standards are rather high, aren't they? Gao Yuan shrugged, regardless. It doesn't concern us. Shall we grab a drink?
Qin Yu shook her head, there's no need to splurge. At her mention of splurge, Gao Yuan felt a flush rise in his cheeks, sensing that Qin Yu's words carried a subtle implication.
Are you particularly close with Lu Ming? Qin Yu asked.
Gao Yuan scratched his head. Well, we share a good relationship since our families are well off, we move in similar circles.
In truth,
Gao Yuan had previously dismissed Lu Ming entirely, yet now he felt compelled to fabricate a connection to elevate his own status.
A disdainful smile crept across Qin Yu's lips as she continued, could you share Lu Ming's WeChat with me? Gao Yuan's face flushed again. The girl he yearned to impress was now showing interest in another man.
Thus, he experienced the disheartening sensation of being overshadowed.
I don't have his WeChat. He stammered. Qin Yu did not doubt his words.
She had never believed his claim of being in the same social circle as Lu Ming.
Knowing their financial capabilities differed vastly.
She longed to know Lu Ming better, yet while she could overlook Gao Yuan, she could not ignore Lu Ming's stunning girlfriend. It appeared she would need to devise another strategy. On Monday, the stock market continued its robust performance from the previous Friday,
opening with a steady upward trend and increasing trading volume.
Lu Ming had developed a preliminary understanding of the market and recognized that a simultaneous rise in both volume and price indicated a healthy trend. Seated before his computer, he scrutinized the stock selection interface, constantly monitoring the minute charts and K-lines of individual stocks. He recalled the initial bewilderment he felt upon entering the stock market, grappling with the rapidly changing landscape and feeling both exhilarated and lost. However, after a period of study and practice, he began to discern subtle signals from the market, a growth that filled him with excitement and confidence. During the lunch break, the index took a brief pause, yet Lu Ming observed that several sectors remained strong, particularly technology and renewable energy, which performed exceptionally well. Reflecting on the company financial reports and industry trends he had analyzed over the weekend, it seemed that the growth potential in these areas was substantiated by data. Consequently, he resolved to adjust his investment portfolio accordingly, increasing his holdings in these burgeoning sectors. As the afternoon session commenced, the market continued its anticipated upward trajectory, and his account's net value soared alongside it. With the market trend remaining positive, Lu Ming felt particularly at ease, browsing various stock communities and enjoying the banter among fellow traders in his stock group. At 3:00 p.m., the index closed near its daily peak. Lu Ming's stock account had seen an overall increase of nearly 3.5, resulting in a profit of 38 when factoring in the tenfold return. As the tenfold return was credited to his account, the system interface unfurled in Lu Ming's mind. Ding! System task, earn 100,000 from the stock market, current earnings, 170,889 yuan, task status, completed, task reward, luxurious gold, LV3, luxurious gold, LV3. The host's consumer behavior will receive a 1 cashback for eligible spending on the opposite sex. A 1 5 cashback will be awarded. Current usable limit, 3 million, any excess will be at the host's expense, with the limit resetting every 60 days. Note 1, any form of cash transfer will be deemed invalid. Note 2, cashback cannot be obtained through any form of manipulation, including but not limited to reselling purchased items or returns. However, purchased items may be gifted to others or discarded. Initially startled by the figure of 3 million, Lu Ming was impressed by the system's generosity, only to realize later that the limit resets every 60 days. Nonetheless, the limit had significantly increased from the previous 600,000 over 30 days to 3 million over 60 days, representing a 2.5-fold increase. Following the principle of focusing resources on major endeavors, the operational capacity of 3 million far surpassed that of two separate 1.5 million limits. Ding! System task, earn 1,000,000 from the stock market, task requirements, free play, just make a profit. Current earnings, 170,889 yuan. This was a continuous task, and with his increasing principal, the difficulty of completion was expected to diminish. He merely hoped the next task wouldn't require him to earn 10 million from the stock market. Recognizing that he now had a limit of 3 million at his disposal, Lu Ming concluded it was time to purchase a car. A wealthy individual without a decent vehicle appeared somewhat uncouth. He opened the automotive app on his phone and perused the options.
concluding that a standard Porsche 911 would be most suitable given his current circumstances.
While there were pricier options available,
he did not wish to exhaust his funds solely on a transitional vehicle.
Moreover, preserving sufficient funds to complete the 300,000 cashback task was of paramount importance.
Regrettably,
he surmised that Sui Cheng would likely reject the idea of receiving a car worth over $1 million, or else he would have transferred the vehicle to her name,
instantly fulfilling the cashback requirement.
Having made up his mind, Lu Ming decided to expedite the car purchase. He resolved to contact Xiao Yutong first, as she had mentioned having numerous friends in the car sales industry who could provide discounts.
Since he was spending the system's money, he was not overly concerned with whether he might overpay or miss out on discounts. However,
the opportunity to interact with Xiao Yutong and showcase his capabilities was too good to pass up. Grabbing his phone, Lu Ming dialed Xiao Yutong's number.
"Hello, Yutong. Call me sister."
"Alright, Miss Xiao, you mentioned having many friends in car dealerships, so I wanted to consult you before making a purchase, correct?"
"Yes, what's up? Didn't you just buy a car?
There's no rule that says I can't buy another one right after the first. I'm thinking about getting a Porsche 911.
Do you have any contacts at Porsche? Indeed, you're really considering buying another car? And a Porsche 911 at that? Who would joke about such matters? My goodness. What kind of family do you come from? I envy you so much. Are you free today? I have classes today, but I'm available tomorrow afternoon." "Alright. Then we'll settle for tomorrow afternoon." Ding.
Xiao Yutong's favorability towards you increased by 2, current favorability, 25, Chapter 22, The Art of Seduction the following day. Lu Ming rode his motorcycle to the vicinity of Xiao Yutong's school and promptly dialed her number.
"Yutong, I have arrived, you may come out now." "Alright, just a moment. I will be there shortly." Soon, Xiao Yutong emerged. "Why did you ask me not to drive?" she inquired. "Once I retrieve the bike, I have to ride it back. It cannot be left unattended, can it? It would be much more convenient to take a taxi."
"Taking a taxi would cost a fortune. And I'm merely a poor student."
"Indeed, a poor student riding a BMW motorcycle, soon to purchase a Porsche sports car.
It's all about knowing when to save and when to spend.
Now hop on, stop dawdling." Lu Ming handed Xiao Yutong the motorcycle helmet.
She hesitated for a moment but took it, putting it on before settling on the back seat. The beautiful teacher had previously mentioned she never rides with men, nor allows them to ride with her. Now, her willingness to sit behind him suggested he had made quite a favorable impression.
"Drive slowly."
"I have little faith in your riding skills," Xiao Yutong remarked.
"How about you take the wheel instead?
Just drive."
"Alright, hold on tight."
Lu Ming twisted the throttle,
and the motorcycle sped away.
They arrived at a Porsche dealership, and the purchasing process was remarkably swift.
Xiao Yutong greeted an acquaintance who offered generous discounts. The total cost,
including the base price, taxes, and insurance, amounted to 1.6 million. Lu Ming did not hesitate, paying in full as if he were merely acquiring a trivial item from a convenience store. The only slightly embarrassing part was his peculiar method of payment. To afford the car, he had saved 100,000, which meant he had to swipe his card 16 times to complete the transaction, leaving the cashier quite astonished.
Xiao Yutong stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. "You buy such an expensive car so carelessly?"
Lu Ming shrugged.
"What difference would it make if I waited another couple of hours to buy it?"
The outcome would remain unchanged.
Xiao Yutong raised an eyebrow, finding his reasoning somewhat compelling. However, spending
1.6 million on a car surely warranted more contemplation. What surprised her even more was that Lu Ming had paid the entire sum up front. She wondered who this wealthy young man could be. "I have to compare coupon offers even when ordering takeout, and yet you buy a car so decisively."
"I envy people like you from affluent backgrounds," Xiao Yutong stated. "Who told you I am from a wealthy family?" Lu Ming replied.
"I am merely an ordinary college student from a humble background." Xiao Yutong shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced.
"Which ordinary student would spend money in such a manner?"
Lu Ming also found it peculiar that purchasing such an expensive car only garnered 2 points of favorability from her, which was less than when he had her on the motorcycle.
Did she truly regard money as inconsequential?
Yutong, I appreciate you accompanying me to buy the car today.
I will treat you to a lavish dinner tonight.
Not today, Xiao Yutong shook her head. I have to prepare lessons for tomorrow's classes. Besides, I owe you a meal.
If anyone should treat, it should be me.
Fair enough, but if you're unavailable tonight, we can reschedule. Lu Ming paused and then asked. You mentioned wanting to save for a car.
How much have you saved so far? Do you think everyone saves money as quickly as you do?
It's not as simple as counting to 3, Xiao Yutong replied.
I only mentioned wanting to save for a car a few days ago.
My salary is monthly, not daily.
So what could I possibly save? Forget about saving, I just bought a car. You can borrow this motorcycle.
What?
That wouldn't be appropriate, your motorcycle is newly purchased. How could I borrow it? There's nothing wrong with it, the bike is going to waste anyway.
Xiao Yutong hesitated, gazing at the BMW motorcycle parked at the dealership. After a moment, she shook her head. No, it feels wrong to borrow such an expensive vehicle from someone I barely know. Lu Ming noticed her interest. The art of seduction works on everyone, but each person has their preferences, some are drawn to money, others to beauty, and it was evident that Xiao Yutong favored motorcycles.
How about this? Lu Ming proposed. You can borrow it for a month. If you wish to continue using it after that, you may. Or you can return it to me.
Xiao Yutong's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully agreed, all right.
Due to the late hour,
the paperwork and registration could not be completed, so Lu Ming decided to delay the pickup and have the dealership deliver the car to his school once everything was settled.
Looks like I'll need to trouble you for a ride back to school today, Yutong, Lu Ming said. Xiao Yutong finally understood the meaning of owing a favor.
Since Lu Ming had lent her the motorcycle, it would be unreasonable not to drive him back.
Fine, she reluctantly agreed, her cheeks slightly flushed. They both mounted the motorcycle.
And Lu Ming naturally placed his hand around Xiao Yutong's slender waist.
So soft.
Xiao Yutong chided, keep your hands to yourself.
Lu Ming replied seriously, Yutong. This is for our safety.
Xiao Yutong suspected he was taking advantage of the situation. But it was common to place one's hand on a shoulder or waist while riding a motorcycle. Additionally, she found this younger man quite likable. So she decided to let it slide.
As the motorcycle zipped along, Lu Ming reveled in the exhilarating breeze, his spirits soaring.
Alas, their delightful time was fleeting, and soon
Xiao Yutong dropped him off at the school gate. Aren't you getting off? Are you planning to come home with me? Xiao Yutong asked, somewhat annoyed.
If that's what you intend, I could reluctantly agree, Lu Ming replied, lingering a moment longer on the motorcycle.
Xiao Yutong shot him a look. Return my motorcycle in a month.
Lu Ming shrugged, you can ride it as long as you wish.
Xiao Yutong waved her hand dismissively, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye, Yutong. Lu Ming nodded.
Xiao Yutong raised an eyebrow and quickly revved the engine, speeding away.
At that moment, a girl passing by discreetly captured a photo of the two with her phone. This girl was Wang Jingshu's roommate. After snapping the picture,
she believed she had uncovered a significant secret and hurried back to the dorm.
I have something to share. That Lu Ming must be pretending to be a rich kid.
Oh? Why do you say that? I posted a photo in our dorm group, take a look.
That BMW motorcycle actually belongs to that woman. I saw her ride away with it. I knew it.
That guy has been fawning over Jingshu for so long. If he were genuinely wealthy, he would have revealed his status by now.
Which rich kid would stoop to pretending to be poor to pursue a goddess? What about those Cartier and Van Cleef Arpels gifts he gave Sui Cheng? I heard she even uses Hermes shower gel in the dorm. It must be fake.
I wonder if that silly girl has been seduced by that scoundrel. I heard Sui Cheng has never had a boyfriend before.
Wow, that scoundrel really hit the jackpot.
Wang Jingshu listened to her roommates analyze Lu Ming as a pretender, and it seemed quite plausible.
If he truly had money, why would he pretend to be poor?
Upon hearing the segment regarding whether Sui Cheng had been involved with Lu Ming, an inexplicable sense of gloom washed over me.
Chapter 23, Hidden Corners the following day. After acquiring the car, Ming felt a surge of excitement.
Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined becoming the proud owner of a prestigious Porsche at the tender age of 22, especially a Porsche 911. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he swiftly took out his phone and sent a message to Sui Cheng via WeChat.
Ming, are you in the dorm or in class?
Sui Cheng, just started class, what's up?
Ming,
I'll be waiting for you at the east gate of the school at 5 p.m. to show you something remarkable.
Sui Cheng, what is this remarkable thing? Tell me.
Ming, you'll find out when the time comes. For now, focus on your class.
His teasing successfully piqued Sui Cheng's curiosity.
And no matter how much she pressed for details, Ming remained enigmatic. You'll find out soon enough.
As evening approached, Sui Cheng hurriedly exited the dormitory.
A few hours prior, Ming had mentioned showing her something extraordinary, and her curiosity about this treasure was palpable.
Just a few steps out,
a boy blocked her path. It was Huang Zikai.
Cheng, I have something important to tell you.
Huang Zikai, I've made my feelings clear. My heart belongs to my boyfriend. This concerns your boyfriend, Ming.
Huang Zikai, having learned about Ming's past pursuit of Wang Jingzhu, embellished the tale as he spoke to Sui Cheng. After listening,
she smiled faintly. Huang Zikai, you really are tiresome. Do you think I care about such matters? I just wanted to inform you that Ming came after you because he couldn't win over Wang Jingzhu. You're merely a substitute for him.
I am the one who truly loves you.
Sui Cheng replied earnestly, I don't care whether I am his favorite, he is the one I adore. I hope you can cease this childish behavior. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Huang Zikai feeling utterly defeated. As he called out, Cheng, your birthday is coming up, I want to surprise you. Sui Cheng did not look back and quickened her pace. Those who foolishly believe their unrequited love is genuine often fail to realize they are merely a source of annoyance to others.
At the east gate of the school, Sui Cheng looked around eagerly.
Suddenly, a Porsche 911 approached her, and she furrowed her brows, thinking it was yet another insipid suitor. Such encounters had become commonplace for her. As the car window slid down, her disinterest transformed into surprise upon recognizing Ming behind the wheel. Without waiting for him to greet her, she eagerly opened the passenger door and hopped in, her excitement unrestrained. Brother Ming, you kept this a secret, buying such a fine car without telling me.
I only just picked it up today, and you are the first to know.
Delighted, Sui Cheng fastened her seatbelt.
This car is so cool.
I was genuinely surprised when you lowered the window. I never expected it to be you.
Is it all right?
Do you have a driver's license?
I do. But I haven't driven much after learning.
That's fine. Just take it slow, as long as you're careful, there is nothing to worry about.
Sui Cheng gazed at Ming, touched by his trust. You're just handing me the key to such an expensive car?
Regardless of its value.
It's merely a tool, nothing is more important than people.
Leaning over, she planted a kiss on his cheek and accepted the key.
Brother Ming.
Thank you for trusting me, I will keep the key safe.
Beep. Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 1.
Current affection level, 87, had Ming offered her the car outright, she would have declined, as their relationship was still in its early stages.
However,
receiving his spare key was entirely different, it bestowed upon her a sense of his unwavering trust.
Ming nodded, let us go out for dinner, and afterward, we can take a drive.
Though he viewed the car as a temporary possession, the thrill of driving it for the first time was undeniable.
Sounds great.
After enjoying a meal at a Michelin-starred restaurant, they drove around for about an hour before returning to campus. By 9 p.m., hand in hand, they strolled to the lakeside, moving further away until they reached a secluded spot rarely visited even by couples.
Brother Ming, why have you brought me to such a hidden place? Sui Cheng asked playfully. Don't you like it here? Ming countered.
Pouting, Sui Cheng nestled against him, and as their eyes met, Ming leaned in, capturing her lips. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, reciprocating his affection. While they had shared moments in the car, the ambience by the lakeside was entirely distinct. Ming could experience the intimacy of a car ride many times, but opportunities like this by the lake were fleeting.
In the tranquil corner,
only their heavy breaths filled the air.
Beep. Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 3, current affection level, 90, beep.
Sui Cheng's affection has surpassed 90. You have earned a random bonus skill, Awakening Power, LV1. Awakening Power, LV1 permanently increases strength and agility by 10 points, granting you greater power and swifter reflexes. Current status of the host, 100 is the standard for an adult male, strength, 112-10, agility, 111-10, stamina, 110-10, endurance, 112-10, come on.
Don't ruin the mood now.
Lu Ming complained while happily accepting the system reward.
Enhancements to his physical condition were highly coveted.
The previous boost had enhanced his stamina and endurance, while this skill improved his strength and agility, essential attributes for a wealthy man.
Without a strong physique, even the richest man would remain in a state of vulnerability. After all, could a bodyguard ever be as reliable as oneself? Moreover,
as a man determined to be a sea king, lacking the physical prowess to support such an identity would render the title meaningless.
After some time, the couple emerged from the secluded corner.
Sui Cheng's attire appeared somewhat disheveled, her complexion flushed as if intoxicated. She adjusted her clothes until she deemed them presentable, then linked her arm with Lu Ming's as they departed together.
Upon returning to the dormitory, her roommates immediately inquired, "Cheng, where have you been? Your clothes are so dirty." Another roommate teased, "Come on, admit it, did you sneak into the woods with your senior?" Sui Cheng's cheeks flushed crimson as she protested, "No. We just went out for dinner. How can a simple meal leave you looking like this?"
One roommate scrutinized her closer.
"Look, your dress is muddy. Aren't you usually meticulous about cleanliness?"
"Stop guessing, nothing happened," Sui Cheng insisted, her face turning even redder.
"Then why are you blushing so much? You aren't actually involved with him, are you? On such a momentous occasion, one ought to remain outside, cherishing the evening with senior comrades rather than retreating to the dormitory."
Her roommates engaged in wild speculation, their imaginations spiraling further from the truth, leaving Sui Cheng feeling overwhelmed.
In reality,
her recent encounter with Lu Ming in a secluded corner by the lakeside had indeed been somewhat audacious, enough to render her cheeks flushed with embarrassment even now.
Yet,
the nature of her interaction with Lu Ming diverged greatly from her roommate's fanciful narratives. She remained, without a doubt, a quintessential young woman.
However, attempting to vindicate herself would yield little benefit, and she resolved to divert their attention. "Allow me to show you something."
Sui Cheng produced the key to a Porsche 911 from her bag, waving it before her roommates.
"Oh my goodness! A Porsche key! Where on earth did you get that?" With a proud smile, Sui Cheng replied, "Ming just purchased the car and entrusted me with the spare key, encouraging me to practice driving whenever I have the chance." "Doesn't that mean you possess half the rights to it? I've never even been in a Porsche, and yet my roommate is driving one. I'm utterly envious."
The group erupted into animated discussion, their interest in whether Sui Cheng had ventured into the woods that evening dissipating entirely.
Chapter 24, Is Staying at a Hotel Not Delightful? Friday, 3:00 p.m.
Lu Ming glanced at the text message he had just received.
"Dear customer, hello.
Your Dragon Country bank account ending in 8899 has received a transfer of 115,000
yuan. The current balance of this account is 128,511.21 yuan. This week,
the stock market had witnessed a remarkable surge, and with the leverage of a tenfold return, Lu Ming had amassed considerable wealth. His stock account now totaled 550,000 yuan. A stark contrast to the 220,000 yuan he had at the close of trading last Friday.
Earning over
300,000 yuan in a week is trivial for someone of his stature.
However, when considering the percentage increase rather than the absolute amount, the figures become quite extraordinary.
A 150 increase over 5 trading days is nothing short of astonishing. If this trend continues for several weeks, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Having completed his most significant task for the day, Lu Ming shut down his computer and prepared to leave.
He no longer wished to reside in the university.
He had experienced all that campus life had to offer and now yearned for a more refined existence.
With over 1 million yuan at his disposal,
while this amount might be insufficient to purchase property in Haicheng, he pondered, why must one buy a house?
Isn't residing in a 5-star hotel more appealing?
Over the past few days, he had explored numerous 5-star hotels online and had already set his sights on a particular one. Lu Ming drove to a five-star hotel situated by the riverside and swiftly negotiated a deal to rent a spacious 70-square-meter executive suite for a monthly fee of 100,000 yuan. Within the realm of five-star establishments, a hierarchy of luxury exists, with prices varying significantly. For instance, long-term rentals of executive rooms can often be found for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan or even less. However, Lu Ming dismissed these options. He was fond of this hotel and understood the value that comes with a higher price. The suite he rented was on the 51st floor, featuring a grand floor-to-ceiling window that offered breathtaking views of the river and the stunning architectural ensemble across the river in the Western District. Standing there, one could truly feel the exhilaration of conquering mountains and valleys. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am your dedicated personal butler, Gu Xiaowei. You may call me Xiaowei. Please feel free to instruct me with any needs you may have." A young woman in a hotel uniform approached Lu Ming and introduced herself. Gu Xiaowei possessed an amiable appearance, exuding a comforting and approachable aura, though her beauty was not striking. One-on-one butler service is a privilege offered to guests of executive rooms in five-star hotels, and for such a considerable monthly fee. It was essential that guests felt they were receiving value for their money. Lu Ming nodded slightly and addressed the butler. "So, Xiaowei, I will be relying on your assistance." Gu Xiaowei replied promptly, "Mr. Lu, you are too kind. It is our duty to ensure your comfort and well-being." She then proceeded to provide a detailed overview of the executive floor and the amenities within the suite, inquiring if there were any particular aspects of daily life that required special attention. Upon learning that laundry services were included, Lu Ming felt assured he had made the right decision. After addressing all inquiries, Gu Xiaowei excused herself, balancing the need to provide attentive service without intruding on the guest's privacy. Lu Ming retrieved the cat poop coffee that Zhou Wenxin had gifted him and prepared a cup of black coffee using the in-room coffee machine. He settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring his coffee while indulging in the feeling of being a winner in life, all the while contemplating his future plans. As his university life neared its conclusion, fourth-year students, including the campus beauty Wang Jingshu and the infatuated Gao Yuan, were preoccupied with their graduation theses. However, Lu Ming was disinterested in preparing for his thesis and had no intention of doing so. The institution would be at a loss without his graduation, not him. Since acquiring the God-level rich system, he knew he would no longer require a diploma. His primary focus would naturally shift to stock trading, though in the future, establishing a company would prove advantageous as his wealth continued to grow. The money from the God-level rich system often arrived inexplicably. Having a company would at least lend a semblance of legitimacy to his financial status. After all, the social standing of stock traders is scarcely above that of beggars. Who would dare to declare themselves a professional stock trader in this day and age? Dingxing Capital. Dongwan, having completed her day's work, let out a sigh of relief. She opened her bag to retrieve something and inadvertently spotted the LV wallet Lu Ming had given her. It had been some time since she last saw him. She owed him a meal and a gift. After pondering for a moment, she took out her phone and found Lu Ming's WeChat. "Dongwan, are you free tonight? Let us go out for dinner together. Soon." She received a reply from Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, no problem, what time and where?" "Dongwan, I'll book a place and send you the details shortly." Lu Ming, "Great. But don't pick an overly expensive place, otherwise, don't blame me for fighting to cover the bill." The last time he treated Dongwan to a French meal that cost around 2,000 per person, he had also gifted her an LV wallet. So he felt it necessary to remind her not to overspend. Dongwan. As the lights began to twinkle, the silhouette of Haicheng's waterfront unfolded under the vibrant neon lights, gradually revealing a breathtaking tapestry that delicately illustrated the city's boundless splendor and romantic essence. Lu Ming entered a Western restaurant near the waterfront, where the soft lighting enveloped every corner like delicate silk, creating an atmosphere that was both warm and sophisticated. He surveyed the surroundings, ultimately settling on a seat by a large floor-to-ceiling window. Dongwon sat quietly there, her form gracefully illuminated by the gentle light, a serene smile adorning her face. "Wan Jie," Lu Ming greeted as he took a seat opposite her. "Have you been here long?" "Not at all." Dongwon shook her head. "I just arrived." At that moment, the waiter presented the menu.
Feel free to order whatever you like, Dongwon said. Since you're treating me, I can't just choose anything, Lu Ming replied.
Please, order freely, Dongwon insisted. My salary is decent, a meal won't bankrupt me. Seeing Dongwon's insistence, Lu Ming chose a few items with propriety. This was also a high-end restaurant, with an average cost of around 1,000 yuan per person, which was indeed manageable for Dongwon given her income. Dongwon pulled out a packaging box for an Apple Watch from her bag and handed it to Lu Ming.
This is for you. For me?
Yes, you gave me a wallet last time, it's only right that I reciprocate.
Don't hesitate, just accept it. Well. Thank you, Wan Jie.
Lu Ming accepted the Apple Watch, and the two began to enjoy their meal while engaging in conversation.
Chapter 25, Are there experts in the stock market?
Lu Ming gazed intently at Dongwon, making her feel slightly embarrassed.
What's the matter? Do I have something on my face?
Wan Jie, you look a bit haggard.
What's going on? Didn't we agree you would take good care of yourself? I've been busy. Look, I haven't even had the chance to treat you to a meal.
Dongwon sighed softly. She had recently taken over a project, working overtime every day, and was utterly exhausted. But thankfully, the project is nearing completion, and I should be able to catch my breath soon.
Ah. It seems I can't do without you by my side. Ha, smooth talker.
Dongwon shifted the topic, asking, You're about to graduate soon.
Do you have any plans? Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa. I was just thinking about discussing this with you. Dongwon's eyes widened in curiosity. Oh.
What are your thoughts?
Share them with me. Lu Ming slowly replied, Do you happen to know anyone particularly skilled at stock trading?
Please introduce me.
I've recently developed quite an interest in stocks. Dongwon looked at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. You're not considering making stock trading your main focus. Are you?
If you truly think so, as someone in the financial sector, I advise you to abandon that idea immediately. The challenges in our country's stock market are not to be underestimated. I understand, Lu Ming replied dismissively, I merely wish to learn more.
Seeing his attitude,
Dongwon continued, The truth is, it's hard to say who is exceptionally skilled in stock trading. The market is filled with novices and seasoned players,
but true experts are exceedingly rare. Lu Ming asked, I see some financial influencers online speaking so convincingly, aren't they experts? Dongwon scoffed lightly. They're merely leveraging traffic to exploit naive investors.
The vast majority are charlatans, and even those who aren't hardly qualify as experts. Think about it, real experts quietly amass their fortunes, too busy counting money to engage in public discussions. Lu Ming nodded, What you say does seem to hold water. Dongwon elaborated, Moreover, true experts rely on a few unique strategies. Once these strategies are revealed, they lose their efficacy, cutting off their sources of income. Thus, it's inevitable that stock market experts cannot afford to expose themselves. Lu Ming found her reasoning sound. Having a unique skill meant that only you could utilize it.
If one person practices the sunflower manual, they are invincible. If many practice it, they merely create a crowd of eunuchs. He pondered for a moment before asking.
But I've seen a grandpa in the park who is quite popular and seems to make accurate predictions.
Dongwon continued to explain.
That is an example of survivor bias. Many individuals like that grandpa exist in the stock market, and a few may get lucky and predict correctly multiple times.
Once they attract enough attention, their predictions may seem self-fulfilling, but fundamentally, it's still just guesswork, and this self-fulfilling aspect will soon lose its validity.
Lu Ming praised her. Wan Jie, your insights have truly enlightened me.
I see you as an expert. Had I known,
I wouldn't have left Dingsheng Capital and should have continued my internship with you.
Dongwon smiled sweetly.
I'm merely a theorist, I possess extensive knowledge. Yet if you truly put me in the market, my trading performance might not surpass that of a novice.
Modesty is not necessary, Lu Ming replied. I genuinely need to learn from you. My trading experience is just over a year, and I'm currently at a loss.
Even if you were brave enough to learn from me, I wouldn't have the courage to teach you.
Dongwon paused for a moment, however.
I do have a senior sister whose understanding of the stock market far surpasses mine.
If you genuinely wish to learn, I can introduce you. Is it convenient now? Lu Ming inquired.
Dongwon nodded slightly, then took out her phone and dialed her senior sister, conversing briefly. She is on a business trip, but when she returns,
I'll arrange for you two to meet. Great, thank you, Wan Jia. After dinner, the two stepped outside. Wan Jia, would you like to stop by a bar? Lu Ming asked.
No, thank you, Dongwon shook her head.
I've been so busy lately. All I want now is to take a shower and collapse into bed for a solid 10 hours. Did you drive here?
No, I took a taxi.
Parking here is a hassle. Then let me give you a ride. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? It's just a matter of pressing the accelerator. What's troublesome about that? Then I'll trouble you.
But I must correct you, the accelerator is in your hands, Dongwon teased.
They arrived at the parking lot.
And Lu Ming pressed the car key, causing the headlights of a Porsche 911 to illuminate.
You bought a new car?
Dongwon exclaimed, surprised.
As she had assumed Lu Ming still rode that BMW motorcycle.
Yes, the weather is getting warmer, and riding a motorcycle is quite uncomfortable, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly.
Ding! Dongwon's affection level 3, current affection level 47, they took their seats in the car. With Lu Ming gently pressing the accelerator as the Porsche smoothly exited the parking lot, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile,
Du Xingyu and Chen Yi lay on a hotel bed, but the atmosphere in the room was not sweet but rather oppressive.
Chen Yi had just received a phone call. And Du Xingyu appeared dejected, his expression betraying his unhappiness. Hubby, what's wrong?
You haven't said a word since earlier, Chen Yi asked.
It's nothing. Du Xingyu replied, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. If you think it's nothing, that is fine, but if you don't ask now, I want to answer later.
I think your boss is overly concerned about you, Du Xingyu couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Yi smirked slightly, you were just denying it.
And now I can see you're jealous.
I don't know what you're thinking, my boss is in his 50s. It's one thing to be jealous of a young, handsome guy, but why be jealous of a 50-something? Du Xingyu remained unconvinced. But he has a big boss who cares so much about an intern, it just feels off.
Chen Yi corrected him, let me clarify. I've signed a contract and will be a full-time employee, no longer just an intern.
Du Xingyu countered, that's not the point of our discussion.
Chen Yi replied.
Then let me tell you the main point, my boss's wife is stunning, much more beautiful than I am, so there's no need for you to worry.
Du Xingyu curiously asked, a woman in her 50s can be stunning? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, when did I say my boss's wife is in her 50s?
She is only in her 30s. Du Xingyu grew anxious again, your boss is in his 50s and married someone in her 30s, it shows he still prefers young,
beautiful women. Which man doesn't like young and beautiful? Chen Yi retorted.
After a pause, she added, rest assured, I only have you in my heart.
There is no one else, especially not someone much older. Du Xingyu nodded.
He had always trusted Chen Yi, but for some reason this time, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Perhaps this was part of the confusion and disorientation faced by a university graduate stepping into the real world. Chapter 26, The Limit. Lu Ming drove Sui Cheng to the Ritz Hotel where he was staying.
As soon as the car came to a halt,
a hotel attendant promptly approached to assist him in retrieving his suitcase from both the front and rear trunks of his Porsche, escorting the luggage to their room. Lu Ming handed the car keys to another staff member, while he took Sui Cheng's hand, leading her towards the elevator.
Brother Ming, remember.
I'm just here to help you organize your clothes, Sui Cheng reiterated, having stated this at least 3 times during their journey. Lu Ming chuckled softly, reassuring her.
I understand.
You seem quite nervous, your hands are trembling.
Is it really that serious? Feeling bashful, Sui Cheng leaned slightly against Lu Ming. Upon entering the room, her attention was immediately captured by the opulence of the 5-star executive suite.
She surveyed her surroundings before standing by the floor-to-ceiling window,
pointing at the vibrant night scene in the West District, exclaiming, wow! Brother Ming, the view from your room is simply magnificent. Lu Ming replied, it's still daytime. The view at night is even better.
After saying this, he approached Sui Cheng, placing his hand gently on her slender waist.
She turned to him,
wrapping her arms around his neck, and they shared a kiss that felt instinctively natural. In that moment, they were truly in their own world,
free to express their emotions without restraint.
As they kissed, they gradually sank onto the bed, embracing each other tightly. Just as Lu Ming contemplated taking things further, Sui Cheng seemingly snapped back to reality, pressing her hand against his.
Brother Ming, do you remember how long we've been together?
Lu Ming pondered for a moment, recalling. I remember meeting you at the mall, where I bought you a coffee mug, and you treated me to hot pot.
That doesn't count. Sui Cheng interjected. At that time, we weren't even together. Today marks exactly the 20th day since we officially became a couple.
Lu Ming was aware their relationship was still in its infancy, but he hadn't realized it had only been 20 days. Brother Ming. Sui Cheng slowly lifted herself from the bed, adjusting her clothing as she hesitated. I'm not quite ready yet, and I'm not comfortable today.
Can you wait a few more days?
Her voice dwindled, and the implication was clear. Although her feelings for Lu Ming had exceeded expectations, sometimes emotions require time to process. Having never dated before, Sui Cheng felt that this pace was indeed rapid for her. Moreover, she was evidently conservative in this regard. However, were it not for her cautious nature, given her stunning beauty, she might have already been deceived by someone else, leaving no room for the man beside her now. Lu Ming, however, was not in a rush. His feelings for Sui Cheng were genuine, and when true emotions are involved,
the primal instincts of humanity tend to lose their urgency.
Furthermore, since Sui Cheng had already mentioned her discomfort today, there was little else to consider. He rose from the bed, gesturing to the 2 suitcases in the room with a playful tone. If we're not here for serious business,
then let us get to work.
Sui Cheng cheekily made a face in response. At your service, young Master Ming.
On Monday, Dong Wan was greeted by the receptionist as soon as she arrived at the office.
The receptionist handed her an exquisitely packaged delivery, devoid of any extraneous labels, merely inscribed with her name, exuding an air of mystery. Upon signing for it and opening the box, she discovered a complete set of Helena Rubinstein's black and white bandage gift box, accompanied by a note that read, Sister Wan, take good care of yourself and don't overexert.
A knowing smile spread across Dong Wan's face.
This unexpected gesture of kindness felt like a gentle spring breeze, touching her heart and leaving her deeply moved. She promptly picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and skillfully located Lu Ming's WeChat profile.
Tapping to send a message, Dong Wan received the gift. Thank you.
Please take care of yourself as well.
Unbeknownst to her,
her concern for this younger man had subtly deepened.
Deep. Dong Wan's affection level for you has increased by 4.
Current affection level, 51, Lu Ming read Dong Wan's message, setting his phone down to continue monitoring the market.
Following the market's opening, it surged forward.
And within an hour, the index had risen nearly 2, with Lu Ming's portfolio reflecting an overall gain of 3. 6. At that moment, he confronted a new dilemma.
One he had previously overlooked.
Currently, he held stocks valued at 550,000, with an overall increase of 3.
6, based on a 10-fold return.
Excluding the profits from his stock account, the feedback amount would be 198,000. However, the maximum daily feedback limit for level 1 10-fold returns capped at 200,000. Meaning no matter how much the market rose afterwards, he could only receive a maximum of 200,000 in feedback.
Although the gains from his stock account were unrestricted.
Having grown accustomed to an 11-fold return, he found this modest gain somewhat unremarkable. Previously, when his funds were limited, he hadn't recognized this issue. But now he understood that this ceiling was indeed perplexing. Just when he had finally encountered a favorable market, he was constrained by the limit. However, there was nothing he could do but hope that the next task reward would enable the system to elevate the return level, thereby obtaining a higher limit.
Without hesitation,
he liquidated all his stocks. If the market continued to rise, he would only gain from the inherent increase in stock value, but should it retract,
he would suffer losses due to the diminished 10-fold feedback.
Essentially, a 1 rise would yield a 1 profit, while a 1 drop would result in an 11 loss.
To hold on would be foolish.
After selling all his stocks, Lu Ming continued to observe the market. He envisioned a future where he would rely on stocks for sustenance. Thus it was essential to cultivate his market intuition.
In a game that could occasionally yield profits of 1 or 200,000, who could resist its allure? As he watched, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just before the midday close, the market inexplicably plummeted.
In that moment, Lu Ming, having liquidated his positions, reveled in the chaotic atmosphere of the market. It was widely acknowledged among investors that being on the sidelines during a downturn was far more palatable than incurring losses. A stockholder who remains uninvested yet finds joy in the market's rise, while others profit, is surely in a precarious state. Therefore, witnessing a decline while holding no positions was a source of immense satisfaction. In a zero-sum game market that oscillates around 3,000 points, who speaks of mutual benefit? It is merely a matter of survival. Chapter 27, The Pretentious Without Wealth. As the market closed at noon, it returned to the opening price of the day, presenting a rather dismal outlook. Any mildly experienced investor could discern the impending troubles. At that moment, Ming felt fortunate for the existence of the upper limit ceiling, which compelled him to realize his profits early. Had he indulged in further greed, he might now find himself helplessly riding the elevator down, watching his gains evaporate. Thus, every situation possesses dual facets. There are no wholly good fortunes nor entirely bad misfortunes. Ming cheerfully ventured to the executive lounge for a sumptuous lunch. The hotel graciously provided complimentary meals 5 times a day for guests in executive rooms, encompassing everything from breakfast to late-night snacks, all of 5-star quality, naturally ensuring the dishes and flavors were beyond reproach. Typical business elites are often too occupied to linger in the hotel for all 5 meals. Yet Ming was no ordinary business elite. He spent the majority of his time there, making it nearly inevitable that he would partake in all 5 meals. As the afternoon trading commenced, the stock market indeed plummeted dramatically. Ming glanced at the stock group he had joined, where the atmosphere was rife with exclamations of despair and outrage. "Damn it, why is it still falling? I've lost months of salary. This market is unplayable." It surged for days and then inexplicably collapsed. "I jumped in this morning when it was rising so well, only to find it plummeting faster than my husband's patience. Could I borrow a moment to speak with you? Are you still in the market? You have the time to chat while I'm crumbling under this drop. Did that idiot who recommended stocks this morning leave the group? I wish the worst for him. Is anyone up for a group outing to confront that old man who was always so bullish?" In the final moments before the closing bell, Ming invested heavily in several stocks once more. No matter how bleak the market appeared, he felt compelled to enter the next trading day fully invested. In a restaurant at the university town, Gao Yuan was dining with Wang Jingshu and one of her roommates. Wang Jingshu remarked, "Gao Yuan, I'm sorry for the expense today. I had promised to treat you last time, and it turns out you ended up paying again." Yao Yuan replied grandly, "What's the cost of a meal? It's no burden at all." Wang Jingshu's roommate praised, "Gao Yuan, you're quite generous, a true affluent individual. Unlike some who are broke yet love to pretend." Gao Yuan nodded, "There are plenty of pretenders without wealth. Not to mention, our school is filled with them." The roommate agreed, "Exactly. Ming, the one who used to pursue Jingshu, has been flaunting his wealth recently. I'll tell you, it's all affectionate. That motorcycle of his is borrowed. I saw someone else ride it away." Wang Jingshu feigned innocence, "You can't say that, perhaps he lent it to someone." The roommate scoffed, "How could he? Someone like Ming wouldn't lend out a brand new motorcycle. If he were truly wealthy, he wouldn't have been pretending to be poor for 4 years. Gao Yuan, do you agree with me?" Gao Yuan silently raised his beer and took a swig. He wasn't sure if Ming's motorcycle was borrowed, but he had seen Ming spending money at Hermes, buying cups and umbrellas. While one could argue he was showing off, it was more about pretense than actual wealth. Of course, Gao Yuan would never relay this to the 2 young women before him. He eagerly wished for Wang Jingshu to misunderstand and look down upon Ming. "I encountered him at the Hermes boutique last time. You won't believe what happened," Gao Yuan teased. "Do tell." Wang Jingshu and her roommate were now fully intrigued. Gao Yuan retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it, inhaled deeply, and then slowly recounted. He spent half an hour selecting a perfume but ultimately left empty-handed. He directly correlated his own experience with Ming's actions. This all made sense. Wang Jingshu's roommate suddenly realized. No wonder people say Sui Cheng is now using Hermes shower gel. It seems Ming must have visited the boutique, then went to bargain for supplies. Tricking that naive girl. "I detest those who are broke yet love to pretend. The very thought disgusts me," Gao Yuan expressed with increasing frustration. Ever since his visit to Hermes, Xinyu had been distant, perhaps feeling embarrassed by him. Gao Yuan felt more humiliated than ever and thus harbored a grudge against Lu Ming. "Forget him, it's not our concern," Wang Jingshu interjected. Although she also harbored disdain for Lu Ming, she did not wish to speak too harshly. After all, he had once been one of her admirers. One must consider the owner when reprimanding a dog. Gao Yuan felt somewhat unsatisfied, yet he had to relent to Wang Jingshu's words. "Achoo!" Lu Ming sneezed. "Ha? Is the air conditioning too low?" He wondered, though it didn't feel cold at all. He adjusted his posture and resumed playing games on his computer. Today, his spirits were particularly high. The market had crashed, yet he had profited handsomely. There was no sensation more delightful than this. Ding! Lu Ming picked up his phone and glanced at a newly received message on WeChat. "Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming, how have you been lately?" It had been around 20 days since he last met Lin Qianqian, and he assumed they would have no further contact. He was surprised to receive her message today. "Lu Ming, I'm doing well every day. How about you? What's new?" "Lin Qianqian, I'm good too." "You were right the last time. I shouldn't have asked you that question while still grappling with my previous relationship." Previously, Lin Qianqian had inquired if Lu Ming liked her. To which he advised her to think it through first. "Lin Qianqian, thank you for your guidance, Lu Ming. I've come to terms with it since returning home. I've actually wanted to reach out to you for a while, just feeling a bit shy." "Lu Ming, that is fine, it's good to clear things up. We're friends, so there's no need to feel awkward about reaching out." Lin Qianqian sent a video. "Lin Qianqian, here is a recent dance practice video I shot. Lu Ming, what do you think of my dancing?" Knowing Lin Qianqian was a dance major, Lu Ming was eager to see her performance and promptly clicked on the video. As music played in the background, Lin Qianqian gracefully began to dance. Each of her movements was precise and full of energy, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the music. Her steps flowed seamlessly, embodying both strength and elegance, a delicate balance of grace and finesse. "Lu Ming, you dance wonderfully. Far better than those internet celebrities. Do you post short videos on Douyin or do live streams?" "Lin Qianqian, thank you for the compliment. I don't post short videos on Douyin, nor do I live stream. I have a bit of social anxiety." "Lu Ming, since you're so affluent, do you often find yourself as the top donor in Douyin live streams?" Chapter 28, A Welcoming Gift. Lu Ming, I have never spent a single penny in the Douyin live streaming room, hence I cannot appreciate the joy of watching live broadcasts. "Lin Qianqian, I feel the same way. Even if I could, I would not send gifts, for my current circumstances do not permit it." "Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming, thank you for your hospitality during my last visit to Haicheng. If you come to Hangcheng next time, I would be delighted to host you. While my standards may not match yours, my sincerity will certainly be genuine." "Lu Ming, alright, it's settled then. Haicheng and Hangcheng are quite close. Perhaps one day I will find the time to visit you." "Lin Qianqian, you are most welcome." The two continued their conversation for a while longer before concluding their dialogue. A few days later, Lin Qianqian received a package containing the latest high-end Apple smartphone. Initially, she thought it had been sent to her by mistake. However, after numerous inquiries with the delivery personnel, she confirmed that the recipient was indeed herself. Her social circle was rather simple. Her ex-boyfriend was completely estranged and unlikely to send her anything, and others were even less likely. After much contemplation, she surmised that the only person capable of surprising her with such a gift was Lu Ming, and so she tentatively sent him a message on WeChat. "Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming, I just received a package, but I haven't purchased anything recently." "Lu Ming, the Apple phone, it's a gift from me." "Lin Qianqian, what? This is far too extravagant. Lu Ming, the last time you visited, I merely treated you to a meal and a night out. A few days ago, I thought I would send you a small gift, a token to commemorate our meeting." A smartphone worth over 10,000 yuan hardly qualifies as a small gift. Lin Qianqian recalled Lu Ming's lavish spending in the nightclub. For him, such an expensive phone seemed rather trivial. Although her family had been relatively well off in the past, it was modest compared to Lu Ming's extravagant lifestyle. Ding! Lin Xianshan's affection for you has increased by 15, current affection level, 38.
Lin Xianshan, Lu Ming. You are truly overwhelming me with your generosity. Lu Ming, when I visit Hangqing next time, just take me around. Lin Xianshan, of course. By the way, how did you know my school's address?
Lu Ming, your cousin is roommates with Chun Yi, so it was easy to find out.
Lin Xianshan, right. I almost forgot.
Lu Ming, I have some matters to attend to now, let us talk later.
Lin Xianshan, sure, Lu Ming, take care and we'll chat when you have time.
Lu Ming set aside his phone and returned to his silent contemplation of the stock market. In recent days, the stock market had begun to falter. With the number of declining stocks surpassing those on the rise each day, and trading volumes dwindling. Even the stock trading groups had grown quiet.
On Monday,
Lu Ming had reached his maximum profit, brimming with confidence, believing he could accomplish the task of earning 1 million from the stock market within the week.
Now,
he had adjusted his plan to complete it within 10 trading days, with the strategy subject to change according to market fluctuations.
Despite his recent disappointments in the casino,
he sensed that something auspicious was about to unfold in his romantic endeavors. Before heading out, Lu Ming sent a message to his personal assistant, Gu shall we?
Lu Ming, shall we? I'm heading out now and should be back around 8 or 9 p.m.
Please arrange for 999 roses to be placed in my room, thank you.
Gu shall we, understood.
In the evening, Lu Ming drove his Porsche 911 to the school. He had a date with Sui Cheng that night, so he parked at the school entrance,
awaiting her arrival.
Not long after acquiring the Porsche, he had moved to a hotel, so few people at school knew he drove it. And those who did were uninterested in spreading the word. As it was Friday dismissal time, the school entrance was bustling with students, many of whom cast curious glances at the Porsche and its occupant.
Knock, knock. Someone gently tapped on the window of the Porsche.
Lu Ming turned to see a girl with an appearance rated at 85 points. He did not know her personally, but recognized her.
Her name was Han Lu, a well-known figure in their university, albeit for less than flattering reasons. Previously,
Wang Jingshu and her roommates had mentioned that the girl from the School of Humanities who had been conned out of her first time by a football player using a counterfeit Cartier necklace was indeed her.
Lu Ming lowered the window, intrigued by Han Lu.
Due to the low seating of the Porsche 911, she leaned down without hesitation,
wearing a loose, wide-neck t-shirt.
The neckline gaped open as she bent, revealing a striking view before Lu Ming's eyes. Although he had no proof, Lu Ming suspected this display was intentional. She could have easily covered herself but chose not to.
Senior Lu, may I add you on WeChat? Han Lu asked sweetly.
Lu Ming smiled slightly and pointed behind her, my girlfriend is coming. Han Lu turned to see Sui Cheng approaching in the distance, her face falling in disappointment.
Alright then.
I won't disturb you, but feel free to add me whenever you like. Before departing, Han Lu made sure to share her WeChat ID with Lu Ming, though he did not take note of it.
That girl just now was Han Lu from the School of Humanities, right? Sui Cheng inquired as she settled into the passenger seat.
Yes, she asked for my WeChat, but I hadn't the chance to add her before you arrived.
Lu Ming replied. Should I call her back?
I was just teasing you, why are you pouting?
I know you're joking, but it still makes me uneasy.
It is natural for women to feel jealous in such situations. However, Lu Ming, equipped with his system, felt no need to fret. The system had assured him that increasing his affection level would resolve any romantic dilemmas, as long as it remained sufficiently high. Thus, his task was simply to continue cultivating that affection. Lu Ming reached out and pinched Sui Cheng's puffed cheek, causing her to deflate. You look absolutely stunning today.
Like a princess. Lu Ming sincerely complimented.
I spent quite a while getting ready just to hear you say that, Sui Cheng beamed, putting aside her earlier displeasure. Let us go grab dinner, I made a reservation a week ago.
Sounds good.
Lu Ming pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche roared to life,
swiftly disappearing from the crowd's view.
Chapter 29, Lights Out. Lu Ming escorted Sui Cheng to a premier French restaurant, one of only 2 Michelin 3-star establishments in Haicheng, where the average cost per person exceeds 6,000 yuan, truly a pinnacle in the culinary world. The moment they stepped into the restaurant, they were immediately captivated by its dreamlike,
almost surreal atmosphere.
The entire space seemed to explore a futuristic realm, with walls and ceilings artfully crafted from mirrored materials, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow,
blurring the lines between reality and fantasy.
Each step felt like a stroll along the delicate edge of dreams and reality.
The soft, rhythmic LED lighting swayed gently with the melodious notes, draping the space in a veil that was both enigmatic and inviting, conjuring an indescribable dining ambience.
The polite and professional waitstaff guided Lu Ming and Sui Cheng to a semi-private booth, a meticulously curated sanctuary adorned in deep tones, enhanced by warm lighting that ensured privacy without sacrificing comfort and elegance. At the center of the booth stood a spacious long table, capable of accommodating 10 guests,
exemplifying the restaurant's utmost respect for each diner's experience. This restaurant had a unique rule: it only welcomed 10 patrons each evening, meaning every guest, whether willing or not,
would share the long table with strangers, offering a distinctive social experience. The dining table was equipped with a set of high-tech utensils and interactive screens,
heralding a feast that would tantalize both the eyes and the palate. Sui Cheng glanced around, whispering to Lu Ming, "Brother Ming, I feel like I'm in the movie Avatar."
Lu Ming smiled in agreement, replying, "In a restaurant of this caliber, exquisite food is merely the baseline, they profit from the ambience."
As dinner commenced,
each dish displayed on the table was crafted from meticulously selected top-tier ingredients.
From presentation to flavor, every aspect revealed the chef's relentless pursuit of culinary artistry. Yet,
what lingered most in memory was the profound sense of ceremony the restaurant evoked. From appetizers to desserts, every moment was imbued with surprise and respect,
providing a dining experience that was both delightful and unique. With financial abundance at his disposal, Lu Ming felt that the over 10,000
yuan spent on dinner was quite worthwhile, considering he could return with others to share in this experience. Although the other diners were strangers,
anyone able to afford such a meal must be among the elite of society.
Each individual maintained politeness and warm smiles, collectively fostering a harmonious dining environment.
Throughout the meal,
Sui Cheng frequently captured the moment on her phone, a pastime shared by many at the table, except for Lu Ming. He was confident that he would soon be a member of the Forbes list, and sharing such photos among friends felt somewhat beneath him.
After dinner,
Lu Ming took Sui Cheng to his hotel. Both were tacitly aware of the evening's anticipated events.
Upon entering the room,
Sui Cheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the meticulously arranged scene, featuring 999 vibrant red roses artfully placed throughout the space.
In an instant,
her eyes glistened with tears of joy, overwhelmed by an unprecedented warmth and happiness. They slowly approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, where the view outside unfolded like a carefully painted canvas. Sui Cheng gently leaned against the window, her eyes traversing the twinkling cityscape, captivated by the enchanting night that enveloped the West District across the water. She couldn't help but express her awe, her voice tinged with surprise and tenderness. "Brother Ming,
I grew up in this city, yet I've never realized how captivating its night can be. It's like a paradise on earth."
Lu Ming stood beside her,
smiling as he added, "Indeed, it is a paradise for the affluent."
Sui Cheng nodded lightly, her face radiating happiness, before turning to face Lu Ming, her loving gaze piercing as if she had 1,000 words to convey. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, her voice laced with shyness and anticipation. "Brother Ming,
there is something I haven't told you." "What is it?"
"Today is my birthday."
"What?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "On such an important day. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The last time I asked, you were so mysterious, saying you'd reveal it later."
Sui Cheng chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with affection. "I was afraid you'd make it too extravagant, and I feel pressured, so I waited until now to tell you.
Every day with you feels like a birthday." Lu Ming gently shook his head. "It's not the same. This is your first birthday since we've been together. That's why I'm telling you now." Sui Cheng replied with a sweet smile. "Today has already been incredibly joyful. You took me to the best restaurant and gifted me 999 roses. Even if I had told you earlier, it would have only turned out this way." Lu Ming promptly arranged for the pastry chef at the executive lounge to prepare a birthday cake. Before long, an exquisite cake was delivered to the room. Lu Ming inserted birthday candles and lit them, allowing Sui Cheng to make her wish. As for the birthday gift, that would have to wait until tomorrow.
Sui Cheng's eyes welled with tears once more, and after making her wish and extinguishing the candles, she nestled lovingly in Lu Ming's embrace. They held each other tightly, sharing a passionate kiss. After a while, Sui Cheng whispered into Lu Ming's ear, "Brother Ming, turn off the lights." With a click, the room was plunged into darkness, yet the two within felt the boundless warmth of spring. Deep. Sui Cheng's affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 95. At the school, a large heart-shaped candle was lit beneath Sui Cheng's dormitory. Huang Zikai stood in front of the candle, strumming his guitar while serenading love songs. A group of classmates gathered nearby, capturing the moment on video and cheering him on. Isn't Sui Cheng supposed to have a boyfriend? Huang Zikai, undeterred, declared himself her true love, determined to win her heart. But with such a remarkable boyfriend, what could he possibly offer in comparison? In the realm of unrequited love, they could not comprehend. Among the onlookers, whispers filled the air. Huang Zikai ignored the curious gazes and continued his heartfelt serenade. As he finished a love song, he turned to the balcony of Sui Cheng's dormitory and shouted, "Sui Cheng, I love you. Happy birthday." A female roommate stepped onto the balcony and called down to Huang Zikai, "Stop making noise. Sui Cheng went out to celebrate her birthday with her boyfriend, she won't be back tonight." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Huang Zikai stood frozen, utterly speechless. Chapter 30. I bought a watch the following day. Lu Ming called Gu Xiaowei, requesting her to arrange for breakfast to be delivered to their room. Given that Miss Su was somewhat hindered in her movements today, Lu Ming decided it would be best for the two of them to have breakfast in the comfort of their quarters. Before long, the doorbell rang. When Lu Ming opened the door, he was surprised to find Gu Xiaowei herself pushing the dining cart. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Xiaowei, why did you come personally to deliver the meal?" "My colleagues are busy, and I didn't want you to wait long, so I hurried over." "May I bring the cart inside?" "Yes, please do." As Gu Xiaowei wheeled the cart into the room, she noticed Sui Cheng and offered her a slight smile along with a courteous greeting. Sui Cheng responded politely, though her fair complexion inadvertently flushed, akin to a child caught in the act of mischief. Gu Xiaowei arranged the breakfast on the table and then politely excused herself. Just as she reached the door, Lu Ming called out to her, "Xiaowei, wait. Mr. Lu, is there anything else you need?" Lu Ming retrieved a small orange box from the drawer and handed it to her. "This is for you." Upon seeing the Hermes box, Gu Xiaowei quickly waved her hands in protest. "Mr. Lu, this is too extravagant, I cannot accept it." Lu Ming smiled gently. "It's just a lipstick, hardly worth much. Consider it a token of my gratitude for the excellent care you've provided during this time." He placed the small box on the dining cart she was pushing. "Now, you may return to your duties, I will call you if anything arises." Having spent some time with her, Lu Ming was quite satisfied with this female steward. She was attentive to every detail, ensuring that all his requests were met promptly. Any employer would consider themselves fortunate to have such an employee. But this... "Just accept it, sister," Sui Cheng chimed in. "Brother Ming is staying here, and we will rely on you for his care." After a moment of hesitation, Gu Xiaowei accepted the gift. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will return to work now, please feel free to call upon me if needed." "Of course, do carry on." Once Gu Xiaowei had departed, Sui Cheng remarked, "Brother Ming, you are truly generous." Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Remember this, my dear, only a fool would mistreat those around them. You never know when their negligence or sulking might lead to significant complications." Sui Cheng, the first woman Lu Ming had brought into this room, would certainly not be the last. Thus, fostering positive relationships with those around him was of paramount importance. Unbeknownst to her, Sui Cheng nodded obediently, sensing the wisdom in his words. In the afternoon, Lu Ming and Sui Cheng arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. This was one of the two exclusive stores in the Dragon Kingdom, the other located in the northern capital. The threshold for purchasing a Patek Philippe was exceedingly high. Popular models were perpetually out of stock, requiring endless reservations. Ironically, having wealth was the easiest condition to meet, as those who sought these timepieces were hardly short of funds. Lu Ming was aware of these protocols, however. Today he intended to buy a simple entry-level women's watch for Sui Cheng, a purchase that would not prove overly complicated.
A sales consultant greeted them warmly. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. How may I assist you?" "I wish to purchase a watch." "Certainly. Please take a look at our catalog." "I do not wish to peruse the catalog, I wish to make a direct purchase." "May I inquire which model you are interested in?"
Though the sales consultant maintained a polite tone, sincerity was lacking, as he likely anticipated that upon hearing the desired model, he would inform them of its unavailability, a common practice. "Which models are in stock?" "Only a limited selection of entry-level women's watches are available." "Show me." The entry-level women's watches at Patek Philippe were rather niche items, akin to perfumes or body washes at Hermès, if someone expressed a desire to purchase.
The sales staff would be more than willing to assist.
After completing the usual formalities, the consultant showed Lu Ming and Sui Cheng several entry-level watches, and ultimately, Lu Ming selected a timepiece priced at 300,000.
"Brother Ming, this is quite expensive," Sui Cheng whispered in his ear. Though she remarked on its cost, she did not refuse it. The adage that it is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance held true. Initially, when Lu Ming gifted her a 3,000 yuan Hermès bracelet, she felt uneasy. Now, as he intended to present her with a 300,000 yuan watch, she no longer harbored the same trepidation. Sui Cheng was not a materialistic woman, yet no woman is impervious to the allure of receiving gifts from one as beloved. While emotions cannot be quantified by monetary value, often, the more one spends, the deeper the perceived affection. Moreover, this gift served as a belated birthday present Lu Ming was determined to provide. As Lu Ming purchased the watch, he personally adorned Sui Cheng with it. "Thank you, Brother Ming," she exclaimed, seizing the moment to plant a quick kiss on his cheek when no one was watching. Notification: Sui Cheng's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level, 97. In that moment, not only was Sui Cheng elated, but so too was Lu Ming. He had garnered his girlfriend's affection, advanced his objectives, and profited in the process, spending 300,000 yet receiving 450,000 back, netting a profit of 150,000. That evening, Sui Cheng, clad in a bathrobe, reclined on the sofa with her head resting gently on Lu Ming's lap, her beautiful eyes gazing up at him with tenderness. "Brother Ming, why did you decide to suspend your studies? You're so close to graduation, it seems such a waste." "I initially considered dropping out entirely, but I decided to give our school another chance. After all, having a student like me is a rarity. If they issue me a certificate of withdrawal, the principal might be heartbroken." Lu Ming leaned back against the sofa, responding while lightly caressing Sui Cheng's flowing hair, the strands brushing his fingertips with a delicate sensation. "Why not take another 2 years off, then we can graduate together? That would indeed be lovely, though I fear my abilities may not permit it." Sui Cheng made a playful face at him. Though she believed he was boasting, she found his confident demeanor quite endearing. She reached for a strawberry from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, waving it enticingly before Lu Ming. "Brother Ming, let me feed you a strawberry." With that, she placed the strawberry against her lips, gently biting it. Lu Ming smiled slightly, leaning down toward her. Just as their lips were about to meet, Sui Cheng opened her mouth, allowing the strawberry to tumble inside, which she promptly consumed. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed, "So silly. I tricked you." Without a word, Lu Ming reached out to tickle her. Sui Cheng burst into laughter, squirming playfully. "Ha ha. Brother Ming, stop. If you tickle me more, I'll get angry. Ha ha. Do you realize your mistake? Ha ha. I really will be angry. Ha ha. Do you understand your mistake? I do. Ha, please stop. Will you dare to do it again next time? Ha ha ha. I won tea." Only then did Lu Ming relent. He allowed Sui Cheng a moment to catch her breath before standing up and lifting her into his arms in a princess carry. Sui Cheng, aware of his intentions, nestled against him like a little bird, her gaze radiant with charm. Lu Ming carried Sui Cheng to the bed, where she wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. Her cherry-like lips brushed softly against his, and they lost themselves in a passionate kiss, enveloped in one another. Chapter 31, Regret Throughout the Weekend.
Lu Ming and Su Yicheng ventured outside only once, spending the remainder of their time indulging in their private world within the confines of their hotel room.
On Sunday evening, Lu Ming drove Su Yicheng back to school. "Brother Ming, let me out, and give me a hug,"
Su Yicheng said as she stood beside Lu Ming's driver's seat.
"Didn't we just hug in the car?" Lu Ming replied. "Not enough, I want another." "All right."
Lu Ming exited the vehicle and enveloped Su Yicheng in a warm embrace. It was evident that Su Yicheng was making a public declaration of her claim, warding off any lingering admirers from her man. The school gate was bustling with students returning, all involuntarily consuming the dog food sprinkled by the campus bell, feeling a pang of bitterness in their throats.
Inside Wang Jingshu's dormitory, her roommates were abuzz. "Did you hear about the incident with the love-struck fool last night?
I swear, it made my period come early." The fool sang outside Su Yicheng's dorm for ages, only to find she wasn't even there. She was with Lu Ming at a hotel.
"You mean Huang Zikai?
He is the epitome of a love-struck idiot. Knowing Su Yicheng has a boyfriend, he still clings on with delusions of grandeur.
Indeed, she has made it abundantly clear she is not interested, yet he persists, thinking himself a romantic hero, when in reality, he is just a fool.
People like him are quite frightening, really.
Those capable of extreme actions tend to be inflexible."
Speaking of which, I never expected Lu Ming to be genuinely wealthy. I thought he was just putting on a show.
"Indeed. A Porsche 911? The cheapest model costs over $1 million. Could it be borrowed? Ordinary folks can't just borrow such luxury cars. Unlikely to be borrowed. This weekend, I returned home,
and my sister told me that Lu Ming gave one of his Porsche keys to Su Yicheng. Only someone with their own car would have 2 keys.
Wow.
I can't believe I misjudged him. Lu Ming is truly a wealthy heir."
"I knew it."
Su Yicheng has never had a boyfriend. Yet suddenly she is interested in Lu Ming.
Does she take him for a fool?
She must be aware of his wealth.
"My goodness!" one roommate exclaimed, raising her phone. "My sister just messaged me with explosive news." "What news?"
"Spill it." Lu Ming gifted Su Yicheng a Patek Philippe watch.
"Wow!
What incredible luck Su Yicheng has."
Listening to her roommates, Wang Jingshu felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness.
Reflecting back, she realized that Lu Ming was quite handsome. Why hadn't she seen it before? If only she hadn't been so foolish, all the luxuries and luxury cars that Su Yicheng now possessed could have been hers.
A young, handsome,
and wealthy man is the dream of countless girls, yet she had treated such a man as a mere love-struck fool. Fate had opened a door for her, yet she had sealed it shut.
Would she ever encounter someone as exceptional as Lu Ming again?
Regret flooded her, but it was too late.
Yet, upon further reflection,
she pondered whether Lu Ming bore no blame in this matter.
Just because he was wealthy, why conceal his identity? Was it merely to attain a pure love? Even the underprivileged can find love, but do they truly deserve the affection of a campus beauty?
The options available to her are far too numerous.
Why would she choose an ordinary college student? By masquerading as an average person to test the waters,
he was bound to be treated as a mere admirer or a backup.
Could she truly hold that against him?
The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt, believing Lu Ming had been unfair to her.
Why must he feign poverty when pursuing her, yet flaunt his wealth before Su Yicheng? At that moment,
a thought crossed her mind. Lu Ming has pursued me for so long, he must still hold feelings for me.
I shouldn't give up so easily.
In the game of love, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, a woman chasing a man is like passing through a veil. Wang Jingshu felt that if she lowered her pride and pursued Lu Ming, she could surely win back his affection.
What man could forget his former white moonlight?
With that thought, she swiftly picked up her phone, removing Lu Ming from her WeChat blacklist, intending to send him a message.
However,
after staring at the screen for what felt like an eternity, she ultimately refrained from sending anything. A campus beauty has her pride. She couldn't bring herself to lower her standards. One day, Lu Ming received a friend request on WeChat. "Hello Lu Ming, I am Qingyu." Qingyu, the girl who had been with Gao Yuan at the Hermes store, came to his mind. He remembered she was among the eligible females,
and he promptly accepted the request.
In truth, had Sui Cheng not been present that day, he would have approached her directly for her WeChat contact, regardless of whether Gao Yuan was around.
Qin Yu sent a smiling emoji. Qin Yu, finally found you. Lu Ming, have you been searching for me long? Qin Yu, indeed.
I know your school, but I didn't have your contact, and you left campus. It took me over 10 days just to inquire about your WeChat. Lu Ming, your effort to find me must mean you have something significant to discuss.
Qin Yu, of course. I wish to be friends with you. This girl is straightforward.
The greatest advantage of interacting with someone like her is the ease of communication.
Lu Ming, you know I have a girlfriend.
Qin Yu, I met your girlfriend last time. She is very beautiful, but that doesn't prevent us from being friends.
Lu Ming, what kind of friends are you referring to? Qin Yu, I can be whatever type of friend you desire. If you and your girlfriend ever break up, I would be happy to step in. I don't mind being a backup. Lu Ming, but what if we don't break up?
Qin Yu, then we can still interact as friends.
Who knows what the future holds? Did this imply she was willing to play the role of a backup or even a mistress?
Lu Ming, your proposition carries a lot of weight, let me gather my thoughts.
Qin Yu, let me share my situation. I'm a freshman at Hainan University.
My ideal man is young, handsome, and wealthy, and you fit all those criteria, so you are my ideal.
Lu Ming, you are quite forthright. Qin Yu, it's just my nature, I prefer to be straightforward. Also, believe it or not, I have had one boyfriend.
But it was only to the extent of holding hands.
Lu Ming found it hard to believe. A girl with such an open personality had only held hands with a boy?
Her mentioning it seemed to exude a confidence that could withstand scrutiny.
Moreover,
Lu Ming sensed there must be a reason the system categorized her as a suitable match.
Lu Ming, what is your relationship with Gao Yuan?
Qin Yu, he wants to pursue me, he insisted on taking me to Hermes that day, claiming he wanted to buy me a gift. You saw how I couldn't decide and ended up buying nothing because I didn't want anything from him. Besides, he is neither handsome nor particularly wealthy.
Not fitting my ideal at all.
But I do thank him, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you.
Lu Ming, how do you thank him?
Qin Yu, I deleted him from my WeChat, so he can focus on pursuing other girls. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at her response.
This girl was quite amusing.
Naturally, from Gao Yuan's perspective, he might feel differently.
Lu Ming, it's a pleasure to meet you, let us hang out sometime.
Qin Yu, let us not postpone, I am available today. If your girlfriend happens to call,
I shall render myself invisible. Lu Ming, your words effortlessly lead me to overthink.
Qin Yu, do not misunderstand, I refer to a platonic friendship.
However,
I am aware that girls typically do not permit their boyfriends to socialize alone with other females. Therefore, should she inquire about your whereabouts? I shall ensure you are not put in a difficult position.
Lu Ming, it's getting late, where can we possibly go for entertainment? Qin Yu, how about you come to my school? I shall treat you to dinner. Lu Ming, are you certain it's you treating me? Not the other way around? Qin Yu, indeed, I am certain. The dining options near the school are quite affordable.
I shall treat you first, and in the future. You can take me out for a more luxurious meal.
Lu Ming, alright then, wait for me, I shall set off shortly. Chapter 32, The Faux Materialist. In the evening, Lu Ming drove to the entrance of Qin Yu's school. While a Porsche 911 might not garner much attention on the road,
parked at the campus entrance, it became a focal point, drawing curious gazes from many who wondered about the identity of the driver and which student might be fortunate enough to ride in such an exquisite vehicle.
Soon, the answer was revealed.
With a cheerful smile, Qin Yu approached the Porsche and settled into the passenger seat.
Where do you plan to take me for dinner? Lu Ming inquired. There is a delightful barbecue place down the alley, called Mei Yang Yang.
The flavors are exceptional, Qin Yu replied.
Is it far? If it's in the alley, should I park nearby and we walk or ride a shared bicycle? Lu Ming asked, concerned about the convenience of parking. Oh, it's very far.
I can't walk, and riding a shared bike is quite inconvenient for me, especially in this dress,
she exclaimed. Very well then, guide me. He conceded. At your service.
After driving approximately 500 meters, the Porsche turned into an alley.
Qin Yu pointed to a barbecue restaurant beside them. We've arrived.
This is the place.
Lu Ming chuckled, is this what you meant by very far?
With a playful grin, Qin Yu replied. I would rather weep in the Porsche than smile on a bicycle, especially since I would have to pedal myself. Once inside the barbecue restaurant, Qin Yu ordered a couple set meal, specifying that half be mildly spicy and the other half extremely spicy.
Observing Qin Yu relish the intensely spicy barbecue, Lu Ming asked curiously, where are you from? How can you handle such heat? I'm from Jincheng.
This level of spiciness is merely mild there. The mild spice you're having wouldn't even sell in Jincheng, she explained. So, Qin Yu was a girl from Sichuan.
As they enjoyed beer and barbecue, laughter filled the air.
Lu Ming noted Qin Yu's vibrant and outgoing personality. She spoke with enthusiasm. Although Sui Cheng was also playful and lively in his presence. That energy was exclusive to their interactions, while Qin Yu appeared to be naturally extroverted. He had heard that girls from Sichuan were known for their fiery tempers. And he couldn't help but wonder how Qin Yu would react when angered. At that moment, a young couple entered the restaurant. The young man was dressed in designer labels, exuding the air of a privileged heir, while the young woman, with a score of 87 in looks and an impressive figure,
caught the eye.
Yet, the system remained silent, indicating that she did not qualify as a suitable romantic interest.
Having interacted with more people,
Lu Ming had begun to form a vague theory about the criteria for suitable romantic interests.
Firstly, it was evidently linked to physical attractiveness, with a notably high standard.
The few suitable individuals he had encountered thus far boasted a minimum score of 86, akin to a lower-tier campus beauty or an upper-tier college beauty.
Secondly, it seemed to connect with romantic experience. Sui Cheng had never dated, while Dong Wan and Xiao Yutan's romantic histories were unclear.
Lin Shanxian had only held hands with her gay ex-boyfriend, and although Qin Yu appeared open, she claimed to have only held hands with her ex as well. Of course, these were merely Lu Ming's conjectures. With time and experience, he would naturally arrive at the correct conclusions. The young couple who had just entered glanced at Lu Ming and Qin Yu before settling in a diagonal position across from them.
Lu Ming, do you think that girl is pretty? Qin Yu whispered.
Quite beautiful, Lu Ming replied honestly.
Then who do you think is prettier, her or me? Beauty is subjective.
I would say you both possess different styles of attractiveness. Although Lu Ming had his own standards for beauty, his words were not insincere. With Qin Yu rated at 86 and the girl across at 87, the difference was minimal, and beauty is perceived differently by each individual.
For instance,
Yifei is universally recognized as stunning, yet claiming her as the most beautiful would incite numerous dissenters. As the saying goes, in the eyes of 1,000 observers, there exists 1,000 Hamlets. Who, aside from the system, could accurately define a woman's beauty? Everyone seems to agree, Qin Yu mused. She's the campus belle. And some say I'm pretty too. Which perspective is more prevalent? Lu Ming inquired. Out of 100 people, roughly 30 think she is prettier, 20 prefer me. And 50 echo your sentiment that both are attractive. Lu Ming nodded slightly, considering this a reflection of collective opinion, which indirectly confirmed the system's impartiality. In other words, even when comparing Sui Cheng at 88 to Qin Yu at 86, it was unlikely that everyone would deem Sui Cheng more beautiful, though a greater proportion would definitely find her attractive. Lu Ming appreciated Qin Yu's candid nature. Typically, even if a girl realized there were fewer who found her pretty, she would likely refrain from admitting it in front of a crush. After we finish eating, let me take you to the mall for a little shopping, Lu Ming suggested, intending to present her with a small gift. He anticipated that this would delight Qin Yu, but instead, she shook her head with a smile. No need. I've told you, I see you as a male idol, but we're friends. When you eventually break up with your girlfriend, I'll be ready to step in as your backup, and then you can gift me something. What kind of reasoning is this? Isn't it more appealing to be a mistress who can enjoy the benefits? Why is she content to remain a backup? This materialist was not what he had envisioned. Lu Ming had anticipated a gold digger who would steadily gain affection as he spent money, leading to rewards from the system. However, it appeared that Qin Yu genuinely regarded him as an admired figure.
She was willing to accept being a backup but had no intention of being a mistress or even accepting gifts. It seemed that beautiful women preferred to engage romantically with the affluent while discussing finances with the less fortunate. Lu Ming continued to probe, "But I treated you to barbecue. It wouldn't be proper not to reciprocate in some way. That's simple.
Next time, treat me to an extravagant meal worth several thousand."
"And I will gladly accept it," Xinyu replied.
It appeared she was a faux materialist, with her materialism lacking sincerity. The system's designated suitable romantic interests certainly did not conform to robotic standards.
Yet, upon reflection, it made sense.
A girl of Qinyu's caliber would not be easily won over solely by monetary means, otherwise, she would have had countless shallow relationships. It's implausible to find a woman who embodies high beauty, materialism, and purity all at once. If such a person existed, she would surely belong in a fantasy novel. Looking at Lu Ming, Xinyu continued, "After we finish eating, drive me back to school."
"That would be quite dignified. I'm not looking for gifts at the moment. But I do enjoy the feeling of stepping out of a Porsche."
Lu Ming smiled gently, "Of course, that's no problem."
Notification. Xinyu's affection for you has increased by 2.
Current affection level, 29, Chapter 33, The Neighbor. More than 10 days later, as the stock market closed, Lu Ming heard the familiar sound of the system notification.
Ding.
System task, earn 1 million from the stock market, current earnings, 1,003. 306, task status, completed, task reward, 10x feedback, LV2, 10x feedback, LV2. The investment earnings from the stocks in the host's account will be credited to the host's bank card at 10 times the amount.
The feedback settlement occurs after the stock market closes on each trading day. The maximum feedback limit for the current level is 1 million per day.
Note, the investment targets must be companies listed on the Dragon Country stock market. This time, the system rewarded him with the skill of 10x feedback, LV2, which Lu Ming had eagerly sought to upgrade, feeling that the previous LV1 limit of 200,000 constrained his earning potential.
However,
now that it had upgraded to LV2 with a limit of 1 million, he found himself indifferent. It wasn't that he disliked the skill, rather, he felt that the current market conditions were not deserving of it. In the last half-month, the market had been persistently declining, leaving the majority of investors reeling from losses. With the protection of the 10x feedback, Lu Ming could afford to lose 10 times for every gain, allowing him to maintain a steady growth in wealth, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Just half a month ago, he had earned over 600,000 from the stock market. But unexpectedly, it took him several days to meet the remaining target of over 300,000, even with the compounding effect. To put it in perspective, he had reached over 600,000 in merely 20 days prior. Now, Lu Ming's total assets in his stock account had reached
1.3 million,
of which 1 million was earned from the stock market, while the remaining 300,000 was accrued through cashback from luxury spending.
Ding.
System task, earn 10 million from the stock market, task requirements, be creative, just make money.
Current earnings, 1,003. 306 yuan, the new task's requirement had indeed escalated to 10 million.
He could only hope for a swift recovery in the market to achieve his goal sooner. With the market closed, Lu Ming clicked on the game icon on his computer and began to play. The life of a wealthy individual was blissfully simple and joyful. Any difficult matters were effortlessly managed by the system. Lu Ming quickly became engrossed in the gaming world.
About an hour later,
various financial and economic apps on his phone began to flood him with notifications. To invigorate the capital market and boost investor confidence, the securities transaction stamp duty was halved. In a moment of astonishment, Lu Ming lost all interest in the game.
This was monumental news. The 10x feedback, LV2, came at the perfect time.
In the evening, Lu Ming arrived at the executive lounge to enjoy dinner, only to find a strikingly beautiful woman seated not far away.
He was taken aback to encounter her here. Sister Xin,
Lu Ming exclaimed as he approached her with enthusiasm.
Zhou Wenxin, currently dining, looked up to see Lu Ming and smiled. Lu Ming, what a coincidence. I'm staying here now, are you also residing here?
The executive lounge is primarily accessible to guests staying in executive rooms, so their meeting was hardly surprising. I've been staying here since I returned to the country,
Zhou Wenxin said. It's quite convenient, being close to the company. Aren't you a university student? Why are you still living in a hotel?
Zhou Wenxin had been appointed as the president of the Dragon Country branch from the headquarters in the United States earlier this year. And it was rumored that her family still resided in America. I've been living here for over half a month, Lu Ming replied. I didn't expect to run into you today, it seems we'll be neighbors for quite some time.
Zhou Wenxin asked, are you staying long-term as well?
Lu Ming nodded, I absolutely detest household chores, so staying in a hotel is more convenient, I don't have to lift a finger. Zhou Wenxin smiled charmingly, completely shedding her usual icy demeanor. Lu Ming naturally took a seat across from her for dinner, and they chatted amiably while eating.
Sister Xin.
When I interned at the company, I heard people say you enjoy going to bars.
Yes, I often went to bars with friends back in the US.
Zhou Wenxin replied. However, I don't have many friends here, so I haven't gone much. There's a nice bar on the top floor of this hotel.
Are you inviting me? Lu Ming asked playfully. Is that not permissible?
Zhou Wenxin smiled, that suits me just fine. However, I will swim for a bit after dinner.
Would you like to join me? Lu Ming readily agreed, sure.
After finishing their dinner, they each returned to their rooms to rest briefly before heading to the hotel pool. Zhou Wenxin donned a one-piece swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. Once in the pool, she began swimming at her own pace, her strokes demonstrating her proficiency. Clearly a skilled swimmer, and her focused demeanor indicated that swimming was indeed a form of fitness for her. With the system's assistance, Lu Ming paid little attention to exercise. For him, the pool was merely a place for playful splashing. It was early summer, and the hotel pool was not crowded. Soon, Lu Ming noticed a young woman in a bikini consistently appearing near him, often right in his line of sight.
Haina, 24 years old.
With a score of 80 in looks. With his newfound financial prowess, Lu Ming occasionally encountered women who actively approached him or struck up conversations.
Having experienced this frequently, he no longer regarded it with much interest.
He had seen a post on a platform stating that women frequently visiting five-star hotels typically fell into three categories: wealthy young ladies or affluent women, attractive women who sought wealthy partners, and those feigning a high-end persona to eventually become the latter. It remained uncertain which category the lady named Haina, before him, belonged to.
Unbeknownst to her, Haina continued to appear in his vicinity, drawing closer. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire Haina's figure, she was curvaceous and generous. In terms of physique, she was not inferior to his beloved Su Yicheng. However, Lu Ming had grown indifferent to women rated at 80 in looks. After a while, Zhou Wenxin swam over to Lu Ming, and they exchanged light-hearted banter. Seeing Lu Ming with a female companion, Haina realized her miscalculation and retreated from his sight.
Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Wenxin announced she had exercised enough, and they left the pool, changed into their clothes, and proceeded to the rooftop bar. Chapter 34. Once again at the limit, the bar was illuminated with soft, enchanting lights, harmoniously reflecting the dazzling nightscape of the coastal city outside, creating a wondrous space that felt both dreamlike and real. Gentle music flowed through the air, neither overly boisterous nor lacking in vitality, perfectly enhancing the romance and comfort of the evening. Lu Ming and Zhou Wenxin arrived with a relaxed mindset, thoroughly enjoying the ambience of the bar. Zhou Wenxin raised her cocktail, took a sip, and said with a pleased expression, Lu Ming, I don't have many friends back home.
Having you as a friend and neighbor feels wonderful.
Now, I finally have someone to accompany me to the bar when I have free time.
Lu Ming clinked his glass against Zhou Wenxin's and smiled, likewise, my friends aren't as free as I am. I truly need a neighbor like you.
Zhou Wenxin chuckled.
And they continued to drink and chat. After a while, Zhou Wenxin glanced toward a nearby area and gently nudged Lu Ming, did you see?
That little girl by the pool has been staring at you, she is here too.
Only then did Lu Ming notice that Miss Haina was indeed present in the bar.
Sister Xin, I saw you swimming for a long time, seemingly oblivious to everything else.
How did you notice her watching me? Do you think I, as a CEO, am just idly passing time?
Zhou Wenxin paused before continuing, if I hadn't been here today, that girl would have likely come over to flirt with you.
I've deprived you of a romantic opportunity.
Lu Ming shrugged, that hardly counts as an opportunity for me.
Zhou Wenxin replied.
No need to act so virtuous in front of me.
Lu Ming retorted, even if I don't act virtuous, I'm not one to accept every advance. Sister Xin. How can a boss like you be so nosy? Zhou Wenxin laughed, do you think that when big bosses gather, they only discuss multinational mergers? Do scientists only talk about academic research? Everyone is the same, when we come together. The main topics are often about whose husband has taken a mistress or whose wife has been unfaithful. Lu Ming was astonished. It seemed the world of the elite was not so different from that of ordinary people. The two sat in the bar until after midnight before heading downstairs, bidding each other good night and returning to their respective rooms. That evening's companionship elevated Zhou Wenxin's fondness for Lu Ming by 7 points, bringing her total to 30. Although Zhou Wenxin did not meet the criteria of a suitable partner, Lu Ming sensed that this cool and beautiful CEO might play a significant role in his future endeavors. The following day, Lu Ming sat down at his computer around 8 o'clock, gearing up for the day ahead. The stock market was experiencing a monumental surge, energizing all investors as if they had been invigorated with adrenaline. The once dormant stock group was now bustling with activity. Everyone, we're about to make a fortune today. I hope this wave will help me break even. As long as I can recover my principal, I'll close my account. I estimate that 1,000 stocks will open at their limit today. I want to buy but am too hesitant. I calculated that based on historical trends, the market index should rise at least 20, so buying below 3,600 points is a profit. 3,600 points is far too conservative. I believe it will rise to at least 4,000 points. Lu Ming regarded the stock group as a source of amusement, enjoying the banter. Although he had only been trading for a short time, he found himself looking down on the older members of the group not for their financial capabilities, but purely for their trading skills. Despite some having decades of experience, Lu Ming felt they merely repeated the same techniques they had learned over the years without surpassing the knowledge of a novice like himself. Knowledge is not bound by time. True expertise transcends experience. At 9:25, the market surged by 6 during the pre-market phase, and Lu Ming's stocks, valued at 1.3 million, rose by 8. His theoretical profit reached 1.14 million, however, with the limit of 1 million on the tenfold feedback for level 2, his actual profit was 1 million. Damn it! What a loss! Lu Ming grumbled as he placed sell orders one after another. Since his profits had reached the limit, he had no reason to hold on to his positions. Yet, recalling the historical experiences shared in the group and the potential 20 gain, he felt that any lesser profit was a loss. He had studied previous instances of market performance following reductions in transaction taxes, thus agreeing with the group's sentiments. However, with his profits having hit the ceiling, selling was his only option. He could only hope the market would rise slightly less today, leaving room for the next trading day, as he planned to re-enter before the market closed. It seemed as if fate was favoring him, as he completed his sell-off just as the market opened. The index quickly retreated from a 6 gain to a mere 3, followed by a volatile decline, ultimately closing up just 1. After the market closed, Lu Ming felt euphoric, having sold at the peak and secured the largest profit of the day. However, the market's high opening followed by a drop hinted at troubling times ahead. For someone who profited from the stock market, such signs were far from auspicious. Lu Ming glanced at the stock group, now filled with lamentations. Damn! I'm so stressed I'm losing my balance. I sold everything the moment the market opened. I've learned to spot these false rallies. That guy who predicted 4,000 points, come out here, I'd like to greet your entire family. With a cheerful heart, Lu Ming tucked away his phone, changed into his swim trunks, and headed out to swim. Meanwhile, Xiao Yutong returned home from work, had dinner, changed into her riding gear, and made her way to the parking lot, ready to take the BMW motorcycle that Lu Ming had lent her for a spin. Although she cherished the feeling of riding a motorcycle, as a high school teacher, her daily commute involved driving a domestic electric vehicle. She never chose to ride a motorcycle to school. Upon arriving at the parking lot and gazing at the sleek BMW S1000RR, a wave of thoughts washed over her. Lately, she found herself frequently thinking of Lu Ming. Why does this annoying younger brother occupy my mind so often? To make matters worse, ever since he lent her the motorcycle, he had not reached out, seeming to have forgotten her and the motorcycle altogether. Lending such an expensive bike, worth over 200,000, to someone she had only recently met, And then abandoning all contact, he must have some nerve.
Xiao Yutong tapped her head, questioning if she was harboring a crush. She mounted the motorcycle and revved the throttle. The BMW S1000RR rumbled to life with a deep growl before roaring off into the night. Chapter 35, Facts are irrelevant, consensus is paramount. After completing his swim, Lu Ming indulged in a rejuvenating spa treatment at the wellness center before savoring an exquisite dinner at the executive lounge. Subsequently, he returned to his room. He had a brief conversation with Sui Cheng, who mentioned her preparations for the upcoming final exams, indicating she would be unable to accompany him this week. Naturally, Lu Ming encouraged her to focus on her studies. After their conversation, Lu Ming reclined comfortably on his bed, intending to watch a film when his phone lit up again.
This time with a message from Dongwan. Dongwan, are you free tomorrow night? Lu Ming, yes, Sister Wan. Have you been thinking of me?
With Dongwan's affection rating at 51, their relationship had entered a flirtatious phase, hence, exchanging playful banter would not only be welcomed but also serve to deepen their bond.
Dongwan, oh, are you trying to tease your older sister?
Lu Ming, indeed.
Is that not permissible? After a brief moment, Dongwan sent a hugging emoji. Lu Ming promptly responded with a kissing emoji. Dongwan, actually,
I have a serious matter to discuss. Last time you inquired about stock trading experts, I mentioned a senior sister who works professionally in that field. I arranged to meet with her a few times, and she is available for dinner tomorrow night.
Lu Ming, great, thank you, Sister Wan. I will make the necessary arrangements for tomorrow evening. Dongwan, Lu Ming, I've heard of a rather amusing film recently. Shall we watch it together after dinner? After another brief pause, Dongwan replied with a positive emoji. Ding! Dongwan's affection rating increased by 1, current rating, 52. Wednesday. The stock market's performance exceeded Lu Ming's expectations remarkably.
He had anticipated that yesterday's high opening followed by a decline would severely impact the market, potentially leading it into a slump. To his surprise, the market exhibited resilience, oscillating before rising nearly 1.
Lu Ming's portfolio reflected a similar uptick, yielding over 200,000 in profits, thanks to a tenfold return. As long as the market remained stable, he could effortlessly amass considerable wealth.
He sold off a poorly performing stock and reinvested in a company called Future City. He had monitored this stock for several days and noticed its peculiar movement, exhibiting an independent rhythm with significant fluctuations, displaying a weak correlation to the broader market. Generally, such stocks indicate heavy manipulation by major investors. And given Future City's current price was at the bottom of its range, it was unlikely for the major investors to offload shares at this point. Based on the stock's historical behavior, it should experience a surge in the coming days.
However, half an hour later, Future City unexpectedly plummeted, hitting its daily limit down within a minute.
Lu Ming had invested 400,000 in Future City, and in mere moments, he had lost nearly 40,000. This marked the first time he had encountered a limit down in his stock trading career. Upon reviewing the news, he learned that the company's chairman had been apprehended, leading to this unforeseen black swan event, leaving him to chalk it up to bad luck.
At 2:30 p.m.,
a mysterious influx of capital began purchasing shares at the limit down price.
Subsequently, a wave of retail investors followed suit.
In no time, the limit down was breached, and the stock surged straight to its limit up, creating a dramatic reversal. In disbelief, Lu Ming pondered the logic behind this phenomenon. The chairman had been detained, yet the stock still reached its peak. The dynamics of the Dragon Country's stock market indeed operated on a unique wavelength. That evening, he planned to inquire about this peculiar logic during dinner with Dongwan's senior sister.
Later that night, at a restaurant. Dongwan, let me introduce you.
This is Wang Fanru, my senior sister from Qingbei, currently an assistant manager at an investment firm.
Dongwan, this is Lu Ming. Lu Ming.
Having no title to present, he felt a touch of awkwardness during the introduction. After some pleasantries, the three settled into their seats, and Lu Ming promptly ordered for the table. Wang Fanru was quite attractive, scoring an 83 in looks. Prior to their meeting, Lu Ming had anticipated her to embody the aloof demeanor of a high-powered woman like Zhou Wenxin. Instead, she radiated a gentle charm, living up to her name. However, she was not within his criteria for romantic interest. As they dined, the conversation flowed effortlessly.
Wang Fanru discussed various topics related to stock investments, and Lu Ming posed several questions that she adeptly answered from a professional standpoint. Lu Ming inquired, "I recently purchased a stock named Future City. Shortly after acquiring it, it hit the limit down due to the chairman's detention. To my astonishment, it rebounded to the limit up by the afternoon. What logic underpins this?" Wang Fanru smiled, "This is a characteristic of our Dragon Country stock market.
Future City has been in a precarious situation. The chairman's apprehension was the last straw.
Hence the initial drop.
However, the afternoon surge indicates that the market has interpreted this as an opportunity for rebirth, as the incapable chairman has been removed."
Lu Ming's eyes widened in understanding. So there exists such an innovative perspective. I see now. If today had resulted in a decline, it would have been interpreted straightforwardly as the chairman's arrest leading to a bleak outlook for the company. But since it surged, it signifies a turnaround against adversity.
The interpretation of good or bad news lies in the hands of substantial capital. If they choose to rally, it is perceived as positive. If they suppress,
it is viewed as negative. Is that the essence? Wang Fanru nodded, "Precisely."
Thus, whether the news is favorable or unfavorable primarily hinges on the market's sentiment.
Lu Ming acknowledged, fully grasping this logic.
There are no absolute positives or negatives. If a majority perceives it as positive, it becomes so. Conversely, if deemed negative, it is unequivocally negative.
Facts are inconsequential. Consensus is what truly matters.
Dongwan, curious, checked her phone for Future City's stock performance and remarked, "I feel this stock resembles a speculative one." Wang Fanru smiled subtly, "You are indeed correct. Future City is renowned in the market as a speculative stock, frequently manipulated for trading surges."
Dongwan pressed on, "Given its current trajectory, is it being speculated upon again?" Wang Fanru nodded, "Yes, though after each bout of speculation, the stock price typically reverts to its original position, thus lacking long-term investment value."
Lu Ming reflected, "Recently, I have been delving into the stock market, not so much delving,
but rather spending time observing, leading to some rudimentary insights."
Chapter 36, Omnipotent Cognition. Wang Fanru, upon hearing Lu Ming express his thoughts on the stock market, felt it only polite to listen attentively, no matter her inclination. She decided to engage in a shared learning experience. Lu Ming began, "I believe our stock market has numerous issues. It skyrockets during bullish phases and plummets during bearish ones, lacking any discernible logic or stable expectations. In such a market, achieving value investment becomes exceedingly challenging. Conversely, erratic stocks like those of Future City provide greater opportunities for returns to those who participate." Wang Fanru smiled and replied, "Your perspective may hold true for a select few seasoned investors, as they often profit from trading volatile stocks. However, the trajectory of these stocks is dictated by market manipulators, and ordinary retail investors are likely to become collateral damage. If we consider our stock market as one in which 1 wins, 2 break even, and 7 incur losses, trading volatile stocks equates to 1 winning and 9 losing. A perilous gamble." Lu Ming continued, "Indeed, it all boils down to the logic of selecting one's adversaries in the market. Many stocks continue to decline because their purchasers are bottom fishers, hoping to capitalize on rebounds that never materialize.
Similarly,
those engaging with volatile stocks are often a cohort of speculators sharing the same risk appetite, indifferent to the earnings of the listed companies. Their primary concern is the stock's value tomorrow and whether the last fool will take the shares off their hands."
Wang Fanru nodded slightly. The challenge lies in avoiding the role of the last fool holding the bag.
Market sentiment shifts rapidly, often beyond the control of even the manipulators.
And instances of retail investors being trapped abound.
The two continued to exchange their views on the market.
Lu Ming perceived Wang Fanru as an academic type,
possessing a professional understanding of investment theories, though some of her viewpoints did not align with the realities of the market. He also learned that she was not a professional investor. Instead, she worked in administrative management at a company specializing in stock investments.
After dinner, Lu Ming offered to escort Wang Fanru home. She, discerning the somewhat ambiguous relationship between Lu Ming and Dongwan, wisely opted to take a taxi. recognizing that one should not intrude in such moments. Lu Ming and Dongwon arrived at a cinema. The auditorium was empty save for the two of them, and the sparse attendance suggested the film's lack of quality. True to their suspicions, 10 minutes into the film, they concluded it was a dismal failure, explaining the absence of viewers during prime time. I suspected as much, the poster screamed mediocrity. Who told you this film was humorous? Dongwon inquired. I typically avoid bad films, but my curiosity is piqued by how wretched this one turned out to be, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Shall we switch to another film? Dongwon suggested. Having purchased the tickets, it would be a waste not to watch, she continued. Let me impart a lesson in economics. There's a concept known as sunk cost, which is not a cost. Sunk costs refer to expenses that have already occurred and cannot be recovered, and since they are irretrievable, they shouldn't weigh on our decisions. Conversely, if we continue to invest time in this dreadful film, the time we expend is. Dongwon's voice trailed off as Lu Ming grasped her hand. What film we watch is inconsequential, what matters is who we watch it with, Lu Ming declared. Ding. Dongwon's affection for you increases by 6, current affection level, 57. Dongwon gently attempted to withdraw her hand, yet Lu Ming did not release his grip. After a moment of hesitation, she allowed her hand to remain in his. Lu Ming noted that Dongwon did not reciprocate his hold, indicating her inner conflict. It seemed that the early stage of affection at 50 suggested that holding hands might be premature. What are you doing? Dongwon softly asked. Simply admiring your beautiful hand. Lu Ming paused before adding, though it feels like something is missing. What is missing? Dongwon queried, intrigued. Lu Ming produced a Cartier bracelet he had prepared earlier, saying, Try this on. He placed the bracelet on her wrist. Ding. Dongwon's affection for you increases by 3, current affection level, 60. Ding. Dongwon's affection surpasses 60. You gain an additional random skill, omnipotent cognition. Omnipotent cognition, quickly master knowledge in a specific domain, reaching the level of an expert. Please select one option from the list: combat techniques, business acumen, artifact appraisal, painting, culinary arts, photography, floral arrangement. This marked Lu Ming's first encounter with a skill requiring further selection. The system interface displayed an extensive list of numerous items awaiting mastery. The prospect of achieving expert status without the toil of learning was indeed appealing, for the joy lies not in the struggle of learning, but in the triumph of mastery. However, the current atmosphere was not conducive to careful selection, so he temporarily exited the system interface, intending to contemplate his choice later. The cinema was shrouded in darkness. And while Dongwon remained unaware that the bracelet was Cartier, she could surmise its value from Lu Ming's demeanor. This looks much better. Lu Ming exclaimed. Do you like it? Dongwon retrieved her phone and illuminated the bracelet with its flashlight. Upon realizing it was a diamond-studded Cartier piece, she was taken aback. She estimated its worth to be no less than 50,000. This is far too extravagant, I cannot accept such an expensive gift, Dongwon protested, reaching for her other hand to remove the bracelet. Yet Lu Ming held her hand firmly. I purchased it, would you have me give it to someone else? Dongwon was momentarily stunned. After a brief internal struggle, she gently grasped Lu Ming's hand in return. Ding. Dongwon's affection for you increases by 3. Current affection level, 63. As the film concluded, the two exited the cinema hand in hand. Lu Ming, on your first day at the company. I thought you were just a big boy. I never imagined we would emerge from the cinema like this, hand in hand, Dongwon said joyfully. That's what we call fate. Moreover, when the unimaginable becomes reality, it is a delightful surprise. Life would be so dull if everything were predictable. Indeed. You make a valid point, Dongwon replied. But could you walk a bit slower? I'm wearing high heels. Of course, I must have been too elated today. Unconsciously quickening my pace, Lu Ming responded. In truth, he was eager to escort Dongwon home, for he had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. Chapter 37, a late-night snack owed to me. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Ming immediately summoned the system interface in his mind, commencing the selection of skills from the realm of omnipotent cognition. He perused the list and noted with surprise that among the hundreds of skills, there was no option for stock investment.
However, this was not particularly astonishing. Stock investment could be regarded as both an art and a mystique, rather than mere knowledge.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming ultimately chose combat techniques.
With his strength, agility, stamina, and endurance significantly surpassing those of the average adult male, mastering combat skills would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Upon making his selection, he felt an immediate influx of combat techniques and tactics, as if these were innate knowledge. Given his current physical prowess, combined with the martial skills he had acquired, he believed he could easily defeat several adversaries simultaneously. In Zhejiang Province, Lucheng, at Lu Ming's family home, Yili opened a recently arrived package and remarked to her son, Lu Chengqi, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone, "Chengqi, your son has bought us something again." Lu Chengqi removed his reading glasses and inquired,
"There's still plenty of beef from last time, what has he purchased now?"
Yili pointed to the package. "This time it's all seafood, lobster, abalone, and more."
Lu Chengqi frowned. "This boy is still in the startup phase, how can he spend money so recklessly?"
Yili shrugged.
"Didn't he call us last time to say that his entrepreneurial project is exceptionally profitable? Perhaps he is more capable than we imagined. My only concern is whether what he is doing is legitimate." Lu Chengqi replied. "He mentioned something about artificial intelligence, all high-tech stuff. I don't quite understand it."
"I believe your worries are unfounded. He is our son, after all.
He won't engage in illegal activities."
Yili pondered for a moment before asking,
"How shall we prepare this seafood?"
Lu Chengqi suggested, "Let us cook the lobsters today, they take up too much space and don't fit well in the fridge."
"Since our son has shown this filial piety, we should relish the benefits."
Yili nodded, gazing at the pile of seafood with a slight smile playing on her lips. Later that evening, Lu Ming reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, when his phone rang. Noticing it was his mother calling, he answered, "Mom,
what's up?
Why didn't you discuss such a significant matter as dropping out of school with me and your dad beforehand?"
"What's the big deal?"
"There's no need for a discussion.
It's a rare opportunity to seize a startup wave, I can't let something like school get in the way."
"You've all heard the story of Bill Gates, haven't you?
Son, having dreams is wonderful, but don't harbor unrealistic fantasies. If you drop out like this, it will also affect your public service exam."
"I'm making several thousand a day now, who still thinks about public service exams?" Lu Ming refrained from elaborating,
fearing it might alarm his mother. "Really? You're earning that much?"
Yili expressed her surprise. "This is just the beginning, barring unforeseen circumstances. Next year you and Dad will be living in a grand villa.
Just ensure you don't engage in illegal activities." "Don't worry, Mom, I'm busy here.
So I'll talk to you later." The conversation with his mother distracted him, leading to a defeat in a team battle in the game, leaving him somewhat frustrated. This weekend, Sui Cheng was preoccupied with final exams, Dongwan was working overtime on a project, and the stock market was closed, leaving Lu Ming with nothing to do but nestle in the hotel, playing games. Although gaming was one of his favorite pastimes, losing made it far less enjoyable. He contemplated reaching out to teacher Xiao, wondering how she had been lately. Picking up his phone, he intended to chat with Xiao Yutong.
Just as he opened WeChat, a message from her popped up. "Are you free?" What a coincidence! Could this be the legendary connection of minds? Lu Ming promptly replied, "Didn't I already tell you? Whether I'm free depends on who's asking. If you're looking for me, I'm always free."
Xiao Yutong responded, "Actually, it's nothing much, I just planned to return your motorcycle and wanted to check if you're available right now."
"Messaging me at this hour just for that?"
Lu Ming replied, "I don't need the motorcycle for now, feel free to keep using it. But you still owe me a late night snack, and I happen to be a bit hungry now."
"Shouldn't you take the initiative?"
Xiao Yutong teased, "You little rascal. How dare you speak to your teacher in such a tone?"
"But I'm a bit hungry too, what do you feel like eating?"
Lu Ming replied, "You decide what we eat, just let me know the location."
Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at a quaint tavern.
As he pushed open the door, the warm glow of the lights mingled with the enticing aroma of food, enveloping him.
Scanning the surroundings,
his gaze quickly settled on Xiao Yutong, who was seated in a corner. She wore a white t-shirt, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders as she focused intently on her phone. As Lu Ming approached, Xiao Yutong seemed to sense his presence and looked up suddenly. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a current of electricity seemed to pass through the air. She smiled gently, her expression radiating warmth akin to the sun's embrace on a spring day.
Ding! Xiao Yutong's affection for you has increased by 1. Current affection level, 35, you're here.
Xiao Yutong's voice was soft, laced with a hint of joy, as she waved for Lu Ming to take a seat. He pulled out a chair and sat across from her, and a waiter promptly presented the menu.
Have you ordered anything? Lu Ming inquired. Not yet. I was waiting for you to decide. Xiao Yutong replied, sliding the menu toward him.
Having grown accustomed to lavish meals, Lu Ming had little specific craving and casually ordered a few appetizers and a bottle of sake.
As the dishes arrived one by one, they enjoyed their meal while engaging in conversation. Didn't you drive your 911 here today? Xiao Yutong asked, raising her glass.
You said last time that one shouldn't drink and drive. I'm very obedient, Lu Ming replied, lifting his glass to clink with hers. Xiao Yutong took a sip of her drink and continued, I rode your motorcycle around today. When you mentioned a late-night snack and drinks, I took the motorcycle back home for now.
I'll return it to you tomorrow.
Lu Ming shrugged, I told you, you can use it as long as you want.
I don't need it.
Xiao Yutong smiled, I'll return it for now, if needed, I can always borrow it again next time. As they sipped their drinks and chatted, both felt a sense of joy at seeing each other after such a long time.
So, you're an English teacher? I've always had a keen interest in learning English. Teacher Xiao, when can you give me some one-on-one tutoring?
Ha! You should know that teachers aren't allowed to tutor students now. If discovered, they could be dismissed. That as for formal tutoring, I'm not your student. Our situation is merely friends helping each other. Xiao Yutong smiled charmingly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
Chapter 38, The altercation. Lu Ming and Xiao Yutong continued their jovial conversation, sipping drinks and sharing laughter.
Suddenly, a drunken man from the adjacent table, reeking of alcohol, approached them.
Beauty, why not add me on WeChat and be friends?
His words were slurred and his demeanor lewd. Xiao Yutong furrowed her brows, turning away to ignore him.
The drunken man, seemingly incensed by her dismissal, raised his voice, What? Do you look down on me?
If you don't add me on WeChat today, you won't be leaving. At that moment, 2 men from his table joined him, clearly friends of the inebriated man. Lu Ming stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Yutong. He fixed his sharp gaze on the trio,
coldly uttering a single word, scram. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority and intimidation.
The red-faced drunkard, incensed by this command, erupted in fury,
swinging his hefty hand toward Lu Ming's face.
However, before the blow could land, Lu Ming reacted with lightning speed, seizing the man's wrist with precision. With a swift twist, there was a sharp crack as the drunken man's wrist was forced behind his back. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present astonished.
None had anticipated Lu Ming's agility and prowess. Ouch, let go. Let go.
The drunken man grimaced in pain, his face a canvas of emotions. The 2 other men sprang into action. One launched a punch at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming deftly dodged, simultaneously extending his right hand to grasp the opponent's arm before it could retract fully.
His movements were fluid and powerful,
utilizing the technique of leveraging force. Lu Ming swiftly executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming the man forcefully to the ground with a dull thud. The second assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lu Ming quickly pivoted, delivering a powerful sidekick that struck the man squarely in the abdomen.
The impact sent the attacker staggering back,
colliding with several nearby tables and chairs. Seeing this, the initial drunken instigator seized a beer bottle from the table, hurling it toward Lu Ming's head.
Without flinching,
Lu Ming countered with a direct punch that landed squarely on the man's face. Already unsteady, the drunken man was sent sprawling backward, crashing down heavily onto the floor.
The entire altercation unfolded in mere seconds.
Lu Ming's physical prowess far exceeded that of an average adult male, and his mastery of combat techniques rendered him more than capable of dealing with these drunken hooligans.
The tavern descended into chaos. The server attempted to calm the patrons while dialing for the police. Timid guests fled the scene,
While those with thicker skin seized the moment to skip out on their bills, the bolder ones stood back, eyeing their escape routes.
Wow, he is incredible. He took down 3 men single-handedly. What good is that? No matter how skilled you are, you fear a knife.
If those 3 had weapons,
I'd like to see how he'd fare.
Heh, if you're so tough, why don't you step up?
Sweetheart, if something similar happened to me, would you protect me like this gentleman?
If it were you, those 3 would already be incapacitated.
Stop bragging in front of your girlfriend. You can't take on anyone with that scrawny frame.
Amidst the chatter, Xiao Yutong's affection for Lu Ming increased by 15 points, bringing her total to 50. She gazed at him with delight, exclaiming, "Xiao Ming, you're amazing." Lu Ming, with a sense of bravado, replied, "Don't worry, Xiao Tong, I've got your back."
With a cheerful demeanor, she retorted, "Who said I was scared?
They were just a few drunks, I'll make them pay."
As they spoke, 2 police officers entered the establishment.
Given that the instigators were the drunken men, Lu Ming felt no concern for repercussions. The officers inquired about the events and planned to review the surveillance footage.
Xiao Yutong looked at Lu Ming, smiling, "Don't worry, I'm here for you."
Lu Ming shrugged, "You're mimicking my speech now, do I look scared to you?"
Xiao Yutong smirked, "Not really. Xiao Ming, you were so cool during the fight.
Let us focus, the 2 of you shouldn't be flirting right now. We need to gather more information, one officer stated sternly, clearly disapproving of their playful banter amidst the situation. Xiao Yutong raised an eyebrow, about to speak when a group of officers entered, led by one in a white shirt.
Is this necessary?
Lu Ming thought, bewildered that such a minor scuffle had attracted the attention of someone in a white shirt. The 2 officers who had arrived earlier were equally taken aback, sharing Lu Ming's confusion.
They straightened up and saluted the newcomer, "Director Xiao, good day."
The man in the white shirt nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Xiao Yutong. With a cheerful grin, she approached him, linked her arm through his, and playfully declared,
"Dad." "What?" Xiao Yutong's father was the man in the white shirt. Lu Ming felt overwhelmed by the revelation.
He was relieved that he and Xiao Yutong had no issues, for if he had wronged her, facing the wrath of Director Xiao would be daunting.
"Dad.
This is Lu Ming, he just protected me," Xiao Yutong introduced him.
"Xiao Ming, this is my father. Director Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you," Lu Ming said earnestly. "Oh, just call me uncle."
Director Xiao is too formal, Xiao Yutong corrected him.
"Uncle Xiao, I mean uncle," Lu Ming stammered.
"Thank you for protecting my daughter," Director Xiao said. "It was my duty," Lu Ming replied, feeling a twinge of nervousness.
In terms of administrative rank,
his school principal held a higher position than Director Xiao, yet the pressure emanating from the man in the white shirt was far more intimidating.
The procedure continued as the drunken men realized they had offended the daughter of someone significant, their legs trembling in fear.
They were grateful to be the ones on the receiving end of the beating, as it turned out that being beaten could indeed feel like a blessing.
Before long,
the 3 drunken men were escorted away by the police. Xiao Yutong followed her father, but before leaving, she made sure to invite Lu Ming out again soon. Though he agreed with enthusiasm, a sense of pressure loomed over him.
Chapter 39, Absurdity at its peak. The following day,
Lu Ming was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Xiao Yutong.
"Teacher Xiao, why are you calling so early?"
he inquired, still half asleep.
"Early? It's nearly 10 o'clock, for heaven's sake. I'm at the gate of your school. Come out and collect your motorcycle."
"I haven't lived on campus for quite some time," Lu Ming replied.
"What? What should I do now? I've already come."
"I mentioned before that I don't need the motorcycle anymore."
"You can keep it for as long as you wish." "That's unacceptable."
"I also said I would return it to you, if necessary, I can borrow it again later."
"Just find a spot to park it.
And I will return to school today to retrieve it myself."
"What about the keys?" "There are 2 keys, just keep one. I don't need it anyway. And if it gets lost, I can always ask you for it." "Is that really appropriate?" "If you think it's fine, and I think it's fine, who could possibly object?" "Alright then, feel free to let me know whenever you need it."
"Enough of this chat, I need to find a parking spot and send you the location."
"Okay."
After ending the call with Xiao Yutong, Lu Ming spent a little more time scrolling through short videos in bed before finally rising. Today marked the graduation ceremony for the senior class, but as he was not among the graduates, he had no obligation to attend. Nonetheless, just a few days prior, many classmates had tagged him in their group chat, urging him to join them for a group photo in the afternoon.
Before entering university,
Lu Ming had heard his family extol the vibrant and colorful life of college. However, upon actually experiencing it, he found it to be utterly mundane. Everyone seemed engrossed in their phones, computers, and iPads, reveling in a virtual world while rarely communicating with classmates in real life. As a result, after 4 years of university, he realized that he was not particularly close with his peers. Nevertheless, given their 4 years of camaraderie, he felt it was essential to attend and capture a memory, as he found himself somewhat nostalgic for his campus days. At noon, Lu Ming arrived at the university, and naturally, the first thing he did was to have lunch with Sui Cheng. The two made their way to the school cafeteria and casually ordered a few dishes.
"Brother Ming, open wide,"
Sui Cheng said, lifting a piece of rib to Lu Ming's mouth. As he bit into the rib, Lu Ming remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that something's off about being back at school.
Why are so many people staring at me? Wasn't it always you they looked at before?"
Sui Cheng chuckled,
"That's because you are now more famous than I am." Indeed, Lu Ming had gained notoriety at school, initially due to his BMW motorcycle, followed by his Porsche. However, it was the performance by the love-struck Huang Zikai outside Sui Cheng's dormitory that truly propelled him into the spotlight. The young man had lit love candles and serenaded her, only to be informed that Sui Cheng was heading to a hotel with her boyfriend, Lu Ming. This incident became widely known throughout the school, with someone even sharing it online, leading to a significant surge in attention. Most of the sycophants, or lick dogs, as they were called, became such due to the mixed signals from girls, much like Lu Ming's own pursuit of Wang Jingshu. However, Sui Cheng had made her stance clear from the start, yet Huang Zikai relentlessly pursued her, leaving little sympathy for him and instead eliciting pity for Sui Cheng for being entangled with such a character. Fortunately, after that episode, it seemed Huang Zikai had suddenly gained insight and had begun live streaming, reportedly even attracting some girls who were touched by his devotion. "Brother Ming, did you know?
Many people at school are speculating about your background, and the rumors are becoming increasingly absurd."
"Oh? What sorts of rumors? Do share."
"Some say your family owns a publicly traded company, others claim you're the illegitimate child of a super-rich tycoon. And the most outrageous one suggests that you've suddenly inherited a vast fortune from some system, granting you endless wealth." "Indeed, absurdity has reached its zenith," Lu Ming remarked.
"Ha ha.
Brother Ming, your words are quite amusing." At that moment, many students in the cafeteria were stealing glances at Lu Ming and Sui Cheng, whispering amongst themselves,
"So, this is Lu Ming.
He is somewhat handsome, but not exceptionally so. Sui Cheng is far more attractive. He drives a Porsche.
Did you see that watch Sui Cheng is wearing? It's a Patek Philippe, a gift from Lu Ming."
"Patek Philippe?
I believe I've heard of that brand. The watch costs over $1 million.
My goodness, hearing you say that, I suddenly feel Lu Ming is even more handsome than Sui Cheng."
After their lunch,
Lu Ming and Sui Cheng strolled hand in hand through the campus.
"Brother Ming, I've been cramming for days, it's utterly exhausting." "I've experienced all of that.
A semester of leisure followed by a few days of intense study is quite manageable."
"Yes, the exam is tomorrow.
I hope I don't fail. I plan to study diligently this afternoon and get ample rest tonight to recharge." Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, rest is essential before an exam.
"How about you come over to my place tonight to recharge?"
Sui Cheng blinked, puzzled. Recharge for what? Lu Ming mischievously leaned closer and whispered something in her ear. Sui Cheng's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully swatted him, feigning annoyance. "Humph, you rogue.
I won't go.
Once the exams are over, we will have plenty of time together." "Very well, I shall escort you back to your dormitory. I also need to meet with some classmates for the group photo."
After taking the group photo, Lu Ming was also scheduled to join his classmates for dinner.
His earlier suggestion had merely been in jest.
He felt that today was not the right time to indulge in a romantic interlude with Sui Cheng. In the afternoon, Lu Ming gathered with his classmates in front of the library to take the group photo. He had mentally prepared himself to stand at the edge. But for some inexplicable reason, he found himself thrust into the center of the group. While his classmates donned their graduation gowns, he stood out in his designer LV attire, creating a stark contrast. After the photo session, several classmates who had not previously added him on WeChat approached him to connect. Naturally, he welcomed them all. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message. Wang Gingshu, Lu Ming, hello. Is it convenient for us to chat for a moment? I'm close by, right inside the library. Initially, Lu Ming had no intention of responding, but he reconsidered. From this point forward, they would likely drift apart, with little chance of crossing paths again. Despite some past grievances, their relationship had merely been one of infatuation, not one of deep enmity. With this thought in mind, he resolved to offer Wang Jingshu an opportunity to apologize. Chapter 40 Girls prefer to confide in their idols. As Lu Ming entered the library, he noticed Wang Jingzhu, donned in her immaculate academic gown, had been waiting for quite some time. Her figure amidst the bookshelves stood out remarkably, akin to the crowning touch of a meticulously arranged painting. Setting aside personal grievances, it was undeniable that the campus beauty possessed striking looks. To Lu Ming's astonishment, he discovered that Wang Jingzhu's fondness for him had inexplicably risen to 5. Not long ago, that fondness had languished at -30, and he had done nothing to warrant such a transformation. Indeed, the power of wealth was formidable. Hello, Lu Ming. Wang Jingzhu smiled at him, albeit somewhat awkwardly. We've had our share of misunderstandings in the past, but now that we have graduated, I sincerely hope you can forget those unpleasant memories. I truly wish for us to remain friends. This time, her tone was devoid of pretense or concealment, filled only with genuine sincerity and yearning. Her bright eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation, as if awaiting Lu Ming's affirmative response to initiate a new chapter in their relationship. It is often the case with women, they relish engaging in subtle games with those less fortunate while confiding in their idols. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ming allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and nodded gently. I've forgotten everything from before. Ding. Wang Jingzhu's fondness for you has increased by 5. Current fondness level, 10. Seeing that Lu Ming did not intend to dwell on past grievances, Wang Jingzhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then inquired, what are your plans now? Will you stay in Haicheng or return home to pursue your career? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, I'll be staying in Haicheng. Wang Jingzhu eagerly added, I'll be in Haicheng too, we could have tea together if the opportunity arises. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He felt indifferent towards the prospect of sharing tea with Wang Jingzhu in the future. What difference did it make? As long as the finances were in order. Women scoring 90 or above could be summoned with ease, the world was never short of gold diggers. Thus, for him, anyone who did not meet certain criteria held little value. Noticing Lu Ming's lack of response, Wang Jingzhu felt a twinge of disappointment and a hint of frustration. Throughout her life, men had always fallen at her feet. She was unaccustomed to extending an invitation only to receive a lukewarm response. Lu Ming, however, had no time to ponder Wang Jingzhu's feelings. He sensed a lack of conversation and decided it was time to take his leave. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Yuan approached them. Upon spotting Lu Ming, Gao Yuan's expression was a complex blend of disdain, jealousy, fear, and embarrassment. He approached the two and turned to Wang Jingzhu, saying, Jingzhu, I searched for you outside the library for quite a while. When did you come in? I'd like to have a word with Lu Ming. Wang Jingzhu responded, do you have something to discuss with me? Gao Yuan, incensed at the thought of Wang Jingzhu wanting to chat with Lu Ming, restrained his frustration and said, the restaurant you mentioned was difficult to book. I've finally secured a reservation. Let us go together tonight. Wang Jingzhu glanced at Lu Ming, hesitating before replying, I merely mentioned it casually. I'm not actually interested in going. I'm sorry, but I've made plans with someone else tonight. Gao Yuan mistakenly assumed Wang Jingzhu had plans with Lu Ming, his face flushing with anger. Damn it, that scoundrel Lu Ming, every time I encounter him, it's nothing but trouble. Gao Yuan fumed internally. Though he dared not voice his thoughts, he couldn't quite fathom why he felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing Lu Ming. Jingzhu, I'll take my leave first. Let us stay in touch. Lu Ming said, intentionally vague. Alright, let us keep in touch. Wang Jingzhu replied. Ding. Wang Jingzhu's fondness for you has increased by 5. Current fondness level, 15. Once Lu Ming departed, Gao Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. Jingzhu, Lu Ming is a scoundrel. He already has a girlfriend and still seeks you out. Wang Jingzhu frowned. We are merely friends, his relationship status is irrelevant. Why do you always speak ill of him whenever you see him? Gao Yuan was speechless. Wang Jingzhu had previously relished his disparaging comments about Lu Ming. What had changed? I'm leaving too, goodbye. Wang Jingzhu said tersely, turning away without a backward glance. Gao Yuan was left bewildered, uncertain of what he had done to provoke the goddess's ire. The devoted admirer often fails to grasp that when a goddess disdains you, even your very breath becomes an offense. That evening, Lu Ming and his classmates gathered at a restaurant for what could more aptly be described as a farewell dinner. Although the camaraderie among the students was not particularly deep, each understood that after this meal, many would never see each other again, lending the atmosphere a tinge of melancholy. The counselor raised a glass, proclaiming, I sincerely wish you all a bright future. Parting is not the end, but rather a prelude to a better reunion. The group applauded and lifted their glasses, drinking heartily. In such moments, save for those with severe alcohol allergies, everyone else willingly filled their glasses with beer. As the drinks flowed, the mood gradually lifted. A few particularly boisterous classmates began to toast everyone, especially targeting those less accustomed to drinking. Their common refrain was that refusing to drink was akin to looking down on them, compelling others to drink despite their reluctance. Naturally, given the nature of a farewell dinner, anyone capable of drinking would not decline at such a moment. Some sensitive girls, after several beers, began to discreetly wipe away tears, an inevitable scene at graduation farewell dinners. Lu Ming had once been no different from the others, with the sole advantage of being marginally more handsome than his peers. However, now, apart from a few perpetually aloof boys, many were attempting to curry favor with him. While they were clueless about Lu Ming's wealth and family background, establishing good relations with the affluent was always advantageous. After all, it cost nothing to pay someone a compliment. As graduating seniors, if they did not understand this simple truth, they would encounter far more difficulties in the professional world ahead. Dinner expenses were split among the group, and Lu Ming refrained from taking the lead, recognizing that some preferred to spend their own money rather than watch others show off. However, after dinner, Lu Ming rented a spacious KTV room for everyone to enjoy, covering all expenses himself. Those who wished to come were welcome, while those who did not could simply opt out, leaving no room for dissent. Most of the classmates who came to KTV were already in high spirits from drinking, and with unlimited food and drinks provided in the private room, everyone had a splendid time. A few attractive female classmates seized the opportunity to drink with Lu Ming, playfully linking arms and embracing him. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a good tolerance for alcohol, otherwise, the consequences of inebriation could have been dire. It is imperative for young men to safeguard themselves. Becoming entangled with someone in a haze of confusion is trivial, but causing a serious incident is another matter entirely. Should one encounter a scheming woman who falsely accuses him of misconduct, the repercussions could be catastrophic. As the revelry continued, a female classmate who had just stepped out returned to the room, mysteriously addressing the male classmates present. I just ran into an acquaintance in the next room. Would you like to meet a stunning beauty? Chapter 41, Lawyer Jian. What gentleman would not desire to be acquainted with a stunning beauty? Yet, among the gentlemen present, it was undoubtedly Lu Ming who remained the most composed. Based on his experience, the stunning beauty spoken of by women rarely exceeds an 85 in attractiveness. Given his current standards, women scoring below 85 hold little entertainment value, thus, whether he meets them or not is of little consequence. Under the encouragement of several young men, a female classmate exited the private room, only to return moments later, accompanied by a woman. The newcomer possessed exquisite features, her contours distinct yet softened, her skin fair and delicate, emanating a subtle, natural radiance as if untouched by the ravages of time. Notification. A suitable opposite sex detected. Name, Jiang Wanqing, gender, female, age, 25, height, 168 cm, figure, gracefully curvaceous, attractiveness, 89, current status, healthy, current favorability, 0 and 89. This truly was a stunning beauty. More importantly, she was a suitable match.
The female classmate announced, "Allow me to introduce, this beautiful lady is the sister of my close friend, Jiang Wanqing.
And she is a lawyer." Jiang Wanqing smiled radiantly, greeting everyone, "Hello, classmates. Should you have any legal inquiries in the future, feel free to seek my assistance."
The group responded warmly, returning her greeting. The female classmate did not introduce everyone individually but instead linked her arm with Jiang Wanqing's, leading her to Lu Ming. It is widely acknowledged that the profession of law necessitates interactions with affluent individuals to secure greater business opportunities and sources of income.
The present company comprised recent university graduates,
and with Lu Ming being the sole notable exception, most had yet to amass sufficient resources and connections, rendering them of little value to a professional like Jiang Wanqing. The reason Jiang Wanqing consented to enter this private room was likely due to her friend hinting at the presence of a particularly wealthy classmate inside. The female classmate enthusiastically introduced, "Sister Qing, this is my classmate Lu Ming, he may have numerous business dealings with you in the future."
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Wanqing's gaze briefly flickered with subtle scrutiny before she smiled and said, "Hello, Lu Ming." Lu Ming reciprocated with a smile, his eyes betraying an air of calm confidence.
"Greetings, Lawyer Jiang. Notification.
Jiang Wanqing's favorability towards you increased by 7, current favorability, 7. The female classmate promptly opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Jiang Wanqing,
saying, "Sister Qing, let us share a drink with everyone."
In a KTV setting, meeting friends and toasting is a fundamental social etiquette, and no one would deem it inappropriate. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly, accepting the beer from her friend with a faint smile. "Then I shall drink with everyone. I hope we have many opportunities for future exchanges." As the group raised their glasses, ready to toast, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open, akin to an inconvenient gust of wind.
2 men entered.
One in his 30s, reeking of alcohol, squinting with drunken eyes, his voice laced with arrogance, "Jiang.
Lawyer Jiang, what are you doing hiding here?
You still haven't graced us with your presence after that bottle of royal salute." The other man appeared embarrassed. "Jiang, he has just drunk and dragged me along." Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly and turned to introduce Lu Ming. "These two are one of our firm's clients and my colleague. I apologize for the disturbance.
Let me finish this bottle first, and we can properly drink together next time."
With that, she downed her beer in one go and signaled her colleague with a glance, indicating to return to their own room and spare Zhang the embarrassment.
"Wait." Zhang, clearly unimpressed, added a tone of provocation, "A beauty like Lawyer Jiang. And you young lads think a beer suffices? Doesn't that seem a bit off?"
"Mr. Zhang, they are merely university students," a male colleague interjected.
"University students? Ha! And what of it?
I only graduated from middle school, yet here I am with a bunch of university students working for me,"
Zhang boasted.
"I command them to go east, and they dare not go west. They are more obedient than cattle." A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Jiang Wanqing was indeed a suitable match. He had been contemplating how to spend his money, and now this rude Zhang had unwittingly presented him with an excellent opportunity to flaunt and spend. Rising from his seat, he looked at Zhang and slowly said,
"You drink royal salute?" Zhang lifted his chin. "A single bottle costs more than a month's salary for you university students."
Lu Ming scoffed disdainfully and turned to the KTV attendant. "Bring me a bottle."
"Certainly, sir," the attendant replied, turning to leave. "Wait, what are you doing?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm fetching your drink. Don't you count how many of us there are?" "Why should I count? I want 1 bottle for each person." At this pronouncement, the room erupted in astonishment.
A bottle of royal salute costs nearly 4,000 yuan, with over 30 individuals present, that amounted to tens of thousands.
Everyone quickly urged Lu Ming against such impulsive behavior.
Jiang Wanqing leaned in, whispering in Lu Ming's ear, "Lu Ming, Mr. Zhang is just drunk.
You don't need to take offense." Another female classmate chimed in, "Indeed, there is no need, it's really unnecessary. Besides, how could we possibly finish so much alcohol?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. 30+ bottles of royal salute? It does seem rather excessive."
Hearing this, Zhang felt relieved, thinking this lad was merely posturing, leading him to believe he had encountered a super-rich second generation.
However, he soon heard Lu Ming instruct the KTV attendant, "What is the most expensive drink you have?"
"The Louis XIII, priced at 58,888 yuan per bottle," the attendant replied.
Then bring me 2 bottles of Louis XIII. Royal salute is for those with a middle school education, I can't stand it.
Zheng's expression darkened. He had previously boasted about his middle school education.
And now it was evident Lu Ming was mocking him.
Classmates continued to implore Lu Ming not to make such extravagant purchases, but Lu Ming merely smiled calmly.
Addressing the attendant, "What are you waiting for? Is there no alcohol?" The attendant hurriedly exited the room, seemingly fearing the guests would change their minds.
As Lu Ming ordered the drinks, he already calculated in his mind. He had nearly completed a 300,000 yuan cashback task, with around 250,000 already returned. He needed to spend over 110,000 more on suitable matches to fulfill the task.
With Jiang Wanqing present,
whether it was 1 bottle of Royal Salute per person or 2 bottles of Louis XIII. Successfully spending would allow him to achieve his task objective and promptly receive his rewards. It was simply perfect.
Before long, several attendants entered the room,
respectfully carrying 2 bottles of Louis XIII.
Chapter 42, The Eye of Fluctuation. Open up, pour for everyone.
Lu Ming instructed the waiter while he swiped his card to settle the bill. In the realm of commerce, it is not obligatory to settle immediately, however. Lu Ming was eager to complete his task and secure a rapid one.
5 times cashback.
He was especially proactive in spending, for he knew that once Jiang Wanqing departed,
this opportunity would slip away like a cooked duck taking flight. Ding.
System task, obtain 300,000 in incremental cashback, current incremental cashback amount, 305.
526 yuan,
task status, completed, task reward, eye of fluctuation, LV1, eye of fluctuation, LV1. Upon selecting a stock, the host can ascertain its daily rise or fall.
This skill can be used once daily, exclusively before the market opens.
Note 1, the investment target must be a company listed on the Dragon Country stock market. Note 2, the purchase amount for the day must not exceed 0.5 of the stock's total market value, or the judgment will fail.
At last, he had acquired a trading skill.
Although it merely allowed him to predict fluctuations and appeared to apply only to individual stocks, this advantage was already sufficient to outsmart 100 of competitors in the market. Coupled with a tenfold return, his ability to earn money would accelerate tremendously.
Previously,
unable to predict the short-term movements of individual stocks, Lu Ming typically invested in 6 stocks, 2 small caps, 2 mid caps, and 2 large caps to ensure profitability under any market condition. But now, with the eye of fluctuation, he could confidently place his entire bet on a single stock.
Ding.
System task, obtain 500,000 in incremental cashback, task requirement, must be incremental cashback.
Spending 10 yuan for a 10 yuan cashback is considered 0 incremental cashback. Spending 10 yuan for a 15 yuan cashback is considered 5 yuan incremental cashback. Current incremental cashback amount, 0 yuan, the task has now updated.
Requiring an incremental cashback of 500,000, meaning he must spend 1 million under the stipulated conditions with others.
Currently, he possessed only over 600,000 yuan.
So he could only partially advance this task until the next cycle refreshes his spending capacity, which was still over 20 days away.
At this moment,
the waiter had dutifully poured the Louis XIII into individual glasses as per Lu Ming's request.
He raised his glass, addressing Jiang Wanqing with utmost courtesy, "Lawyer Jiang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance."
Jiang Wanqing promptly lifted her glass, clinking it gently with his, "The pleasure is mine."
Earlier,
she had encountered her sister's friend outside the private room, who mentioned a wealthy classmate in the vicinity and offered to introduce them. Lawyers are invariably motivated to meet affluent individuals, so she followed her sister's friend into the room. Little did she expect that this young man, fresh from school, would be so extravagant, ordering 2 bottles of cognac priced at nearly 888 yuan each, spending close to 120,000 yuan without a flicker of hesitation. He was indeed a client of celestial caliber.
Ding. Jiang Wanqing's favorability 12, current favorability 19. Lu Ming turned to his classmates, saying, "Don't just stand there. Let's all drink together."
Such an expensive liquor was a rarity, and even those who had previously claimed they would be ill from one more drop eagerly raised their glasses.
Each sip represented several hundred yuan. Who would dare miss such an experience?
Meanwhile, Mr. Zheng had discreetly vanished when Lu Ming settled the bill. as if the effects of the alcohol had thoroughly awakened him. "Waiter, bring 5 more bottles." Lu Ming, in high spirits and with Jiang Wanqing present, was invigorated by the prospect of 1.5 times cashback in the advancement of his task, fueling his willingness to spend. Ding! Jiang Wanqing's favorability -2, current favorability, 17, what? Why did her favorability decrease? Could it be that she viewed him as a foolish tycoon or the naive son of a landlord? "I can't drink anymore," Jiang Wanqing remarked gently, "and I must return to my private room. I still have several colleagues and clients there. I've added you on WeChat, let us connect another day." "Alright, we'll keep in touch." Once Jiang Wanqing left, Lu Ming immediately felt a loss of motivation to continue spending. His classmates urged him to stop ordering more drinks, suggesting they had had enough, and he decided to acquiesce. On Monday morning, Lu Ming promptly transferred the cashback he had received in the past few days into his stock market account. He sat before his computer, eager for the day's market performance. This was his first practical application of the eye of fluctuation, and he felt a surge of anticipation. Prior to the market's opening, he selected a stock named Dragon Country Mobile and activated his eye of fluctuation skill. Ding! Eye of fluctuation prediction: Dragon Country Mobile is expected to rise today. What a promising start! The Dragon Country stock market only permitted profit through long positions, so had his prediction indicated a decline, there would have been no trading opportunity. Upon opening, Dragon Country Mobile experienced a slight drop of 0.2. Lu Ming swiftly sold all his holdings and invested his entire position into Dragon Country Mobile, amassing a total market value of 251 million yuan. Even if Dragon Country Mobile only increased by 1 today, he would profit over 270,000 yuan. A stark contrast to the inefficiency of his previous diversified holdings. After completing his stock purchase, he found himself with little to do. The market remained dull, and boredom began to creep in. During such moments, one often drifts into whimsical thoughts. Lu Ming inexplicably recalled his encounter with Wang Jingzhu in the library 2 days prior. Then thought of the infatuated Gao Yuan, and subsequently, Qin Yu. The last time Qin Yu treated him to barbecue, he had yet to reciprocate. During their WeChat conversation the previous week, she mentioned she had been busy with final exams, and he was uncertain whether she was still in Haicheng. With this in mind, Lu Ming decided to reach out to her. Every eligible individual deserves to be cherished, they are rewards in their own right. Lu Ming, have your exams concluded? Qin Yu, yes, I've finished. I'm heading home tonight. Lu Ming, so soon? I haven't had the chance to treat you to a meal yet. Qin Yu, just let it slide for now, when I return after summer break, you can treat me then. Lu Ming, what time is your flight? Qin Yu, around 11 p.m. Lu Ming, then let me take you out for dinner, and I'll drive you to the airport afterward. Qin Yu, really? That would be wonderful. I actually had this idea before but felt too shy to mention it. Lu Ming, aren't you the one who speaks your mind without hesitation? Qin Yu, I'm straightforward, but not without sense. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, make sure to pack your things early. I'll pick you up at 5. Qin Yu, sounds good. Chapter 43, Are you considering keeping a mistress? After conversing with Qin Yu, Lu Ming resumed his scrutiny of the stock market. With the current market downturn, investor sentiment was exceptionally bleak, leaving most stocks devoid of investment opportunities. In such a stringent market environment, institutional funds, seeking to mitigate risks and secure stable returns, often gravitate towards blue-chip stocks characterized by high dividends, certainty, and solid fundamental support, thereby creating a phenomenon of collective investment. Consequently, while small and mid-cap stocks suffered significant losses, the large blue-chip stocks steadily appreciated, illustrating a stark contrast in market performance. Lu Ming mused that he might indeed possess a natural affinity for stock trading. Many seasoned investors spend their lives merely chasing trends and fluctuations. Yet he had discerned the market rhythm with remarkable clarity in under 2 months since entering the fray. He understood that engaging in the volatile pursuit of small-cap stocks would only entangle him in misfortune. Thus he resolved to focus primarily on trading blue-chip stocks, applying his acumen to these robust entities rather than squandering it on smaller companies. After the afternoon's close, Longwo Mobile surged nearly 2, allowing Lu Ming to effortlessly pocket 500,000 his assets officially surpassing 3 million. That evening, Lu Ming took Qin Yu to a Sichuan restaurant, not the typical street-side establishments with average costs of dozens or hundreds, but rather an exquisite venue where the average expenditure exceeded 1,000, proudly listed in the Michelin Guide. The restaurant was bathed in soft lighting, with elegant orchids adorning the tables and private rooms, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, creating an ambience that was both warm and sophisticated. The restaurant offered set menus priced at $12.88, $15.88, and $18.88, and naturally, Lu Ming opted for the $18.88 menu. Qin Yu teased, "Lu Ming, I'm heading back to Jincheng tonight. Are you trying to let me savor the taste of home before I indulge in Sichuan cuisine every day?" Lu Ming smiled lightly. "You won't experience this flavor at home." As an array of visually stunning and aromatic dishes was presented, they dined and conversed, primarily discussing their campus lives. Qin Yu expressed concern about Lu Ming's relationship with his girlfriend, and upon learning that their bond was strong with no plans for separation, she felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, her feelings towards Lu Ming were quite conflicted. On one hand, she recognized him as a cad, after all. A man with a girlfriend who still dates other women alone can hardly be deemed anything but. Yet, on the other hand, she found him to be a rare gem of a man, one not to be overlooked. Gazing at Lu Ming, she suddenly posed a soul-searching question. "Lu Ming, are you considering keeping a mistress?" Having just taken a sip of his drink, Lu Ming nearly choked on Qin Yu's blunt inquiry. This straightforward Sichuan girl often had a knack for catching one off guard. "Why do you ask that? What are you implying?" Lu Ming retorted. "First, you tell me if that thought has crossed your mind," Qin Yu pressed, undeterred by his counter. Lu Ming raised his hands in surrender. "Shouldn't it be that one becomes a legal spouse post-marriage and subsequently keeps other lovers? Without a wife, how could one have a mistress?" Qin Yu scratched her head, feeling that Lu Ming was intentionally shifting the conversation, yet he seemed to have a point. "Now it's your turn to answer my question," she insisted. A back and forth only invites further inquiries, and the adept understand how to seize control of the dialogue. "I was merely curious," she remarked. "Because you have a girlfriend and yet you choose to spend time alone with me." Lu Ming arched an eyebrow, "But wasn't it you who sought me out first?" Qin Yu chuckled bashfully, "I suppose that's true." Notification: Qin Yu's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 34, after dinner. Lu Ming drove Qin Yu to the airport. "Thank you for the ride, Lu Ming. When I return for the summer break, we shall meet again." She waved goodbye. "Wait a moment." Lu Ming retrieved a small gift box from the car and tucked it into her backpack. "Here's a small present for you." Qin Yu hesitated. "What is it?" Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly. "You will like it." Notification: Qin Yu's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection, 36. Women may experience a myriad of conflicting emotions when receiving gifts, yet there is no woman who does not appreciate a present. Without revealing the surprise, Lu Ming left Qin Yu to ponder its contents. "All right, hurry inside. See you in 2 months." He waved. "Yes, goodbye. I will bring you a gift when I return," Qin Yu replied. As she entered the departure hall, Qin Yu sought a quieter spot and eagerly retrieved her backpack to unveil the gift Lu Ming had presented. Upon opening the box, her eyes sparkled. Nestled upon soft satin lay a Van Cleef Arpels bracelet, 5 translucent red agate gemstones glimmering under the airport lights, each resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art, exuding an aura of elegance and mystery. She could hardly believe her eyes. This gift far exceeded her expectations. Instinctively, Qin Yu fished her phone from her pocket, her fingers dancing across the screen as she searched for information about the bracelet. When the astonishing price of 40,000 Longwa currency appeared, she was left momentarily stunned. Her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had suspected that Lu Ming's small gift would be of considerable value, perhaps several thousand. But she never imagined it would amount to such a staggering figure. "Ah! This male god is too charming." A radiant smile blossomed on Qin Yu's face, her eyes shimmering with joy. At that moment, she felt she could accept being a mistress if it meant being close to him. Notification: Qin Yu's affection for you has increased by 15, current affection, 51. On a certain deep night several days later, Lu Ming and Du Xingyu chatted in a cozy bar, each holding a glass of whiskey.
Why are they sending a newcomer like you? Lu Ming inquired. Is there no one else at your company?
The new recruits are easier to manage, the veterans are harder to mobilize, Du Xingyu explained. He was currently employed at a high-tech firm with favorable income and benefits, but the drawback was that he had been assigned to work in a different city. Unable to apply for a transfer back to Haicheng for at least a year. And you and Chen Yi will be apart for at least a year.
Are you comfortable with that? Lu Ming asked again.
There's no choice, she has a good job now too. Otherwise, I would have considered taking her with me.
But it's not as bad as you think, it's not like I'm being exiled.
I can return on holidays, Du Xingyu replied.
A hint of resignation in his tone. Lu Ming nodded slightly.
As an idle stock trader, he could not offer substantial assistance to his friend in terms of work.
Du Xingyu took a sip of his drink, slowly exhaling, as if burdened by unspoken worries.
Chapter 44. With a discerning glance, Lu Ming instantly perceived the lingering worries within his friend.
Old Du, he inquired, what burdens your mind that you cannot express?
Du Xingyu replied slowly. I still hold a considerable trust in Chen Yi. However, during my recent visits to her company to pick her up, I've encountered her boss several times. It seems he is overly attentive to her.
Lu Ming probed, what does Chen Yi say about it? Du Xingyu responded, she insists I am overthinking.
Claiming her boss has a stunningly beautiful wife who would never look her way.
Lu Ming asked, is her boss handsome? Du Xingyu replied, he is in his 50s. Come on, Lu Ming retorted, are you underestimating Chen Yi? Would she really fancy a man in his 50s? She thinks so too, Du Xingyu admitted, awkwardly scratching his head.
Rest assured, Lu Ming reassured him, while you are away from Haicheng, I shall take good care of Chen Yi.
That sounds odd coming from you, Du Xingyu remarked. Are you implying I should be worried? Regardless, just have Chen Yi call me if anything arises, Lu Ming concluded. Of course, if there is an issue. Who else would I turn to? Du Xingyu asserted, though his confidence seemed a tad lacking.
Having known each other since childhood, Lu Ming understood his friend's character well and recognized the concerns he harbored. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, he felt it unwise to interject.
The following day. Ding! The market prediction indicates a decline for Longhua Mobile today. In recent times,
Lu Ming had been applying his market insight skills to Longhua Mobile, executing buying and selling operations based on its fluctuating trends. Although the Longhua stock market boasted over 5,000 stocks, trading in familiar stocks was always preferable to dealing with the unknown. The more familiar one was, the greater the control.
Today's forecast signaled a downturn.
So after the market opened, he promptly liquidated his holdings in Longhua Mobile while it was still performing well, subsequently investing in several alternative stocks. With a tenfold return on investment, he could not afford to let his funds remain idle. After completing these transactions, Lu Ming continued to monitor the market. Longhua Mobile experienced a temporary surge, peaking at nearly a 3 increase. Had Lu Ming not acted earlier and chosen to sell at that moment, he would have reaped a 33% profit. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. No one could consistently buy at the lowest and sell at the highest points. He was already fortunate enough to be successful, and dwelling on such matters would be quite trivial.
Following the morning's closing, Lu Ming ventured to the executive lounge for lunch.
His interest in the scenic window seat had waned, so he settled into a random spot.
Ding! A suitable female has been detected.
Piqued, Lu Ming lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting the target, he was momentarily stunned.
A breathtakingly beautiful young woman had taken a seat not far from him.
She possessed an exquisitely crafted visage, seemingly the finest work of nature, with eyebrows like distant mountains, a delicate and prominent nose, and bright eyes that sparkled like the stars. Name, Zhang Nanji, gender, female, age, 19, height, 167 centimeters, appearance, 91, figure, curvaceous, current status, healthy, current favorability, 0, a score of 91.
Such beauty would stand out even among celebrities.
Lu Ming found his appetite dissipating.
How could he possibly introduce himself?
Approaching her directly would likely be perceived as inappropriate. This was the executive lounge of the Ritz Hotel, frequented by guests of executive rooms, suggesting that Zhang Nanji came from a well-off background. He also noted an Hermes Birkin bag beside her. Only those who had spent over 500,000 at Hermes would even be deemed eligible to purchase one. Lu Ming doubted the system would suggest a woman who was being kept, leading him to suspect that Jiang Nanji was indeed a wealthy heiress. As a man of considerable means himself, he had little fear of women who adored money.
Yet, if she were exceptionally affluent, that would render him somewhat at a loss.
Lavishing gifts upon a woman of modest means might elevate him to the status of a beloved, however, with a woman of wealth,
he risked being seen as a mere fool.
As the saying goes, the brave are the first to enjoy the world. While Lu Ming pondered how to initiate a conversation,
a well-groomed young man approached Jiang Nanji. "Hello, may I add you on WeChat?" he asked.
Guests of executive rooms typically conducted themselves with decorum, making such a direct request rather unseemly. However, this only highlighted the young man's desperation to make a connection. Jiang Nanji ignored him,
prompting a woman seated next to her to rise and coldly address the young man. "Do you need me to call the police?"
Lu Ming instinctively scanned the woman's profile. Lin Xing, age 30, rated as 70 in appearance, which seemed standard. However, her physique was labeled as muscular. It was the first time he had encountered such an assessment for a woman. Even without the system's insight, her toned arms were evident.
The young man,
dismissive at first, turned to Lin Xing, but the moment their eyes met, he realized he likely stood no chance against her.
His previously arrogant demeanor evaporated,
and he awkwardly departed. It appeared that the brave might not always be the first to enjoy the world. Sometimes, they were merely the first to face embarrassment. Witnessing the young man's blunder, Lu Ming had no intention of following suit. Yet, he struggled to devise a method of introduction, feeling increasingly anxious.
Women scoring over 90 were scarce, and those who met the criteria of being eligible and available were even rarer, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover,
her presence in the hotel indicated she was not from Haicheng. If he missed this opportunity, he feared it might never present itself again.
After a brief moment, Jiang Nanji and Lin Xing finished their meal and prepared to leave.
Lu Ming immediately noticed a plastic bag emblazoned with a bookstore logo left behind on their table. Seizing the opportunity, he stood and swiftly retrieved the bag, beating the other young man to it. Inside, he discovered several piano instructional books. Lu Ming hurriedly exited the executive lounge and caught up with the two women at the elevator.
"Hello," he greeted them.
Lin Xing instinctively positioned herself in front of Jiang Nanji, glaring at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming raised the plastic bag in his hand.
"You left this behind."
Jiang Nanji's expression shifted to one of realization, and she smiled gently at him. "I completely forgot about the books I just purchased downstairs."
"Thank you." Ding. Jiang Nanji's favorability towards you has increased by 5.
Current favorability, 5. Lu Ming handed the bag to Jiang Nanji and inquired, "I hope you don't mind my asking."
"But I couldn't help but notice the piano books. Are you a piano instructor?"
Chapter 45. The concert. Lu Ming found himself perplexed as to why he had posed such a question. A girl, seemingly accompanied by a bodyguard and clutching a Hermes Birkin bag, sparked an unexpected association in his mind, leading him to believe she might be a piano teacher.
However, Jiang Nanji's response left him even more astonished. "Indeed, I am a piano teacher. Do you enjoy the piano as well?" "Immensely. I've yearned to learn the piano since childhood.
But I missed the opportunity and now I deeply regret it."
"Is it too late for me to start?"
Lu Ming began to embellish the truth. His interest in the piano was merely auditory and not particularly fervent. He could take it or leave it. Yet, in an earnest attempt to engage Jiang Nanji, he exaggerated his enthusiasm.
"At any age, one can learn. Passion is the finest teacher," she replied. "Do you still accept students?" Lu Ming inquired with genuine sincerity,
as though he truly desired to study the piano. Lin Xing furrowed her brow and whispered something into Jiang Nanji's ear.
Jiang Nanji smiled sweetly, seemingly unperturbed. "I am Jiang Nanji, a student at the Juilliard School in the United States.
I just returned home for the summer after completing my freshman year. I plan to offer online piano lessons, and if you're interested, you may enroll."
"Online lessons? Is there no in-person instruction?" "Only online, but it's quite effective."
"I am very eager to learn the piano," Lu Ming asserted.
"How do I sign up?"
Jiang Nanji scratched her head, as if contemplating the logistics.
"First, add me on WeChat, and I'll contact you later."
"All right."
Lu Ming quickly retrieved his phone and scanned Jiang Nanji's WeChat QR code. She waved goodbye as she headed towards the elevator.
I'll let you know the registration details once I've figured it out.
Goodbye.
Lu Ming responded in a manner befitting a gentleman, goodbye.
Throughout the interaction, Lin Qing observed Lu Ming with vigilance, ultimately accompanying Jiang Nanji into the elevator.
Lu Ming speculated that Jiang Nanji was likely the daughter of a wealthy family, pursuing a fleeting social endeavor during her summer break.
In any case, having her WeChat contact was a significant step forward. He felt buoyant as he entered another elevator to return to his room. At 5:30 p.m., Dongwan exited the office building.
She immediately spotted her boyfriend's Porsche and cheerfully settled into the passenger seat.
Have you been waiting long? She asked. Only about 10 minutes. Lu Ming replied. I ran into Sister Xin just now. You met with President Zhou? Did you greet her?
Of course. She asked what I was doing here.
And I told her I was waiting for you. She smiled at me. Does that mean she knows about our relationship?
Yes. A few days ago when I was out with her at the bar, I mentioned it. No wonder I felt her gaze on me oddly these past few days.
Dongwan mused, then asked, do you often go to the bar with President Zhou?
Lu Ming shrugged, not at all, just twice in total. I've mentioned that we're neighbors. So we occasionally run into each other, but she has far more on her plate than I do. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Dongwan as she remarked blandly.
President Zhou is very beautiful.
Objectively, Dongwan rated an 86 while Zhou Wenxin rated an 85, their appearances were quite comparable. And Zhou Wenxin was already 38, one could only imagine how striking she must have been in her youth.
Yet for Lu Ming,
the key factor was the compatibility of potential partners.
Given his current circumstances, finding several attractive women would be an effortless endeavor. Naturally,
Zhou Wenxin's primary value lay in her status and capabilities, her appearance merely added a touch of embellishment.
Lu Ming grasped Dongwan's hand, teasing, are you feeling jealous? Dongwan hastily denied, not at all. I understand that your relationship with President Zhou will benefit your career.
Lu Ming tightened his grip on her hand, yes.
Let us not overthink things.
Let's go eat first, the concert will be starting shortly.
Dongwan nodded slightly. As dusk descended,
the city's neon lights flickered in the evening haze. Hand in hand, Lu Ming and Dongwan strolled through the bustling crowd towards the concert hall. The air infused with the subtle fragrance of flowers and a palpable sense of anticipation. Their steps were light and harmonious. It was Lu Ming's inaugural visit to the concert hall, and curiosity and excitement bubbled within him, while Dongwan radiated enthusiasm. Her profound love for classical music made the prospect of sharing this experience with her boyfriend immensely gratifying.
Upon entering the concert hall,
they were enveloped by the grandeur of towering arches, exquisite sculptures, and soft lighting that effectively muted the external clamor. They located their seats,
positioned centrally near the stage with an excellent view. Once seated, Dongwan gently patted Lu Ming's hand and asked tenderly, how does it feel? Lu Ming smiled and nodded.
Quite good. The concert had been Dongwan's suggestion, and she had purchased the tickets as well. Attending a concert had never crossed Lu Ming's leisure list, not due to a lack of interest, but simply because he had never considered it. As the lights dimmed,
a magnificent piano ascended onto the stage.
A pianist dressed in a tailcoat took his seat with grace, and the audience fell silent, awaiting the first note. When the initial note resonated, an invisible force enveloped the concert hall, banishing all noise and distraction. Dongwan closed her eyes,
inhaling deeply as if to absorb the enchanting melody into her very soul.
She turned to Lu Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Lu Ming, do you hear that? This is Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, one of my favorite pieces.
As Lu Ming was about to embark on his piano lessons with Jiang Nanji, he found himself captivated by the performance. He listened intently, realizing he had never encountered such a captivating piece of music before. It was an entirely different experience from the music he usually enjoyed through his headphones. The melody flowed gently like moonlight, then surged with fervor like crashing waves, each note seemingly narrating a poignant tale. He felt irresistibly drawn into the music's enchantment, as if his spirit were being whisked away to a distant and mysterious realm. An indescribable emotion welled up within Lu Ming as he turned to Dongwan, exclaiming, "Marvelous!
Absolutely marvelous!
Dongwon smiled. I cherish this feeling of being immersed in the world of music, it brings me unparalleled tranquility and fulfillment. Inwardly, she was even more delighted than her outward demeanor suggested, as she felt a shared passion with her boyfriend, adding depth and vibrancy to their relationship.
Ding! Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 5. Current affection level, 68.
Lu Ming nodded slightly, experiencing the profound power of music.
Simultaneously, his anticipation for learning the piano with Jiang Nanji grew.
As the concert progressed, transitioning from classical to modern, from solo performances to symphonies,
each piece entranced Lu Ming and Dongwon.
After the concert concluded, they walked hand in hand out of the hall. The night breeze gently caressed their faces,
bringing a refreshing coolness to the summer evening.
Lu Ming glanced at the time and then at Dongwon, asking, "It's still early.
Would you like to come over to my place for a bit?" Chapter 46. Victorious upon hearing this, Dongwon's cheeks were instantly graced with a blush.
She understood that Lu Ming was staying at a hotel, and visiting him would imply an intimate rendezvous. Their relationship had only progressed to holding hands. The thought of going further felt utterly audacious.
No,
I would prefer to head home early, Dongwon stammered, feeling embarrassed.
Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Why are you blushing?
I merely meant to suggest we sit at the bar on my rooftop. Dongwon pouted, you only spoke half your thoughts.
How was I to know your true intentions? Still, I would rather go home. I'm not particularly fond of bars, perhaps we could take a casual stroll instead?
Lu Ming nodded, all right. Currently, Dongwon was still some distance from achieving a 90-point favorability rating, which could not be attained in just 1 or 2 dates. So Lu Ming was in no hurry. Late at night, Sui Cheng curled up on her bed, wearing an expression of discontent. She had attempted to reach Lu Ming through various means, yet her calls went unanswered and her messages received no replies. The thought of rushing to the Ritz Hotel to find Lu Ming crossed her mind, yet she hesitated, fearing it might be too forward and that he might be upset. Surrounded by admirers throughout her life, Sui Cheng never expected to care so deeply for someone. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind.
What could have happened to Minggu? Why couldn't I reach him? Is he with another girl? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became.
Her heart laden with a medley of emotions. Once again, she picked up her phone, attempting to call Lu Ming.
Just as she was about to press the call button,
her screen lit up with the caller ID, Dearest God.
Hello?
Sui Cheng answered, her tone slightly stiff, I've been searching for you all night, why couldn't I get through? Oh, I was working, and my phone was on silent to avoid interruptions, Lu Ming replied calmly, neither coaxing her nor apologizing, merely stating a fact.
In a sense,
flirting had indeed become his primary occupation, thus he spoke the truth, albeit omitting crucial details.
He was destined to be a heartthrob, and naturally,
the women around him would have to acclimate to his occasional, brief disappearances.
But I worried about you all night.
Sui Cheng felt particularly aggrieved upon hearing Lu Ming's nonchalant tone. Next time, I'll let you know if my phone is on silent, Lu Ming softened his tone, adding.
I made a fortune today, tomorrow, I'll take you to buy a handbag.
Indeed, he had made a considerable amount during the day trading stocks, though it had nothing to do with the evening's activities. However, Sui Cheng interpreted it as if he had earned that much in a single night.
Working just a few hours and making that much? My goodness. Minggu, you are incredible.
All her earlier grievances dissipated in an instant.
After a pause, she expressed concern. Isn't what you do very risky given how much you earn?
There's no risk, the only uncertainty is whether the profit will be substantial or modest, Lu Ming replied.
Have you ever heard of Qin Shi Huang touching electric wires? What does Qin Shi Huang touching electric wires mean? I don't understand. It means we struck it rich, Lu Ming explained.
That joke is rather dry, Sui Cheng remarked. Having long forgotten her middle school history lessons and failing to recall that Qin Shi Huang's surname was Ing, hence her inability to connect the dots.
Lu Ming, not intending to educate her on history, swiftly changed the subject. Shall I pick you up tomorrow?
No need, I'll head over to your place early.
You can sleep a bit longer, I'll take a taxi.
All right. The following day, Sui Cheng indeed arrived early.
Since summer vacation began,
she had found no opportunity for overnight stays, so she could only visit Lu Ming during the day.
Ming, did I come too early?
She observed Lu Ming still appearing half asleep, feeling somewhat sheepish.
You should rest a bit more. I'll take a shower first, it's sweltering outside. And I'm drenched in sweat. Fine, I'll take 5 more minutes.
Before long, the sound of running water filled the bathroom.
After a while, Sui Cheng's playful voice emerged. Ah. Minggu, why did you come in? No peeking. Who told you not to lock the door? Don't get in the bathtub. It's overflowing, and it's too cramped for 2. Girl, you talk too much. Do you want me to silence you? Humph, I don't believe you. MMM. An hour later, Sui Cheng lay contentedly against Lu Ming, a look of satisfaction on her face. Ding.
Sui Cheng's favorability towards you increased by 1, current favorability, 98. At this stage, the increase in favorability was exceedingly gradual, requiring numerous affectionate actions to gain even a slight rise. He pondered what reward awaited upon reaching a favorability of 100. Minggu, I had no idea you were self-made.
You're truly impressive. I thought you were a rich second generation. When you bear me a son, he will be the rich second generation.
I have no desire to be a mother so soon.
That is not solely your choice, you might already be a mother.
Not a chance, today is perfectly safe. Lu Ming and Sui Cheng were both in a tranquil state of mind, free of distractions, leisurely chatting in bed. They remained in the room until the afternoon before stepping out, but they did not venture far, simply taking the elevator from the 51st floor to the ground level. The first floor of the building housing the Ritz Hotel was a high-end shopping mall, filled with an array of luxury brands. Lu Ming led Sui Cheng to Hermes. The sales associate recognized Lu Ming and immediately approached him.
Hello, Mr. Lu, we just received a new bag today, would you like to take a look?
Yes.
Please bring it out.
The associate had proactively recommended the bag, believing that Lu Ming resonated with the brand's philosophy, which, in simpler terms, indicated he met the spending threshold. However, when the associate presented the bag to Lu Ming and Sui Cheng, both felt a tinge of disappointment.
This bag resembles a vegetable basket. Mr. Lu. What do you think? Acceptable.
Lu Ming mused that it would certainly elevate his mother's status at the market. They spent the afternoon browsing the mall, where Lu Ming spent over 200,000, purchasing the vegetable basket for his mother along with some ostentatious items, a Chanel bag for Sui Cheng, and several clothing items for both himself and Sui Cheng. Now, Sui Cheng had completely adopted an open mindset towards receiving gifts.
Minggu, let us head upstairs. I must return home soon. My father wants me back by 10 p.m. Lu Ming tilted his chin slightly. What? Do you wish to engage in a lengthy battle with me?
Sui Cheng whispered playfully in his ear, who is afraid of whom?
Chapter 47, Learning the Piano. Lu Ming, is it possible to enroll in more classes? I'm afraid I won't learn enough with just 60 sessions.
Jiang Nanji, I initially intended to limit enrollment to a maximum of 20 sessions, but somehow you managed to convince me to agree to 60.
I feel a bit overwhelmed.
After the summer break, I must return to the United States, and I'm concerned I won't be able to complete the lessons.
Lu Ming, this shouldn't pose a problem.
After all, it's online learning, and your move to the United States won't affect it.
From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed that you are a remarkably responsible individual. Jiang Nanji, enough already.
60 sessions are my limit, there's no possibility of increasing that.
Honestly, I'm even contemplating refunding your tuition.
Lu Ming, 60 sessions are settled. Once I prepare everything, I'll schedule the classes with you.
Jiang Nanji, alright then. Previously,
Jiang Nanji had mentioned being a student at the Juilliard School in the United States. Lu Ming later researched the institution and discovered that it is, in fact, one of the world's premier music academies.
Attending this school, along with tuition and living expenses, would require at least 1,000,000 yuan annually.
Jiang Nanji charges 150 yuan for each of her one-on-one online piano lessons. If she were to earn her own tuition, it would indeed take an eternity.
However,
Lu Ming was well aware that she likely does not lack for financial resources.
After conversing with Jiang Nanji,
Lu Ming took the elevator down and made his way to a nearby piano store. Lacking a piano of his own and unable to accommodate one in his hotel room, the piano store nearby was the most suitable option.
hello, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a piano or taking lessons? A female staff member inquired. Do you have facilities for practicing the piano?
We have professional practice rooms available for 30 yuan per hour.
Are the rooms private?
Yes.
Would you like me to show you?
Sure. Lu Ming followed the staff member to the second floor of the store. There, he found a row of independent practice rooms, each a small chamber containing a piano. The space was cramped and the ambience far from inviting, evoking a sense of confinement. Yet it possessed the essential features for piano practice.
Do you have any practice rooms that are more comfortable and aesthetically pleasing? Lu Ming inquired, as he was increasingly inclined toward quality experiences.
All of our practice rooms are similar. The only rooms with better environments are those used for teaching.
But those aren't designated for practice. So, it is only in the presence of a teacher that one can utilize the rooms you mentioned?
Indeed.
What are the fees for lessons with a teacher?
That depends on the class you enroll in. I don't even know how many keys a piano has.
What class should I take?
That would be the beginner's class, with fees ranging from 150 to 200 yuan per session, depending on.
I'll enroll in the 200 yuan class, ensure I get the best room available. Then we should discuss the instructor. No need for a teacher.
I simply require a private room. The instructor can entertain themselves with their phone outside, as if they were giving me a lesson.
Ah. Is that permissible?
Of course, as long as you find it suitable.
Shall I show you the environment?
Lead the way. Lu Ming followed the staff member to view the practice room, which was significantly more inviting. It was spacious, furnished with a piano and a sofa, and even featured a row of bookshelves along the wall. He made a prompt decision and proceeded to the front desk to settle the payment. The fee for his lessons with Jiang Nanji was 150 yuan per session, while merely reserving a practice room here cost 200 yuan, truly a disparity worth noting.
With all arrangements in place, Lu Ming contacted Jiang Nanji via WeChat. Lu Ming, hello, Nanji. I would like to schedule a lesson now, is that convenient?
Jiang Nanji, you're quite swift. I'm available, please give me half an hour to prepare.
And we can begin. Lu Ming, alright.
He returned to the practice room. At that moment, a woman was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book.
Upon noticing Lu Ming's arrival, she looked up.
Lu Ming paused, feeling a flicker of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before.
The woman, recognizing Lu Ming, expressed a hint of surprise and stood to greet him, saying, "Hello, I am the piano instructor here, my name is Haina." Lu Ming politely responded, "Hello." After a brief pause, Haina continued, "I believe I have seen you before at the Ritz swimming pool." Suddenly,
Lu Ming recalled that she was indeed the same woman he had noticed during a visit to the pool with Zhou Wenxin, where she had confidently showcased her figure in a bikini. Now, dressed modestly, it was understandable why he hadn't recognized her immediately.
"Lu Ming, that explains it.
You looked quite familiar."
Haina added, "I remember your girlfriend was present as well."
Lu Ming shrugged, "You are partially correct, however, that was not my girlfriend,
but rather my girlfriend's employer. We all happened to be staying at the Ritz that day."
Haina contemplated his words for a moment.
"The staff member just informed me that the person reserving this practice room is you, correct?"
"Yes."
"Are you certain you don't need a teacher?"
"I can guide you from nearby, especially since you have already paid for the lesson." "Thank you, but I genuinely do not require assistance," Lu Ming declined gracefully. He had no particular interest in Haina's presence, as his intentions were not solely to learn piano, but rather to engage with Jiang Nanji. Having Haina nearby would only hinder his efforts. Seeing Lu Ming's firm stance, Haina refrained from pressing further and left the room for him.
Before long, Lu Ming connected with Jiang Nanji via video and commenced their online lesson.
However, while Jiang Nanji was earnest in her teaching, Lu Ming was not particularly invested in learning,
resulting in a rather futile endeavor.
Initially, he had hoped to catch glimpses of Jiang Nanji's stunning visage during the video call, but instead,
the camera predominantly focused on the piano keys.
Fortunately, her delicate fingers were captivating enough in their own right.
Moreover,
during the few instances when the camera captured Jiang Nanji's surroundings, Lu Ming noted that her room was tastefully decorated, further confirming that she likely hailed from a wealthy family. Notification: Zhang Nanji's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection level, 10. 45 minutes later, the first piano lesson concluded. And Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite Zhang Nanji's beauty, she was evidently not an engaging teacher. The session had been tedious, requiring him to feign interest. To make matters worse, Zhang Nanji had assigned him homework. He had spent the lesson focused on her hands, scarcely absorbing any information, leaving him utterly unprepared to complete the assignment. After ending the video call with Zhang Nanji, Lu Ming stood to leave, only to find Haina re-entering the room. "How did your practice go?" Haina asked with a smile. "I merely played aimlessly, not much to report," Lu Ming admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. "I heard from the staff member that you mentioned not even knowing how many keys a piano has." "Yes. I now know there are 52 white keys and 36 black keys, totaling 88 keys." This was one of the scant pieces of knowledge Lu Ming had gleaned during his brief lesson with Zhang Nanji. Haina smiled gently. "Would you like me to provide some guidance?" Chapter 48, I will take you there. Lu Ming initially intended to decline. Yet he recalled the assignments assigned by Zhang Nanji that must be completed. Since Haina was present, why not have her assist him directly? "Teacher Haina, I actually have a few questions and would appreciate your help. I can pay for an equivalent amount of lesson time. Just call me Nana." "There is no need to pay for additional classes. You've already paid your tuition, and you are, after all, my student. If I don't teach you anything, I would feel quite guilty." Lu Ming did not hesitate. He handed over the assignments given by Zhang Nanji and requested Haina's assistance. Haina glanced at the papers and smiled gently. "I can help you with the music theory, but the finger exercises you must do on your own." With that, Haina guided Lu Ming to the piano, placing one hand over his to teach him the correct finger positions. Lu Ming sensed that Haina's enthusiasm might be a bit excessive. He had no intention of taking advantage of her kindness, but with her proximity, he felt indifferent. Haina evidently perceived Lu Ming as affluent, which piqued her interest significantly, almost as if she were offering her youthful charm to him. Yet, to Lu Ming, Haina, with a modest score of 80 in looks, was merely slightly more appealing than an average passerby, and he harbored no romantic inclinations. Half an hour later, Lu Ming expressed, "Nana, thanks to your guidance, I finally grasped the concepts. You are truly an excellent teacher." "Thank you for the compliment," Haina replied with a knowing smile. "I usually teach young children, and it's rare to encounter a handsome guy like you. I must seize the opportunity. It's getting a bit late. I should take my leave. I look forward to your guidance next time." Lu Ming stood to bid farewell. "Are you not going to practice a bit more?" Haina inquired softly, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Not today, I'll practice another day." "All right, then, farewell for now." Before leaving the piano studio, Lu Ming settled the payment for 2 lessons, despite Haina's insistence that it was unnecessary. He preferred to incur a small loss rather than take undue advantage. Those who constantly seek small gains will never achieve significant ones in life. Upon returning to the hotel lobby, Lu Ming fortuitously encountered Zhou Wenxin, who appeared quite anxious. It was the first time he had seen her so unsettled. "Xinjia, what's wrong? You seem a bit flustered. Is everything all right?" Lu Ming approached her with concern. "I have an unexpected meeting with an important client, and with the evening rush hour, the traffic outside is horrendous. The company's driver is stuck in traffic. And I can't find a taxi. I'm going to be late, which has me a bit worried." Given Zhou Wenxin's position, the clients she was meeting were undoubtedly significant figures, and missing an appointment often equated to losing an opportunity. "Where do you need to go?" Lu Ming inquired further. Zhou Wenxin mentioned the name of an upscale club. Lu Ming checked on his phone. It wasn't too far, but the navigation indicated severe congestion along the route. "Why not let me take you there?" "I have a motorcycle," Lu Ming offered. "That would be wonderful." Zhou Wenxin readily accepted, expressing her gratitude. "I'm in a hurry. I'll thank you properly another day." They made their way to the hotel parking lot and mounted the motorcycle. Without hesitation, Zhou Wenxin wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's waist, leaning forward closely against his back. Lu Ming immediately felt the soft pressure against him.
The system had rated Zhou Wenxin's figure as voluptuous, and it was indeed quite impressive. Lu Ming, could you please go a bit faster? Thank you. Of course. Xinjia, there is no need for such formality. Lu Ming revved the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life as they sped away. Half an hour later,
Lu Ming delivered Zhou Wenxin to the upscale club, 2 minutes ahead of schedule.
After expressing her thanks profusely, she entered the venue.
As Lu Ming was about to depart,
he noticed a man and a woman exiting the club.
The man was middle-aged, appearing rather seasoned, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. Undoubtedly a handsome figure in his youth. The woman was none other than Chen Yi, the girlfriend of his close friend Du Xingyu. Lu Ming revved the throttle gently,
approaching the pair on the motorcycle. Chen Yi, he greeted. Upon recognizing Lu Ming, Chen Yi's face lit up with joy. Oh, Lu Ming. What brings you here?
I was just dropping off a friend, Lu Ming replied, glancing at the middle-aged man beside her.
And this is? Oh, this is my boss, Mr. Yang. Chen Yi clarified. We just had a meeting with a client here.
Lu Ming finally comprehended Du Xingyu's concerns. An unattractive middle-aged man is referred to as master. A handsome one is uncle, and the man before him was indeed a distinguished uncle.
Boss, this is Lu Ming, a good friend of my boyfriend, Chen Yi introduced. Hello. I'm Yang Haoren, he said, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner.
Due to his association with Du Xingyu, Lu Ming felt a slight animosity toward Yang Haoren. But he was taken aback by the man's refined demeanor. Realizing this, Lu Ming felt it inappropriate to remain cold. So he dismounted the motorcycle and shook Yang Haoren's hand.
Lu Ming then turned to Chen Yi. Have you finished work for the day? Chen Yi pointed to a nearby BMW 7 Series. Of course, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Mr. Yang said he'd have the driver drop me off.
Lu Ming insisted. Why trouble someone for such a small matter? I'll take you back. Chen Yi looked to Yang Haoren. Boss, is that all right?
Yang Haoren replied straightforwardly.
That works perfectly. You can return with your friend, and I'll have the driver take me home.
With that, he waved goodbye to them and headed toward the BMW.
Lu Ming handed the helmet to Chen Yi. Hop on. After donning the helmet, Chen Yi took her place on the motorcycle's rear.
Being the girlfriend of Lu Ming's close friend, she naturally did not cling to him as Zhou Wenxin did, instead resting her hands on his shoulders.
Lu Ming then took Chen Yi out for dinner, subtly inquiring about various matters. It's Sunday, why are you still working? I'm Mr. Yang's secretary. And when he works late, I have to as well. Why not find a more agreeable job than being a secretary? Lu Ming mused inwardly. Now that Du is out. What do you usually do?
I'm swamped with work, there is hardly any time for anything else. I plan to head home whenever I have free time on the weekends.
Chen Yi, a local of Hangzhou, could return home from Haicheng in just a matter of minutes by train.
Lu Ming paused, then asked, Mr. Yang seems to treat you quite well.
Does he take care of all his employees like this? Chen Yi smiled slightly, her eyes widening as she gazed at Lu Ming. What exactly are you trying to ask? Chapter 49, My cousin enters the drama academy. Lu Ming awkwardly scratched his head. Old Du said he wasn't available and asked me to help you out. Chen Yi smirked. No wonder you and old Du are like brothers, both suspicious and paranoid.
Lu Ming thought to himself, I have no doubts about my own woman. My concern is for old Du. Chen Yi continued, are you afraid I might cheat on old Du?
Lu Ming quickly denied it. After knowing you for so many years,
I trust your character completely. It's just that sometimes, as a girl, you might not be safe.
Rest assured, what kind of relationship do I have with old Du? How could I betray him? I know my boundaries.
As she spoke, Chen Yi cut a piece of steak and savored it slowly. After finishing, she remarked,
This steak is truly delicious.
Having a wealthy brother like you is a blessing. It allows us mere mortals to experience the life of the affluent. Lu Ming turned to the waiter and said, another serving of this steak, please.
Chen Yi hurriedly replied, no need, I can't finish it. Lu Ming insisted. I'll take it back for a midnight snack.
Chen Yi laughed, if you keep feeding me like this, by the time old Du returns,
I might just turn into a pig.
Becoming a pig is just what old Du needs to feel at ease, Lu Ming said, and they exchanged smiles,
leaving the previous topic behind. Are you still in touch with Lin Qianqian? Chen Yi asked. Occasionally we chat on WeChat, why do you ask?
I heard from my roommate.
Her cousin, that Lin Qianqian's family seems to be facing some significant issues.
You mentioned before that her father's business failed and their family fell on hard times.
It seems the situation has worsened, though I'm not clear on the specifics.
Oh, I'll ask her when I get the chance.
After discussing some trivial matters,
Lu Ming escorted Chen Yi back to her residence.
Upon returning to the hotel,
he recalled what Chen Yi had said about Lin Qianqian's family troubles and sent her a message on WeChat.
Lu Ming, I just heard from Chen Yi that your family is facing some problems? Lin Qianqian, thank you, Lu Ming. We are already working on a solution.
Lu Ming, oh, as long as it's manageable.
If there's anything I can assist with, please let me know. Don't hesitate. Lin Qianqian, alright, Lu Ming.
I truly appreciate your concern.
Ding. Lin Qianqian's affection level for you too, current affection level, 40, saying a few kind words can indeed enhance affection.
Though Lu Ming was not particularly concerned about spending money, the idea of gaining affection for free felt rather delightful.
In the blink of an eye,
more than half a month had passed. During this period, the stock market remained sluggish. However, with the dual advantages of his keen market insight and tenfold returns,
Lu Ming continued to profit without any doubt.
His stock account had reached a total asset of
7.8 million.
As his wealth grew, the goal of earning 10 million from the stock market was tantalizingly close. A mere rise of over 2 percentage points in his holdings would fulfill the objective. Reflecting on the transformation from an ordinary university student to a soon-to-be millionaire within a few months brought Lu Ming genuine joy. Furthermore, if this trend persisted,
entering the ranks of billionaires would be within reach.
With 2 days left before his wealth threshold would be updated, he had 100,000 remaining. Perfectly allocated for the upcoming hotel rent, leaving no waste. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his mother, Yili.
He promptly answered. Hello, Mom.
Your son is doing splendidly.
Thriving and on the verge of making a fortune, report complete.
Knowing that his mother was most concerned about his well-being, he took the initiative to share his updates.
In truth,
wealth was not the foremost concern. Having a stable job was paramount, perhaps securing a civil service or public sector position.
Consider a civil service exam? You have no idea how well I'm doing now. Who would want to take that route?
You're still young and don't understand the importance of a stable job.
Mom, surely you didn't call just to discuss civil service exams?
Oh, you distracted me. I nearly forgot.
I wanted to tell you that your cousin has been accepted into Haicheng University. Your uncle just called and asked you to look after her.
Which college?
What college? XIN got into an undergraduate program. What? The academically challenged EXIN managed to get into a bachelor's program?
Ask uncle to verify if her admission letter was purchased from an online bargain site.
Don't underestimate XIN.
Although her academic scores are average, she excels in talent and took the route for art students, gaining admission to Haicheng Drama Academy.
Oh, Haicheng Drama Academy. I see. When XIN arrives, I will escort her to school and help her move into the dormitory.
There's no choice, after all, she is my sister. The Haicheng Drama Academy is renowned for its beauty and has produced many stars. Lu Ming suddenly hoped his cousin Yi Xian would start school soon.
By the way,
stop sending things home. Your father and I can hardly finish it. Don't waste money. The housing prices in Haicheng are exorbitant.
If you plan to stay there long term, buying a house will be quite a burden.
Your father and I have some savings, but it's far from enough for a cash purchase.
Mom,
it's obvious you come from a wealthy family, talking about cash purchases so casually. But you needn't worry about such matters. I should be able to buy a place this year.
What exactly are you doing? Is it truly lucrative? Please refrain from engaging in any illegal activities. Rest assured, there aren't that many illegal yet profitable ventures. My business is entirely legitimate, just a burgeoning industry. You wouldn't understand if I explained it. Just enjoy your life with Dad. As long as it's lawful. It's been a while since you returned home. When do you plan to visit? Having been away for 6 months,
Lu Ming felt it was indeed time to return.
I'll be home this Friday evening.
All right. On Friday, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled light across the room. Lu Ming finished a cup of coffee and sat at his computer, activating his market insight ability.
Ding! Market insight predicts that Dajang power will trend downward today. Damn!
Lu Ming muttered to himself. With only a half step remaining to reach his goal of 10 million. If he could focus his investments on a single stock today, even a slight increase could help him achieve that target.
Yet, the stock selected by his insight for today was predicted to decline.
With the external advantage failing him, it seemed he would have to rely solely on his own expertise. Lu Ming gently tapped his fingers on the keyboard, reviewing his portfolio. This was a carefully curated investment mix, covering leading stocks across technology, healthcare, and consumer sectors. Whenever his market insight faltered, he would rely on his investment portfolio. With half an hour remaining before the market opened, Lu Ming stared at the stock trading software,
feeling an insatiable thirst for action.
Ding! He heard a WeChat notification and casually picked up his phone to check.
Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming, could you lend me some money?
Chapter 50, 10 million.
Lu Ming stared at the WeChat message from Lin Qianqian, momentarily taken aback. Why was she asking for money so early in the morning? Lu Ming, what happened? Lin Qianqian, my father has fallen ill and requires surgery.
The fees must be paid by tomorrow afternoon. But my family has gone bankrupt and cannot raise such a sum. Lin Qianqian, I've asked many people, but given our circumstances, everyone is avoiding us.
No one is willing to lend us money. Lin Qianqian, brother Lu Ming, I beg you to help me.
I am truly at my wit's end and have turned to you. If you are willing to assist me, I will agree to any request you may have. This sounded somewhat reminiscent of an old-fashioned tea-selling scheme, yet Lu Ming resolved to unconditionally trust Lin Qianqian, for this trust bore only benefits for him, devoid of drawbacks. Lu Ming, do not panic, nor should you seek help in desperation. I had intended to return to Luqing today, but since you have an urgent matter,
I shall make a detour to Hangchang.
Please wait for me at the train station around 5 p.m.
Lin Qianqian, all right, brother Lu Ming, I will wait for you. You must come.
After their conversation, Lin Qianqian felt a tumult of emotions. Having grown up in an exceptionally privileged environment, she had always been pampered,
living in comfort and luxury.
She never imagined her family would one day face bankruptcy. Nor could she fathom appealing for financial assistance from a man she had met only once, even offering to concede to any of his demands. Yet, what other recourse did she have to save her father? Her family's business had collapsed, leaving them deep in debt to relatives. And asking for further loans was out of the question. As merely a university student with a limited social circle, she had approached several wealthy suitors at school. But upon hearing her request for 200,000 yuan, they all fled in terror.
After much contemplation,
the only person she knew who could potentially assist her was Lu Ming. She held a favorable impression of him, young, handsome, and affluent. While she feared that he might impose unreasonable demands, she felt it was a compromise she could reluctantly accept. After concluding his chat with Lin Qianqian, Lu Ming redirected his focus to the stock market. At 9:30 a.m., the market opened. The fluctuations were modest, with most of Lu Ming's stocks experiencing slight oscillations. He vigilantly monitored every transaction while browsing the latest financial news to preempt any unexpected developments that might sway market trends. The morning passed in a steady, uneventful manner,
akin to a tranquil pond.
Shortly after the afternoon session commenced, several tech stocks began to surge, their prices steadily climbing.
Lu Ming surmised that the day's success hinged on whether these stocks would perform favorably. As time ticked by, the market continued to fluctuate while Lu Ming's tech stocks shone brightly, steadily ascending.
At 3:00 p.m., the market closed.
Lu Ming's stock account ultimately registered a balance of 10.56 million yuan, with a profit of 10.01 million from the market. He exhaled deeply,
a smile breaking across his face.
Notification.
System task, earn 10 million from the stock market, current profit amount, 10.01 million, task status, completed, task reward, 10x feedback, LV3, 10x feedback, LV3 all investment earnings in the host's stock account will be multiplied by 10 and credited to the host's bank account.
Settlement occurs at the close of each trading day. The maximum daily feedback limit at the current level is 5 million yuan. Note, investments must be in companies listed on the Dragon Kingdom stock market. At last, he had achieved the 10x feedback. As his principal continued to grow, the previous daily limit of 1 million yuan became increasingly easier to reach. Although this sometimes allowed Lu Ming to avoid the risks of elevator-like drops in stock prices. More often than not, he found himself watching stocks continue to rise while being unable to capitalize on the gains, merely left to stare in frustration. Now that the feedback limit had increased, he could earn up to 5 million in a single day. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Notification. System task: earn 100 million from the stock market. Task requirement: free play, as long as you make money. Current profit amount: 10.01 million, indeed. This task required achieving a small goal, necessitating an additional 90 million. It seemed daunting. Yet Lu Ming recalled how he had escalated from a mere 100,000 to 10 million in just over 2 months. With this perspective, the small goal now felt tantalizingly within reach. He closed his laptop and prepared to depart. Initially intending to return to his hometown in Lucheng, he now realized he must first travel to Hangzhou to assist Lin Xianxian. Finally, he had seized an opportunity to spend lavishly on someone who met the criteria. He could not let this slip away. Upon arriving at the station, Lu Ming presented his ticket and, amidst the bustling crowd, made his way to the platform. Notification. Detecting a suitable individual. Lu Ming instinctively scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a stunning woman with flowing hair nearby. Her tall, elegant figure and striking features were complemented by a pair of bright, captivating eyes that held a hint of allure, neither overtly brazen nor lacking in subtlety. Name: Suing, gender, female, age, 24, height, 170 cm, physique, exquisite, attractiveness, 87, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0. Soon after, Suing entered a second-class carriage. Lu Ming had purchased a business-class ticket, leaving him to watch her disappear from view. Such fleeting encounters at a high-speed rail station rarely led to future meetings. A tinge of regret washed over him, but not overwhelmingly so. Not every serendipitous encounter in life culminates in a beautiful conclusion. As he pondered this, he stepped into the business-class carriage. In the evening, Lu Ming emerged from the station tunnel and spotted Lin Xianxian waving at him from a distance. Though some time had passed since they last met, she remained beautiful, albeit looking notably more haggard. Lu Ming checked Lin Xianxian's personal attributes and found her still to be a suitable individual, which eased his mind. Brother Lu Ming, thank you for coming. I truly had no other options and had to muster the courage to ask for your help. No need for such formalities, Lu Ming replied. Have you found the place I asked you to? Yes, I have everything arranged and contacted them. They said they have the goods. All right, then let us proceed. Due to his affluent status, Lu Ming could not transfer money directly. Hence, prior to his journey to Hangzhou, he had informed Lin Xianxian of certain taboos regarding wealth transfer, suggesting they purchase investment-grade gold bars instead. Lin Xianxian was unfamiliar with these customs but complied, knowing converting gold bars to cash was quite simple. Notification. Lin Xianxian's affection level 5, current affection level 45, the two arrived at a jewelry store. Lin Xianxian had previously contacted the staff there, and upon a brief explanation, they understood that the couple had come to purchase investment-grade gold bars. How many investment-grade gold bars do you have in stock? Lu Ming inquired. The staff member paused. Surprised by the query, rarely did customers ask such questions. It felt reminiscent of a line from a heist drama. Yet, looking at the young couple before them, they hardly appeared to be robbers. Surely no one would bring a woman along to rob a jewelry store. Chapter 51, Harvest. How much would you like to purchase? The clerk inquired politely. Lu Ming glanced at the price of the investment gold bars, took out his phone, opened the calculator, and said, Let us buy a little over 2 Jin. The clerk. Lin Xianxian. Buying gold by the Jin. What kind of operation is this? Lin Xianxian immediately pulled Lu Ming aside and whispered in his ear, Brother Lu Ming, I only need 200,000. It's not necessary to buy so much. Although her mathematics skills were lacking, she had calculated in secret when Lu Ming mentioned buying investment gold bars for her. 200,000 would be just over 300 grams of gold. Lu Ming whispered back, 200,000 is merely the initial cost for the surgery, right? Will there not be further treatment expenses?
Furthermore, the financial gap your family currently faces should far exceed 200,000. I happen to have some spare funds at hand. Rather than squander it on indulgence, it would be much better to assist you in overcoming this difficulty.
Lin Xianxian's eyes instantly glistened with moisture. Brother Lu Ming, thank you. Ding.
Lin Xianxian's affection for you 10, current affection level 55. I would like to purchase 750,000 worth of investment gold bars, Lu Ming informed the clerk. His lavish credit limit of 3 million had just been refreshed yesterday, and today it was proving to be immensely useful. He had been calculating not the price of gold, but rather how much more spending was needed to achieve a 500,000 incremental cashback. The result indicated he needed to spend an additional 375,000 to complete the task. Hence he had settled on this figure. The clerk was delighted to have such a significant customer and became exceedingly enthusiastic in her service. Ultimately, Lu Ming purchased 150 grams of investment gold bars and also acquired a gold bracelet worth 5,000, perfectly totaling 750,000. After completing the payment, a system notification chimed in his ear.
Ding.
System task, obtain 500,000 incremental cashback, current incremental cashback amount, 500,000. Task status, completed, task reward, insight into market fluctuations, LV2, insight into market fluctuations, LV2 upon selecting 2 stocks. The host can determine the daily rise or fall of those stocks, usable once per day, limited to before market opening. Note 1, investment targets must be companies listed in the Dragon Country stock market.
Note 2, the purchase amount for the day cannot exceed 0.5 of the stock's total market value, or it will result in a failure of the judgment. The ability to apply insight into market fluctuations to 2 stocks greatly increased the margin for error. Lu Ming felt today was truly fortuitous. He had upgraded both his insight into market fluctuations and his tenfold cashback on the same day. He anticipated wreaking havoc in the stock market. Additionally, this expenditure of 750,000 granted him 125,000 in cashback, netting a profit of 375,000. Ding. System task, obtain 1,000,000 incremental cashback, task requirement, must be incremental cashback. Spending 10 yuan to receive 10 yuan is considered 0 incremental cashback, spending 10 yuan to receive 15 yuan is considered 5 yuan incremental cashback. Current incremental cashback amount, 0 yuan. The task threshold had further escalated. It seemed that next time, he would have to arrange luxury cars for the girls. Lu Ming stored over 1 kilogram of gold in Lin Xianxian's name at the shop for her to exchange tomorrow, and he placed the gold bracelet onto her wrist. Ding. Lin Xianxian's affection for you 10, current affection level, 65, ding. Lin Xianxian's affection for you has surpassed 60. Granting you an additional random reward skill, Unyielding Spirit, LV2. Unyielding Spirit, LV2 permanently increases stamina and endurance by 20 points, granting you greater resilience and endurance. Current status of host, 100 is the standard value for an adult male, strength, 112-10, agility, 111-10, stamina, 110-20, endurance, 112-20, what a bountiful day. Lu Ming mused, now with Unyielding Spirit elevated to LV2, when he returned to Haicheng, Sui Cheng would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, having given 750,000, Lin Xianxian only increased her affection by 10 points, didn't that seem a bit lacking? Though she had added some earlier, it still felt insufficient. As they exited the jewelry store, Lin Xianxian remarked, Brother Lu Ming, there's SACAF ahead, shall we sit for a while? Alright, Lu Ming nodded. Having completed the main tasks of the day, a cup of coffee would be a fitting way to conclude before heading home. They settled into the CAF. Ordered coffee and some light bites, treating it as dinner. Lin Xianxian took out paper, a pen, and an ink pad from her bag, and swiftly penned several lines before Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, here is my IOU, does this suffice? She offered the completed note to him. Lu Ming took the IOU, glanced at it, then tore it up. No wonder Lin Xianxian had only added 10 points to her affection, she had perceived it as a loan. What's the matter? Lin Xianxian asked, puzzled. I wrote the IOU according to the template, it shouldn't have any issues.
Lu Ming smiled gently. You asked me to lend you money.
But I never stated that I was lending it to you.
Lin Xianxian, confused, replied, but you just bought me so much gold. Lu Ming said slowly. I decided to help you, not to lend you. That gold belongs to you, and is unrelated to me.
Ding. Lin Xianxian's affection for you 8. Current affection level, 73. Lin Xianxian pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked, what is it that you need from me? Lu Ming's smile broadened. Given the magnitude of assistance I've provided, it's only reasonable for you to reciprocate in some manner, wouldn't you agree? Yes. Lin Xianxian nodded resolutely.
She felt she had guessed what Lu Ming would request next and had determined to accept her fate.
Lu Ming feigned innocence. Any request is permissible?
Lin Xianxian bit her lip. As I have said before, as long as you are willing to help me, I will comply with any request you have. Lu Ming gazed at the expression on Lin Xianxian's face, his smile growing ever brighter. Then, after we finish eating, you can take me to the train station.
Is that too much to ask? Just like that? Lin Xianxian found it hard to believe. Otherwise, what do you expect? Lu Ming countered with a smile. You give me 750,000 without requiring an IOU or any conditions?
Well, I wanted to help you, so you are worth my spending 750,000.
Conversely,
if you were not someone I wanted to assist, no matter what conditions you offered, I wouldn't spend such a sum.
Ding. Lin Xianxian's affection for you 8.
Current affection level, 81. Lin Xianxian's eyes brimmed with tears again, filled with remorse.
Indeed. What kind of person did she think brother Lu Ming was? What kind of woman is worth 750,000?
Beautiful female university students range from thousands to tens of thousands, but no matter how rare, it would not reach 6 digits. Let alone such a substantial amount. Lin Xianxian expressed her gratitude. Brother Lu Ming, regardless of how you perceive me, you will always be the most important person to me.
Lu Ming nodded with a smile. After their dinner, the two exited the CAF.
As they walked, Lin Xianxian suddenly reached out and linked her arm with Lu Ming's. She had stated that regardless of how he viewed her, he would always be her most significant person.
Chapter 52. Returning home, the two arrived at the train station.
Lu Ming turned to Lin Xianxian and said, "It's time for you to go back, your family is waiting for you." Lin Xianxian gazed affectionately at Lu Ming and softly replied, "I wish to accompany you a little longer."
Lu Ming gently responded, "It's all right. When I come to Hangzhou next time, you can take me out to have some fun. But you have matters at home, so you should head back early. I need to check in soon." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xianxian asked, "Lu Ming, may I embrace you?"
Lu Ming smiled slightly and opened his arms.
Without hesitation, Lin Xianxian leaped into Lu Ming's embrace, holding him tightly. As Lu Ming returned home to Lucheng, it was already 11 in the evening. His parents,
having not seen their son for 6 months, were overjoyed to welcome him back, preparing a late-night snack and inquiring about his life in Haicheng.
Typically,
children away from home would embellish their circumstances to spare their parents' worries.
However, Lu Ming's situation was somewhat exaggerated.
So he opted to present it in a less favorable light to avoid causing concern.
Earning 200,000 to 300,000 a month?
His mother, Yili, looked incredulous.
Is that really possible? The amount isn't as important as the necessity to abide by the law.
Engaging in illegal activities is absolutely out of the question, his father,
Lu Qingqi, cautioned. Of course, everything I do is legal, Lu Ming replied while enjoying his late-night snack. I am currently involved in artificial intelligence, a burgeoning industry.
If one recognizes the right opportunities, making money is quite feasible. In no time, I could be earning a 6-figure monthly income. He had previously mentioned to his parents that he was engaged in artificial intelligence, a field so novel that it rendered their understanding utterly perplexed, thus allowing it to be perceived as a prestigious endeavor. Lu Qingqi, having once engaged in business himself, though unfamiliar with artificial intelligence, understood that success could lead to substantial profits. Conversely, he was aware that failure could result in swift collapse.
Do not be overly reckless.
It is essential to develop in a controlled manner, Lu Qingqi advised.
I understand.
I will not incur debt or operate on leverage, Lu Ming assured confidently. While he wished to leverage his position, the system deemed such an action unbecoming for a person of his stature, thus forbidding it.
Have you found a girlfriend? Yi inquired.
Lu Ming took out his phone, opened a photo of himself with Sui Cheng, and handed it to his mother.
What do you think of this prospective daughter-in-law?
Yi eagerly accepted the phone and, upon viewing the picture, beamed with joy.
Chengqi, look.
Our son's girlfriend is so beautiful.
Lu Chengqi nodded with a smile. Yi then asked, what do her parents do?
Lu Ming casually replied.
They own a publicly listed company. Really?
Yi asked, incredulous.
Of course not, Lu Ming chuckled. I have no idea what her parents do. Just as she does not know about mine.
Yi insisted, you ought to know each other's families while dating.
I have no interest in knowing.
I'm going to take a shower, Lu Ming replied.
Wait, let's talk a bit more.
His parents kept him engaged in conversation until nearly 1 in the morning before they each retired for the night.
The next day,
Lu Ming spent the majority of his time at home with nothing to do. He decided to ride his electric bike to a shopping mall. Within the mall was a boutique supermarket that boasted that anyone earning less than 30,000 a month should not dare to enter.
He intended to buy some fine goods for his parents.
Previously, he had been meticulous with his shopping, always considering cost-effectiveness.
Now, however,
he needed only to select the most expensive items, believing that the price reflected quality. In no time, his shopping cart was filled with various items, including rice at dozens of dollars per pound, strawberries costing hundreds of dollars a box, and M9 Wagyu beef priced at over $1,000 per piece.
Suddenly, a notification chimed. Su Ying's favorability towards you has increased by 3, current favorability, 3, what was this? The name Su Ying sounded strangely familiar. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lu Ming recalled that Su Ying was indeed the woman he had seen on the platform at the Haicheng high-speed train station the day before. But what could account for this inexplicable increase in favorability?
Instinctively, Lu Ming glanced around, and his eyes brightened at the sight of a tall woman examining items on a shelf, not someone else but Su Ying herself. What a delightful surprise to unexpectedly reunite in his hometown after a chance encounter in a distant land. However, why had Su Ying suddenly developed feelings for him? After a brief moment of thought, he deduced that his decent appearance, coupled with his affluent attire, had likely made an impression. Especially given his decisive shopping choices, items in his cart easily exceeding 20,000. Caught in a moment of indecision, he pondered whether to approach her. The increase in Su Ying's favorability indicated that she had been observing him, suggesting a high probability of success in initiating a conversation. However, as a person of considerable means, he felt it beneath him to actively pursue. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a melodious voice rang out from behind him.
Hello? Are you the one who returned from Haicheng yesterday?
Su Ying had initiated contact. Lu Ming turned and offered her a slight smile.
Yes. I remember you from the train station. Indeed.
I also saw you at the train station.
I had a vague impression of you, but I never expected to run into you here. Are you from Luchen? Su Ying's face lit up with excitement. Lu Ming nodded and replied in the local dialect, yes. Indeed. So am I. Su Ying responded, also using the local dialect. My name is Su Ying, and I work as a flight attendant. It's a pleasure to meet you. So she is a flight attendant, that explains her graceful demeanor. I am Lu Ming, an investor. No respectable person would simply claim to be a stock trader. Su Ying remarked approvingly, that's impressive. You're quite young to be an investor. Were you on a business trip to Haicheng? Lu Ming shook his head. No, I work in Haicheng. I haven't been home in a while.
So I returned this weekend to spend time with my parents.
Su Ying replied cheerfully, just like me.
I also work in Haicheng and returned home for the weekend. Lu Ming noticed that Su Ying seemed to have more to say, yet appeared hesitant. At this moment, he felt no urgency, since she had approached him first. The initiative was entirely his. The atmosphere of their conversation fell into an awkward silence. After a moment of internal struggle, Su Ying ultimately refrained from voicing her unasked questions. I'll go check out that section over there, she said, pointing to a shelf ahead. However, the moment she spoke, she regretted it. Chapter 53, The Little Fairy on the Electric Scooter. Lu Ming and Su Ying had a serendipitous encounter in Haicheng yesterday, followed by another chance meeting in Lucheng today. The likelihood of such coincidences occurring in two different cities is exceedingly low, making the prospect of a third encounter nearly impossible. Thus, when Suing expressed her intention to explore the area, she felt a pang of regret, fearing that this farewell might signify the end of their connection. However, the words had escaped her lips, and she felt too shy to request his WeChat information, leaving her with no alternative but to stand awkwardly in silence. Just as Suing was about to take her leave, Lu Ming inquired, "Would you like to add each other on WeChat?" Suing eagerly replied, "Sure." Ding! Su Ying's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection level, 15, the two exchanged WeChat details. After a moment's contemplation, Suing asked, "I'm planning to grab a coffee, would you like to join me?" "It's on me." Lu Ming nodded slightly, "I've nearly finished my shopping, let us go together." After checking out at the boutique supermarket, Lu Ming arranged for the staff to deliver his purchases home. He then accompanied Suing to a nearby CAF. Since Suing had insisted on treating, Lu Ming did not object, thinking that the expensive coffee was hardly worth his intervention. Once their coffees were prepared, they settled in and began to converse. "When did you see me yesterday?" Lu Ming asked. "Right at the entrance of the high-speed train station. I saw you get out of your car and was right behind you, so I remember it vividly," Suing replied. It turned out she had seen him alight from his Porsche, which explained her strong impression. Yesterday, Sui Cheng had driven Lu Ming in his Porsche 911 to the station. And Su, the campus belle, insisted on picking him up when he returned to Haichang. Thankfully, Suing had been behind Lu Ming's car. Had she seen a beautiful girl dropping him off, she likely would not have approached him today. Lu Ming continued. "It really is quite a coincidence, meeting in Haicheng yesterday and here in our hometown today is simply incredible." "Indeed. That's why I shamelessly approached you." The odds seem too slim, Suing paused before adding, "You mentioned you're in investment, you must be quite adept at stock trading, right?" "Well, it's manageable. I've noticed the stock market has taken quite a dip, I'm considering buying in. Do you have any recommendations?" My advice for novices would be to steer clear of stock trading. However, if you're determined to invest, you could mirror my portfolio." "What portfolio? May I see it?" "Of course." Lu Ming recognized this as an opportunity to showcase his assets. He pulled out his phone, opened his stock trading app, and logged in using facial recognition. Placing the device on the table. "This is my portfolio, if you follow my investments, it should outperform the market over time." As Suing viewed the lengthy string of numbers on Lu Ming's account, her eyes widened in astonishment. After several moments, she managed to tally the total assets, a staggering 8-digit figure exceeding 10 million. Having seen Lu Ming step out of a Porsche 911 dressed in designer attire yesterday, she had suspected he was wealthy. Today, witnessing him effortlessly spend over 20,000 at the boutique supermarket further confirmed her assumptions. Yet, seeing the actual figure in his stock account made her heart race. She never imagined that this handsome man, seemingly her age, possessed over 10 million in stock assets. She felt immensely grateful for her boldness in striking up a conversation. In that moment of impulsiveness, she had unwittingly engaged with a young man of considerable fortune. Perhaps even a billionaire. Ding! Su Ying's affection for you has increased by 12, current affection level, 27, may I take a picture of your portfolio? Suing shyly asked. "Feel free," Lu Ming replied. After discussing investments for a while and finishing their coffees, they rose to leave the CAF. Suing inquired, "Which way are you headed?" "I'm going to Runmin East Road," Lu Ming answered. "Me too. Shall we go together?" Suing suggested. Lu Ming pointed ahead. "But I came here on an electric scooter." Suing responded with enthusiasm, "Perfect. You can give me a ride." It seemed even beautiful girls appreciated a ride on an electric scooter, provided the rider was a millionaire. Lu Ming nodded, "Wait here, I'll fetch my scooter." "All right." Lu Ming walked to the designated parking area for electric scooters and started his little vehicle. As he adjusted the position of his scooter, a Porsche 718 rolled up beside him. The window rolled down, and the driver called out, "Lu Ming. Long time no see. What are you doing here?" Lu Ming recognized the driver as his high school classmate, Xia Fenghua. Their relationship had never been amicable. They had both vied for the affections of the class beauty and even fought over it.
Xia Fenghua came from a well-off family,
and this advantage became more pronounced in college.
Lu Ming had heard that Xia Fenghua and the class beauty ended up attending the same university and became a couple. However,
these matters no longer concerned Lu Ming.
Based on the system's evaluation, the class beauty's attractiveness was rated between 80 and 83.
While any woman around him could easily surpass that. Lu Ming gave a slight nod to acknowledge Xia Fenghua. Despite their past discord, they were now adults, and it seemed childish to dwell on their schoolyard rivalries.
However, while Lu Ming sought to maintain maturity, Xia Fenghua was still eager to provoke. "You're still riding that old scooter? Just get rid of it. Where are you headed? If it's on my way, I can give you a lift."
"I just got this new car." Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. "No thanks, I'm not used to it."
Xia Fenghua regarded Lu Ming with disdain, scoffing, "Fine. Ride your scooter then. Everyone has their own fate." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Lu Ming, is this your friend?" Su Ying's voice chimed in from behind.
Lu Ming turned to face her. "Yes, a high school classmate." Upon seeing Su Ying, Xia Fenghua's eyes widened, and he quickly introduced himself. "Hello, miss.
I'm Xia Fenghua."
Su Ying remained silent, perhaps uninterested in engaging with Xia Fenghua.
"Let us go," Su Ying said, getting onto the back of Lu Ming's electric scooter. Seeing this, Xia Fenghua grew anxious, exclaiming, "Miss, where are you headed? I can take you along."
It's quite a pity for such a beautiful fairy to ride on a scooter. Chapter 54. This time it's different. Su Ying cast a cold glance at Xia Fenghua and remarked indifferently, "I simply prefer riding in electric scooters. And when it comes to Porsches, I only ride in the 911. Although Porsche is regarded as a luxury vehicle, it exists within a hierarchy of disdain. Xia Fenghua's current model, the Porsche 718, occupies the lowest tier of this hierarchy." Nevertheless, Su Ying's comment was primarily directed at Lu Ming, as she had seen him disembarking from a Porsche 911 the previous day. Upon hearing Su Ying's words, Xia Fenghua's expression froze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Su Ying affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Ming's waist and gently said, "Lu Ming, let us head back."
Lu Ming smiled and replied, "All right." He then grasped the handle of the electric scooter and began to glide away.
Seated inside the Porsche, Xia Fenghua watched the diminishing figures of Lu Ming and Su Ying,
feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation.
He could not fathom where he had faltered. Why would a beautiful woman choose to laugh while riding an electric scooter rather than in a Porsche?
Throughout the weekend,
Lu Ming spent his time at home with his parents, only setting off on his journey Sunday evening. After arriving in Haicheng around 10 p.m.,
he immediately spotted Su Yicheng's figure. "Darling!" Su Yicheng leapt towards Lu Ming, disregarding the presence of others. Lu Ming embraced her and said, "It's quite late. I could have taken a taxi back." Su Yicheng gazed at him tenderly and replied, "What do you mean late? Even if it were 1 a.m., I would still come to pick you up."
Lu Ming planted a kiss on Su Yicheng's forehead, took her hand, and they both entered the Porsche.
"Are you accustomed to driving this car now?" Lu Ming inquired.
"Not just accustomed, I feel as if I'd become one with the vehicle," Su Yicheng said playfully.
"Why don't you let me drive instead?"
"Perhaps not, you've just driven for a while and must be tired." "I'll take over," Lu Ming suggested. Recalling the perilous driving behaviors Su Yicheng exhibited during their previous outing to the train station, feeling a tinge of trepidation. "Brother Ming, I can stay out tonight,"
Su Yicheng announced. "Oh? Will your parents agree?"
"I told them I'm sleeping over at a friend's house, and they believed me."
"Perfect.
I feel particularly energized today." "You shall experience the joys of being a blissful woman."
"You're ridiculous, when have you not been energized? This time is different."
After Lu Ming upgraded to resilience level 2, he had yet to engage in a dual endeavor with Su Yicheng, and tonight promised to be a memorable experience for her.
Several hours later. Ding!
Su Yicheng's affection for you has increased by 1, current affection level, 99, leaning against Lu Ming, Su Yicheng murmured, "Darling.
Did you consume some secret formula during this visit home?" Lu Ming replied with pride, surprised, "Are we?" Su Yicheng nodded slightly, uttering 3 words, "Very perfect." Lu Ming then asked, "Shall we go again?"
At this, Sui Cheng quickly raised a white flag. I'm going to sleep now, or I might end up regretting it.
Lu Ming chuckled and embraced Sui Cheng, both drifting into slumber.
The next day, their awakening resulted in yet another spirited encounter. Leaving the room in disarray with garments and towels scattered about, a testament to the fierce battle fought.
Feeling exhilarated, Sui Cheng tidied herself up.
And after sharing breakfast at the hotel, Lu Ming escorted her home. Though she wished to remain with Lu Ming, he explained that he could not afford distractions while working. And thus she obediently returned home. After seeing Sui Cheng off, Lu Ming returned to the hotel to begin his work for the day.
It was Monday,
the first trading day following his recent upgrade of market insight and tenfold feedback, and he felt a surge of anticipation.
Sitting before his computer, he activated Market Insight. Ding! Market Insight predicts that Zhang Power will decline today.
Market Insight predicts that Future City will rise today.
Zhang Power continued to disappoint, fortunately.
With Market Insight at level 2, he could predict the movements of 2 stocks, otherwise, he would have lost out on today's trading opportunity.
At 9:25,
the pre-market bidding concluded, and Future City opened at
9.90 yuan, down 1 from the previous trading day.
A golden opportunity presented itself,
with a guaranteed profit of over 1.
Once the market opened, Lu Ming swiftly sold his investment portfolio, pouring over 10 million yuan into Future City. Given the significant capital, he opted for a staggered trading approach to avoid impacting the stock price. Future City typically saw around 200 million yuan in daily transactions, thus, even with staggered purchases,
his investment would likely exert some positive influence on the stock price.
Surprisingly, his average purchase price ended up at 9.87 yuan, 3 cents lower than the opening price, indicating substantial selling pressure on the stock. Lu Ming remained unconcerned, confident that Future City would ultimately rise today.
However,
he considered fine-tuning his buying rhythm to secure a better price, anticipating a possible short-term dip due to the heavy selling.
As expected, shortly after 10:30, Future City experienced a sharp decline, plummeting to 9.70 yuan.
Although he did not secure his ideal price, Lu Ming felt his market intuition sharpening. It appeared he had a knack for this line of work. In the afternoon, a mysterious influx of capital began purchasing Future City shares, prompting a wave of retail investors to follow suit. In mere minutes, the stock price surged from 9.65 yuan to 9.85 yuan, before oscillating around 9.80 yuan. At 14:30, the mysterious investors struck again, causing Future City's stock price to turn positive and ascend steadily.
By 1500 hours, the market closed,
and Future City concluded at
10.26 yuan, marking a 2.6 increase. Lu Ming, having bought in at 9.87 yuan, enjoyed a 4 gain on this transaction.
With the tenfold feedback mechanism, he earned a staggering
4.8 million yuan in a single trading day, nearly reaching the 5 million yuan feedback cap. For Lu Ming,
it was undeniably a splendid day, beginning with a dual endeavor with Sui Cheng, followed by a triumphant experience in the stock market,
culminating in the largest single-day profit of his life.
However, as his capital grew, trading stocks became increasingly complex and cumbersome, prompting him to contemplate his next steps. He decided to establish an investment company not necessarily for profit, but to elevate his stature.
After all, for him,
accumulating wealth in the hundreds of millions or even billions was merely a matter of time. He could not remain an ordinary retail investor indefinitely.
Yet,
he lacked experience in founding an investment company and needed to consult someone knowledgeable in the field.
Chapter 55, I desire coffee. Lu Ming promptly sent a message to Dongwan, shall we dine together tonight? Dongwan replied, where shall we eat? Lu Ming asked, what do you wish to eat? Dongwan responded, anything, it's up to you.
Lu Ming suggested, if it's up to me,
let us have dinner at my hotel. Dongwan questioned, what do you intend to do?
Lu Ming sent her a screenshot of her previous message, anything.
It's up to you. Dongwan replied.
That means dining only at the hotel, I want to go to your room.
Lu Ming answered, all right. Having come this far, how could he possibly refrain from visiting the room?
Lately, the progression of Lu Ming and Dongwan's relationship had been modest, merely advancing from holding hands to a level of affectionate embraces.
This affectionate embrace was considered appropriate as their interactions never ventured into more intimate territories, thus failing to ignite any sparks. Currently, Dongwon's affection for Lu Ming stood at a score of 73, straddling the line between ordinary and intimate couples. That evening,
Lu Ming and Dongwon dined at a Michelin-starred restaurant within the Ritz Hotel.
"You are quite extravagant," Dongwon remarked. "Isn't dining in the executive lounge free for you? Why bring me here?"
Lu Ming replied, "We haven't seen each other in days, it's only natural to arrange something special."
While dining in the executive lounge incurs no cost, it also lacks profitability. By taking Dongwon elsewhere, he could indeed profit. Surely. Lu Ming was acutely aware of the distinction between the two.
After discussing some mundane topics, Lu Ming finally broached the subject at hand. "I plan to establish an investment company, but I am utterly inexperienced in this realm."
"Do you know how to proceed?"
"Ideally, I would appreciate an introduction to someone seasoned."
"Why do you wish to start an investment company? Is it not sufficient to dabble in stocks alone? Must you gather a crowd? One's energy is finite. There is not enough time for so much."
"I see you seem to have plenty of free time, you hardly appear busy."
"I am occupied in ways you cannot see.
So you would naturally be unaware."
Dongwon chuckled, clearly skeptical of Lu Ming's busyness. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Are you truly intent on starting an investment company?"
Lu Ming nodded, "Certainly, this is no child's play, I would not jest about such matters."
Dongwon continued,
"You mentioned seeking an experienced aide, I have an excellent candidate in mind."
"Who?" "Wang Fanru, do you remember her?"
"Of course, your senior. We spoke at length during our last meal about her market insights." Although Lu Ming had only met Wang Fanru once, he found her to be a remarkably reliable individual.
"Yes, that's her," Dongwon confirmed.
"As luck would have it, the investment firm she worked for was liquidated last week. She is currently unemployed. I believe it would be worthwhile to discuss it with her."
"Could you inquire on my behalf?" "Certainly, I will call her right away." Dongwon swiftly contacted Wang Fanru.
A few moments later, she concluded the call and informed Lu Ming, "My senior said you two can converse, I have shared your WeChat with her."
Lu Ming remarked, "Indeed. My girlfriend is exceptional."
"After we finish dining, let us retire to my room, I have many delightful things to share."
Dongwon gazed at Lu Ming and sweetly replied, "Not a chance."
Despite her words, after dinner, Dongwon found herself coaxed and persuaded into Lu Ming's room.
"Where are these delightful things you mentioned?" Dongwon feigned ignorance.
Only a child would believe there were truly entertaining things in the room. Her willingness to be let in was a result of her own preparations.
"Right here,"
Lu Ming said from behind her. As she turned, he kissed her. Dongwon felt a flutter of nerves, her lips parting slightly, awkwardly responding.
Gradually,
she began to adapt to the rhythm, attempting to reciprocate Lu Ming's ardor.
They exchanged fervent kisses, savoring each other's breath.
Lu Ming's hands grew increasingly restless. And Dongwon initially allowed it until she felt they were on the verge of losing control, at which point she firmly held his hands down.
Ding!
Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 8, current affection, 81, Lu Ming.
I am not prepared. Dongwon gasped,
gazing deeply into the eyes of the man so close before her. Lu Ming wished to continue, but Dongwon tightened her grip on his hands.
Lu Ming, I truly am not ready.
This time, her tone was resolute.
Very well. Lu Ming relented. Seeing Lu Ming's disappointed expression, Dongwon leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his lips.
I shall share a secret with you, she whispered softly in his ear.
You are the first boy to kiss me.
Her first kiss.
Although Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised, it did not come as a shock.
He sensed that the girls the system matched him with were all remarkably pure and beautiful. If either beauty or purity fell short, the system seemed disinterested. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, the data was insufficient to draw definitive conclusions. After a brief pause, Dongwon continued, All right, I will now offer you a little reward. Upon hearing the word reward, Lu Ming's interest peaked. Dongwon retrieved a gift box wrapped in ribbon and paper from her bag and handed it to Lu Ming. This is for you, open it and see. Realizing it was a material gift, Lu Ming felt a pang of indifference. though he feigned excitement as he accepted and opened it. Inside were several small metal tins.
I know you enjoy coffee. These are geisha coffee beans from the Panama Emerald Estate. The geisha from the Emerald Estate is akin to the Hermes of coffee beans, rare and exquisite.
Lu Ming gazed at Dongwon and expressed, I wish to savor coffee brewed by your own hands.
Dongwon smiled, that is simple enough.
You have all the necessary tools here.
I shall grind the beans and brew the coffee for you right away. Lu Ming quipped.
Drinking coffee at this hour may lead to sleeplessness.
Dongwon caught the underlying meaning in his words and replied, when would you prefer to drink it? Tomorrow morning. Brew it for me then.
Dongwon pretended not to understand, I have to rush to work early, there is no time to make coffee for you. Lu Ming laid his cards on the table, thus, you must stay here tonight, in the morning, it will be convenient as my place is so close to your company.
Without hesitation, Dongwon replied, no, I must return home.
Lu Ming pointed outside, imagine this, tomorrow morning, you awaken to the first rays of sunlight cascading over Haicheng. We sit by the window, sipping the finest coffee, gazing at the most beautiful dawn, with the one we love by our side. What a romantic affair that would be. As a person experiencing her first love, filled with idealistic notions of romance, Dongwon felt her heart flutter at Lu Ming's words.
Chapter 56, How did he accomplish that? Who is your most beloved person? Dongwon Jiao playfully chided. Isn't it so? Lu Ming countered. Dongwon smiled sweetly, I think it should be. Ding.
Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 1, current affection level, 82, seizing the moment, Lu Ming said. I merely wish for you to accompany me to watch the sunrise.
A hint of hesitation crossed Dongwon's face.
Lu Ming continued, you can sleep here.
I assure you I will behave tonight. You know me best.
After a moment of contemplation, Dongwon leaned closer to Lu Ming's ear and,
in a voice dripping with seduction, said, may I take a shower now? Lu Ming nodded eagerly, sure, sure. With a flirtatious smile, Dongwon replied. But I prefer to sleep without clothes at night.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ming thought, tonight is certainly in the bag, and quickly responded, no worries.
We are boyfriend and girlfriend.
Besides, with the blanket, I won't see anything. Dongwon made a playful expression and teased, silly brother, I was just joking.
This trick won't work on your sister. Now, hurry and take me home.
Realizing he had been played, Lu Ming promptly pinned Dongwon to the bed and tickled her until she begged for mercy.
The two lingered in the room, exchanging sweet nothings and playful banter. Yet Dongwon remained resolute about returning home. Despite Lu Ming's persistent coaxing, he ultimately relented and drove her back. With Dongwon's affection level now at 82.
It seemed breaking down her defenses was merely a matter of time. A few days later, Lu Ming had arranged to meet Wang Fanro at a hotel. The executive floor had conference rooms available for guests. But since Lu Ming and Wang Fanro only needed a private meeting, they decided to sit in the executive lounge, sipping coffee while discussing business.
I'm not quite grasping your intentions.
From what you've said, it seems you only plan to invest your own funds in the Longhua stock market.
In that case, wouldn't it suffice to operate through your personal stock account? Why establish a company and incur additional costs?
Wang Fanro queried, puzzled. Investing in the stock market is merely the first step of the company's plan, there will be other projects to follow, Lu Ming explained.
In truth,
he intended to start a company merely as a facade to legitimize his income, with no concrete future projects yet on his mind.
Wang Fanro pondered for a moment and replied, are you so confident about investing in the stock market?
The challenges in the Longhua market are considerable. She had recently endured the pain of her company's bankruptcy, and the sting was still fresh. Lu Ming felt it necessary to showcase his capabilities to Wang Fanro. He turned his laptop screen towards her, pointing to 2 stocks on the trading platform. These 2 stocks are currently declining but will both close in the green today.
Without a doubt. Wang Fanro paused before saying, are you manipulating stock prices? That is illegal.
Lu Ming smiled slightly and opened his stock account, revealing nearly 20 million in funds, fully invested in the 2 stocks he had just mentioned, with a trading status indicating they were recently purchased. Manipulating stock prices requires multiple accounts to coordinate. Have you ever seen someone like me fully invest in 2 stocks and buy them outright?
Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Wang Fanro understood that Lu Ming's actions were completely legitimate and not related to price manipulation. Yet,
She was left wondering why he was so confident in these two stocks, especially given the current market's grim outlook.
all right, Lu Ming stood up and said. Thank you for the many suggestions today. I need to organize my thoughts and will contact you in a couple of days. Wang Fanro stood up as well. All right. I'll head back now.
Lu Ming escorted her to the elevator, and they bid farewell. His intention in starting a company was not to profit but to find an experienced manager to oversee operations while he remained an absentee owner.
At present, Wang Fanro appeared to be the ideal candidate. However, she was a top graduate from Qingbei University.
And her previous position was as an assistant to the general manager at an investment firm, placing her in mid to senior management. Inviting her to join a company that had yet to be established seemed somewhat unrealistic. Thus, today's meeting primarily aimed to demonstrate his capabilities and gather insights on the processes and personnel needed for launching an investment firm. Of course, once he secured Wang Fanro's assistance, he would not need to worry about the intricacies of company formation or staffing.
After the market closed that afternoon, Lu Ming's two stocks indeed finished in the green as he had predicted.
Wang Fanro stared at the stock prices in disbelief.
In the stock market,
it was common for large players to manipulate certain stocks, yet they typically chose smaller stocks with a circulation of several billion for easier control. The two stocks Lu Ming mentioned had circulations around $1 trillion, making it implausible for any large player to take control of such significant stocks.
Wang Fanro knew Lu Ming could not have relied on mere luck, but if not luck, how had he achieved this?
Experience and instinct were clearly insufficient.
Perhaps he possessed some unique information channel?
A myriad of questions flooded her mind. Additionally, she quickly calculated that one stock had risen by 0.8 while the other increased by 1.2, amounting to a profit of 200,000 based on the funds she had seen in Lu Ming's account.
Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ming had a tenfold return, meaning his actual profit for the day was 2 million.
Xiao Yutong returned home after work, had dinner, and played on her phone, feeling rather bored.
Her thoughts drifted back to Lu Ming.
They hadn't seen each other since their last altercation. Although they had communicated frequently via WeChat, Lu Ming had not suggested a date, and though she missed her silly brother, she felt too shy to initiate. Previously, she had regarded Lu Ming as merely a friend, so asking him out didn't seem daunting. However, now that her feelings had deepened, their interactions felt somewhat awkward. Moreover, she harbored some reservations about her feelings. She knew she was exceptional, not only beautiful but also with an impeccable romantic history and a family that many envied. Logically, she deserved any man, yet when she thought of Lu Ming, her confidence wavered. He was 4 years younger, and all his attributes were commendable. Even his fighting prowess was impressive. Was he truly someone she could have? Would Lu Ming mind the age difference? Unbeknownst to her, her affection for Lu Ming had quietly risen to 55. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still not yet 8 p.m. What could Lu Ming be doing at this moment? After a moment of hesitation, she opened WeChat, accessed Lu Ming's chat window, and typed a message. Chapter 57, Xiao Ming. I think I might have developed a fondness for you. Lu Ming was engrossed in a video game on his computer when the screen of his phone lit up. Upon picking it up, he saw a message from Xiao Yutong. Xiao Yutong, what are you up to? Lu Ming, I was contemplating where to take you for an outing. Xiao Yutong, ha, talk is easy, why haven't you come looking for me? Lu Ming, I just haven't figured it out yet. Xiao Yutong, how about I suggest something instead? Lu Ming, go ahead. Xiao Yutong, I feel like riding, let us go cycling together. Lu Ming, alright. Shall we meet at our usual spot? Xiao Yutong, I don't want to ride my own motorcycle, will you take me? Lu Ming, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Xiao Yutong had previously mentioned that she never allowed men to ride her, nor did she ride with them. Now, her invitation to Lu Ming was unmistakably significant. As the gentle summer breeze caressed the night, carrying a subtle chill, moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver, bestowing a tender tranquility upon the evening. Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the community on his motorcycle and called Xiao Yutong. Yutong, I'm here. I'm coming out now. Moments later, Xiao Yutong emerged from the community. Her long hair was tied up high in a vibrant ponytail. And she wore a stylish white sports t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts, perfectly showcasing her long, fair legs. Lu Ming offered her a helmet, which she donned without hesitation before settling onto the back seat of the motorcycle, her hands resting on Lu Ming's waist.
"Let us go to our old spot," Xiao Yutong exclaimed.
"Sure," Lu Ming replied, twisting the throttle as the motorcycle surged forward. Their old spot was a secluded road where they had first gone riding together. This area was sparsely populated with minimal traffic and excellent lighting along the roadside, making it ideal for amateur motorcyclists.
"Xiao Ming,
your riding skills are far inferior to your fighting skills," Xiao Yutong remarked.
"That's because you're behind me, I must ensure your safety."
"Who would have thought you were such a warm-hearted guy?"
Xiao Yutong complimented Lu Ming before changing the subject. "Why don't we switch?
Let me show you what a professional feels like."
Lu Ming pulled over to the roadside. "If you think you can handle it, go ahead."
They swapped positions. Xiao Yutong revved the engine, and the motorcycle roared to life, sounding quite impressive. However, just as she was about to take off, she felt a man's hand resting on her waist. Although she had anticipated this, the sensation of being held around her slim waist for the first time made her a bit nervous, her heart racing.
"Slow down,"
Lu Ming whispered in her ear.
"Okay." Xiao Yutong nodded.
Initially, she had intended to let Lu Ming experience the thrill of speed, but now, feeling vulnerable, she dared not drive too fast.
Around 10 p.m.,
a motorcycle gradually came to a stop in front of a renowned late-night eatery. The pair dismounted and entered the establishment, none other than Lu Ming and Xiao Yutong.
"Xiao Ming,
you'll need to drive me back, so I'll just have a drink. But tonight, I feel like having some alcohol," Xiao Yutong said.
"Not a problem."
Lu Ming joked, "If I drink and end up fighting later, it'll be quite troublesome for you."
Xiao Yutong smiled.
Soon, the dishes they ordered were served. She picked a piece of bluefin tuna belly from the sashimi platter and savored it. The fish's rich oil melted on her tongue, releasing a delightful blend of sweet and subtly salty flavors, creating an indescribable culinary experience.
"This is amazing," Xiao Yutong exclaimed. "Xiao Ming, having a wealthy friend like you is truly a blessing.
You ought to keep in touch with me so I can introduce you to various delicacies.
If I don't reach out, you could always contact me."
Xiao Yutong lifted her cup of sake.
"Boys need to take the initiative, otherwise,
attractive girls will be pursued by others."
"Is Teacher Xiao hinting at something?"
Lu Ming mused. "With my circumstances, do I really need to chase after girls?" However, upon reflection, he realized he might indeed need to, as those who were overly eager were not to his taste, while the girls he desired were often less forthcoming. Xiao Yutong appeared particularly spirited that night, with an endless flow of conversation and a steady inclination to drink, making Lu Ming feel somewhat awkward while sipping his beverage.
Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Xiao Yutong's affection for you has increased by 2, current affection level, 60. Another chime followed. "Xiao Yutong's affection has surpassed 60. You have earned an additional random skill reward, Awakening Power, LV2.
Awakening Power, LV2 permanently increases strength and agility by 20 points, granting you enhanced power and swifter reactions." Lu Ming felt a warm current coursing through him.
A peculiar thought struck him. Might there be a drunkard later looking to pick a fight?
They continued their meal until the early hours before finally rising to depart.
"Are you all right after drinking so much?" Lu Ming inquired.
After this little bit. What could possibly happen to me?" Xiao Yutong's voice was noticeably louder than usual. While she wasn't entirely intoxicated, she was far from sober. Lu Ming handed her the helmet, but she declined.
"I don't want to wear it right now, it's the middle of the night, and no one will mind." "Weren't you the one who said we should follow the rules?"
"But you also told me that those who strictly adhere to rules often lack ambition." Xiao Yutong retorted with a smile, revealing her playful side. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, realizing that the typically rule-abiding teacher Xiao occasionally enjoyed bending the rules. They mounted the motorcycle, and Lu Ming drove slowly towards Xiao Yutong's home. Midway, Lu Ming suddenly felt a weight against his back. Xiao Yutong had leaned against him.
He reveled in the sensation, reluctant to disrupt the moment, yet uncertain whether she had fallen asleep from the drink.
If she had dozed off,
it could be dangerous on the motorcycle. Yutong, you're not asleep, are you?
Lu Ming slowed down to inquire.
Xiao Yutong did not respond immediately, instead.
She wrapped her arms around him and then slowly spoke. Xiao Ming, I think I might have developed a bit of a crush on you. Another notification chimed. Xiao Yutong's affection for you has increased by 9, current affection level 69. Earlier, she had hinted that boys should take the initiative.
Yet she ultimately couldn't resist expressing her feelings. Chapter 58, Qingxi capital. Lu Ming escorted Xiao Yutong to the entrance of her residential complex.
As she stepped out of the car, her cheeks flushed, a delightful ambiguity of intoxication and bashfulness. I'm heading home, Xiao Yutong announced.
Wait.
Lu Ming grasped her hand, inquiring.
Have you forgotten something? Xiao Yutong hesitated for a moment, then opened her arms and embraced Lu Ming gently, saying, Is this sufficient? Is it enough?
Lu Ming immediately pulled her closer. Xiao Yutong appeared somewhat anxious yet willingly reciprocated his gesture.
Xiao Ming, do you like me? She asked. Is there any doubt? Lu Ming replied with certainty, How could I spend time with someone I don't like?
This statement held a kernel of truth, given Lu Ming's current circumstances. His options were abundant.
He had no interest in engaging with anyone outside the system's designated choices, and without engagement, how could there be affection? Ding!
Xiao Yutong's affection for you increased by 2, current affection level 71. Alright, I must go home now.
We can talk more tomorrow. Good night. Xiao Yutong said.
Lu Ming released her, gently replying, Good night. The next day, upon awakening, Lu Ming discovered several messages from Xiao Yutong on WeChat.
Xiao Yutong, I had a bit too much to drink last night, I'm so sorry.
Xiao Yutong, are you still asleep?
It's quite late, how lazy.
Xiao Yutong, don't take my drunken words too seriously. Lu Ming pondered briefly before responding.
Lu Ming, do you want me to take them seriously or not? A few minutes later, Xiao Yutong replied.
Xiao Yutong, if you wish for it to be true, it is true. If you wish for it to be false,
then it is false. Lu Ming, congratulations, Teacher Xiao, you now have a boyfriend. Ding! Xiao Yutong's affection for you increased by 2.
Current affection level 73. Minutes passed before Xiao Yutong sent another message.
Xiao Yutong, you rascal, you must treat me well.
A few days later, Wang Fanru sat before her computer, casually browsing stock market trends, her mind still occupied with how Lu Ming had accurately predicted the rise of those two stocks. At that moment, she received a WeChat message from Lu Ming. The content was simple, the names of two stocks, indicating that one had risen while the other had declined by the day's close. Skeptically, she added the stock to her watchlist, eager to witness the unfolding of a miracle. As the afternoon market closed, Wang Fanru stared at the computer screen, her mind buzzing.
Lu Ming was correct once again, how was he achieving this?
On the second and third days, Lu Ming continued to send Wang Fanru messages, each time predicting the closing fluctuations of two stocks, with every result proving accurate. While the odds of stock movements inherently rested at 50, the likelihood of accurately predicting 8 stocks consecutively was a mere 0.39, indicating that chance alone could not account for such success. On the fourth day, Wang Fanru waited for Lu Ming's WeChat message, but by 2:30 p.m., there was still no word. After a brief hesitation, she decided to message him first. Wang Fanru, did you not watch the market today? She felt the question was somewhat foolish. She was certain that a top-tier expert like Lu Ming would not miss such an occurrence. Lu Ming, I refrained from making predictions today as I lacked certainty. Ah, it made sense. A top-tier stock market expert pursues patience, waiting for the right moment, acting decisively when the opportunity arises. Though simple in theory, it was a challenging practice, yet Wang Fanru believed Lu Ming could master it. Curiosity gnawed at her as she wondered how he managed to predict stock prices so accurately. However, she recognized that such secrets were rarely shared. If a unique strategy were widely known, it would lose its effectiveness. Wang Fanru, have you sorted out the matters regarding the company? Lu Ming, yes, more or less. Are you interested in coming over to discuss it tomorrow? Wang Fanru, sure. She realized that she was soon to have a new boss. The next day, at the Ritz Hotel, in the executive lounge, Wang Fanru expressed her surprise. Are you implying that you wish to entrust the entire company to my management? Lu Ming nodded. I will handle investment decisions, the daily management is entirely yours. You will be the general manager. Wang Fanru contemplated this, puzzled. I still don't understand the purpose of establishing such a company. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, I have my reasons, you will understand in due time. Though still perplexed,
Wang Fanru was an excellent executor rather than a decision-maker.
Given her growing admiration for Lu Ming, she chose not to dwell on the matter further.
What are your requirements for hiring employees? Wang Fanru inquired.
None, as long as the company operates smoothly, you may handle it as you see fit, Lu Ming responded.
Really? You're leaving it all to me?
Wang Fanru mused, though she had faith in Lu Ming's abilities, she felt he was treating the company matter too lightly. Trust in your team, or do not employ them at all.
Have you decided on a name for the company? Qingxi Capital. Wang Fanru exhaled,
relieved to finally hear Lu Ming express a decision of his own. Qingxi Capital, a splendid name, she praised.
Actually, it's not overly significant.
Qingxi is my father's name, Lu Ming casually explained.
Wang Fanru. Lu Ming continued, regarding your compensation.
Let us tentatively set it at 50,000 per month.
Do you have any other requests?
Upon hearing this, Wang Fanru felt her heartbeat quicken. Previously, her salary had been 25,000 per month, and now Lu Ming was offering her 50,000, a substantial increase. While the role of a general manager at a new company was not particularly rare, a monthly salary of 50,000 was undeniably lucrative.
And no other requests.
I will diligently manage the company, Wang Fanru quickly replied.
Lu Ming nodded slightly. Please provide me with your bank account number. Wang Fanru blushed. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to send me a salary before I even start work? Lu Ming chuckled. What are you thinking? The company isn't even established yet. And there's no bank account. This is in advance to help you set up the framework.
Wang Fanru felt embarrassed. I misunderstood. She sent her bank account number to Lu Ming, and soon after, she received a transfer of 1 million. Chapter 59. I have witnessed the city of Haicheng at 4 in the morning.
1 million. Is it truly that much? Wang Fanru expressed mild astonishment. Do you trust me so implicitly? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the funds?
As a distinguished graduate of Qingbei, I doubt I would stoop to fleeing for a mere 1 million. Let this sum serve as the seed capital for the company.
In the coming days,
you should find a suitable office space. Initially, the company won't require a large staff,
so the office area need not be expansive, approximately 200 to 300 square meters would suffice.
Additionally, it must exude an air of sophistication, ideally located within the financial district.
Very well, boss. Wang Fanru altered her address for Lu Ming.
Lu Ming nodded and said, then today marks your first official day at work.
Wang Fanru felt somewhat dazed. Was this truly the commencement of her formal employment?
After a moment's hesitation, she posed the question that weighed most heavily on her mind.
Boss, how is it that you can accurately predict the fluctuations of specific stocks?
Upon finishing, she added, please do not misconstrue my inquiry. I am not seeking to uncover your secret techniques but am simply curious.
Lu Ming replied slowly, have you ever seen Haicheng at 4 in the morning? Wang Fanru shook her head in confusion.
Lu Ming continued, I have witnessed Haicheng at that hour each day. Suddenly, Wang Fanru understood, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. Lu Ming was, in fact, quite diligent.
Yet, upon further reflection, she found something amiss.
If hard work alone guaranteed success, then those delivery workers and rideshare drivers,
who toil for countless hours, would all be affluent. In reality, their relentless efforts yield only enough to scrape by. Wang Fanru realized Lu Ming would not elucidate her previous question and thus let the matter rest. In truth,
she held no ulterior motives and understood that such secrets are rarely divulged. Her inquiry stemmed from a desire to bolster her confidence in the company's prospects.
Let us pause our discussion here, you may return to your tasks.
Lu Ming felt he had conveyed all necessary information, and it was no longer his responsibility to oversee the details.
Very well, I shall now seek out office space, Wang Fanru replied. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me.
Understood, boss. After Wang Fanru departed, Lu Ming returned to his room to continue monitoring the stock market. This week's stock performance had been lackluster, with a mere one gain over the first 4 trading days,
amounting to an overall return of 11 when factoring in the tenfold leverage.
The market had yet to close, and the outcome remained uncertain, however. The 2 stocks predicted to decline today by his analytical prowess suggested no forthcoming surprises. The market's lethargy meant that even with his dual advantages, opportunities were scarce.
Yet,
such profound suppression often heralds an impending market shift. No matter how bleak the market may appear, it cannot perpetually stagnate.
Ding! A message arrived on WeChat.
Lu Ming picked up his phone to see it was from Su Ying. Su Ying, handsome, you mentioned treating me to a meal when you returned to Haicheng. Lu Ming had been back in Haicheng for over 10 days, during which he had been preoccupied with establishing the company and dating Su Yicheng, Dong Wan, and Xiao Yutong,
leaving little time to consider Su Ying.
Nevertheless, she was a suitable candidate worthy of his time and effort. With her now bringing it up, he felt compelled not to disappoint her.
Lu Ming, I've been quite busy these days and have barely had a moment to spare. However, I happen to be free today. Do you have time?
Su Ying, I'm quite available, but if you're busy, we can always reschedule.
Lu Ming, let us go for tonight then. I'll make a reservation and send you the details. Su Ying, great, thank you, handsome.
After concluding his conversation with Su Ying, Lu Ming resumed his market observations. Initially expecting little in terms of gains, he was pleasantly surprised when the afternoon trading session turned favorable, showcasing a small V-shaped recovery. At 1500 hours, the market closed.
Lu Ming's investment portfolio appreciated by 1.3,
reflecting a total asset increase of 14, with over 3 million gained. At the headquarters of Longjin Securities, Wang Jingshu sat before her computer,
organizing client information.
After graduating from university, she joined the prestigious brokerage firm and currently held the position of Senior Client Services Manager.
Suddenly,
a familiar name caught her eye, Lu Ming. Wang Jingshu promptly checked the client's profile, confirming it was indeed the Lu Ming she knew.
However,
upon seeing that his stock account boasted over 20 million in assets, she could not suppress her astonishment. She was aware of Lu Ming's affluence but had no inkling it reached such heights. How could someone possess such considerable wealth? No wonder he could afford a Porsche and gift Su Yicheng a watch worth 300,000.
A wave of melancholy washed over Wang Jingshu.
Had she not made a foolish mistake in the past, perhaps her life would now resemble a celestial paradise.
Reflexively, she refreshed Lu Ming's account information and was startled to discover an additional 3 million had just been transferred in. My goodness! How much wealth does Lu Ming truly possess?
As she pondered this, she heard a voice behind her.
Xiao Wang, still hard at work? Wang Jingshu quickly turned to see Huang Letian, the firm's vice president, standing there.
Good afternoon, Huang Zong, she replied. I am currently organizing client data.
Huang Letian,
a man in his 40s, nodded approvingly.
You're doing well.
Tonight, I'll be dining with an institutional client. Come along to meet them.
Wang Jingshu hesitated. Sorry, Huang Zong, but I have family obligations tonight. Huang Letian's expression soured.
Xiao Wang, if you truly have matters to attend to, I won't insist. But you must understand that opportunities like this are rare for most people.
If you do not seize them, others certainly will.
Wang Jingshu's face flushed with embarrassment as she hesitated before saying, I'll call home to inform them.
Huang Letian's demeanor brightened. That's the spirit.
It's merely a dinner with a client, there is no need to be so apprehensive. Now, continue your work, and we shall leave together after hours.
Once Huang Letian departed, Wang Jingshu furrowed her brow. Since joining the brokerage, Huang Letian had been particularly attentive to her. However,
she recognized that this attention was not typical managerial care but rather carried ulterior motives. He often messaged her outside of work hours, discussing topics unrelated to their professional duties and insinuating that he could assist her in taking shortcuts. The cost of such shortcuts remained unspoken.
Yet any adult would understand the implications.
Wang Jingshu felt a complex mix of emotions. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept such unspoken workplace rules.
Yet, Huang Letian held a high position while she was merely a junior employee, rendering her unable to offend him.
In her school days, she had been the admired beauty. A goddess in the eyes of many, effortlessly charming countless suitors with just a few words. Now, in the professional realm, while her beauty still conferred advantages, it seemed insufficient to navigate the complexities of adult life. Chapter 60. Encountering her that evening, Lu Ming dined with Su Ying at a discreet yet upscale restaurant. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that a per capita expenditure of several thousand yuan marked the pinnacle of dining experiences. But he now realized that spending tens of thousands on a single meal was not uncommon. Su Ying was aware of Lu Ming's wealth. Yet the opulence of their dinner far exceeded her expectations. Each of them had a serving of caviar priced at 5,000 yuan. And a half a head of abalone costing over 10,000 yuan, making the total for just these two dishes exceed 30,000 yuan. In comparison, the bottle of Chateau Mouton Rothschild that they were enjoying, priced at over 10,000 yuan, seemed relatively reasonable. My goodness! Su Ying exclaimed, incredulously. I truly underestimated the limits of my imagination due to my poverty. I never imagined we could spend so much on a single meal. If Lu Ming had treated her to dinner for a few thousand yuan that day, she would have found it expensive but not to the point of feeling like an outsider in a grand spectacle, nor would she have expressed her surprise openly. However, spending tens of thousands on a meal made her feel that any astonishment she displayed was entirely justified. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I had promised to treat you to dinner. And having delayed for so long, I naturally had to ensure it was a splendid one. Su Ying gazed at Lu Ming, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Please wait a moment, I need to visit the restroom, Lu Ming said to Su Ying. All right. Upon exiting the restroom, Lu Ming was about to return to their private room when he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the ladies' restroom. It was Wang Jingshu. At that moment, her face was flushed, and her steps were somewhat unsteady, clearly having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Lu Ming! Wang Jingshu exclaimed, her expression beaming with joy. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into you here. Indeed, it is quite unexpected, Lu Ming replied coolly. What surprised him even more was that Wang Jingshu's fondness for him had, unbeknownst to him, quietly risen to 30. I'm currently working at Longjin Securities. Just today, while organizing client information, I came across your name. From now on, you'll be my esteemed client. Wang Jingshu seemed genuinely intoxicated. She would never have spoken to Lu Ming like this in the past. Well, I must return to my room, my friend is still waiting for me, Lu Ming stated, preparing to turn away. However, Wang Jingshu reached out to him, saying, I'm sorry. I've acted immaturely in the past, I hope you can forgive me. Lu Ming shrugged. Didn't we discuss this after taking graduation photos? I hardly remember past events. After leaving school, I realized how wonderful everyone was back then. Wang Jingshu continued, speaking to herself. To be honest, I didn't want to come to dinner today, but my boss half threatened, half incentivized me to come. And then they kept pouring drinks down my throat. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lu Ming hesitated before saying, Don't drink too much. It's unsafe for a girl. Alright, I really must go now. We'll chat another time. With that, he turned and left without looking back. For Lu Ming, beautiful vases were abundant, only those who met his criteria were worth his attention. Upon returning to the private room, he continued dining and conversing with Su Ying for another half hour before settling the bill and preparing to leave. As they reached the entrance, Lu Ming's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Wang Jingshu. Hello? I'm drunk. They won't let me leave. Help me. Take me away. I'm in VIP room 888. How much have you had to drink? Lu Ming inquired, but after a long pause, he received no response. Checking his phone, he saw that the call was still active, yet she remained silent. Noticing Lu Ming's concerned demeanor, Su Ying asked, What's wrong? A female friend of mine has been overserved here, Lu Ming replied. Su Ying's expression changed. Oh. You must go help her. It's very dangerous for a girl to be intoxicated. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming turned back towards the restaurant. He soon pushed open the door to VIP room 888. Inside, Wang Jingshu was slumped over the table, seemingly unconscious from drink, while a middle-aged man had his hand resting on her shoulder. The room was filled with men and women, engaged in conversation. oblivious to the inappropriate behavior of the middle-aged man. Without hesitation, Lu Ming approached Wang Jingshu and forcefully removed the man's hand from her shoulder. Ouch! The middle-aged man yelped. Who are you? What are you doing in our room? Lu Ming coldly regarded him. Are you Jingshu's superior? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. And you are? I am your worst nightmare, Lu Ming replied slowly. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble? The middle-aged man retorted angrily. Just as he finished speaking, a burly young man, seated not far from the middle-aged man, sprang to his feet and approached Lu Ming. He provocatively extended his hand, attempting to shove Lu Ming. However, before his hand could make contact, Lu Ming executed a swift and decisive maneuver. Subduing him with ease. Chapter 61, Sister. Seeing Lu Ming's air of superiority, Huang Lishan's demeanor softened considerably, and his tone became respectful. You must be Xiao Wang's friend, right? Just as Lu Ming was about to respond, Wang Jingzhu, who had been slumped over the table, suddenly stood up and gazed at him. Ming, take me home. The moment she uttered those words, she leaned heavily against Lu Ming, who quickly supported her. Indeed, you are truly Xiao Wang's friend. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Xiao Wang drank too much. I would appreciate it if you could escort her home, Huang Letian said with a friendly visage. However, Lu Ming had witnessed his earlier fate and knew this man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, merely subdued by the gravity of the moment. He chose not to engage with them further and, cradling the unconscious Wang Jingzhu, exited the private room. Lu Ming, you looked incredibly handsome in the room. Just like those domineering leads in dramas, Su Ying remarked as she followed closely behind. Ding! Su Ying's favorability towards you increased by 5. Current favorability, 47, Lu Ming pondered aloud. I seem to have encountered a significant dilemma. Su Ying, concerned, asked, are you worried those people will cause you trouble? In my eyes, they are insignificant, Lu Ming replied, glancing down at the inebriated Wang Jingzhu in his arms. My issue lies in not knowing where she lives. At this moment, Wang Jingzhu was either asleep or unconscious, her consciousness completely absent, so inquiring would yield no answers. Furthermore, Lu Ming had no connections with Wang Jingzhu's classmates or friends, making it impossible to ascertain her home address. What shall we do? Su Ying inquired. Lu Ming thought for a moment and asked, can you stay out tonight? Why? Su Ying asked, perplexed. I am unaware of her home address and can only temporarily take her to my place to rest. However, with her in such a state, it would be inappropriate for a man to share a room with her. Thus, if it is convenient for you, perhaps you could accompany me. And I shall reserve a separate room for myself. Ding! Su Ying's favorability towards you increased by 3, current favorability, 50, Su Ying replied softly, Lu Ming. You are a good man. Oh? What makes you say that? Lu Ming asked. Su Ying gestured towards Wang Jingzhu. You are holding such a beautiful girl in your arms and have no intentions of taking advantage of her, that certainly qualifies you as a good man. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and responded, a man can be wicked, but he must not be despicable. Su Ying chuckled, all right then, since you put it that way. I shall not refuse. Let us go. The trio arrived at the Ritz Hotel, where many gazes were cast upon Lu Ming and the unconscious Wang Jingzhu. Luckily, with Su Ying by his side, no one attempted to alert the authorities. Do you frequently stay in 5-star hotels? Su Ying inquired. Yes. It is more convenient for one to reside in a hotel alone, Lu Ming replied. As they conversed, Wang Jingzhu's phone began to ring from her bag. Su Ying retrieved it and saw that the caller ID displayed Xiao Wang. Should I answer? Su Ying glanced at Lu Ming. Of course, it could be her family calling. Lu Ming replied. Su Ying answered the call and held the phone to Lu Ming's ear, where a gentle female voice emanated. Hello? Sister, how are you? I sent you a message on WeChat, but you never replied. Please don't drink too much. Hello, I am Jingzhu's university classmate, Lu Ming interjected. She is intoxicated. And I am unaware of her home address. What? My sister is drunk? I will add you on WeChat, could you please bring her home? Certainly. It turned out that Wang Jingzhu had a younger sister.
Lu Ming provided his WeChat ID, and they mutually added each other, revealing Wang Jingzhu's address. Subsequently, the three of them departed the Ritz Hotel. Suing suggested, "You should take her home, I live in the opposite direction and shall not impose further." Lu Ming nodded. "Alright, thank you for tonight." Suing smiled, "There is no need for such formality between us." They bid each other goodnight and called for rights to leave. Lu Ming settled Wang Jingzhu in the back seat, her head resting heavily against his shoulder. Those accustomed to heavy drinking know that when someone is truly incapacitated, they are nearly impossible to carry. The term deadweight captures the essence of being utterly drunk. Imagine carrying 100 pounds of mud to understand the feeling. Therefore, Lu Ming's ability to carry Wang Jingzhu, with her arm draped around his neck, indicated she was not entirely unaware of her surroundings. It was likely that Suing had perceived this, which is why she deemed Lu Ming a good man. Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at Wang Jingzhu's residence. He rang the doorbell, and it was swiftly answered. The woman who stood at the entrance possessed deep, bright eyes, reminiscent of two pools of autumn water. Her eyelashes fluttered delicately, like butterfly wings, adding a touch of tenderness and vivacity to her stunning gaze. The glimmer in her eyes seemed to convey a myriad of unsaid emotions, enough to enchant anyone who beheld them. Her nose was straight and refined, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. Her cherry lips, untouched by makeup, resembled the first bloom of cherry blossoms. Moreover, her skin, fair as snow and smooth as porcelain, seemed to radiate an ethereal softness and purity. Cascading black hair framed her shoulders, with strands gently caressing her cheeks, enhancing her allure and untamed spirit. Ding! Detected a suitable potential partner. Name, Wang Manchu, gender, female, age, 18, height, 169 centimeters, attractiveness, 92, figure, curvaceous, current status, healthy, current favorability, 0. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback by the stunning beauty of Wang Jingzhu's sister. With a remarkable attractiveness score of 92, she was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Lu Ming felt he had never encountered anyone more captivating than the girl before him. Furthermore, she was indeed a potential partner. At that moment, Wang Jingzhu had lost most of her ability to move, so Lu Ming carried her directly to the bed. "Brother, thank you for bringing my sister home. How did she end up like this?" Wang Manchu asked softly. Lu Ming recounted the circumstances of his chance encounter with Wang Jingzhu and how she was intoxicated by her colleagues. Naturally, he omitted the fact that he had once been infatuated with Wang Jingzhu, merely stating that they were fellow alumni. Ding! Wang Manchu's favorability towards you increased by 15. Current favorability, 15, brother, thank you. Wang Manchu sincerely expressed her gratitude. "It is nothing, I am a friend of Jingzhu's and could not bear to see her mistreated." Lu Ming replied, pausing before adding, "Please take care of your sister, I shall take my leave now." "Okay, brother, I am truly grateful. Once my sister regains consciousness, we will be sure to thank you properly. There is no need for such formality, goodbye." Lu Ming waved his hand, intending to depart. However, Wang Manchu noticed a stain on Lu Ming's clothing, evidently originating from her sister. "Wait a moment. Chapter 62, May I visit your room?" Wang Manchu called out to Lu Ming. "Brother, your clothes are stained here." "Did my sister do this?" "Oh. This is just a bit from when your sister was sick by the roadside. I accidentally brushed against it, it's nothing serious. Would you like to go to the restroom to fetch a wet cloth?" "No, it's late. I don't want to inconvenience you. I'll just change when I get back." Staying late at the home of a girl with whom one has only a casual relationship can be quite bothersome and may leave an unfavorable impression. Hence, unless necessary, it is prudent to avoid such situations. Wang Manchu is a potential romantic interest, and her perception of him is significant. Ding! Wang Manchu's affection for you has increased by 3. Current affection level, 18. Well, I truly apologize. Once my sister regains her senses, I will make sure to express my gratitude properly. You're welcome. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. The following day, Lu Ming received a message from Wang Jingzhu early in the morning via WeChat. Wang Jingzhu, Lu Ming, I truly cannot express my gratitude in words. If I hadn't encountered you yesterday, I shudder to think what might have happened. Lu Ming, you should drink less in the future. You cannot rely on luck every time. Wang Jingzhu, I won't drink again.
The people in the workplace are truly terrifying. They appear respectable yet harbor ulterior motives. Many individuals in their early 20s mistakenly believe they understand everything.
However, upon entering the workforce,
they swiftly realize that their naive thoughts are akin to childish games in the eyes of seasoned professionals.
Those with intentions can easily manipulate these fledgling newcomers.
Lu Ming initially wished to share the wisdom of detachment leading to strength, but he deleted the message after typing it out.
As a wealthy individual,
he lacked desires and could indeed embody this principle, yet imparting such advice to others would seem somewhat presumptuous.
Lu Ming, my antics yesterday may make your future days at the company less pleasant. Wang Jingzhu, it's alright, as long as I remain composed and placid. They cannot do much to me. Lu Ming, that is good to hear. Wang Jingzhu, I feel incredibly embarrassed for having vomited on your clothes. Lu Ming, you remember that you were sick.
Wang Jingzhu, I was merely dizzy and weak, yet I was still aware of my surroundings. I remember there was another woman with you, and you took me to the hotel before bringing me back home.
Lu Ming, your words could easily lead to misunderstandings.
Wang Jingzhu, no, I am fully aware. Lu Ming, I am truly grateful to you, I was blind to my previous ignorance.
Lu Ming, let us not dwell on the past. Wang Jingzhu, alright, I won't mention it again. Lu Ming, I only just discovered that you have a younger sister.
At this moment, Lu Ming's foremost interest lay in Wang Jingzhu's extraordinarily beautiful sister, prompting him to steer the conversation in that direction.
Wang Jingzhu, my sister's name is Wang Manchu. Isn't she stunning?
Lu Ming, indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful.
When you two sisters are out together, the rate of people turning to look at you must be off the charts.
Wang Jingzhu, that's all because of her. I wouldn't dream of stepping out with her.
Lu Ming, are you currently living in Haicheng together?
Wang Jingzhu, my sister just arrived. She graduated from high school this year and was accepted into a university here in Haicheng.
She is staying with me for now.
But she'll move to campus once school starts.
Wang Jingzhu, are you free tonight? You helped me immensely yesterday, and I would like to treat you to dinner.
Lu Ming, I don't have any other plans at the moment.
Wang Jingzhu, then I'll reach out to you later. After finishing the conversation with Lu Ming,
Wang Jingzhu set her phone down, still feeling somewhat dazed. Wang Manchu entered the room, handing her a cup of honey water.
Sister, how much did you drink last night to get so intoxicated? I can't recall. The dinner was with either major clients or executives, and they insisted I drink.
I couldn't refuse, and before I knew it, I was drunk.
You're an employee, not a hostess. Why should you drink just because they ask?
Wang Manchu frowned. It's fortunate you met Lu Ming last night, otherwise, in that state, who knows what could have happened to you. You little girl, speaking so delicately outside. Yet here you are, casually mentioning such things.
I'm just worried about you. You can't rely on luck every time.
Lu Ming just said the same thing to me in our WeChat chat.
Don't worry, I won't drink like that again. Wang Manchu nodded slightly, contemplating before asking. Sister, what kind of person is Lu Ming? You two were at the hotel, didn't he have any ulterior motives? Wang Jingzhu, you cheeky girl. Where did you learn to think so deeply?
I told you, we only reached the hotel lobby before he brought me back.
Wang Manchu pressed further, he didn't take advantage of you, holding such a beautiful woman in his arms? Wang Jingzhu gently shook her head, no.
Then he truly is a good man, Wang Manchu remarked. Yes, Wang Jingzhu sighed softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. It's a pity he already has a girlfriend. Lu Ming received a message from Wang Fanru on WeChat, containing images and related information about office spaces, each ranging between 200 to 300 square meters.
Boss,
I've reviewed numerous office buildings and believe these options are the most suitable. After glancing through, Lu Ming found them quite similar and replied, all are acceptable.
You may proceed as you see fit. Wang Fanru asked, would you like to come and see them in person?
Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, no need, just make the decision. Many individuals consider the choice of a company's location a significant matter, yet for Lu Ming, who profits through a system rather than a business, it is trivial and unworthy of a personal visit.
Wang Fanru sent 2 more documents titled Qingqi Capital Business Plan. This is the business plan I drafted for the company's future development last night. One is a detailed introduction, and the other is a summary for your convenience. Although Lu Ming held little expectation for the new company's future, he was genuinely impressed by Wang Fanru's enthusiasm and dedication. He had not requested her to prepare a business plan, this was entirely her initiative, and she even provided a summary for his ease of review. He had indeed chosen wisely. Lu Ming felt fortunate to have such a capable assistant, allowing him to enjoy a life of ease as a hands-off manager. Lu Ming acknowledged the business plan and replied to Wang Fanru, "Alright, I will take a look later." After conversing with Wang Fanru, Lu Ming checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Wang Jingzhu had invited him to dinner, and he wondered if she would bring Wang Manchu along. Moreover, given the time, she had yet to provide a dinner location. This woman was truly unreliable. Lost in thought, he received a WeChat message from Wang Jingzhu. "Wang Jingzhu, I'm in the hotel lobby. May I come to your room?" Chapter 63, I enjoy watching you play games. Lu Ming paused upon receiving a message from Wang Jingzhu on WeChat. "Come to my room?" He pondered, curious about her intentions. Before he could respond, she sent another message, "I'll treat you to a meal, my sister and I prepared it." Lu Ming replied, "I'll have someone bring you up." Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find Wang Jingzhu standing outside, holding a stack of food containers. To his slight disappointment, she was alone. He had hoped to see Wang Manchu as well. Surprisingly, Lu Ming discovered that Wang Jingzhu's affection for him had reached a commendable 60, exceeding his expectations. Unfortunately, she did not meet the criteria he had set, rendering the score meaningless without any reward. "May I come in?" Wang Jingzhu asked timidly. "Yes, please do." It was only natural to let her in, given her presence at the door. Once inside, she surveyed the room and remarked, "Your room is stunning." Knowing that Lu Ming had over 20 million in his stock account, it was no surprise that he resided in an executive suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Wang Jingzhu placed the food containers on the table and continued, "I know you have everything you need, and I couldn't think of a suitable place to take you out to eat. It was Manju who suggested that I prepare something myself to show my sincerity, and I thought that was a good idea." "You can cook?" Lu Ming exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, Wang Jingzhu was the epitome of the aloof and proud campus beauty, seemingly incompatible with the idea of cooking. Of course, Sui Cheng had cooked for him before, but she was a sweet girl, quite different from Wang Jingzhu's demeanor. "Yes, my sister and I can manage a bit. We made this together, please try it." Wang Jingzhu opened the containers one by one and handed Lu Ming a pair of chopsticks. After tasting, he found the dishes to be ordinary home-cooked meals, with a flavor that was merely acceptable. Nonetheless, this confirmed that the food was indeed prepared by the two sisters. "The taste surely cannot compare to what you usually eat," Wang Jingzhu said, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "But this is my first time cooking for someone other than family. I rarely eat home-cooked meals, this is quite nice." Lu Ming inquired, "Which dishes did you prepare? And which did your sister make?" "The rice and the vegetable salad were made by her, everything else was my doing." Can boiling rice and making a salad really be considered cooking? Wang Jingzhu seated herself across from Lu Ming and picked up her own chopsticks, joining him for the meal. For Lu Ming, this scene was a source of happiness he could only dream of in the past. Yet now, despite still finding Wang Jingzhu attractive, he felt no flutter of excitement. In fact, sitting across from her made him feel slightly uneasy. Wang Jingzhu seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to break the silence. "Sui Cheng comes to visit you often, doesn't she?" "Yes." Lu Ming nodded slightly. Sui Cheng was his official girlfriend, so it was only natural for her to visit frequently. "She won't be coming today, will she?" Wang Jingzhu asked. Since I'm here, I wouldn't want her to misunderstand and create unnecessary trouble." "She's on a trip with her family." "Oh. That's good." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, unsure of what Wang Jingzhu meant by that. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and Lu Ming was surprised to find Wang Jingzhu so easy to talk to. No matter how he steered the conversation, she could seamlessly continue it. Wang Jingzhu also noticed that Lu Ming seemed particularly interested when she spoke about her sister, Wang Manju, and she unconsciously shared numerous stories about her.
From Wang Jingzhu's descriptions.
Wang Manzhu sounded like an ethereal beauty. After dinner, Wang Jingzhu took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them in the bathroom. Lu Ming,
engrossed in his computer game, remained undisturbed by her presence.
After a while, Wang Jingzhu emerged from the bathroom.
Noticing Lu Ming deeply focused on his game, she quietly sat beside him until a round concluded. "I finished washing," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment.
"I noticed your clothes and pants in the bathroom,
so I took the liberty to wash them as well." Lu Ming turned to see his freshly laundered clothes hanging on the drying rack, including his underwear.
"Ah. This. The campus beauty, who had once been so unapproachable, is now washing my underwear. What a turn of events." It seemed even the aloof beauty could shed her inhibitions regarding cleanliness and effort. Moreover, Wang Jingzhu was well aware that he had a girlfriend. However,
considering that her fondness for him had now surpassed 60, her actions were no longer surprising. He recalled that when he and Sui Cheng confirmed their relationship, her affection level had also jumped from the 50s to the 60s. With a score of 60, they had crossed into the realm of potential lovers. "Please continue with your game, I enjoy watching you play," Wang Jingzhu said softly.
Women do not despise men for playing games, rather,
they dislike impoverished men who indulge in them.
Wang Jingzhu stayed until after 9 p.m. before taking her leave. In light of her washing his underwear,
Lu Ming gifted her a pair of gold-plated earrings from Hermes, valued at around 6,000, which nearly brought her to tears.
After an evening of interaction,
Wang Jingzhu's affection for Lu Ming had climbed to 68. The once proud campus beauty seemed to be contemplating a more intimate connection with him.
Chapter 64, A Helpful Ally. A few days later. Deep Market Insight Prediction, Longhua Mobile is projected to decline today.
Market Insight Prediction, Changbei Technology is expected to rise today. Recently, Lu Ming has reaped substantial profits from the stock of Changbei Technology,
achieving the maximum return of 5 million for 2 consecutive trading days.
Changbei Technology has become a highly sought-after stock in the market lately, characterized by its dramatic fluctuations. With the advantage of market insight, Lu Ming engages in trading when the forecast indicates a rise and avoids it during downturns, making profit acquisition exceedingly effortless. The only limitation on his earning speed is the cap of 5 million.
When he first reached a tenfold return at level 3,
he felt quite content with a daily profit of 5 million, questioning what more he could desire.
However, witnessing lucrative opportunities constrained by this limit,
he now finds that earning 5 million a day no longer holds the same allure. At 9:30, the stock market opens. After a slight increase,
Changbei Technology quickly shifts from rising to falling.
Lu Ming purchases shares in increments, ensuring that no single transaction exceeds 500,000, thereby minimizing his impact on the stock price. Through careful observation over time, he has discerned that the system stipulates the daily purchase amount must not exceed 0.5 of the stock's total market value, as exceeding this threshold could compromise the accuracy of the predictions. Theoretically, for a stock with a total market value of 10 billion, he can purchase up to 50 million without affecting the judgment results. Yet, he has noted a distinct correlation: the larger the purchase amount, the more subdued the stock's daily increase becomes. A 10 rise is still a rise, and so is a mere 0.1,
but the magnitude of fluctuation is undeniably influenced. An hour into trading, Lu Ming completes his position, with an average purchase price of
7.02 yuan, which is one lower than the previous day's closing price.
This suggests that by the end of the day, he could expect at least an 11 return.
With over 30 million in his stock account, even a slight increase translates to several 100,000 in his pocket. Having completed his trading plan for the day, Lu Ming peruses the financial report of Changbei Technology, which had just released its mid-year results.
To his astonishment, the report was shockingly dismal, aptly described as a mess.
Such performance would only entice the most reckless of investors.
Any prudent investor would steer clear.
At that moment, Lu Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Fanru.
"Hello, Fanru, what is the matter?"
"Boss,
the office has been rented. Would you like to come and take a look?"
Having reviewed the business plan Wang Fanru sent previously, Lu Ming had some thoughts he wished to discuss with her. Initially, he intended to invite her to the hotel, but reconsidered. feeling it inappropriate as he had yet to see the state of his own company. Moreover, with his trading plan completed for the day, he had some free time. Please send me the location, I'll head over now, Lu Ming replied. The office building was quite close to the hotel, merely a 10-minute walk. Upon arrival, he found Wang Fanru typing away on her laptop. After a few days apart, she appeared somewhat fatigued, her attire slightly wrinkled, and her hair carelessly tied back. Allowed a few rebellious strands to cascade onto her forehead, lending her an unintentional charm. Lu Ming recognized the extent of her busyness over the past few days securing office space, drafting the business plan, and managing company registration, along with subsequent employee recruitment. Fanru, Lu Ming greeted her. Boss, you're here. I just finished the accounts. Here is the current income and expenditure statement for your review. She turned her laptop screen towards him. Lu Ming glanced over the figures, they were clear and straightforward. Even a novice in finance could comprehend them at a glance. You can hire a few people to assist you, there is no need for you to handle everything personally. Lu Ming suggested, transferring 20,000 yuan into her bank account as he spoke. Noticing the bank notification on her phone, Wang Fanru remarked. There is still a significant amount left from the previous 1 million, what is this for? Lu Ming explained, that was company expenses, this is your bonus, two separate matters. He was quite satisfied with Wang Fanru's work ethic and competence. Given his current success in the stock market, the 20,000 bonus seemed merely a drop in the ocean. Wang Fanru responded modestly, this is all part of my job. Lu Ming reassured her. This bonus is not merely a reward for your hard work, it is a recognition of the valuable insights you provided in the business plan. She bowed slightly, thank you. Boss. Lu Ming inquired, I'm intrigued by the automated quantitative trading proposal you mentioned in the business plan, could you elaborate on that? Wang Fanru nodded and began to explain the intricacies of quantitative trading. Though Lu Ming had no need for such systems. Given his access to the guidance of the market insight, he found the concept to be sophisticated and impressive, perhaps suitable for enhancing his own image. The profitability of the project itself was secondary. After a lengthy explanation, Lu Ming grasped only a portion of the details, understanding that it closely intertwined with financial engineering, statistics, and mathematics, yet its direct relation to the stocks he typically dealt with was somewhat tenuous. Lu Ming remarked, this quantitative trading can be implemented gradually according to your vision. But our immediate priority is to recruit a few traders. As his financial scale expanded, he found himself dedicating considerable time to trading, which was quite exhausting, necessitating the hiring of professional traders to manage these tedious tasks. Should we recruit immediately? Wang Fanru asked. Lu Ming shook his head, there is no rush. Currently, the office is just an empty shell, who would come to apply? We need to set up the company and procure the necessary items before hiring. However, you can start looking for an internal assistant to help you, so you're not running around for everything. Understood, thank you for your concern, boss, she replied. After discussing business matters, Lu Ming began to inspect the office space. The office, located in a prime financial district of Haicheng, spanned over 200 square meters, featuring a row of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that provided an excellent view. The decor was already established, allowing for immediate occupancy. Yet it fell slightly short of Lu Ming's lofty standards, prompting his intention to have it further enhanced. I believe we don't need to hire too many people initially, this office space may even be a bit too large, Wang Fanru remarked. Lu Ming dismissed her concern. A few offices, a communal workspace, a meeting room, and perhaps a lounge area and a break room should suffice. Upon hearing the mention of a lounge, Wang Fanru's expression flickered with surprise. Is this really the configuration a startup should have? Chapter 65, either the fish dies, or one breaks that evening. Lu Ming and Dong Wan dined at a restaurant. How is it? My senior sister is quite capable, isn't she? Dong Wan remarked, slicing a small piece of the tomahawk steak and bringing it to Lu Ming's lips. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging her prowess, she is a valuable ally. With her around, I have much less to worry about. Dongwon smiled gently and added, earlier, you mentioned your intention to venture into venture capital. I believe you should consider it carefully. This field can be quite treacherous. Lu Ming replied slowly, I'm merely gathering information. Besides, I have you to rely on,
Dongwon countered, if you pursue venture capital. It is only natural for me to assist you, but the truth is, I am still a novice myself. This matter cannot be resolved in just a few sentences.
After we finish here, let us go to my room and delve deeper into this discussion, Lu Ming suggested. Dongwon's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided, how shameless. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, I was referring to a business discussion.
What are you thinking?
She shot him a glance, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions.
I'm not going.
Lu Ming shrugged, if you won't come to my place, I can always visit yours instead.
Dongwon instinctively wanted to protest,
but the words faltered on her lips.
You may come to my home, but you must behave. Do you not know who I am?
Lu Ming declared confidently. Though internally he mused, today, it's either the fish dies, or Wan breaks. Though Dongwon was not a native of Haicheng, with her parents' support, she had purchased a modest 50 square meter apartment there. The space, though small, was well appointed. Upon entering, one encountered a compact yet functional entryway. Cleverly designed with a shoe cabinet and storage space, fulfilling daily needs while presenting a tidy entrance. Further inside lay a bright living area, dominated by a minimalist fabric sofa, complemented by a delicate coffee table. The walls were adorned with abstract artworks, infusing the small space with an artistic flair. The kitchen, though not expansive, was equipped with modern amenities and featured a foldable dining table. The bedroom was transformed into a cozy refuge, with a comfortable bed taking center stage. Soft, warm lighting hung above the bedside, creating a tranquil ambience. On the nightstand rested some of Dongwon's favorite books and a petite bedside speaker, serenading her to sleep each night. What do you think of my home? Dongwon asked, brimming with confidence. Very nice, quite suitable for me, Lu Ming replied with satisfaction. Please fetch me a towel, I wish to take a shower. Dongwon, wary, questioned, what are you planning? With an air of nonchalance, Lu Ming replied. It's a hot summer day, is it so outrageous for me to shower at my girlfriend's house? Dongwon was left speechless. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently retrieved a fresh towel for him. Lu Ming took the towel and cheerfully made his way to the bathroom, while Dongwon sat anxiously, seemingly aware of what was to transpire that day. Before long, Lu Ming emerged from the bathroom. He flopped onto the sofa and addressed Dongwon, Xiaowan. It's your turn now. Dongwon pouted, I want tea shower, let us see what you can do about it. Lu Ming grasped her hand, pulling her closer. If you don't mind, then neither shall I. Feeling the intensity of Lu Ming's gaze, Dongwon felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to employ a delaying tactic. I shower every day when I return home, it's not that you are making me do it. Dongwon maintained her defiance, though her conviction wavered. She carried her change of clothes into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Moments later, she emerged from the bathroom, clad in sleepwear, and was swiftly pulled into Lu Ming's embrace, where they shared a kiss that felt utterly natural. A few minutes passed. Could you perhaps keep your hands still for a moment? Dongwon softly murmured. Lu Ming offered no response, his actions speaking volumes instead. Dongwon made no move to resist, surrendering to her beloved's fervent advances. Gradually, her gaze became more dazed, her cheeks flushed with intoxication, while their clothes lay scattered across the floor. Xiao AI, turn off the lights. A voice command echoed, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only the heavy breaths of the entwined couple. Ding. Dongwon's affection for you increases by 7, current affection level, 92, ding. Dongwon's affection exceeds 90, you gain an additional random reward skill, Insightful Eye, LV1. Insightful Eye, LV1 significantly enhances perception and insight abilities, allowing one to detect details that are often overlooked by others. Lu Ming felt his senses sharpen, even gaining a semblance of night vision. Though enveloped in darkness, he could still discern the complex emotions playing across Dongwon's face, tension, fear, and a hint of anticipation. Chapter 66, Thank you, my husband. The following day, as Lu Ming awakened, the fragrant aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Upon lifting his head, he discovered Dongwon preparing breakfast. Awake? Dongwon, with her back turned to him, was busy brewing coffee. Xiaowan, why are you blushing? Lu Ming chuckled. I'm not blushing, Dongwon insisted, unwilling to admit her shyness. Lu Ming rose from bed and approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear.
Your ears are as red as can be, yet you deny it? Dongwon playfully retorted, that's all you're doing.
Lu Ming gently kissed her earlobe and said,
In a moment, we shall venture out to buy something. I have a gift for you. Feeling bashful, Dongwon replied, I'm still feeling a bit unwell.
Lu Ming smiled slightly, it's not like we're going to exert ourselves, it won't be an issue.
After breakfast, Lu Ming took Dongwon out.
Having previously gifted Sui Cheng a Patek Philippe, he deemed it only fitting to treat Dongwon similarly. They arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique.
Hello, Mr. Lu. Welcome to Patek Philippe. The sales consultant, having served Lu Ming not long ago, remembered him well.
She noted the change in his female companion but recognized that such matters were personal and chose not to pry. Wealthy individuals often changed partners without raising eyebrows.
Lu.
These watches are too expensive, Dongwon murmured in his ear. The expensive ones aren't sold to me, what they offer me is quite reasonable, Lu Ming replied. Although he had purchased a watch worth 300,000 previously, he remained a novice client in the eyes of Patek Philippe, unlikely to be offered their most sought-after pieces. Of course, what Lu Ming deemed reasonable vastly differed from the common understanding of the term. Before long, he acquired a lovely entry-level women's watch priced at 300,000. Adorning Dongwon's wrist with it.
The exquisite watch face shimmered delicately, perfectly complementing Dongwon's poised yet gentle demeanor. Dongwon, an independent woman,
would have previously felt embarrassed to accept such a lavish gift. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Lu Ming had become her closest companion. A man as significant in her life as her father.
In that moment,
she realized that true independence lies not in refusing help and care but in embracing them while maintaining one's identity and continuing to grow.
Lu, thank you. Dongwon gazed at her beloved with a blissful expression. Ding.
Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 3, current affection level, 95, Lu Ming chuckled.
That sounds as if we aren't very familiar with each other.
With a shy smile, Dongwon leaned closer to his ear and softly said, Thank you, husband. Lu Ming nodded with a smile, now that's more like it. Lu Ming spent a delightful weekend at Dongwon's place.
Until Monday morning,
when he escorted her to her office before returning to the hotel.
Ding. The market prediction indicates that Longhua Petroleum will decline today. The market prediction indicates that Changbei Technology will rise today. Currently, Lu Ming remained fully invested in Changbei Technology,
with today's forecast suggesting an upward trend. He found no need for extensive trading. At 9:30, Changbei Technology opened at the limit price of 7.81 yuan. As of the previous trading day's close, his holdings in Changbei Technology were valued at over 39 million. With today's limit rise, his stock account's total assets surged to over 43 million. Not accounting for the tenfold feedback profit of 5 million after the close, meaning he could potentially earn nearly 9 million that day.
However, Lu Ming's first thought was not one of joy over his substantial gain but rather concern over his potential loss.
Had the tenfold feedback not had a ceiling, his earnings today would have exceeded 40 million. Contemplating this diminished his excitement over the 9 million profit. Since Changbei Technology was on a steady limit rise, Lu Ming had no intention of selling. Even if the stock were to drop by 5 points, it would not affect his top-tier feedback of 5 million.
Moreover,
given how easily the top-tier profits could be triggered, Lu Ming believed it unnecessary to allocate excessive funds in the stock market. For someone of his wealth, earning money was increasingly effortless, and he sought to pursue endeavors of greater value. A few days earlier, Lu Ming had shared with Dongwon his intention to venture into equity investment. This was not a whimsical notion but a genuine aspiration he had contemplated deeply. By investing in real enterprises, he could support their growth while reaping returns, a pursuit imbued with social value and significance. More critically,
such endeavors would enhance his influence within society.
The essence of power does not rest merely in wealth but in one's ability to mobilize substantial social resources. A person possessing vast riches but lacking influence is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, perpetually at risk of marginalization or even obsolescence. Thus, Lu Ming harbored great anticipation and dreams regarding his foray into equity investment. Only when his financial reach extended across various domains could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of the world.
Of course, he acknowledged his current limited understanding and resources, rendering this a long-term plan that did not require immediate action.
Chapter 67, Not this price at 1500 hours, the stock market closed. Changbei Technology maintained a steady limit up throughout the day, indicating the formidable strength of the bulls and a promising outlook for the stock. After the market closed, Lu Ming departed from the hotel and made his way to a nearby music studio. He had been learning the piano for some time, yet he still found himself in a state of playing to the cows. However, with Heine assisting him, his progress appeared remarkably swift, much to the satisfaction of his instructor,
Jiang Nanji.
45 minutes later, the day's lesson concluded.
Jiang Nanji addressed the camera, saying, "We have 30 lessons remaining.
But I have some matters to attend to in the coming days, and I need to prepare to return to school, so we'll need to pause for about a week." Lu Ming gazed at Jiang Nanji's exquisite beauty on the screen and replied, "All right, just let me know when you're available to teach. Additionally, 30 lessons are far from sufficient.
I wish to continue learning." Jiang Nanji appeared troubled.
"However, once I return to school, our time zones will differ, making it inconvenient to schedule lessons." Sensing that Jiang Nanji might be inclined to discontinue teaching after completing the remaining lessons, Lu Ming hurriedly stated, "I've made significant progress recently, all thanks to you. If we stop learning now, it would be tantamount to giving up halfway, rendering all previous efforts futile." Having worked hard to increase Jiang Nanji's favorability towards him to 20, he could not allow such momentum to falter.
Jiang Nanji felt even more conflicted upon hearing Lu Ming's words.
Lu Ming continued, "Since it's all online scheduling, it won't be inconvenient, we can prioritize your availability." Seeing that Lu Ming had made his intentions clear, Jiang Nanji felt it inappropriate to decline further.
She considered herself Lu Ming's guide in the realm of piano,
and it would be unreasonable for her to abandon him now when he wished to persist in his studies.
"Very well. We will arrange specific learning times once I arrive in the United States."
"That sounds perfect." After concluding the video call with Jiang Nanji, Lu Ming sought Heine's guidance briefly, submitted his assignments for the day, and departed the music studio.
Heine had initially harbored more thoughts about Lu Ming.
Yet after spending some time together and receiving no reciprocation to her flirtations, she realized that he held little interest in her. She found it quite perplexing.
After all,
she was undeniably a beauty, her figure particularly alluring. It was unusual for a typical man to remain disinterested in her overt advances unless he faced issues in that regard. Yet Lu Ming did not seem to fit the profile of a man struggling in that aspect, after all.
What man would take up piano lessons merely to woo a woman? Heine was left utterly bewildered. At Longjin Securities' major client services department, Wang Gingshu checked Lu Ming's stock account once more.
As expected, several million had been transferred in today.
Over the past few days,
she had been monitoring the fluctuations in Lu Ming's account daily.
What astonished her the most was the sheer wealth Lu Ming possessed, frequently transferring millions into his account.
When she first discovered his account, it held just over 20 million, yet merely 10 days later, the balance had approached 50 million.
Moreover,
she noted that Lu Ming's trading acumen was exceptionally high. Each time he made a substantial bet on a stock, that stock invariably surged. Wang Jingshu instinctively touched the pair of Hermes earrings adorning her ears, warmth spreading through her heart. She cherished the gift Lu Ming had bestowed upon her and would smile in acknowledgement whenever colleagues inquired if it was a gift from her boyfriend. She found herself reminiscing about Lu Ming, and unbeknownst to her, this former admirer had now transformed into her idol.
Occasionally, she would reach out to Lu Ming via WeChat.
And although he often did not respond, she remained unfazed. Additionally, she sensed that Lu Ming seemed quite interested in her younger sister. If Lu Ming could not become her boyfriend, she reasoned, then having him as a brother-in-law would be preferable to him being with another woman. Wang Jingshu planned to send Lu Ming a flirty message on WeChat, but just as she picked up her phone, the office telephone rang.
"Hello? Xiao Wang.
Come to my office." Chapter 68, Jealousy. Lu Ming and Sui Cheng had just shared an intimate moment.
Reclining on the bed,
they engaged in a tranquil discussion about their recent delightful experience. "You've become quite adept at this," Lu Ming praised in an approving tone.
"That's only because you taught me how to do it,"
Sui Cheng replied shyly. Although she felt completely at ease with Lu Ming, being complimented on her abilities still made her feel a bit bashful. Lu Ming smiled gently, "No need to be so modest.
One is willing to teach,
the other eager to learn. It is this mutual effort that leads to such a perfect synergy.
Sui Cheng playfully retorted, if you keep teasing me, I won't cooperate next time.
Lu Ming, brimming with confidence, replied, I believe you would be unable to resist. As they playfully bantered,
a notification chimed from Lu Ming's phone. It was a message on WeChat.
Typically, at this hour, he would silence his phone or enable Do Not Disturb mode. But today he had overlooked it.
Brother Ming, who messaged you? Sui Cheng inquired.
She often found herself unable to reach Lu Ming, which occasionally stirred her suspicions.
However,
her deep affection for him allowed her to consistently find suitable excuses. Yet now, faced with a message, her curiosity about the sender was piqued. Lu Ming glanced at his phone and discovered it was from Wang Jingshu, a breath of relief escaping him. Thankfully, it was just Wang Jingshu.
It couldn't be anything serious. In stark contrast to Lu Ming's reaction, Sui Cheng's expression shifted upon seeing the name Wang Jingshu.
Years ago, her devoted admirer Huang Zikai had mentioned that Lu Ming had pursued Wang Jingshu, while she had assured Huang Zikai that it did not bother her. A flicker of unease had always lingered in her heart. Therefore, witnessing Lu Ming still in contact with Wang Jingshu stirred a pang of anxiety within her.
Lu Ming opened the WeChat message in Sui Cheng's presence. Wang Jingshu, what are you up to? Lu Ming, just handling some matters. Seeing Lu Ming's indifferent response eased Sui Cheng's mind. Wang Jingshu, accustomed to Lu Ming's brusque manner, was unfazed.
She then proceeded to send a series of messages, recounting her recent conversation with Huang Letian in detail.
Lu Ming replied, good, well done.
Never bow to such workplace scoundrels.
I'm with Yi Cheng now. We have matters to attend to, so I'll have to cut this short.
Wang Jingshu, oh, then I won't disturb you further.
Brother Ming, does Wang Jingshu frequently contact you? Sui Cheng asked.
Having observed their exchange, she felt reassured by Lu Ming's cool demeanor towards Wang Jingshu.
Yet the latter's obvious admiration for him left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Moreover, she found it peculiar that Wang Jingshu, once known as the aloof goddess in school, displayed such deference before Lu Ming. Let me tell you a story. Lu Ming recounted the incident of Wang Jingshu's drunken escapade,
omitting the details involving Suing and Wang Manchu, and altering the moment he held Wang Jingshu to merely resting his hand on her. Sui Cheng was taken aback to learn that the proud and haughty schoolbelle had faced such challenges upon entering the workforce, leading her to feel a twinge of sympathy for Wang Jingshu. Her boss is utterly despicable, such men truly deserve to be obliterated.
Brother Ming, you handled it well. I want to help her, you won't feel jealous, will you? Even if I were to feel jealousy, you should have helped her at that time, otherwise.
She would have been victimized by that old man, Lu Ming replied with a slight nod. Many women find themselves ensnared in such predicaments, he continued. Sui Cheng embraced Lu Ming tightly, expressing earnestly, I am fortunate to have you. As she spoke, she turned and straddled Lu Ming, capturing her man in a fervent kiss. Lu Ming closed his eyes in delight, fully immersed in the warmth of Sui Cheng's affection.
The next day, Changbei Technology, buoyed by the previous day's surge,
opened with a remarkable 5 jump. Lu Ming, unhesitatingly, executed a significant sell-off. Today's market analysis indicated a downturn, thus, as long as the stock remained in the green,
every moment was a selling opportunity.
Furthermore, with his substantial capital, any price increase exceeding 1 could yield a tenfold return, reaching a maximum of 5 million.
Consequently,
he sold off shares without reservation. In no time, he completed his liquidation, achieving a 1.5 profit in his account. Though today's earnings were modest, amounting to a little over 5 million, he had reached the profit cap once more, so Lu Ming opted to wait until just before the market closed to reinvest.
The phone rang. Hello? Teacher Xiao, have you missed me? Of course, you're my boyfriend, who else would I think of? It's been several days since we last met, shall we get together tonight?
I called you to discuss tonight's plans. Old Zhao's birthday is approaching, and I intend to buy him a gift.
Would you accompany me?
Absolutely, I'll pick you up shortly.
Great, I'll be waiting.
Xiao Yutong's fondness for Lu Ming had risen to 77, and although their relationship had only progressed to handholding, a breakthrough seemed imminent. Chapter 69. The place where I reside is quite entertaining. That evening, Lu Ming and Xiao Yutong had dinner together. And then they strolled hand in hand through the shopping mall.
Xiao Ming, what do you think I should buy? Xiao Yutong inquired.
Every year, I rack my brain to find a birthday gift for old Xiao. Last time I gave my dad a belt, and he was so pleased. The year before, it was also a belt.
How about a watch then?
I gifted him a Tizot 2 years ago.
What about a Rolex this year? Xiao Ming, do you know what why not eat meat porridge means? Xiao Yutong turned to Lu Ming. Do you think I come from a wealthy family? But you do have a rather affluent boyfriend. Lu Ming replied. I can give you one, and you can give one to your dad. What's the harm in that?
Xiao Yutong firmly shook her head. That would be against the rules.
Lu Ming was perplexed. Is it against the rules for a boyfriend to give a gift to his girlfriend?
Xiao Yutong replied earnestly, Xiao Ming, I know you are quite wealthy. But I prefer our relationship to remain pure, avoiding any association with money.
If you really want to spend, just treat me to something delicious.
Seeing how serious Xiao Yutong was, Lu Ming decided not to bring up the gift idea again. With the stock market now yielding significant returns, the meager trifles of wealth no longer impressed him.
After wandering for quite a while, Xiao Yutong eventually purchased a Dunhill lighter. Aren't you indirectly encouraging your dad to smoke? Lu Ming remarked.
There's no helping it, he wouldn't listen to my advice. In their line of work, when faced with major cases, they smoke one after another.
Xiao Yutong paused and then asked, Xiao Ming, now that I've bought the gift, where do you plan to take me next?
Lu Ming replied without hesitation. You haven't been to my place yet, it's quite entertaining.
Xiao Yutong laughed. Are you trying to trick me into going to a hotel room? There's a swimming pool,
a spa, and a bar. It's not just about the room, Lu Ming countered.
After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yutong suggested, then take me to the bar. No problem, he replied. First, they would visit the bar, and then, having come this far, how could they not take a look at his room?
In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had planned everything out. Lu Ming led Xiao Yutong to the bar situated on the top floor of the Ritz Hotel. Xiao Ming, I absolutely adore this place.
Xiao Yutong exclaimed excitedly upon arrival.
You know, I particularly enjoy the atmosphere of bars. But I rarely have anyone to accompany me to such places.
Xiao teacher, you have quite the contrast. Lu Ming remarked.
Though Xiao Yutong appeared gentle and demure. She had a penchant for riding heavy motorcycles and visiting bars, which seemed utterly incongruous with her outward appearance. They settled at a table on the bar's terrace,
the evening breeze refreshing their spirits.
Xiao Yutong lifted her cocktail, took a sip, and slowly said, Xiao Ming, I am several years older than you.
And I will age more quickly. When the time comes, and I am no longer as attractive, will you grow weary of me?
Lu Ming smiled gently.
What are you thinking?
Attractiveness may determine whether two people come together initially, but once together, it is certainly not looks that sustain a relationship.
Most wealthy individuals' wives or girlfriends do not conform to the traditional standards of beauty. In fact, for the affluent, good looks are easily attainable. But an intriguing soul is rare and invaluable. Of course, for Lu Ming,
his partner must first possess a captivating exterior before he is inclined to explore whether their soul is equally engaging. Xiao Yutong nodded thoughtfully. The two enjoyed their drinks and music while engaging in light conversation. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Chen Yi.
She was heavily made up, donned in a low-cut black slip dress, appearing like an entirely different person.
At that moment, she was drinking and playing games with a group of young men and women. Her spirit evidently high as she occasionally whispered to a male companion beside her.
Do you know that woman? Xiao Yutong asked. Yes, she is my brother's girlfriend. Lu Ming replied. Is that man beside her your brother?
No, Lu Ming shook his head. My brother works in another city.
Xiao Yutong glanced over at Chen Yi again,
sensing that those individuals seemed overly familiar. I'm going over to say hello, Lu Ming declared.
All right, Xiao Yutong nodded. Lu Ming approached the booth where Chen Yi sat and greeted, Hey, you're here too. Chen Yi's expression turned somewhat awkward upon seeing him, Lu Ming. What a coincidence. Who is this friend? Asked the man beside Chen Yi. I'm
Lu Ming, a brother of her boyfriend.
Are you all friends of Chen Yi?
We're all her colleagues, Chen Yi explained. Realizing they were merely colleagues, Lu Ming felt perhaps he had overthought the situation. Women often undergo significant changes in attire and demeanor from school to the professional world, so Chen Yi's bar attire seemed quite normal.
As for the whispering,
Chen Yi often behaved similarly with him. It was simply her nature, and it seemed unnecessary to make a fuss.
Chen Yi asked, "Who did you come with?"
Lu Ming pointed to a nearby table. "I'm sitting over there."
Spotting Xiao Yutong, Chen Yi remarked, "What a beautiful lady. Is she your girlfriend?" Lu Ming nodded slightly.
"Come join us for a drink, it's more lively with more people," Chen Yi invited, adding, "It would also give me a chance to introduce you to my girlfriend."
"Indeed, handsome, come have a drink with us." An alluringly dressed woman chimed in.
"No thanks, we were just about to leave," Lu Ming replied.
"Don't drink too much. If you need anything, just call me. I'm staying downstairs."
"I'll just go over for a drink with her," Chen Yi said.
"All right then."
Lu Ming accompanied Chen Yi back to his booth.
"Hello, I'm Chen Yi, a friend of Lu Ming's. Miss, you are absolutely stunning." "Hello, I'm Xiao Yutong. It's a pleasure to meet you."
The two women exchanged pleasantries, shared a drink, and then Chen Yi returned to her table. Lu Ming and Xiao Yutong then departed together, heading to the hotel room.
Chapter 70, Do You Not Trust Me?
Xiao Yutong took a brief tour of the hotel room and then smiled softly at Lu Ming, saying, "Xiao Ming, you truly have a way with words. You've managed to charm your sister into coming here." At that moment, the gentle light in the room cascaded softly, enveloping every corner like delicate silk, creating an ambience that was both warm and subtly mysterious. Xiao Yutong's already exquisite face was illuminated, making her even more enchanting. Her eyes, under the hazy glow, appeared more profound, as if they concealed endless tenderness, while her lightly pressed lips, caught in the interplay of light and shadow, acquired an enticing sheen. The entire scene was frozen in that moment, so beautiful that it stirred the heart, as if time itself had paused. Lu Ming drew Xiao Yutong closer to him. When the space between them diminished to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath, he gently raised his hand. His fingertips brushing against the ends of Xiao Yutong's hair, the sensation akin to touching the softest cloud, causing his heart to tremble. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yutong's eyes, yet more prominently was the emotional stir caused by this sudden gentleness. Rather than retreating, she met Lu Ming's gaze with an inexplicable courage, tilting her head slightly upward. Between them, a myriad of unspoken words lingered, understood without utterance, just a glance, a gesture, sufficed to convey their sentiments. Lu Ming slowly lowered his head, his lips tenderly meeting Xiao Yutong's. It was a gentle and passionate kiss, akin to the spring breeze caressing newly blossomed flowers, both soft and powerful. They intertwined, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only their hearts to beat in close harmony, narrating a story that belonged solely to them. After a considerable time, they gradually released each other.
"Xiao Ming,"
Xiao Yutong said shyly, "You are my first boyfriend." Lu Ming playfully pinched her cheek. "Nonsense." Xiao Yutong felt a tinge of disappointment at his response.
"Do you not believe me?"
Lu Ming smiled. "I should be your only boyfriend, not merely the first."
Xiao Yutong teased, "That remains to be seen. Should you prove unfaithful, I certainly would not keep you." Lu Ming questioned, "Why must it be me who is unfaithful?"
Xiao Yutong replied, "Because I would never betray you." Lu Ming felt a pang of guilt for every remarkable woman in his life, yet the pang of conscience dulled as its frequency increased.
"Were you particularly close with Chen Yi?"
Xiao Yutong inquired. "Yes, we've known each other for many years, so we are quite familiar," Lu Ming replied. "Tell me about her and her boyfriend," she urged. They engaged in casual banter, naturally peppered with gossip. As Lu Ming recounted the story of Du Xingyu and Chen Yi in detail, "Their long-distance relationship poses quite a challenge for their love," Xiao Yutong remarked. "I will call him tomorrow, urging him to return more often," Lu Ming added. He paused before continuing, "Chen Yi has changed quite a bit. Did you see what she wore today? The neckline was so low, I felt embarrassed."
"Don't men enjoy seeing women in low-cut dresses?"
Xiao Yutong countered. "Men appreciate seeing other women in such attire. Their own women should only be generous in their presence."
"But Chen Yi is not your woman,"
she retorted. "That's why I felt awkward. If it were my woman, I would be angry," Lu Ming clarified.
Xiao Yutong smiled. Are men not all a bit petty when it comes to their women, like you? Lu Ming nodded. That is certainly the case. Just as he spoke, he recalled some prominent figures from the domestic original sector and added, though there are a few exceptional cases. Xiao Yutong, intrigued, asked, what exceptional cases? Lu Ming replied slowly. Such trivial knowledge is not for you to concern yourself with. They continued to chat for quite some time, during which Lu Ming made subtle advances. But at every crucial moment, Xiao Yutong deftly deflected him. Xiao Ming, I must return home now, she said. Stay with me a little longer, he urged. Next time, I will accompany you. The atmosphere here is too ambiguous. If I stay any longer, I fear you might lose control. Lu Ming's intentions were seen through by Xiao Yutong. Then let me drive you back, he offered. How can you drive after drinking? I will just take a taxi, she insisted. With a designated driver. There's no place we cannot go, Lu Ming replied, summoning a driver, and they settled into the back seat together. As the car began to move, Xiao Yutong naturally rested her head on Lu Ming's shoulder, and he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Before long, they found themselves kissing again in the back seat. The designated driver, seemingly uninterested in witnessing such intimate moments, accelerated the vehicle, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Xiao Yutong's residential complex. Remember to call me when you get back, Xiao Yutong softly reminded him. All right, good night. Lu Ming waved at Xiao Yutong. She waved back, intending to say more. But the driver of the Porsche pressed the accelerator, quickly driving away. Chapter 71, The Prospective Mistress. Time flies, and before one realizes, it is already early September. On this day, Lu Ming arrived at the company. Wang Fanru mentioned that she had shortlisted several traders for interviews, which he needed to personally evaluate. Seated at the long table in the conference room, Lu Ming found himself momentarily distracted as he gazed at the candidates before him. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for unexpectedly acquiring the system, otherwise, he too might be sitting across the table, seeking employment. In the past few months, he had experienced an overwhelming array of events. Although the passage of time remained constant, its breadth had transformed entirely. Thus, reminiscing about his life before obtaining the system felt akin to recalling a distant past. This is my situation, the candidate said softly. The young woman before him was named Qin Hui, an average-looking individual. Lu Ming glanced at her resume and inquired. It states here that you possess 4 years of trading experience, yet you graduated from university merely 3 years ago. How is that possible? Chen Hui candidly explained. I began trading during my university years and worked as a trader at an investment company after graduation. Thus, my trading experience totals 4 years. Although my full-time trader experience is actually 3 years. 3 years of full-time experience is indeed quite substantial for a trader, Lu Ming thought, nodding slightly. Trading is not a particularly complex endeavor, yet experience plays a crucial role. An exceptional trader can adeptly manage buying and selling prices, maximizing profits. After posing a few more questions, Lu Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Fanru. Understanding his cue, she addressed Chen Hui. That concludes today's interview. You may leave. And we will notify you of the results later. Once Chen Hui departed, Wang Fanru turned to Lu Ming and asked, Is it just her? Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. She and the previous candidate, Lu Qian, are the only two. Wang Fanru pondered for a moment before questioning. I believe the candidate named Chen Letian had superior qualifications. Why not select him? Lu Ming replied, I find that name unappealing and somewhat superstitious. Upon seeing Chen Lixian's name, he was inexplicably reminded of Huang Letian, Wang Jinshu's superior. A man he found utterly distasteful. In truth, he held no deep-seated animosity towards Huang Letian, it was merely a matter of personal aversion. Wang Fanru nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Those engaged in investment often harbor superstitions. They frequently avoid certain practices, such as donning red attire when fully invested and green when liquidated. Some individuals even have specific rituals regarding which foot to step out with when leaving home each day. Are you not curious as to why I prefer female candidates? Lu Ming asked. Wang Fanru replied, Of course I understand. Women tend to be more obedient and possess greater execution capability. In investment decisions, you require no assistance in brainstorming. All that is needed is for subordinates to implement directives decisively.
Lu Ming smiled faintly, appreciating how well Wang Fanru understood him.
As they conversed, a knock echoed at the office door.
"Come in," Wang Fanru instructed.
A lovely young woman entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee.
Her name was Zhao Qingluo. The company's receptionist and internal staff, also known as employee number 002.
"Boss, Wang, here is your coffee," Zhao Qingluo said,
placing the cups before them and offering Lu Ming a subtle smile before exiting the office. "Qingluo gazes at you with such meaningful eyes."
Wang Fanru jested. "Aside from you, who only sees her boyfriend, which normal woman wouldn't be captivated upon meeting me?"
Lu Ming retorted with a chuckle.
"Such vanity." Wang Fanru pretended to gag in response.
Through their interactions, the two had developed a rapport that transcended the typical boss-employee dynamic, evolving instead into a camaraderie between like-minded friends.
Wang Fanru, with a beauty score of 83, certainly qualified as an attractive woman, endowed with talent as well.
However, Lu Ming harbored no romantic inclinations towards her. His appreciation was rooted in admiration rather than any ulterior motives. Furthermore, he wished to keep their relationship uncomplicated.
"When do you and your boyfriend plan to marry?" Lu Ming inquired.
"Tentatively next year, though we have yet to finalize the date. I shall gift you a 6-figure red envelope when the time comes."
"Thank you, boss. I, Xiao Wang, am willing to work tirelessly for you."
Lu Ming suddenly recalled a few months prior when he had shared barbecue with Du Xingyu and Chen Yi. They had discussed plans to marry after graduation, yet now everything seemed to have changed significantly. After concluding business with Wang Fanru, Lu Ming returned to his office. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to indulge in a game for a while.
Just as he launched the game interface, a message pinged on WeChat. "Xingyu, Lu Ming, have you forgotten about your prospective mistress?"
The term prospective mistress struck him as quite amusing.
Xingyu had returned to Jincheng 2 months prior,
during which they had exchanged WeChat messages occasionally. She even invited Lu Ming to visit her in Jincheng, but he simply lacked the time.
"Lu Ming, are you coming back?"
"Xingyu, yes, we start school early. I have a flight this evening, arriving in Haicheng around 8 p.m.
Do you have time to pick me up?" Lu Ming, "Sure."
Xingyu's favorability rating had exceeded 50, and he aimed to secure a preliminary reward of 60 that night.
Chapter 72. I fondly recall the little grove at school that evening. Lu Ming arrived punctually at the airport. Within less than 2 minutes,
Xingyu emerged from the domestic arrival passage. Upon spotting Lu Ming, she hurriedly ran over, pulling her suitcase behind her, and enveloped him in a warm embrace.
"Surprised that you actually came to pick me up," Xingyu expressed, touched. "I naturally have to bring you back after seeing you off."
"It is a matter of completing the journey," Lu Ming replied with a smile. Xingyu gazed up at him and softly said, "We can begin.
But let us not end." Lu Ming nodded. "Shall I take you out for a late-night snack?"
Xingyu shook her head. "Please take me back to school." With a mere 4 points remaining to reach his goal of affection, merely escorting her back would not suffice. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a B plan in mind. Once inside the vehicle, Lu Ming handed her a black gift bag.
"A gift for you." "Ah. What is inside?" Xingyu hesitated upon noticing the Chanel logo on the bag. "It's a Chanel handbag." "A Chanel handbag? It's too extravagant." "Accept it. You mentioned wanting to be the third party, so why be so coy?"
"That was merely a jest." Xingyu protested as Lu Ming firmly placed the bag in her arms. "Just accept it, my gift comes without conditions, but if you refuse, I shall be rather displeased."
Xingyu stood stunned. "Thank you."
The previous gift of a Van Cleef Arpels bracelet had garnered a 15-point increase in affection. Yet this time it was only 7 points, still a modest happiness, albeit insufficient.
Notification. Xinyu's affection for you has surpassed 60.
You have received an additional random skill reward, Resilience, LV3. Resilience, LV3 permanently increases stamina and endurance by 30 points, granting you greater fortitude and sustained energy. Current status of the host, 100 is the standard value for an adult male. Strength, 112-20, Agility, 111-20, Stamina, 110-30, Endurance, 112-30. Lu Ming escorted Xinyu to the entrance of the school.
"We VE arrived. In a few days, when you have time, I'll take you out for some fun," Lu Ming announced. "Would you like to enter our school for a look?" Qin Yu inquired. Does your school permit outsiders? How would we know unless we try? Very well. Let us give it a go.
Lu Ming grasped the suitcase while Qin Yu linked her arm with his, and together they entered the campus without any hindrance.
See? This is what it means for the brave to enjoy the world first.
Qin Yu exclaimed, pleased with her success.
And where do you plan to take me to enjoy the world? Let us wander around our school and let you relive the college experience.
I haven't been away from college for long, but I do miss the little grove at school. Why not take me to your school's grove so I can compare it with mine?
Please, brother.
This is only our third meeting.
And you want to drag me into the grove? Aren't you the one who is bold and straightforward? I may be bold. But that doesn't mean I am reckless. Do you fancy women who would accompany you to the grove after just one meeting? Not at all. They do not appeal to me. Then that settles it.
Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat disheartened. I find your school rather shabby, it pales in comparison to mine.
There is nothing worth exploring here, I shall take my leave.
Qin Yu tugged at Lu Ming's arm, since you've come this far.
At least take me to the dormitory building. Did you not say you would make no demands for the gift you presented?
Lu Ming shrugged, this is not a demand.
Merely my personal opinion. Fine, I shall escort you to the dormitory building.
The familiar tactic of since we are here was often employed by Lu Ming, however.
Today he found himself outmaneuvered by Qin Yu.
As they walked, they reached a dimly lit corner. Lean in a bit, I have something to tell you, Qin Yu said.
What is it? Lu Ming inquired, curious.
Feigning secrecy, Qin Yu leaned in close to whisper in his ear. What Lu Ming anticipated as a secret turned out to be a gentle kiss on his cheek.
Notification. Qin Yu's affection for you has increased by 3. Current affection, 66, alright.
My dormitory is in that building ahead, I can manage from here, Qin Yu said, taking the suitcase from Lu Ming's hands and waving goodbye.
Remember to think of me often. Alright, goodbye.
As Lu Ming stepped out of the school gate and returned to his car,
he received a message from Qin Yu on WeChat. Qin Yu, you have received my first kiss, are you surprised?
Lu Ming, a peck on the cheek does not count.
Qin Yu, such greed. Lu Ming, where would you like me to take you next time? Qin Yu, let us discuss it when you have time. Also, the bag you gave me is stunning, I absolutely adore it. Lu Ming, I'm glad you like it, I'm driving now, we'll talk later. Qin Yu, okay. Drive safely. 2 days later,
Lu Ming arrived at the company early in the morning. The two newly hired traders, Zhenhui and Lu Qian, were already at their desks awaiting his instructions. Lu Ming assigned each a stock account, saying, these accounts are for you to operate, shortly I will provide the trading plan. With that, he retreated to his office. Zhenhui and Lu Qian each opened their stock accounts, which contained only shares of Longwa Petroleum, with a market value exceeding 30 million for each account. Approximately half an hour after the market opened, Lu Ming exited his office and addressed the two, sell Longwa Petroleum at the current price of 7.98 yuan. And do your best to avoid causing price fluctuations. You are both seasoned traders and should know how to execute this. Furthermore, use the funds from selling Longwa Petroleum to purchase Longwa Mobile under 109 yuan, investing the entire amount. The two traders promptly received the instructions and began their operations. Lu Ming observed them for a while, noting their skillful handling of the trades and their effective management of price fluctuations, which left him quite satisfied.
He then proceeded to Wang Fanru's office to discuss the upcoming business trip to Hangzhou. Have all arrangements been finalized on that end? Lu Ming inquired.
Yes. It has been confirmed, but they insist on a face-to-face meeting, Wang Fanru replied.
That is fine, meeting in person is acceptable. I am eager to see their true capabilities.
Wang Fanru looked through the glass partition of her office at Zhenhui and Lu Qian, who were busy executing buy and sell orders.
What are your thoughts on them?
Chapter 73, The Arrival of My Cousin. After a brief pause, Lu Ming remarked, once they finalize their trading strategies today, we can assess their performance based on the buying and selling prices to determine their suitability for this role.
Wang Fanru frowned and replied.
Since our last discussion about the issue of insider trading, I have harbored concerns regarding this matter. While they may not engage in such practices now, Once they realize your prowess in the stock market, they might entertain thoughts of illicit trading. Although I have advised them against using any communication devices during trading hours.
If they are inclined to act on such thoughts, it will be challenging to prevent. For instance, if they sneak a phone into the restroom, I cannot possibly monitor them.
Insider trading refers to situations where traders, upon learning of an impending rise in a stock's price, secretly purchase shares,
only to sell at a profit once the price is inflated.
Ming firmly opposed any form of insider trading. Not out of stinginess or a desire to prevent others from gaining wealth, but because such practices could undermine the integrity of market predictions. It is akin to the butterfly effect. Even a minor influx of capital could precipitate significant fluctuations in stock prices.
Furthermore, once rumors circulate, it is impossible to gauge the extent of speculative buying that may ensue. This time, the recruitment of traders focused exclusively on women.
Not only due to their tendency to be more compliant, but also because their ambitions and audacity tend to be lesser than those of men, thereby reducing the likelihood of covert insider trading.
Wang Fanru continued, these two girls appear quite obedient, yet human nature is susceptible to temptation. Ming nodded in agreement.
That is precisely why we must travel to Hangzhou.
If all goes smoothly, we will have largely mitigated this issue. Wang Fanru inquired, and what about the remaining portion?
Ming shrugged, my trading directives are primarily short-term and ultra-short-term. Insider trading is not easily executed under such conditions, so resolving the majority of the issue will suffice. During their previous conversation, Ming had indeed considered this concern, but upon reflection, he realized that his instructions were characterized by their brevity and spontaneity. By ensuring that the company's computer systems and network are properly monitored, the problem would be largely resolved. Even if traders were to secretly make phone calls to external accomplices, they would only be informed of when to buy, not when to sell. And by the time they communicated their intentions to sell, the opportunity would likely have passed.
The most effective way to prevent others from engaging in misconduct is to deprive them of the means to do so.
The second best approach is to complicate the process and increase the costs associated with wrongdoing.
If a task is overly cumbersome and has a low probability of success, individuals will be less inclined to pursue it. That day, Ming received a call from his mother, Yili's son, are you missing your mother again? She teased. What was the price of that silk scarf you bought for me last time?
A few dozen yuan, I got it from a bargain site, he replied.
Nonsense.
I gifted one to your aunt, and she mentioned that this scarf is called something like Love Something, and it costs several thousand.
Oh no, you've caught me.
Just remember not to give it away carelessly next time, it was quite expensive.
Don't spend frivolously, she admonished. When you earn too much, you must spend some to give back to society. You didn't call me just to discuss this, did you? Well, I have something else on my mind, she said.
From elementary school through high school, whenever his mother used that tone to indicate there was something else, it was invariably related to his studies.
During university,
it was almost always about civil service examinations.
Neither academia nor public service was something he cherished or anticipated, and now, it seemed utterly meaningless.
Yili continued. A few days ago, your uncle accidentally injured his foot and underwent surgery. Thankfully, it's not serious, but he cannot get out of bed for a while. Ming sighed in relief, realizing that his mother wasn't about to discuss what she deemed significant life matters, perhaps now recognizing that those matters might be inconsequential.
Since your uncle is fine, I won't make a special trip back to visit. The sea cucumber I bought last time was quite good, please take it to your uncle. Ming suggested. I'm not asking you to come back. Your cousin Xin is about to start school. Originally, your uncle and aunt were going to take her to Haicheng, but now that your uncle is injured, your aunt must care for him. And Xin will have to go alone. Once she arrives in Haicheng, could you help her get to school? Of course, no problem. Xin got into Haicheng Theater Academy, right? I love taking her to school, he said. Her train arrives tomorrow afternoon, you can contact her via WeChat then. Alright, Mom. Your son promises to fulfill his duty. After he hung up, Ming noticed that the call had ended abruptly. Shortly after, he received a message from his cousin. Xin. Hey, brother, I'll arrive in Haicheng tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Will you come to pick me up? Ming replied, sure. Are you going to register at school? Is it possible to make it that late? Yi Xin responded, the registration day is the day after tomorrow. I'm going a day early to acclimate.
I'm quite nervous about traveling alone for the first time. Lu Ming assured her, all right. I'll take you around Haicheng tomorrow evening.
Yi Xin mentioned, I'm planning to book a hotel for tomorrow night. But I'm torn between one near the school or one close to the city center.
Lu Ming responded, no need to book, I have a place.
Yi Xin cautioned. Oh.
Please don't be late tomorrow, I'll be scared on my own. Lu Ming reassured her, don't worry, I'm always punctual.
She teased.
I remember you were always the last to arrive at family New Year gatherings.
Lu Ming could only respond with silence. The following afternoon,
Lu Ming arrived at the train station. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a throng of people began to pour out of the exit.
From a distance,
he spotted a youthful and radiant figure, his cousin, Yi Xin, the most beautiful girl of their generation.
Xin, over here. Lu Ming called out, waving. Brother! Yi Xin exclaimed,
dragging her suitcase towards him.
Lu Ming took the suitcase from her and remarked, is this all you brought? Yi Xin replied,
I had the larger items shipped directly to the school. She then scrutinized Lu Ming and added, brother, Aunt said you're doing quite well in Haicheng.
Little sister is here to seek your guidance.
Lu Ming nodded slightly, I'm managing well, let us discuss it in the car.
As they walked to the parking lot, Yi Xin's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Ming's Porsche 911. Wow! Brother, when did you buy a Porsche?
Lu Ming playfully flicked her forehead and said, girls shouldn't use such language.
Yi Xin pouted, that's unfair.
You even hit girls.
You're my brother, I can speak freely around you.
But I'm polite to other guys. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, you're my sister, so I can tease you, I'm gentle with other girls.
Yi Xin rolled her eyes and asked, where are you taking me now? Lu Ming replied, to the place where you'll be staying tonight. Chapter 74, Who is she? Lu Ming escorted Yi Xin to the Ritz Hotel. Upon entering the opulent lobby, Yi Xin felt a wave of unease wash over her. However,
her astonishment deepened when they arrived at the suite.
Brother, is this where you usually stay? It's exceedingly luxurious, a two-room suite no less. Wow, this bathroom is enormous. I've never seen one so spacious in a hotel before. The view here is simply breathtaking, I absolutely adore this place. Lu Ming smiled, are you satisfied? Yi Xin nodded vigorously, absolutely, I'm thrilled. By the way, brother, are you planning to sleep on the sofa in the living room tonight? Lu Ming replied. This is my room, why should I sleep on the sofa? Yi Xin argued, but I'm a girl.
Boys ought to give way to girls.
Especially if I'm your sister.
Lu Ming chuckled, alright, I won't tease you. You can have the bed tonight, I'll find somewhere else to sleep. Despite their sibling bond, the addition of a formal title made their relationship somewhat different. Sharing a room felt inappropriate, prompting him to consider booking another room.
Yi Xin hesitated. How about I sleep on the sofa, and you take the bed? Lu Ming, puzzled, asked, what's this?
I don't recall my sister being so modest.
Yi Xin timidly confessed, I'm scared alone.
Being generally timid, she felt apprehensive about being in an unfamiliar place, especially since it was her first time traveling alone. She naively believed there was no issue in sharing a room with her cousin, particularly as there was a partition between the bedroom and the living room.
Lu Ming, feeling resigned, said, fine, I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can have the bed.
He harbored no inappropriate intentions toward his cousin.
And since Yi Xin wanted him to stay, he obliged. Yi Xin beamed, brother, you're the best. I'll introduce you to a girlfriend next time. Lu Ming laughed. That's the most delightful thing I've heard from you today.
Now, night has fallen, let us grab dinner first, and afterward, we can buy some essentials.
Yi Xin exclaimed, my brother is the handsomest.
Xiao Yutong's college friend was visiting Haicheng and staying at the Ritz.
After having dinner with her friend, Xiao Yutong returned her to the hotel. Tong Tong, your boyfriend is staying here too, why not introduce me?
In a couple of days, he's been quite busy with work.
All right. It's your call. Stay a bit longer with me then.
No, I'm exhausted after roaming around all day, I just want to go home and sleep.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
As Xiao Yutong exited her friend's room, she hesitated, contemplating whether to seek out Lu Ming.
But reconsidering,
she felt that such a sudden visit would be too rash. If Lu Ming were to come over unexpectedly, she doubted she would be pleased. Applying the same logic to herself, she deemed it inappropriate to visit him now. Additionally, she felt a bit reserved regarding matters between men and women. Visiting Lu Ming at this hour raised questions about her own intentions.
With that thought, she dismissed the idea and took the elevator down to the hotel lobby.
Just as she stepped out, she spotted Lu Ming approaching the elevator, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. The girl carried several shopping bags, and they appeared to be in jovial conversation, exhibiting a closeness that made Xiao Yutong instinctively step aside. Lu Ming, engrossed in his discussion with the girl,
failed to notice her as they entered the elevator together.
At the moment the doors closed, Xiao Yutong saw the girl casually link her arm through Lu Ming's. The elevator indicator then showed it stopping at the 51st floor. In that instant, Xiao Yutong felt an icy chill envelop her. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand,
realizing warm tears were streaming down her cheeks. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, Xiao Yutong was grappling with her emotions. After returning to their room,
he and Yi Xian sat on the sofa, engrossed in their phones, ignoring one another.
Ding! Xiao Yutong's affection level -1, current affection level 82. Lu Ming felt perplexed. He hadn't done anything wrong today, so why had Xiao Yutong's affection for him decreased? Since acquiring the system,
he rarely encountered situations where his affection levels fell without cause.
Ding! Xiao Yutong's affection level -1, current affection level 81. Ding! Xiao Yutong's affection level -1, current affection level 70. In just a few minutes, Xiao Yutong's affection had plummeted by over 10 points. What could be the reason? Lu Ming began to feel anxious.
He quickly grabbed his phone and called Xiao Yutong. As soon as the call began to ring, it was abruptly cut off. When he tried again, it went straight to voicemail.
Lu Ming then sent a message via WeChat. Why aren't you answering my call? I miss you.
He couldn't directly mention the decline in affection, so he opted for a subtler approach. After several minutes of silence, Xiao Yutong still hadn't replied. But her affection level did not continue to fall. Lu Ming's worry intensified. What if something had happened to her? He called again, but once more he encountered a busy signal.
With no other option, he sent another message. Why aren't you answering the phone or replying to my messages? 2 minutes later, he followed up with, what is going on? Don't you realize I'm worried about you? Please answer or message me back. At this point, Lu Ming's anxiety had escalated.
The more Xiao Yutong remained unresponsive, the more he fretted about her well-being. He finally understood how the women in his life felt when he ignored their calls. However, there was a significant difference: he often went missing. So they had grown accustomed to it. But Xiao Yutong was usually prompt in answering calls and messages.
Xiao Yutong messaged, who is she?
Upon reading her message,
Lu Ming felt a sinking sensation. Had Xiao Yutong discovered the existence of other women in his life? How did she find out?
His other relationships had no overlap with Xiao Yutong, so it shouldn't have been possible.
Now,
the more pressing issue was that he had no way to answer her question about who she was.
Who could possibly know which woman she was referring to? Lu Ming replied, can you tell me where you are? I'm quite worried about you.
Understanding her situation was essential for him to gauge the next steps.
Xiao Yutong responded, I'm downstairs at the Ritz. Downstairs at the Ritz?
Suddenly, Lu Ming pieced the puzzle together.
Xiao Yutong's affection had only just begun to decline,
indicating she had noticed something moments ago. He hadn't seen anyone else today. The only woman with him had been his younger sister, Yi Xian. Since they had returned from outside not long ago, it became apparent that Xiao Yutong must have seen him with Yi Xian and mistakenly assumed he was with another woman.
In reality, it wasn't entirely a misconception, as he indeed had several other women in his life, but Yi Xian was not one of them. With this realization,
Lu Ming felt reassured that he could navigate the situation smoothly.
Chapter 75, Compensation. Lu Ming, did you just see me enter the hotel with a girl? Xiao Yutong, yes.
Lu Ming picked up his phone and snapped a photo of Yixan, who was seated on the sofa, then sent it to Xiao Yutong. Upon seeing the image of the girl clad in sleepwear, sitting on the sofa in Lu Ming's room, engrossed in her phone, Xiao Yutong's anger intensified.
Xiao Yutong, Lu Ming? What do you mean by this? Are you flaunting the fact that you have other women?
No sooner had she sent the message than she received another photo from Lu Ming, this time a family portrait.
Lu Ming, can you guess why this girl is in my family photo? Xiao Yutong, is she a relative? Lu Ming, my cousin. Ding.
Xiao Yutong's affection for you 15, current affection 85, Lu Ming, I'm heading downstairs now, wait for me at the parking lot.
Xiao Yutong, oh. Once downstairs.
Lu Ming called Xiao Yutong into the car. As he drove her home, he explained about his cousin, including how his uncle had injured his foot. And how his cousin had come to Haichang and was scared to stay at the hotel alone.
She'll sleep at my place tonight, and I'll take her to school tomorrow. Lu Ming mentioned. Yet, even as cousins, sharing a room seemed rather inappropriate. You've been to my room, there are 2 spaces.
I'll let her sleep in the bedroom while I take the sofa.
But your room only has a partition without a door. Xiao Yutong murmured. Do you think I would have inappropriate thoughts about my cousin?
Lu Ming felt Xiao Yutong was being unreasonable, and his tone grew slightly irritable. He treated the women around him well, but he wouldn't indulge their whims.
As a host of the godly rich system, he had no need to flatter anyone unless he desired to.
He felt he had sufficiently explained the situation and was displeased that Xiao Yutong continued to dwell on it. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Yutong realized she had been somewhat out of line this evening. A moment of silence ensued as Lu Ming parked the car downstairs at Xiao Yutong's house.
After a brief hesitation, she did not open the door.
I want to stay with you a little longer, Xiao Yutong said. The earlier tension had unsettled her. And she felt that parting without resolution would lead to a restless night.
Lu Ming nodded slightly and pressed the accelerator.
They drove to a secluded spot.
Why did you bring me to this deserted place?
Xiao Yutong asked softly, acknowledging that she was indeed in the wrong today.
Lu Ming, come sit in the back with me.
Xiao Yutong anticipated he had ulterior motives, but she felt their relationship was at a stage where such actions were expected. They settled into the back seat, where Xiao Yutong expected Lu Ming to pounce on her like a ravenous wolf. To her surprise, he merely sat beside her in silence.
What's wrong? Are you really upset?
It's not entirely my fault, after all, you didn't tell me anything. Seeing you enter the hotel elevator with her made me think too much, Xiao Yutong expressed. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming replied, I'm not upset about that.
I'm frustrated that you would suspect something inappropriate could happen between me and my cousin. Doesn't that seem utterly absurd to you?
Xiao Yutong wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's neck and planted a few kisses on him, playfully saying, All right, I apologize for this misunderstanding.
Seeing Lu Ming unresponsive, she pressed her lips to his again, initiating a kiss.
Unable to resist the allure of Xiao Yutong, Lu Ming soon reciprocated passionately, wrapping one arm around her slender waist, while the other began to wander. Acknowledging her earlier misstep, Xiao Yutong decided to indulge Lu Ming's increasingly audacious behavior to mend his emotional wounds.
Ding.
Xiao Yutong's affection for you 3, current affection 88. After a while, Xiao Yutong gently tapped Lu Ming's hand, teasingly saying, Have you had enough?
Please take your hand away. Lu Ming chuckled, since we've already started, what harm is there in continuing a bit longer? Xiao Yutong playfully pinched his arm, You're not angry anymore, are you? Lu Ming replied, It's somewhat better, but still not enough. Xiao Yutong retorted, You've had your fill. How can it not be enough?
Lu Ming leaned in for another kiss, his hand sliding to her thigh. Xiao Yutong, wearing a skirt, felt his hand's movement,
hesitating before ultimately pressing it down.
Lu Ming, this isn't appropriate, she said, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, shaking her head.
Why not? Lu Ming asked, perplexed.
Now that Xiao Yutong's affection had risen to 88, he wondered why it wasn't enough. By all accounts, an affection score of 88 should grant him some liberties. Xiao Yutong reasoned, engaging in such activities in a car feels like an affair, it's unbecoming.
What if someone passes by and sees us? With so many cameras around. If we get caught, how will we face the world?
Lu Ming shrugged, my car is equipped with anti-peeping film, no one can see in from the outside.
Not even the cameras. Besides, in this desolate area, who would be passing by? There won't be any surveillance here.
After saying this, he attempted to continue. But Xiao Yutong still held his hand down.
Lu Ming questioned, "What's wrong? Are you waiting until marriage to do this?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yutong stammered, I came to visit relatives today."
Lu Ming, disappointed, replied, "Xiao Tong, you tease your boyfriend to the brink and then act irresponsibly.
That's truly inconsiderate."
Xiao Yutong expressed her remorse. "I don't wish to see you upset, but I'm in a bit of a bind right now."
Lu Ming, quick-witted, suggested, "If you truly don't want me to suffer, there are solutions."
Xiao Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes, uncertain of what he meant.
Leaning closer,
Lu Ming whispered into her ear, causing her face to flush crimson.
"Pervert!" she exclaimed. "How is that perverse? What couple doesn't engage in such activities?"
Lu Ming argued confidently.
Xiao Yutong felt a mix of embarrassment and concern over hygiene from his suggestion. Reluctantly,
she considered that her handsome and wealthy boyfriend likely attracted many admirers. Then, she recalled Lu Ming's cousin being in his room tonight.
Noticing Xiao Yutong's hesitation, Lu Ming sensed an opportunity.
He began to coax her, placing a hand on her head, applying gentle pressure.
Caught between reluctance and persuasion, Xiao Yutong ultimately leaned in. Ding!
Xiao Yutong's affection for you 3, current affection, 91, ding.
Xiao Yutong's affection surpasses 90.
You gain an additional random skill, Eye of Insight, LV2, Eye of Insight, LV2 enhanced perception and awareness, able to sense danger within a 10-meter radius. Lu Ming regarded the Eye of Insight as a remarkable skill, foreseeing its immense utility as his wealth and status continued to rise. Chapter 76, A Reunion with Wang Manchu. After a considerable time, the car door swung open. Xiao Yutong spat onto the ground several times.
"Apologies, Teacher Xiao,"
Lu Ming said insincerely, deliberately raising his voice.
Xiao Yutong gave him a heavy pat on the back and continued to spit.
Lu Ming drove her to her doorstep. "Next time, we can meet in a hotel room, where it will be much more convenient, at least there will be enough water," he said with a grin. Xiao Yutong shot him a glare, initially intending to say there would be no next time, but seeing the satisfied expression on his face, she acquiesced.
With a slight pout, she thought to herself, a little fatigue is worth it. Having parked the car, Xiao Yutong showed no intention of getting out.
Lu Ming, somewhat puzzled, heard her say,
"Kiss me." Without hesitation, Lu Ming leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. "I want a kiss here." Xiao Yutong pointed to her lips.
Her crimson lips were tantalizing, and though Lu Ming often wished to savor them, he felt a twinge of hesitation at that moment.
When Xiao Yutong's expression darkened, she asked, "Are you going to kiss or not?" "Of course I'll kiss."
Lu Ming steeled himself and pressed his lips to hers.
Xiao Yutong was not one to relent easily,
and they engaged in a passionate kiss.
Lu Ming returned to the hotel room well past midnight to find Xin still seated on the sofa. "You have to report to school early tomorrow, why are you still awake?" he inquired. "I told you I was scared," Xin replied, looking forlorn. "I'm utterly exhausted. Yet I can't sleep alone in such a large room." Lu Ming nodded. "Now that I'm back, you can go to sleep." "But now I don't want to sleep anymore." "Brother, how did you suddenly become so wealthy?" "I won the lottery, do you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Xin paused, then joked, "You're not dating a rich woman, are you? Are you really that confident in your brother's looks?" Lu Ming laughed. "I suppose it's acceptable, dating a younger wealthy woman might be a stretch, but an older one should be feasible." "Don't forget your place. You're currently dependent on others," he chided. Xin playfully made a face at him. A few days prior, when Aunt visited their father, she mentioned that Lu Ming was engaged in some high-tech business, though she couldn't elaborate. "My mother certainly doesn't know. My business model is quite complex and cannot be explained in a few sentences. I'll take you to my company sometime." "Great. Now go to sleep." "How can I rest when you're occupying the sofa?" "All right, good night, brother." "Good night." The following day, Lu Ming drove Xin to school for her registration.
Since it was the day for new students to enroll, parents were permitted to drive directly into the campus. Haicheng Drama Academy truly deserved its reputation as one of the best performing arts schools in the country, with a plethora of beautiful women on campus.
However, the system did not once present any suitable matches.
Additionally, the school boasted many handsome men, but Lu Ming chose to ignore this, as it was Yi Xin's concern.
After Yi Xin completed her registration, the siblings collected her present items at the courier station before heading to her dormitory. The dormitory was also open for entry today.
They entered the four-person room, furnished with bunk beds and desks, where two other girls were already present. Lu Ming, out of professional habit, scanned their data. One scored 82. The other 83, and neither matched his cousin's beauty. Indeed, the difference in attractiveness was apparent. While girls scoring 82 or 83 would be the class beauties in other institutions, here they were merely ordinary. With arms crossed, Lu Ming watched Yi Xin busily arrange her belongings, showing no inclination to assist.
"Brother, don't just stand there. Lend a hand." Yi Xin pouted. "Can I meddle with your things?"
Lu Ming found a plausible excuse to avoid work.
"Then help me set up the mosquito net. That's not a girl's item."
"You can set it up. If you encounter difficulties, I'll guide you. You'll be living independently from now on.
And this is an opportunity for training. If I do it for you, how will you learn to dismantle and assemble it later? I won't dismantle it anymore. Look.
The parents in the opposite dorm are helping."
Yi Xin pouted.
Though Lu Ming harbored a strong aversion to labor, he couldn't bear to see his cousin's pleading eyes, so he finally decided to pitch in.
"I'll climb up, just pass me the items." "Okay, thank you."
"Brother." As Lu Ming prepared to ascend to the upper bunk, he heard a girl's voice at the door.
"Hello everyone, I'm Wang Manchu." "Wang Manchu."
Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see a girl entering. It was indeed Wang Jingzhu's sister, Wang Manchu. He recalled Wang Jingzhu mentioning her sister would be attending Haicheng University, but he hadn't anticipated they would be in the same school as Yi Xin.
"Hello, Manchu. It's a pleasure to see you again," Lu Ming greeted with a smile.
Wang Manchu's expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah!
You are Lu Ming." "Yes, you are Lu Minggu. What are you doing in my dorm?" Yi Xin looked puzzled. "Brother, do you know her?"
"I'm an alumnus with her sister," Lu Ming replied. "Lu Minggu, I'm so grateful for your help with my sister last time."
"I haven't had the chance to properly thank you."
Lu Ming casually inquired, "Where is your sister?"
"Didn't she come with you today?" Wang Manchu sighed.
"Her boss won't grant her leave."
Lu Ming nodded slightly, then gestured to his cousin. "This is my cousin Yi Xin.
Since you mentioned this is your dorm,
you'll be roommates for the next few years."
Wang Manchu flashed a sweet smile at everyone. Truly beautiful, Lu Ming felt his heart flutter once more.
"By the way,
I'm going to grab something from the car," Lu Ming said to Yi Xin before turning to leave the dormitory. Before long, he returned carrying several small Hermes bags. He placed the bags on the desks of Wang Manchu and the other two girls, saying, "A small token of our reunion. Over the next few years, I hope you all will become as close as sisters with our dear Xin and get along well."
"Lu Minggu, we will get along splendidly."
"But this gift is too extravagant, you should take it back," Wang Manchu insisted. The other two girls echoed her sentiment, stating it was too valuable to accept. Lu Ming shrugged, "It's not as if I'm giving you handbags, there are just bottles of perfume inside, nothing expensive, I assure you. A bottle of Hermes perfume costs over 1,000 yuan, which, considering the brand's value, is not exorbitant. These little items were acquired as part of a package deal." Lu Ming had set aside some in his car to present to suitable acquaintances at any time. Chapter 77. The star. It is not uncommon for university freshmen to present gifts to their roommates upon meeting, though it is not a widespread practice. Seeing Lu Ming's resolute attitude towards gift-giving, and knowing that it was perfume inside, which likely wasn't particularly expensive, Wang Manchu and the others decided to accept it for now, intending to return the favor with a small gift for Yi Xin on another day. Yi Xin pouted, "Brother, why didn't I receive a welcome gift?" Lu Ming replied, "Somewhat irked, I took you out last night to buy so many things, what more do you want?" Yi Xin playfully stuck out her tongue. Lu Ming continued, "Xin. Manchu came alone as well. If she can manage, so can you.
This is the girls' dormitory. It's inconvenient for me to stay too long. I think I should take my leave.
Wang Manchu thought to herself, my parents are still downstairs helping me carry my things, they haven't even come up yet. Feeling that her cousin had just saved her a great deal of face, Yi Xian cheerfully agreed, alright, brother, let me see you off.
Lu Ming noticed that Yi Xian seemed to have more to say.
Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, a system notification chimed in his ear.
Ding! Wang Manchu's affection for you has increased by 3, current affection level, 21. The siblings exited the dormitory building.
Brother, that Wang Manchu was so beautiful. You were so attentive to her, are you smitten?
Are you out of your mind?
I brought them gifts not so they would take better care of you.
Then why did you rush to grab the gift as soon as she appeared?
I didn't think about it until later, is that a problem?
Fine, since you aren't interested. I won't press the issue.
I was planning to help you build a connection with her after getting to know her better.
Actually.
A few more words wouldn't hurt.
Hey, at last, you admit it.
Given how well you've treated me, I've decided to help.
Yi Xian's words were abruptly cut off as she nudged Lu Ming.
Wow, brother, look.
That's Jiang Shuiran.
Lu Ming, puzzled, asked, who is Jiang Shuiran?
Yi Xian rolled her eyes at him. A big star. How do you not know?
She is also in our school, now a senior. I thought she'd be too busy filming to come back to campus, but here she is on the first day of school.
Lu Ming followed Yi Xian's gaze and saw a stylishly dressed young woman in sunglasses approaching, flanked by a crowd of admirers. Though her sunglasses concealed her beauty, her attire,
demeanor, and facial contours indicated that she was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman. Lu Ming briefly scanned her attributes. Name, Jiang Shuiran, gender, female, age, 22, height, 172 centimeters, body, curvaceous, attractiveness, 91, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0, as Jiang Shuiran walked past the siblings.
Her entourage followed suit.
Although Lu Ming wasn't particularly invested in celebrities, he found it hard to resist sneaking a few glances at such a high-caliber beauty.
Yi Xian waved her hand in front of Lu Ming's face.
Brother, stop staring, she is a big star, she is not going to notice you. Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly.
So what?
She is not as pretty as Wang Manchu.
Yi Xian chuckled, brother, it seems you have a soft spot for Wang Manchu.
Little sister will help you out.
But I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Lu Ming shook his head. She doesn't. Yi Xian asked curiously, how do you know? You don't seem that familiar with her.
Lu Ming replied indifferently, your brother can read people.
Whatever.
Lu Ming turned to scrutinize Yi Xian, making her feel slightly uncomfortable.
What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your sister? Xian, I initially thought you were quite pretty, but after seeing you among your peers, I find you rather ordinary. Yi Xian rolled her eyes dramatically.
Lu Ming settled back into the car and advised Yi Xian.
Make sure to get along well with your roommates. Everyone has different living habits, so don't sweat the small stuff. Most importantly, don't let yourself be deceived by scoundrels. I know, I'm not foolish. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Alright, I'm off.
I'll take you out to have some fun soon.
Okay, brother, goodbye. That evening, in his hotel room, Lu Ming reclined on his bed, chatting with Wang Jingshu on WeChat. Wang Jingshu, we are both alumni.
Your sister and my sister are classmates and roommates, it seems we are quite fated.
Wang Jingshu, moreover, I encountered danger, and you appeared, that cannot simply be a coincidence.
Lu Ming, hearing you say that, it does seem rather coincidental.
Wang Jingshu, exactly. There aren't that many coincidences.
It's a pity I was foolish in the past and missed this opportunity, I regret it deeply now.
Is the campus beauty hinting at something? Lu Ming, is that Huang fellow still targeting you? Wang Jingshu, yes. He won't even approve my leave requests. Lu Ming, what are your plans moving forward?
Wang Jingshu, I'll take it one step at a time.
Since you've started a new company, if things don't work out for me here, could I join you? Lu Ming, that's not a problem. Wang Jingshu, that's wonderful.
I won't have to worry about unemployment, just tell me what to do when the time comes.
Of course, this was an exaggeration. For a woman, her looks are her greatest asset. With Wang Jingshu's beauty, securing a decent job wouldn't be difficult. Unemployment was not a realistic concern.
Lu Ming, I'm going to take a shower and sleep, we'll chat another time.
Wang Jingshu, alright, good night.
After saying this, she sent a couple's hug emoji. Lu Ming felt that the campus beauty was beginning to resemble his former infatuated self.
After showering,
Lu Ming returned to bed, casually scrolling through short videos in preparation for sleep.
By chance,
he stumbled upon a dance video from a popular influencer named Jia who could never wake up.
The fluidity of her dance moves was captivating. At that moment,
Jia's livestream status caught his attention, prompting Lu Ming to click on it out of sheer curiosity. He bore no illusions about influencers, he never tipped while watching streams.
Even after becoming wealthy,
the women around him were attractive and well-endowed. Even without makeup, they surpassed most influencers who relied heavily on cosmetics, filters, and beauty enhancements.
Furthermore,
these women provided him with substantial emotional value, spending time with them daily.
How could he find interest in those posing and pretending online? As a genuine tycoon,
he had no need to vie for the title of the top supporter in a live stream. His reason for entering the live room was purely driven by curiosity. Chapter 78, You have been kicked out of the live room. Upon entering the live room, Jia lay asleep, playfully charming the audience. Her appearance, enhanced by various effects,
scored an impressive 85 points, though her true beauty remained obscured.
Lu Ming, a mere novice on Douyin, found himself ignored.
Unbothered by this neglect, he had no intention of seeking validation online. After witnessing Jia's slumber, he felt rather unimpressed, finding her far less captivating than in her short videos.
As he prepared to exit the live room, he inadvertently double-tapped his phone screen.
The public screen displayed, Zhu Lu as like the broadcaster. Almost immediately, comments poured in, Zhu Gu, someone is impersonating you. A level 2 novice daring to impersonate Zhu Gu. Kick him out. Lu Ming remained perplexed, only to see the message, you have been kicked out of the live room and can no longer enter this broadcaster's stream. What the heck?
He had done nothing. Merely glanced in, yet found himself expelled. Anger surged within him.
Ding.
System task, the dignity of a tycoon cannot be provoked. Task requirement, the host has been kicked out of the live room.
And their dignity has been severely offended.
Immediately retaliate and leave the opponent in disgrace.
To his surprise, this incident triggered a task.
What began as a matter of pride had morphed into a contest of strength. Unable to re-enter Jia's live room, Lu Ming decided to switch accounts. After observing the situation for a while, he finally grasped the context. The top contributor in Jia's stream was named Zhu Lu, identical to his own username.
Explaining the accusations of impersonation.
As he pondered how to retaliate, he noticed Jia collaborating with a female broadcaster named Yunjun for a PK session. An opportunity had arisen. Lu Ming swiftly switched back to his account and entered Yunjun's livestream, changing his username to Lu Huang.
At that moment, Yunjun was struggling to garner votes with little success.
Yun, it seems we cannot win this round, there's a big shot in the opposing live room. That Zhu Lu is level 60, far too powerful for us. Look, it's barely started, and they already have over 10,000 votes, the strength disparity is overwhelming.
As the PK commenced, Yunjun's room was filled with sighs of despair, and no one held any hope. Thank you for your support, dear friends. Just do what you can. Lu Huang interjected, do you believe I can help you win? The opponent, a level 60 named Zhu Lu, had accumulated between 1.8 million to 2 million in total contributions within the platform.
Lu Ming, with a fortune exceeding tens of millions, would not flinch at the prospect of spending 1.8 million, let alone 18 million, for the sake of this task.
Yunjun replied, thank you for your kindness, just do what you can. Though polite, she did not believe that a level 2 novice could make any significant contribution.
The internet was rife with such boastful individuals.
Wait for me a minute,
Lu Huang said as he opened the recharge interface, only to be taken aback by the maximum single recharge limit of 518 yuan.
How long would that take? More importantly,
by the time he completed the recharge, the PK would likely be over.
Can anyone tell me how to make a large recharge? User A, dude, stop bragging. I can't bear to watch.
User B, use the desktop version of Douyin, you can recharge up to 1 million.
Are you brave enough to show your strength?
User C, I've seen plenty of blowhards, but not many can talk such a big game.
User D.
Lu Ming logged onto the computer version of Douyin, selected a custom amount in the Recharge Diamonds interface, and recharged 5 million diamonds, equivalent to 500,000 Longwa coins. His bank account now comfortably held around 1 million, far beyond the days of relying on cashback from card swipes.
He picked up his phone again. At this moment,
the PK value stood at 20,000 for Yin Yunjiang and merely 200 for her opponent, with her health bar nearly invisible.
Lu Huang, sending a carnival 1.
With that single carnival, Yin Yunjiang's PK value surged to over 30,000, instantly surpassing her opponent.
Stunned, she gasped,
covering her mouth in disbelief at the dazzling carnival effects on her screen. She had never anticipated that this level 2 novice could bring such excitement.
With a radiant smile,
she exclaimed in the live room, "Thank you, brother Lu Huang."
The atmosphere in the live room transformed, with viewers enthusiastically commenting.
I thought he was all talk. But he has got some skills. This must be a small account of some big shot.
As the comments flowed, the opposing live room also activated a carnival,
pushing their PK value to over 50,000.
Lu Huang, sending a carnival 1. Lu Huang, sending a carnival 2. Lu Huang, sending a carnival 11. By the time he sent the 11th carnival, the PK concluded. The earlier delays had left insufficient time for further contributions. Ultimately, the score stood at 80,000 to 360,000, with Yin Yunjiang emerging victorious. Damn, he hadn't expected the opponent to be so weak.
Lu Ming felt somewhat unfulfilled.
Meanwhile,
Yin Yunjiang was so thrilled she was practically beside herself, blowing kisses to the screen. The viewers, having witnessed an exhilarating display, were all aflame with excitement.
User A, the boss is confused. User B, wow, such extravagance. User C, definitely a big shot small account. User D, he made that level 60 guy too scared to retaliate, impressive. User E, refund for minors, anyone?
Other users.
As the PK concluded,
they entered the penalty phase. The two female broadcasters began to connect. Judja, still in shock, remarked, "Your big brother is too fierce, he left me in a terrible state."
Yin Yunjiang replied, "My brother Lu Huang is the best."
Judja added, "Have your big brother come visit my live room, I want my family to witness his prowess." Yin Yunjiang responded, "My big brother says he can't visit because he shares the same name as yours and was kicked out earlier." Realization dawned on Judja, understanding the situation. "I have removed the block on brother Lu Huang, I sincerely apologize. The rogue administrator who kicked him out has been stripped of their privileges.
I am truly sorry.
And I hope for your forgiveness." A mere Douyin account capable of sending out a dozen carnivals often ignites limitless imagination regarding the broadcaster's potential.
Who knows if their main account belongs to a level 75 big shot? In comparison to a wealthy tycoon, what is an administrator worth? Which broadcaster would fail to comprehend the difference in significance? Lu Ming promptly entered Judja's live room, and his opening remark astonished everyone present. Chapter 79, An unyielding provocation. Lu Ming held little interest in internet celebrities, whether it was Judja or Yin Yunjiang.
His gesture of sending gifts to Yin Yunjiang was merely to fulfill a task, and returning to Judja's stream was similarly motivated. Absent the impetus of a task, he would not have engaged in such frivolity as tipping a streamer. In fact, when he was initially ejected from the livestream, his first thought was to acquire Douyin in the future and silence the one who had dismissed him. However, with a task at hand, priorities shifted to its fulfillment. Upon entering Judja's livestream, Lu Ming's first action was to send a carnival gift, establishing his standing to avoid being expelled again for speaking harshly.
Judja,
upon receiving the carnival gift, felt elated, believing she had gained another supporter. Yet, she was taken aback by the first words from this new big brother.
"Lu Ming, Ju Lu, I've heard you're quite formidable. Anyone sharing your name is to be kicked out. Are you brave enough to compete with me? Let us see who can send more gifts to Judja."
Lu Ming intended to confront Zhu Lu rather than forge camaraderie. His words were meant to be aggressive, leaving no room for negotiation.
Zhu Lu, daring to challenge me after sending a mere dozen carnivals? What gives you that audacity? Lu Ming, spare me the chatter. Just answer, do you dare to compete? If not, scram. What right do you have to act like a big brother with such little change in your pocket? Typically, at such moments, streamers would defend their top supporters. However, with the arrival of Lu Ming, who had just sent a carnival gift and proposed a competition against her established supporter, Jia Jia chose to feign ignorance in the face of this unexpected opportunity for wealth. Zhu Lu, I delight to see your capabilities. Lu Ming, I knew you wouldn't dare. You flaunt a level 60 account to deceive others. Zhu Lu, have you had too much to drink? What level are you? Who do you think you are, challenging me with a level 60? Lu Ming, let me show you what true strength is. If you can keep up, then join me, if not, find somewhere cooler to stay. Lu Ming, send Carnival 1, Lu Ming, send Carnival 2. Lu Ming, send Carnival 96, the special effects in the livestream continued until Lu Ming sent the 96th Carnival. Jia Jia, thank you, brother Lu Ming, for the Carnival. She showered the camera with hearts and kisses. Despite her status as a streamer with over 1 million followers, such a generous gift was unprecedented, and her excitement was palpable. The livestream chat exploded with enthusiasm, with viewers commenting on the spectacle. Lu Ming, Zhu Lu? About half a minute later, Zhu Lu exited the livestream. The cost of sending over 100 carnivals was substantial for most individuals. Although Zhu Lu possessed a degree of prowess, was it worth such an expenditure for a female streamer? More critically, he had no idea how many more cards Lu Ming had up his sleeve. Pushing forward could lead to an even greater financial commitment. As a seasoned top supporter, Zhu Lu wisely chose to withdraw. Knowing when to flaunt and when to concede is a mark of maturity. Beep. A system interface appeared in Lu Ming's mind. System task, the dignity of a tycoon cannot be provoked, task status, completed, task reward, 10x feedback, LV4, 10x feedback, LV4 all stock investment gains from the host's stock account will be credited back to the hostess bank account at 10 times the amount. The feedback settlement occurs after the stock market closes on each trading day. The current maximum single-day feedback limit is 10 million. Note, investment targets must be companies listed on the Dragon Kingdom stock market. Surprisingly, he had achieved a 10x feedback at LV4 in such a manner. The ceiling had risen to 10 million. Given Lu Ming's current wealth, this merely represented a modest increase in his investments. However, earning 10 million in a day was certainly preferable to 5 million. The system directed him to profit through the stock market but restricted him from unlimited gains, subtly guiding him towards a more diversified path rather than confining him to the stock market alone. In a sense, this served as a mechanism to prevent overindulgence. As for the ultimate purpose, one could only trust the system's design. Lu Ming's attention returned to the livestream. Jia Jia, brother Lu Ming, shall I dance for you? What would you like to see me perform? Lu Ming, no need, I'm a bit tired today. I'll be heading to sleep. His objective achieved. Lu Ming felt no desire to linger in the livestream and exited after leaving that parting remark, akin to a callous suitor who departs after the act. Of course, encountering a callous suitor who generously bestows nearly 100 carnival gifts online is a rare occurrence. The following morning, after washing up, Lu Ming headed to the executive lounge for breakfast. As he settled down, two familiar figures approached, leaving a profound impression on him. Zhang Nanji. Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. The newcomers were Zhang Nanji and her statuesque companion, Lin Cheng. Over time, Zhang Nanji's fondness for Lu Ming had grown to 20. Thus, while they practiced piano together, they occasionally exchanged pleasantries. Lu Ming learned that Zhang Nanji hailed from Sioux City, though she was reticent about her family's business, which was undoubtedly substantial. Lin Cheng, her bodyguard and assistant, accompanied her everywhere, both domestically and internationally. As for her online piano lessons, they were a mere dalliance for the young lady seeking to experience life outside her privileged bubble, indifferent to the financial outcome. Beep. Zhang Nanji's fondness for you too. Current fondness, 22, Lu Ming, hello, Zhang Nanji. Zhang Nanji, upon seeing Lu Ming, felt a sense of serendipity. What a coincidence. I encountered you when returning to the country. And now, just as I am about to fly to the US, I find you here again. Lu Ming, I feel the same.
Are you here for breakfast? Jiang Nanji nodded. We just finished eating and are about to head back to pack our bags.
Lu Ming inquired further, departing today?
Jiang Nanji, yes.
We'll be off to the airport in an hour. Lu Ming offered, do you need me to take you to the airport?
Chapter 80, Legal Advisor. No need for trouble, I've arranged for a driver at home.
Thank you.
Jiang Nanji paused momentarily before shifting the topic. It's a pity there's no piano here, otherwise, I would love to see how well you've learned.
Lu Ming smiled, with such an outstanding teacher like you.
The student can hardly falter. Yet, he inwardly mused, thank goodness there's no piano here, otherwise, my cover would be blown. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nanji added.
Once I go to the United States, our time zones will differ. Is it really feasible for you to continue piano lessons like this?
If it becomes too troublesome, just let me know, I can withdraw from the course. Lu Ming shrugged, the time difference is not an issue at all.
Just tell me whenever it's convenient for you. I can easily rearrange my schedule.
Jiang Nanji smiled, alright then, I'll head back to my room for now.
I'll contact you once I settle into school. Lu Ming waved gently, okay, see you online then.
Goodbye. As Lu Ming gazed at Jiang Nanji's graceful figure as she departed. 3 words echoed in his mind, so beautiful. After enjoying breakfast, Lu Ming arrived at the company, preparing for the day's stock market transactions.
Beep. Market Insight predicts an upward trend for Changfu Microelectronics today. Market Insight predicts an upward trend for Changbei Technology today.
Today's targets were Changfu Microelectronics and Changbei Technology.
Lu Ming approached Chen Hui and Lu Qian, scanning their faces. Chen Hui was responsible for Changfu Microelectronics,
while Lu Qian handled Changbei Technology. Although he possessed less trading experience than the two traders, his predictive abilities allowed him to oversee the broader strategy while they managed the finer details, a rather ideal collaboration. The two traders nodded, their fingers poised over the mouse,
ready to execute their boss's commands. 9:30 a.m.
The stock market officially opened. Purchase 600,000 shares of Changbei Technology at or below
7.88 yuan. Buy 300,000
shares of Changfu Microelectronics at or below
22.25 yuan.
Upon receiving the trading instructions, the two traders' nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, displaying remarkable proficiency. A short while later, boss, all 600,000 shares of Changbei Technology were successfully traded at an average price of 7.85
yuan.
Boss, all 300,000 shares of Changfu Microelectronics were successfully traded at an average price of 22.15
yuan.
Lu Ming was quite satisfied with both the transaction efficiency and the prices achieved. He understood that, using his own trading methods, he could never have completed the purchases so swiftly or maintained such favorable pricing. He glanced at the market and said, "Continue purchasing at this pace." The two traders immediately complied. Watching the smooth progression of trades and noting no issues on the market, Lu Ming instructed Chen Hui and Lu Qian to keep buying while he turned to visit Wang Fanru's office.
Fanru, please inform the team in Hangcheng that we'll be heading over next Monday. Not a problem.
Additionally, I plan to hire a legal advisor for our company. As our business expands, we will certainly require legal expertise, though it doesn't seem urgent at the moment.
Better safe than sorry. Our company's growth will be rapid,
so I wish to secure this matter in advance.
Alright, I'll see if there are any suitable candidates. I have someone in mind. Let me reach out and check.
Good. Lu Ming did not genuinely require a legal advisor, he simply recalled the beautiful lawyer, Jiang Wanjing. They had shared a moment during a class reunion at KTV and exchanged WeChat contacts, but they hadn't communicated since, and it had been over 2 months.
Now, with a reasonable excuse, he intended to reconnect. Returning to his office, he located Jiang Wanjing's WeChat and sent her a message. Hello, Lawyer Jiang, this is Lu Ming. I wonder if you remember me.
Before long, he received a reply.
Hello, Lu Ming. How could I forget someone who treated me to Louis XIII on our first meeting? I thought you had forgotten about me. What made you think of me today? Actually, I've opened an investment company and would like to hire a legal advisor. Are you interested? Of course, I am interested. Thank you for considering me. Where is your company located? I can come over right now to discuss details. An hour later.
In the company's conference room, Wang Fanrong gazed at the stunning lawyer beside her and seemed to understand why her boss was eager to hire legal counsel. Jiang Wanjing presented the legal advisor contract to Lu Ming and Wang Fanru, gently stating, "Mr. Lu, Ms. Wang, this is our firm's legal services contract, which outlines our scope of services and responsibilities in detail. Please take a look." Lu Ming perused the contract and found no issues.
Since acquiring his insight,
he had significantly enhanced his ability to read documents, not only increasing his speed but also allowing him to grasp the nuances within written materials with remarkable precision.
No problem. The contract is clear and the terms are fair. Let us proceed with the signing.
His words conveyed decisiveness and trust.
Wang Fanru meticulously reviewed each page of the contract.
While not an expert in legal matters, as the company's general manager, she needed to maintain a cautious demeanor. Even if her boss had made the decision, she had to fulfill her role as a guardian.
Satisfied after reviewing the contract, Wang Fanru picked up a pen and signed her name.
She looked up at Jiang Wanjing. Smiling, "Lawyer Jiang, we entrust the company's legal affairs to you from now on. Thank you for your trust and support, Mr. Lu and Ms. Wang."
Jiang Wanjing beamed.
"I will do my utmost to provide the most professional legal services for the company."
Beep. Jiang Wanjing's favorability towards you increased by 6.
Current favorability, 23. The three shared a smile, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Wanjing stood, gathered the signed contract, and gracefully adjusted her blazer, exuding both elegance and competence.
"From today onwards, I officially become your company's legal advisor. Should any legal issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me.
I will do everything in my power to safeguard the company's operations." Currently, Qingxi Capital did not require a separate legal department.
So Jiang Wanjing was not technically an employee of Lu Ming, but rather engaged in a cooperative arrangement. Lu Ming suggested, "Shall we go out for lunch together?"
Jiang Wanjing glanced at the time and replied apologetically, "Mr. Lu, I truly apologize, but I have to attend a court session this afternoon and may not have enough time.
Could I invite you and Ms. Wang for a meal in a few days?"
"That's all right, you focus on your work."
"In a few days,
Fanro and I will also be on a business trip, so we can discuss it upon our return." His intent was clear, to rekindle the connection with Jiang Wanjing. Now that she had become the legal advisor for his company, he was confident there would be ample opportunities ahead.
Chapter 81, Conscience Inquiry. Recently,
Lin Xianxian has not been in a cheerful mood. The crisis at home has finally eased thanks to Lu Ming's generous support.
Yet the person she yearns for has been increasingly distant.
If it weren't for her current commitments, she would have considered going to Haiqing to seek him out.
Is it possible that Lu Ming has found a girlfriend?
The thought of this stirs a twinge of jealousy within her, but regardless, she firmly believes she is meant for him. For such a man, she is willing to devote herself entirely rather than repay him through servitude.
Ding!
A WeChat message interrupts her thoughts, coming from a senior at her school.
"Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." Lin Xianxian sets down her phone without replying.
This senior has been pursuing her recently. He comes from a well-off family and is not unpleasant to look at.
Yet she feels no attraction.
Her mind drifts back to Lu Ming, and she sighs softly.
He knows her feelings, why then does he not come to her? Ding! Another message pings on her phone.
Expecting it to be the same senior, she frowns and picks up her phone only to find the name she has been longing for, causing her worries to dissipate instantly. That afternoon, in the chairman's office, Lu Ming reclines in his executive chair, legs crossed over the desk, engrossed in a conversation via WeChat.
"Suing, I've opened a stock account. As a professional, could you advise me on which stocks to buy?" Lu Ming, Changbei Technology and Changfu Microelectronics are bound to rise today.
Suing, "Oh, both of these are in the green now."
"I already knew they would rise. What price can we expect?" Lu Ming, "That cannot be determined." Suing, "Are you truly a professional investor?"
Lu Ming, "Do not question the expertise of the stock god." Suing, "I apologize, stock god.
Please allow me to treat you to dinner as an apology. Suing is not genuinely seeking to apologize.
Her inquiry about stocks and offer of dinner are clear attempts to capture Lu Ming, a prime investment opportunity.
Lu Ming, I have plans tonight, perhaps another time? He has already arranged to enjoy an intimate evening with Dongwon, leaving no room for distractions. Suing, another time? Lu Ming, I mean another day. Suing, oh. I have a flight tomorrow, how about the night after? Lu Ming, Sunday evening, then. It's settled. Suing, great.
I'll book a table and message you the details. After finishing the conversation with Suing, Lu Ming glances at the time,
which is now approaching 3 in the afternoon. With no other plans for the day, he casually observes the stock market. At 1500 hours, the market closes. Changbei Technology rises by 2.6, and Changfu Microelectronics by 1.9.
The recent market shows signs of recovery, greatly increasing the probability of profit. Lu Ming checks his phone for a bank message. Dear customer, greetings. Your Longwa bank account ending in 8899 has received a transfer of 10,000,000
yuan. The current balance is 11,000,211.68 yuan.
Having just upgraded to a tenfold return last night, his earnings have surged from 5 million to 10 million. The over 100 carnival points he redeemed were indeed a bargain. His total stock account now stands at
89 million. With over 11 million resting comfortably in his bank account. He is tantalizingly close to achieving a small goal. In the late hours of the night,
after a passionate encounter, the air is filled with a subtle, intimate ambience, mingled with the faint scent of sweat and warmth.
As if the atmosphere itself has transformed into something tender and languorous. Ding!
Dongwon's affection level 1, current affection level 96. Dongwon snuggles against Lu Ming's chest. Her cheek pressed against his sturdy frame, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which seems to synchronize with her own. Her fingers absent-mindedly trace circles on his chest, the sensation providing immense comfort. She lifts her gaze to his profile illuminated by the moonlight, his features appearing particularly soft in the dim glow.
Unable to resist,
she reaches out to gently caress his cheek, her fingertips grazing his stubble, offering a rough yet tender sensation. Lu Ming lowers his head slightly, meeting her gaze. He gently takes her hand and kisses it, murmuring, "Drink more water."
Dongwon, puzzled, replies, "Why do you want me to drink more water?" Lu Ming teases,
"I'm concerned your voice might become hoarse from all the shouting, so you need to soothe your throat." Dongwon playfully punches his chest with her small fist.
Feigning annoyance, "Where did you learn all these peculiar tricks?" Lu Ming confidently responds, "Do I need to learn? I'm a natural." Dongwon turns away. Pretending to be jealous, "You must have had many girlfriends, huh? Such a little rascal."
Lu Ming wraps his arms around her from behind, one hand resting on her alluring curves. "You were all smiles just moments ago, and now that you're satisfied, you refuse to acknowledge me? I ask you to search your conscience and see if it feels any guilt." A smile plays on Dongwon's lips as she savors the feeling of being enveloped in her beloved's embrace. After a moment, she turns to face Lu Ming. "Are you sure you'll be going to Hangzhou with Fan Ro on Monday? How many days will you be away?" Lu Ming nods, "Yes, I'll depart Monday morning. The duration is uncertain, depending on the circumstances with the Hangzhou team." "Dongwon, I thought you left everything to Fan Ro and didn't handle any matters personally." "I didn't expect you to take the initiative this time." Lu Ming, "Not at all, I just don't involve myself in trivial repetitive tasks." Dongwon smiles radiantly. "Oh my, it seems Mr. Lu's eloquence is improving." Leaning close to her ear, Lu Ming whispers, "I plan to engage in some high-level repetitive tasks. Would you care to join me for another experience?" Dongwon pauses, again. "I still." Before she can finish her sentence, Lu Ming captures her lips with his. She instinctively wraps her arms around his neck, their bodies pressing together tightly. The following morning, sunlight pours through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel's executive lounge, enveloping the space in a gentle, serene glow, accentuated by soft background music and the occasional clinking of cutlery. Lu Ming and Dongwon enter the lounge together, choosing a windowside table. "You look like you haven't had enough sleep today," Lu Ming remarks, sipping his coffee gently, his gaze warm as it rests on Dongwon.
You're one to talk. Dongwon replies softly, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. It's all your fault for being so restless. I intended to catch up on sleep this weekend, but I ended up more exhausted than usual. You were more proactive than I was. And now you refuse to take responsibility. Truly a heartbreaker, Lu Ming jests. Just as they share a quiet conversation. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor draws their attention to the entrance of the lounge. Dongwon instinctively looks up to see her boss, Zhou Wenxin, gracefully approaching. Chapter 82, The World Will Treat You Gently. Good morning, President Zhou. Dongwon promptly rose to her feet, greeting with polite decorum. Zhou Wenxin offered a slight smile, her gaze sweeping between Dongwon and Lu Ming, ultimately resting on Dongwon, a hint of warmth flickering in her eyes. Good morning, Xiao Wan. Her voice, cool yet tinged with softness, then turned toward Lu Ming, laced with playful teasing. Lu Ming, you're becoming quite capable, aren't you? Lu Ming chuckled, Sister Xin, let us dine together. Zhou Wenxin, not one to stand on ceremony, gracefully seated herself at the table, where a server promptly presented her with a cup of American coffee. She elegantly lifted the cup, gently stirring the coffee. Her gaze shifting meaningfully between Lu Ming and Dongwon, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Xiao Wan is by your side, what more advice do you need from me? Zhou Wenxin remarked. Dongwon interjected, how can I compare to President Zhou? Zhou Wenxin's lips curled into a subtle smile, Xiao Wan, in casual settings from now on. Feel free to call me Sister Xin, no need for formality. Dongwon returned the smile, alright, Sister Xin. Zhou Wenxin continued, given the current economic climate, I would advise newcomers against hastily entering the venture capital field. Lu Ming replied, Xiao Wan mentioned the same, but I still wish to understand more. Zhou Wenxin explained. We recently researched a film and television company. Initially, everything seemed promising, and we were poised to invest. However, due to a scandal involving one of their stars, a heavily funded drama could not pass the review. We are now reconsidering our investment. Just imagine, had we acted sooner, the loss would have been ours to bear. Dongwon remarked to Lu Ming, the company Sister Xin mentioned is one you visited, remember when you took me there on your motorcycle? Lu Ming recalled. Isn't the owner surnamed Qi? Dongwon nodded, yes, Qian Kong. Zhou Wenxin elaborated, this is a risk stemming from a black swan event, among many other risks such as financial fraud and excessive packaging. In summary, I believe that for newcomers in this industry, the costs can be exorbitant, making it a poor investment. Lu Ming nodded slightly, recognizing the merit in her caution. Nevertheless, his determination to pursue equity investment remained unshaken. He sought not only profit but also to broaden his influence. As the trio enjoyed breakfast, their conversation drifted from equity investment to life, the atmosphere light and joyous. Despite her usual cold and commanding demeanor, Zhou Wenxin appeared particularly affable in the company of Lu Ming and Dongwon. As breakfast drew to a close, Zhou Wenxin stood, elegantly adjusting her attire, and addressed them, all right, I shall return to my room now. You two continue to enjoy your time together. Lu Ming nodded, take care, Sister Xin. Dongwon chimed in, goodbye, Sister Xin. Watching Zhou Wenxin's departing figure, Dongwon whispered to Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so close with Sister Xin. She seems so different from her usual aloof self. Lu Ming smiled, work is work, and life is life, Sister Xin distinguishes between the two. There is no conflict of interest between us, so naturally, she wouldn't treat me coldly. Dongwon nodded in understanding. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Wenxin's fondness for Lu Ming had reached a level surpassing that of ordinary friends, hence her warm demeanor was entirely natural. After breakfast, Dongwon expressed her need to return home for a nap, citing Lu Ming's tendency to be overly energetic. Lu Ming made no attempt to dissuade her, simply driving her back. On Sunday evening, the sunset cast a warm orange hue across the city skyline. Lu Ming parked his Porsche 911 beneath Su Ying's apartment building. Shortly thereafter, Su Ying emerged, adorned in a burgundy dress that swayed gracefully with her movements, accentuating her enchanting figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders in gentle curls, her makeup delicate yet striking, exuding an alluring charm. Carrying a petite handbag and donning slender high heels, she approached Lu Ming's car with a light step. Sliding into the passenger seat, she gazed at Lu Ming with a charming smile, sorry for being late.
Lu Ming shrugged, no worries. He had messaged Su Ying 5 minutes prior to announce his arrival. Yet in reality, he had only just arrived, raising his suspicions that she had perhaps been waiting downstairs, deliberately playing coy. Turning to retrieve an exquisite gift box from the back seat, he handed it to Su Ying. This is for you. I hope you like it. Su Ying looked surprised, hesitating momentarily upon seeing the Chanel logo on the box. This seems too extravagant. Open it and see, Lu Ming encouraged. With a mix of excitement and hesitation, Su Ying unveiled the box, revealing a classic Chanel handbag, its black leather glistening softly under the light. This bag is stunning, but it's far too expensive. Only if you like it. Let us not dwell on the bag, let us go enjoy dinner, Lu Ming interjected. Thank you, Lu Ming. Notification. Su Ying's affection for you has increased by 10, current affection level, 60, notification. Su Ying's affection has surpassed 60. Granting you an additional random skill, Unyielding Spirit, LV4, Unyielding Spirit, LV4 permanently increases stamina and endurance by 50 points, endowing you with greater resilience and stamina. Current status of host, 100 being the standard for adult males, strength, 112-20, agility, 111-20, stamina, 110-50, endurance, 112-50. The reward for Unyielding Spirit LV4 had indeed enhanced his stamina and endurance by an additional 20 points compared to LV3. If this trend of continuous upgrades persisted, one might very well be on the path to becoming an unstoppable force. Exiting the system interface from his mind, Lu Ming gently pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 glided away. The pair arrived at a restaurant perched atop a skyscraper. The establishment boasted elegant and luxurious decor, with soft lighting casting a romantic and intimate glow over each table. The server led them to a windowside table and presented the menu. Lu Ming, please order for us, Su Ying softly suggested. Taking the menu, Lu Ming casually selected a few dishes, having sampled an array of cuisines that left him with little desire for culinary exploration. Dinner was promptly served. And as they relished the meal, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Su Ying appeared in high spirits, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from her experiences as a flight attendant. Lu Ming mused that since his newfound wealth, the once unattainable goddesses had transformed into approachable and engaging companions. Indeed, it seemed that upon achieving success, the world would treat one with kindness. Additionally, Lu Ming observed that Su Ying was particularly eager to drink. She frequently raised her glass of red wine for toasts, seemingly intent on becoming inebriated. Chapter 83, Business Trip. After dinner, Su Ying felt somewhat unsatisfied. It was still early, should they visit a bar for a while? She suggested to Lu Ming. I have a business trip tomorrow, so I need to turn in early tonight, Lu Ming replied after a brief pause. How about we take a stroll along the river nearby instead? Sounds great. Su Ying replied eagerly. The two exited the restaurant and strolled side by side along the riverside promenade, the night breeze gently caressing them, offering a refreshing coolness. Lu Ming. What is that over there? Su Ying asked, gripping his arm with one hand while pointing towards the river. Lu Ming looked in the direction she indicated but saw nothing unusual. What is it? He inquired curiously. Perhaps I was mistaken, Su Ying said softly, her hand that grasped his arm now pulling him closer. Ding. Su Ying's favorability towards you 3, current favorability, 63, Lu Ming immediately understood, it was a clever diversion. They continued their walk along the river, Su Ying holding onto Lu Ming's arm tightly, leaning against him. Half an hour later, they returned to the car. Lu Ming called for a designated driver, and he and Su Ying settled into the back seat. Taking advantage of the slight intoxication from the wine, Su Ying leaned against Lu Ming's shoulder, her soft hair brushing against his cheek, carrying a faint, alluring fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Lu Ming was touched by this unexpected tenderness. He lowered his head, his gaze gently resting upon Su Ying's slightly intoxicated face. In that moment, both of them sparkled with an unspoken affection. Slowly, Lu Ming leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching, their breaths intertwining, with an indescribable tension and anticipation filling the air. Su Ying's eyes fluttered half-closed, her long lashes quivering lightly, as if she were waiting for something. At that instant, Lu Ming gently kissed her lips, a kiss that was tender yet filled with passion. Su Ying's lips were soft and warm, she seemed to be captivated by this profound affection. Beginning to reciprocate the kiss as their tongues softly met, exploring the depths of each other's hearts. The scenery outside the car raced by, while time within the vehicle seemed to stand still, leaving only their hearts to revel in the tenderness they shared. Ding! Su Ying's favorability towards you 10, current favorability 73. Monday. After the stock market opened, Lu Ming communicated his trading plan to Chen Hui and Lu Qian, instructing them on which stocks to buy and sell. During this period, they had performed admirably, managing trading costs effectively, and Lu Ming felt satisfied with both of them. Boss, would you like me to brew you a cup of coffee? Zhao Qingluo, the receptionist, approached Lu Ming unannounced. No need. Fan Ruo and I are about to leave for a business trip, so I'll leave the company in your capable hands for the next few days, Lu Ming replied. With only 5 employees in the company, Lu Ming and Wang Fan Ruo's departure left Zhao Qingluo, Chen Hui, and Lu Qian as the remaining staff. Zhao Qingluo had been with the company slightly longer than the others and was more familiar with Lu Ming, additionally taking on administrative duties, thus, the responsibility of overseeing the company naturally fell to her. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on the company, Zhao Qingluo said, her expression one of solemn commitment. At that moment, Wang Fan Ruo emerged from the office. Boss, are we ready to leave? She inquired. Lu Ming nodded slightly, and the two departed the company one after the other. As Hai City was in close proximity to Hang City, Lu Ming decided to drive there himself for this business trip. Inside the car, they engaged in casual conversation. Did Qingluo flirt with you again at the office? What can I say? It's hard not to when your boss is so handsome. Ha! That's only because you're the only man in the company. Once we recruit the Hang City team, the gender dynamics will shift, and I doubt Qingluo will remain so infatuated. Well, those other guys aren't exactly eye candy. Perhaps I shouldn't speak ill of future colleagues. By the way, since it's just the two of us on this trip, won't your boyfriend get jealous? We trust each other completely. When he travels with female colleagues, I have no reason to doubt him or feel jealous. So why would he feel jealous about my trip with my boss? Lu Ming mused to himself, evidently. Your boyfriend doesn't indulge in too many films from the land of the rising sun. However, as a boss, unless there is an ulterior motive, it's inappropriate to make such jokes with a female subordinate, so he kept his thoughts to himself. Fan Ruo, you can drive a bit slower. The highway patrol is about to issue you a ticket for driving too slowly. I told you not to make me drive, you insisted. And I'm not used to driving someone else's car, especially one this luxurious. Alright, let's stop at the next service area. Let me take over, at this rate. We'll arrive in Hang City at night. Not so exaggerated, I'm only running half an hour late at most. Upon arriving in Hang City, they followed the navigation to an old-style apartment building. Lu Ming and Wang Fan Ruo's primary purpose for this trip was to recruit a wild quantitative trading team. This team, composed of several engineers, possessed solid technical skills but had performed poorly in trading, evident from the state of their office. In fact, the team was on the verge of disbandment, having ceased trading completely and lacking any investors. Only a few engineers remained, tinkering with their prideful trading programs. Wang Fan Ruo learned of them through university alumni and, after several communications, they finally arranged to meet in Hang City. Upon entering the team's office, it was just as chaotic as anticipated. The engineers ignored their presence. At that moment, a man in his 30s hurried out from one of the inner offices. Greeting them warmly, you must be Mr. Lu and Ms. Wang, right? I am Xiang Ping, the one who has been in contact with Ms. Wang. Xiang Ping was the trading system engineer and product manager for this wild team, as well as their leader. Hello, Mr. Xiang. Wang Fan Ruo smiled. Please. Just call me Xiang Ping, he replied quickly. The three entered Xiang Ping's office and began discussing business matters. Mr. Lu, if I understand correctly, your company does not primarily focus on quantitative trading? Indeed, I do not wish to replace human judgment with mathematical models. On the contrary, I prioritize subjective judgment, using program trading as a supplementary tool. But our team is focused on quantitative trading through mathematical models. If you intend to prioritize subjective judgment, what role do you envision for us? I believe you are developing quantitative trading programs rather than engaging in quantitative trading, as your actual trading performance is quite poor. Lu Ming stated plainly.
Xiang Ping scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Chapter 84, Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for so long. Lu Ming continued, what I require is algorithmic trading. I need you to tailor a trading program for me. This can be viewed as a variation of quantitative trading, where human judgment supplants computational assessment. In the Dragon Kingdom stock market, there exists a select few special varieties that permit T0 trading, allowing purchases and sales to occur within the same day. Utilizing his keen insight into market fluctuations, Lu Ming can ascertain daily price movements. By integrating this with a trading program, he can capitalize on the price discrepancies of these T0 products to maximize profits. Although a tenfold return may quickly reach its ceiling, the compounding effect can yield substantially reliable returns, which is quite appealing. Xiang Ping hesitated for a moment and remarked, our team currently comprises, including myself, 2 engineers, 1 data analyst, and 1 quantitative strategy researcher. We initially had a quantitative trader, but he has just resigned. What I wish to inquire is, should the 4 of us join your esteemed company, what would the specific remuneration be? Wang Fanru replied. You need not worry about the compensation, it will undoubtedly exceed the industry average. However, prior to that, our boss would like to assess your capabilities. With that, she produced a document from her bag and handed it to Xiang Ping, which outlined Lu Ming's requirements for the automated trading program. Xiang Ping perused the document and said, this can be achieved with minor adjustments to our existing trading program, approximately 1 day's time should suffice. You may come by tomorrow around 4 p.m. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Very well, let us conclude our discussion for today, and we shall return tomorrow afternoon. Xiang Ping accompanied Lu Ming and Wang Fanru to the entrance of the apartment building, only stopping after they had entered their vehicle. Lu Ming then took Wang Fanru to a luxurious 5-star hotel, reserving 2 rooms. Fanru, I must step out to meet a friend, I will not join you for dinner. Very well, I shall manage on my own, do not let that hold you back. After leaving the hotel, Lu Ming drove to the entrance of a university. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a youthful and vibrant girl emerged from the campus. Lu Ming exited his vehicle and waved at her. The girl approached, softly saying, Lu Minggu, I've been waiting for you for so long. Lu Ming smiled gently, extending his hand. Without hesitation, the girl took his hand. He gently drew her closer, and she nestled into his embrace, the 2 of them entwined in a warm hug. Ding! Lin Xianshan's affection for you has increased by 2, current affection level, 87, this girl was, of course, Lin Xianshan. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from a distance. Xianshan, who is he? Lin Xianshan turned to face the speaker and smiled, his name is Lu Ming, he is my boyfriend. The questioner was a young man, and his inquiry seemed somewhat superfluous, given that Lin Xianshan had already rushed into Lu Ming's arms, making their relationship unmistakably clear. The boy's gaze shifted to Lu Ming, revealing a mix of hostility, reluctance, and grievance. His lips moved as if to say something, but he faltered, hesitating for a few seconds before turning away and walking back into the campus without so much as a greeting. Who is he? Lu Ming inquired. A senior at school. Lin Xianshan replied. Is he pursuing you? Yes, but I have ignored him. Forget about him. You said you would treat me to dinner when I arrived in Hangzhou, now. Let us go. All right. Lin Xianshan led Lu Ming to a restaurant highly regarded by the locals. Having previously visited Hangzhou, Lu Ming was not particularly optimistic about the local cuisine. Brother Ming, you mentioned you enjoy meat, you must try the donpa pork here. Lin Xianshan picked up a piece of donpa pork and fed it directly to Lu Ming. It melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy. How is it? Lin Xianshan asked. Delicious. The ones I've had before were nowhere near as good as this. Lu Ming replied candidly. As a carnivore, the only dish that had left a lasting impression on him during his previous visit to Hangzhou was the donpa pork. And this restaurant's version was evidently superior to any he had tasted prior. That's because I wasn't sitting in front of you before. Lin Xianshan teased. Indeed. That must be the reason, Lu Ming chuckled in response. After their dinner, Lu Ming intended to take Lin Xianshan to the mall, but she expressed a desire to stroll by West Lake. Brother Lu, I have longed to walk around West Lake with my boyfriend once I found one. I have finally waited for your arrival in Hangzhou, and I wish to fulfill this wish. Seeing Lin Qianqian's sincerity, Lu Ming acquiesced. Although he had visited West Lake before, he had not felt particularly moved at that time. However, today, with Lin Qianqian linking her arm through his as they walked along the lakeshore, he experienced an entirely different sensation. As they walked by the lake, their hearts were filled with tender affection. Brother Ming, I previously thought you were upset with me. I reached out several times on WeChat, but you didn't reply, Lin Qianqian said. How could that be? I was merely busy, and sometimes I forget to respond. Yes. I realized that later. With how busy you are, it's impossible for you to remember to reply to every message. Only those with nothing to do would be glued to their phones. If a woman likes you, she can rationalize any of your actions. If she does not, she will assume you are making excuses. Brother Ming, how long will you be staying in Hangzhou this time? It's uncertain. I may leave as soon as tomorrow. Or I might stay for 3 or 4 days. That's too soon. We just met, and you're already leaving. Who knows when we will see each other again? This trip is for business. Next time, I will come solely to spend time with you. And you can be my tour guide. Yes, but you must keep in touch frequently and not go silent for long periods as before. Lu Ming wrapped his arm around Lin Qianqian's shoulder and gently reassured her, I want tea. After wandering by the lake for quite a while, an unspoken understanding led them to a 5-star hotel, which was not the same one where Lu Ming and Wang Fanru were staying, but rather a different choice. Lin Qianqian neither agreed nor opposed, simply following Lu Ming quietly, allowing him to guide her. She was well aware of what would transpire once they entered the hotel room. Yet her feelings for Lu Ming had deepened significantly, and she was already prepared. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Lu Ming swiftly enveloped Lin Qianqian in his arms, pressing his lips against hers. Lin Qianqian, inexperienced in such encounters, felt a wave of nervousness. However, driven by instinct, she soon began to reciprocate Lu Ming's kiss. The two embraced tightly, kissing their way from the door to the edge of the bed. Lin Qianqian felt her body weaken and collapse onto the bed. Her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, her chest heaving with intensity, and her body trembling slightly. Chapter 85. Another marvel. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Lin Qianqian looked at Lu Ming and murmured, Brother Lu Ming, you must never ignore me again. This was the third time she had broached the subject that evening, indicating that Lu Ming's previous erratic behavior had cast a shadow in her heart. Lu Ming gently caressed her cheek and spoke in a tender tone, I will never do so again. With that, he leaned down and kissed Lin Qianqian's dewy earlobe and her fair neck. Lin Qianqian felt her heart racing as never before, her breath heavy and uneven. She reached out to caress Lu Ming's cheek before slowly closing her beautiful eyes, surrendering her most precious treasure to the man before her. Ding! Lin Qianqian's affection for you has increased by 9, current affection, 96, ding. Lin Qianqian's affection has surpassed 90. You have received an additional random reward skill, Eye of Insight, LV3. Eye of Insight, LV3 enhances the ability to perceive and discern human nature, allowing one to detect deceit on crucial matters. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable ability, yet Lu Ming was presently occupied with matters of great importance, leaving no time for further contemplation. The following day, a Porsche 911 came to a halt at the school gate. Lin Qianqian stepped out of the vehicle. She still felt a twinge of discomfort but was reluctant to reveal any signs, walking slowly to mask her feelings. Although such occurrences were common among university students, being seen through could be somewhat embarrassing. Qianqian, where were you last night? A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Qianqian turned to find her two roommates standing there. Qianqian, we noticed that your gait seemed off. Come on, confess, what did you do last night? Her roommate teased. Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she quickly glanced around before replying. Can you keep your voices down? Her roommate replied, we can be discreet, but you must be honest with us. After a moment's consideration, Lin Qianqian decided to tell the truth. I was with my boyfriend last night. Her roommate exclaimed, wow, Qianqian, you finally admitted to having a boyfriend. What a pity. Another girl is lost to our university. The other roommate chimed in, see? I told you. Qianqian's gait is just like mine was back then, it's obvious. While the girls chatted, a male student spotted Lin Qianqian and hurried over.
He was the same person who had been fed a mouthful of dog food by Lu Ming and Lin Qianqian the previous afternoon.
Qianqian, I'm sorry about yesterday.
I was a bit rude, he apologized. Lin Qianqian shook her head, dismissing it. It's nothing. Her roommate cast a meaningful glance at the boy, senior.
Just how rude were you last night to leave Qianqian walking unsteadily today? Now that you've finally won over your dream girl, you owe us a treat. The boy looked bewildered, not understanding her implications. Another roommate interjected, stop playing dumb. Qianqian has admitted to spending the night with someone. What feast are you planning for us?
Lin Qianqian, feeling embarrassed, said, don't say such things, my boyfriend isn't a senior.
The two roommates suddenly felt quite awkward.
This senior had always made grand gestures to pursue Lin Qianqian, from public declarations of love to lighting candles beneath the dormitory,
leading them to instinctively assume he was her boyfriend.
The senior stood frozen, his face draining of color. His dream girl had spent the night with that scoundrel in the Porsche. A chilling sensation coursed through him, as if something was lodged in his chest,
making it hard to breathe.
Lin Qianqian exchanged glances with her roommates, and they silently understood each other. Senior, we're sorry, but we have things to attend to.
Goodbye.
The three waved to the senior and departed, leaving him standing there, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. Lu Ming returned to the hotel where he was staying with Wang Fanru, greeted her briefly, and then retreated to his room.
With his presence in Hangzhou, he could only remotely manage Chen Hui and Lu Qian.
The two stocks selected by his keen insight had both declined, making the operational plan rather straightforward: sell and reallocate into an investment portfolio. Chen Hui and Lu Qian were seasoned traders, requiring no detailed instructions.
They understood how to execute their trading responsibilities well.
Lu Ming glanced at the stock market for a while, finding it rather uneventful, with nothing particularly noteworthy.
Checking the time,
he noted it was just past 11 a.m. He was scheduled to meet Xiang Ping at 4 p.m., leaving almost 5 hours until then. With the day's trading needing no oversight from him, he found himself at a loss for how to fill the next few hours.
Should he invite Lin Qianqian out?
But then again, asking her to take time off from school only to leave her hanging later seemed inconsiderate, so he dismissed the thought.
Perhaps he could venture out to explore a scenic spot?
Hangzhou, renowned for its tourist attractions, had an abundance of places worth visiting.
Yet, going alone felt somewhat awkward.
After pondering, he picked up the phone to call Wang Fanru.
Hello, boss, how may I assist you? Nothing much, just a reminder that it's lunchtime.
Oh. I still have a PPT to finish.
What are your plans after lunch? Continue working on the PPT. What is a general manager doing making PPTs? You should let Chang Luo handle that. With several hours of free time this afternoon, shall we explore some sites? Just the two of us? Why not invite your boyfriend too?
He is in Haicheng. It's not feasible for him to come.
Exactly, it's just the two of us in Hangzhou. Why ask that?
Well, what do you say?
Are we going or not?
You are the boss, it's your call. All right then, prepare yourself.
And let us meet in the hotel lobby.
Lu Ming had no ulterior motives with Wang Fanru, he merely sought a companion for the outing.
As for Wang Fanru,
she was entirely devoted to her boyfriend, so Lu Ming felt that such an invitation wouldn't lead to any misunderstandings. During lunch, Wang Fanru suggested numerous short-term attractions, while Lu Ming casually dismissed some as too far or uninteresting until they ultimately settled on a boat ride on West Lake.
Upon reaching West Lake, they rented a small boat.
The day was overcast, with pleasant temperatures, a gentle breeze caressing the lake's surface, and the willows swaying gracefully along the shore.
As the boatmen gently rowed, their small vessel glided through a picturesque landscape, resembling a living watercolor painting. Leaning against the boat,
they engaged in light conversation while taking in the serene beauty around them, thoroughly enjoying the moment.
You didn't return to the hotel last night, did you? Wang Fanru inquired. How did you know? I sent you a WeChat at around 11 p.m., and you didn't reply.
I figured you weren't asleep that early. So I knocked on your door, but there was no response.
What were you thinking, knocking on the door of a young male superior at such a late hour? Lu Ming teased. Wang Fanru's lips curled into a faint smile.
Chapter 86, A Chance Encounter by the Lakeside. Wang Fanru was well aware that Lu Ming was jesting, a faint smile gracing her lips.
Boss, do you really believe that all the women in the world are secretly infatuated with you? I knocked on your door last night to show you the proposal you asked me to prepare. And I also wanted to see if you were interested in a late-night snack. But alas, you were not in. I only returned this morning.
Lu Ming intended to cultivate Wang Fanru as a trusted confidant, thus there were certain matters he felt warranted her awareness, as it would also allow him to gauge her stance. You chose to stay out all night instead of sleeping in a 5-star hotel. My intuition tells me you must have been on a date, Wang Fanru remarked. Lu Ming did not offer a direct response, instead, he casually stated. You know that Xiao Wan is my girlfriend.
Wang Fanru smiled knowingly.
Of course, it was Xiao Wan who recommended me to you. I am also aware that she is currently in Haicheng, not Hangchang.
Lu Ming quipped, are you planning to report your boss for his nocturnal escapades?
Wang Fanru brushed aside a stray lock of hair blown by the wind and replied slowly, I only concern myself with my own man, not with others. Her newly acquired insight, the Eye of Perception LV3, proved invaluable in this moment. Lu Ming could distinctly sense the sincerity in Wang Fanru's words.
He nodded slightly,
thoroughly pleased with her response. The two spent quite some time enjoying their boat ride until it was nearly 3 p.m., at which point they instructed the boatman to dock. Upon disembarking, they strolled along the lakeside and soon spotted a young lady dancing ahead, while a photographer captured her movements from various angles. It was evident that she was an internet celebrity filming a short video.
These influencers are quite bold, Wang Fanru mused. After a moment of silence,
noticing Lu Ming's engrossed demeanor, she turned to him, teasing, Boss, she is indeed lovely, but surely she pales in comparison to Xiao Wan.
You can't be that entranced. Lu Ming smiled slightly, do you not believe that if I approached her, she would greet me warmly? Wang Fanru raised an eyebrow, Boss.
I can see that you possess a certain charm, but your confidence may border on arrogance. With unwavering self-assurance, Lu Ming declared, just you wait, I shall go over now.
Wang Fanru's expression shifted, and she urged, no, please don't.
It would be quite embarrassing, we must maintain some dignity, boss.
Disregarding her advice,
Lu Ming stepped forward and called out, Jia. Wang Fanru immediately slowed her pace, distancing herself from Lu Ming. Since her entreaties had fallen on deaf ears,
she deemed it prudent to prevent anyone from realizing their acquaintance. The influencer Jia, who had been summoned,
was the same one Lu Ming had gifted nearly 100 carnival tokens during a livestream. Having just completed a segment, she turned in curiosity upon hearing her online moniker. To her surprise, the one calling her was a rather handsome young man.
As an internet celebrity, she frequently encountered fans on the street. If they were middle-aged and greasy,
she would merely offer a polite smile. However, faced with this suave gentleman, she found herself stealing glances.
Do you know who I am? Lu Ming inquired.
Having never seen Lu Ming before, Jia shook her head.
Hello there, I'm sorry, but I can't quite recall. Could you remind me? Lu Ming opened his phone, accessed WeChat, found Jia's avatar, and sent a voice message, I am the dear emperor.
Instantly, her phone pinged with the message. Jia's eyes widened, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her face alight with astonishment.
You are the dear emperor? Is that really you?
Lu Ming nodded with a smile.
Dear emperor, I can hardly believe you're so young and so handsome.
Jia exclaimed, her excitement palpable.
It's such a pleasure to meet you, I'm almost at a loss for words. Dear emperor, how did you come to be here?
Lu Ming glanced back at Wang Fanru, who had kept her distance,
and called out, Fanru, why are you standing so far away? Reluctantly, Wang Fanru approached. Is this beautiful young lady your girlfriend? Jia inquired.
No, she is my colleague.
Lu Ming replied.
She is my boss, Wang Fanru added.
So, the dear emperor is a dashing and powerful CEO.
Jia exclaimed.
Lu Ming continued.
I am in Hangcheng on business and happened to pass by here, not expecting to run into you.
Neither did I, what a delightful surprise. Jia responded eagerly. Dear emperor, since we are so fated to meet, let me treat you to dinner. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I have other commitments.
Jia pressed, do you have plans today? Yes, I'm occupied. Lu Ming checked the time and added, I must be on my way.
Farewell. upon meeting the dear emperor in person.
Jia immediately wished to deepen their connection, but with Lu Ming's prior engagements, she had to relent.
Very well. Dear emperor, goodbye. I will message you on WeChat. Please remember to reply when you have a moment. Lu Ming nodded and departed with Wang Fanru.
Jia's actual attractiveness rated at 82, just a point lower than Wang Fanru. And she did not meet Lu Ming's expectations, leaving him entirely uninterested. After walking a few steps, Lu Ming sensed Wang Fanru's curiosity mixed with reluctance to inquire. So he took the initiative to explain, I've watched her live streams and sent her gifts, so we are acquainted online, but today marks our first meeting in person. I didn't expect to encounter her here.
Wang Fanru remarked, I saw the way she looked at you, she seemed utterly captivated. Given such a rare opportunity, why not seize it? Rest assured, I won't spill the beans.
Lu Ming confidently replied, this is her opportunity, not mine, and I will not grant her that chance. As a man of considerable means, he found his choices abundant and had little interest in such influencers.
Wang Fanru smiled, well, flaunt your confidence then.
She recognized that while his words were somewhat boastful, they held a kernel of truth. What woman would not be drawn to a man who was both handsome and wealthy?
Generous in nature?
With numerous admirers, he naturally possessed the privilege to be discerning. An hour later, they arrived at the aged apartment building housing Xiang Ping's team. Xiang Ping pointed to a computer and said, Mr. Lu, Ms. Wang, we have made the adjustments to the program as requested.
As it is now closing time, we can only show you a simulation of the trading operations.
With that, he initiated the trading program.
On the computer screen,
numerous buy and sell orders were executed automatically at the specified prices, the transactions occurring at an astonishing speed. Chapter 87, the shortness of human hands. Xiang Ping elucidated while pointing at the screen that was currently displaying a demonstration. The reality of trading is undoubtedly more complex than this.
Yet the function of the trading program is fundamentally this. Lu Ming personally operated the system, finding it largely aligned with his expectations. It's satisfactory.
But I shall return tomorrow during trading hours to test the live trading conditions.
Of course. Additionally, Mr. Lu, I would like to discuss matters pertaining to personnel and salary.
Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, you should confer with General Manager Wang regarding these issues. He had no desire to involve himself in the daily management of the company, thus delegating such matters to Wang Fanru. A competent boss need not wield total control over the company, rather, he ought to grasp the most critical powers.
The two remained with Xiang Ping until after 5 in the evening. As Lu Ming settled into the driver's seat, Wang Fanru naturally opened the passenger door, only to discover a small Hermes gift box resting on the seat. Boss, who is this for? She inquired. After their recent business trip, she had gained a deeper understanding of Lu Ming and surmised that he likely had more than one girlfriend aside from Dongwan. Therefore, upon seeing the small gift box, she instinctively assumed it was intended for some other woman. It's for Wang Mei, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Wang Fanru paused momentarily. Was he referring to her? After all, she was slightly older than Lu Ming. Yet, his gaze and tone seemed to suggest it was indeed her. Lu Ming smiled and added, it's for you. When I saw your rather ordinary cardholder while checking into the hotel last night, I thought it could use an upgrade. I spotted this lovely cardholder at the Hermes counter and decided to get it for you. In truth, the cardholder was part of a previous purchase rather than a recent acquisition. However, framing it this way would elicit a more heartfelt response from Wang Fanru. He intended to cultivate her as a true confidant, ensuring that all due benefits were awarded. Ah! Boss, how can I accept this? Besides, Hermes is far too luxurious for someone of my standing. Work diligently with me, and soon Hermes will be your standard. Enough of this, hop in. We still need to grab dinner. Thank you, boss. Wang Fanru felt a mix of surprise and gratitude, gaining further insight into why Lu Ming attracted so many women. A sprinkle of unexpected delight now and then could easily enchant any girl. As they drove, Wang Fanru began to report on the earlier work situation. The strategy researcher mentioned that his proposed salary is significantly lower than that of the others, which he finds unacceptable, so we only managed to recruit 3 individuals. That's inconsequential. Xiang Ping and his technical team are the priorities, the others are merely supplementary. What does it matter if a strategy researcher is lacking? In Haichang, one could easily find several with a single stone thrown. Wang Fanra chuckled, it seems we'll have to come back tomorrow. It's truly becoming a case of persistent visits.
Lu Ming nodded, however, if we manage to recruit suitable candidates and have a ready-to-use program, it will all be worthwhile. The objectives of this business trip had largely been achieved, leaving both feeling at ease.
Boss, are you planning to take me out for a nice meal? Indeed. Though before dining, I must pick someone up. I presume it's a beautiful woman? Wang Fanro quickly grasped why Lu Ming had suddenly gifted her something.
Lu Ming smiled subtly,
indicating his agreement.
Since he intended to treat Wang Fanro as a confidant, it was prudent to share relevant information with her sooner rather than later.
Could you please pull over? Wang Fanro requested. What's the matter?
Lu Ming inquired, puzzled.
I need to move to the back seat.
Women are quite particular about the passenger seat's ownership. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Ming complied and pulled over, allowing Wang Fanru to shift to the rear. They drove to Lin Shanshan's school, where she awaited them at the gates.
Brother Ming! Lin Shanshan exclaimed, rushing over. Upon entering the car, she noticed a charming young lady seated in the back, momentarily taken aback.
Wang Fanru smiled, hello, I'm Wang Fanru, and Lu Ming is my boss.
I'm merely an employee.
So please don't misunderstand.
Lin Shanshan beamed, hello, Sister Fanru. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Fanru's mind was a flurry of thoughts. Initially,
she had looked down upon such a cad's behavior, yet she found it hard to harbor any resentment towards her generous and handsome boss.
Indeed,
Lu Ming's exceptional qualities made it entirely reasonable for women to be drawn to him. Ah, it seems one is indeed affected by those they rely on. Even one's values can shift. She then recalled how stunning Dongwan was, yet Lu Ming still sought companionship elsewhere, even with a student, and this was in Hangzhou. While Haichang might have several more. Truly, the allure of unfamiliar flowers often surpasses that of the familiar, she mused that upon returning home. She ought to pay closer attention to her own boyfriend. The trio dined at a Michelin-starred restaurant, after which Lu Ming drove the two women back to the hotel. He had deliberately left the room vacant the previous night to avoid Wang Fanru's scrutiny. Now that the truth was out, he had no need for pretense.
Lu Ming led Lin Shanshan into the room, and they naturally embraced one another, sharing a passionate kiss. After some time,
Lu Ming leaned in to whisper something in Lin Shanshan's ear. She shook her head repeatedly, but Lu Ming, ever patient, continued to persuade her.
Eventually, after much contemplation,
Lin Shanshan bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Lu Ming swept her into his arms, and together they entered the bathroom.
Lin Shanshan's physique, graceful and elegant,
contrasted distinctly with the curvaceous figures of Suicheng, Dongwan, and Xiao Yutong. However, Lu Ming appreciated that the beauty of women comes in diverse forms. If they all conformed to a singular mold, life would be dreadfully monotonous.
Moreover, as a dance student, Lin Shanshan possessed a flexibility that surpassed the others. Brother Ming, how do you find it? Are you impressed?
Indeed, I had not anticipated you could elevate your leg above your head.
Oh, Brother Ming, where are you placing your hands?
The two lingered in the bathroom for an eternity, enveloped in affection, basking in the warmth of their shared intimacy.
Ding!
Lin Shanshan's affection level for you has increased by 1, current affection level, 97. Much later, Lin Shanshan lay beside Lu Ming, nestled against him, while he rested a hand on her delicate shoulder. They both remained silent, seemingly lost in the reminiscence of their passionate encounter.
After a while, Lu Ming inquired, how are matters at home progressing?
Nothing major remains. My father's condition is improving and he will soon be discharged, Lin Shanshan replied.
I'm grateful to have you by my side. Have the debts been resolved as well? My father mentioned he could negotiate with the creditors.
Once we sell our factory and house, we should be able to settle everything in one go. There is no need to rush into liquidating assets.
If there is still potential for the business, I can assist in resolving it. Brother Lu, you have already invested so much for me.
I do not wish to burden you with my family troubles.
Not necessarily a burden. In any case, once your father is in better health,
inquire thoroughly about the business matters, and then share the details with me.
Lin Shanxian remained silent, merely tightening her embrace around Lu Ming. Chapter 88. The necklace. Lu Ming's hand inadvertently brushed against the necklace adorning Lin Shanxian's neck.
It was a Cartier piece, albeit slightly rudimentary in craftsmanship.
Previously,
he could not discern the authenticity of luxury items, but his growing familiarity, coupled with the insight granted by his LV3 inside eye,
allowed him to identify genuine articles at a glance. How could you wear a counterfeit Cartier? Lu Ming inquired.
Lin Shanxian's fair face flushed with embarrassment as she confessed. My father gifted me a Cartier necklace for my birthday, but when our family faced financial difficulties recently, I sold it. Afraid my parents would be saddened if they found out, I bought a fake to wear instead.
Lu Ming glanced at the time and gently patted Lin Shanxian on the shoulder. Get up, dress yourself, we are heading out. Out? At this hour? Where are we going? She asked, curiosity piqued. You'll know when we arrive. Hurry up, or we'll be late, Lu Ming replied.
The two quickly donned their clothing and exited the hotel. Having dined early, they returned to the hotel in good time, but they had squandered too much time within their room, and it was now nearly 10 p.m.
Nearby,
a large shopping mall awaited, and Lu Ming urged Lin Shanxian onward, managing to arrive just before it closed. Only then did Lin Shanxian realize Lu Ming intended to take her shopping. Upon entering the Cartier counter, they were greeted by soft lighting, which illuminated the jewels on display, exuding an air of luxury and refinement. The sales associate, seeing that there were only minutes left before closing time, silently lamented the arrival of customers, yet swiftly adjusted her demeanor to welcome them.
Welcome to Cartier. How may I assist you?
Her voice was gentle and polite,
her gaze discerning between Lu Ming and Lin Shanxian, quickly assessing Lu Ming as a customer of considerable means.
Lu Ming nodded slightly and turned to Lin Shanxian.
Choose whatever you like.
Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Shanxian fidgeted with her fingers and whispered, Lu Ming, you've already given me so much.
With a smile, Lu Ming turned to the associate. Could you please show us your latest necklaces?
Of course, please wait a moment, she replied, hurrying to retrieve an exquisite diamond necklace, which she carefully placed on a black velvet tray and presented to them. This is our latest design, simple yet elegant, perfectly suited to this young lady's grace.
The associate explained as she delicately unfurled the necklace, the diamonds sparkling enchantingly under the lights. Lu Ming glanced at it and asked, do you have any others?
The associate returned with another necklace of a different style. This is a classic from our love collection, especially suitable for young women.
Lu Ming nodded slightly.
I'll take both, and I would like to see some watches as well.
The associate's eyes brightened, and she swiftly agreed.
Certainly, sir, please hold on a moment.
Lin Shanxian, feeling anxious, tugged at Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming, this is really too expensive.
He gently patted her hand, his tone soft yet firm.
Just obey.
Though she wanted to protest, Lin Shanxian met Lu Ming's resolute gaze and ceased her objections. After all, it was merely a sweet burden for her.
The associate presented two watches, which Lin Shanxian tried on her wrists.
One was priced at 120,000, the other at 150,000. And she felt her head spinning from the figures. Lu Ming found both watches looked splendid on her wrist and declared, I'll take both of these as well.
Wait. Lin Shanxian quickly interjected, pulling Lu Ming aside.
Lu Ming, you're putting too much pressure on me with your gifts.
Lu Ming shrugged. You need to get used to spending money. She pouted and suggested, then let us just buy one.
Seeing her overwhelmed expression, Lu Ming chuckled and nodded.
All right. We'll go with your choice this time.
He indicated the 150,000 watch to the associate.
Very well, please hold on. The associate was delighted.
Having secured a substantial sale just before closing, and Lu Ming's straightforwardness did not impede her departure time.
After completing the transaction, the associate respectfully escorted them to the store entrance. Goodbye, Mr. Lu, she said softly.
Realizing Lu Ming was a Cartier VIP only when he provided his membership information at checkout, she marveled at his understated demeanor. As she watched the girl holding Lu Ming's hand, envy filled her heart.
Brother Ming, I love you, Lin Shanxian whispered in his ear, nestling against him. Feeling an immense wave of happiness. Ding! Lin Shanshan's affection for you has increased by 1, current affection level, 98, the next day. Lu Ming dropped Lin Shanshan off at the school gate. Brother Ming, I don't want you to leave. Lin Shanshan pouted, her chin quivering as tears threatened to spill. Lu Ming explained he was returning to Haicheng for work, and the thought of parting from her made her increasingly sorrowful. I'm going back to work to earn money to support you. Be a good girl and attend your classes, you can always visit me in Haicheng. He had grown accustomed to this comforting spiel. With a forlorn nod, Lin Shanshan steadied herself, kissed Lu Ming, and reluctantly exited the car. She glanced back multiple times, lingering until she vanished from view. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Ming prepared for a visit to Xiangping to conduct a practical test. But he had more pressing matters at hand. Ding! The market prediction indicates that Longhua Mobile will rise today. The market prediction indicates that Dajiang Electric will rise today. Both stocks were part of his investment portfolio, and since the predictions indicated an upward trend, he merely needed to maintain his positions. Furthermore, he could consider swapping other stocks in his portfolio for these two, as he had valuable insights to guide his actions. Avoiding unnecessary complications. Lu Ming called Chen Hui and Lu Qian to inform them of today's operational plans, instructing them to execute accordingly. He then reached out to Wang Fanru, asking her to prepare for departure. 20 minutes later, they settled into the car. Aren't you going to watch the market opening today? Wang Fanru inquired curiously. Not necessary. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to Haicheng, Lu Ming replied. I thought you would be reluctant to leave, she teased. Not at all. A man who is ensnared by a woman is unlikely to achieve great success. Boss, do wealthy men tend to be unfaithful? Men without money can be unfaithful too, it's just that their means do not permit it, Lu Ming stated with conviction. Wang Fanru pondered his words thoughtfully. Chapter 89, The Complexity of Human Hearts. Lu Ming and Wang Fanru arrived at Xiangping's location. Today, only 3 individuals remained: Xiangping, a trading system engineer, and a data analyst. On Lu Ming's previous visits, the two had appeared listless and indifferent. However, today, upon realizing that the man and woman before them were to be their future employers, their demeanor transformed. They regarded Lu Ming and Wang Fanru with newfound respect. Boss, Mr. Wang, you both have arrived quite early today, Xiangping remarked. Having transitioned into a preparatory employment state, he adjusted his address for Lu Ming, mirroring Wang Fanru's reference to him as boss. The trading period had commenced. Lu Ming transferred 300,000 into his newly opened securities account and selected a T0 fund for practical testing. Once connected to the trading system, the account began executing trades automatically, akin to the previous day's simulation. However, the actual trading orders were not as readily available as in the simulated environment, resulting in a slower pace than anticipated despite the modest sum of 300,000. Nevertheless, for Lu Ming, achieving this level of functionality was already sufficient. He could observe the underlying positions, and as long as the system operated effectively, capitalizing on price differences remained quite lucrative. The speed of transactions merely influenced his profit-making velocity, not the ultimate outcome. As his capital grew, he understood that 1 or 2 stocks would struggle to accommodate such volumes, necessitating diverse trading strategies to enhance operational efficiency. Is the functionality satisfactory? When do you plan to head to Haicheng? Lu Ming inquired. Perhaps in about half a month? We have some final matters to attend to. Xiangping responded. That works for me. I shall await your arrival in Haicheng. Understood, boss. If you have any instructions during this period, please feel free to reach out online. No rush, we can discuss it further upon your official onboarding. Lu Ming and Wang Fanru returned to their vehicle, preparing to head back to Haicheng. Wang Fanru took out her phone to check the stock market, exclaiming, Boss, the market is performing splendidly today. The index has risen over 2 points. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, after years of bearish trends, it is indeed time for a bullish turn. Do you believe the market is shifting from bear to bull? Wang Fanru inquired. Lu Ming chuckled, only time will reveal that. He was uncertain whether the market would truly transition to bullishness, but for him, profiting in a bear market was swift, while in a bull market,
It was even swifter, merely a difference in pace.
As he gently pressed the accelerator, the Porsche glided forward towards Haicheng. On a certain night, Du Xingyu glanced at his phone, only to set it down in disappointment.
Last week, upon returning to Haicheng, he had anticipated a sweet weekend with Chen Yi. But their plans soured into an argument over trivial matters, leaving them unresolved by the time he departed. Now back at work, his mind remained preoccupied. His calls to Chen Yi went unanswered, and his messages received no replies, deepening his unease.
After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to call Lu Ming. "Hey. Is this a good time to talk?" "Yes, what's on your mind?" "You sound rather cryptic."
"I had a quarrel with Chen Yi."
Du Xingyu recounted the gist of their discord, adding, "Could you help me get in touch with her?"
"She hasn't answered my calls in days."
"Days? Why mention this only now?"
"I'll reach out to her shortly." Lu Ming paused before suggesting, "By the way, I've started an investment firm.
And it's doing quite well. Why not consider joining me? Long-distance separation with Chen Yi isn't ideal. I'm currently making good progress at my job.
And I can apply to return to Haicheng in a year, so I'm not considering any changes for now."
"Alright, I'll contact Chen Yi."
Lu Ming understood that most people preferred not to work for friends, so he kept the offer subtle.
After ending the call with Du Xingyu, Lu Ming sent a message to Chen Yi. "What's the matter between you and Du? Is it worth getting so upset that you won't even answer his calls?" Chen Yi had yet to respond. Lying beside him, Sui Cheng softly asked, "Brother Ming, what's wrong? Did Du Xingyu fight with his girlfriend?"
Sui Cheng had never met Du Xingyu but had often heard Lu Ming mention him, thus she knew a bit about their situation with Chen Yi.
"Yes.
They were once very close, but after graduating from university, their conflicts have multiplied," Lu Ming acknowledged.
Sui Cheng queried further, "I've heard you mention them. Do you think Chen Yi has developed feelings for someone else?" Lu Ming shrugged, "Who can tell? The human heart is inherently complex."
Sui Cheng tightened her embrace around Lu Ming, declaring, "My feelings are simple, I want no one but you." Lu Ming gently caressed Sui Cheng's back,
recognizing the sincerity in her words.
Yet, her affection had remained at a high level for quite some time, and he pondered why it had yet to reach its peak.
"Ding." Chen Yi finally replied, "It's complicated, it's just some unreasonable fuss. That doesn't justify refusing to communicate." Lu Ming responded, "If we talk, we end up arguing again. How can we communicate then?" Chen Yi retorted, "When are you free to come here for a chat?"
He could discern when someone was being dishonest about crucial issues, so he preferred face-to-face discussions for clarity.
"I'm a bit busy these days, let us arrange something soon," Chen Yi replied.
"All right. Please remember to return Du's call when you have the chance, you know how he tends to overthink."
"Got it. I'll keep that in mind."
Just as Lu Ming set his phone down, Sui Cheng embraced him again.
"Brother Ming, I need to tell you something. But you mustn't be upset." "Go ahead."
"Recently, a freshman has been pursuing me." Sui Cheng was the campus belle, and with Wang Jingzhu's graduation, she had become the sole flower of the university, so it was no surprise someone was interested in her.
"Does he know you have a boyfriend?"
"He does.
And I've completely ignored him."
"But he is quite persistent, which is rather annoying."
"Are freshmen really that bold nowadays?"
"Rest assured, I have no intention of entertaining him. The only reason I mentioned this is that I didn't want you to overthink it if you found out later." Considering Sui Cheng's affection for him was at an impressive level, Lu Ming felt little concern about her feelings and certainly wouldn't let such matters cause him to fret. "I'll drop by the school soon to meet this fellow," Lu Ming casually remarked. Women often oscillated between worrying about their boyfriends being jealous and hoping they would show some jealousy, so Lu Ming adeptly expressed his emotions.
Chapter 90, Commanding the Battle. Sui Cheng smiled and said, "Brother Ming, I must admit, I find your jealousy quite delightful." Lu Ming, reclining with his hands behind his head,
feigned a frown. "Little Su, I am feeling rather displeased at the moment."
"I need to see how you perform." Sui Cheng instantly grasped Lu Ming's implication and playfully retorted, "Again? Brother Ming, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly formidable."
Indeed, Lu Ming's physical strength and endurance surpassed the standard values for adult males by 60, making him exceptionally impressive. He gently nudged Sui Cheng and smiled, "This is a blessing for you." The blessing was indeed a blessing, yet Sui Cheng, being but a mortal, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. She pouted and then buried her head under the covers. Lu Ming closed his eyes contentedly, savoring the exquisite experience. The next day, Lu Ming allowed Sui Cheng to drive the Porsche to school herself. Compared to being chauffeured by her boyfriend in a Porsche, doing so on her own certainly added to her status. Moreover, Lu Ming's time was precious, and he preferred not to squander it on the trivialities of driving. Additionally, with his assets nearing 100 million, he planned to purchase a more befitting vehicle in the coming days, as the Porsche 911 was beginning to seem insufficient. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Ming prepared to face the day's battles. Ding! The market prediction indicates an upward trend for Changbai Technology today. The market prediction indicates an upward trend for Changfu Microelectronics today. Currently, his account was fully invested in these two stocks. And he was only a few 100,000 away from a minor target. With today's predictions both indicating a rise. Achieving the goal of earning 10 million from the stock market was a certainty. Lu Ming pulled up a chair and sat beside Chen Hui and Lu Qian. Upon seeing their boss's serious demeanor, the two women instinctively became alert. At 9:25, the pre-market bidding concluded. Changbai Technology opened at 9.35 yuan, up 3 from the previous trading day, while Changfu Microelectronics opened at 23.22 yuan, up 2. This increase far exceeded the tenfold feedback limit. So Lu Ming decided to secure profits. He placed an order to sell 500,000 shares of Changbai Technology at 9.35 yuan and 200,000 shares of Changfu Microelectronics at 23.22 yuan. A large sell order could depress the stock price, hence large investors, even when wishing to offload, must proceed incrementally. Before long, reports came in, "Boss, all shares of Changbai Technology have been sold at an average price of 9.36 yuan. Boss, all shares of Changfu Microelectronics have been sold at an average price of 23.31 yuan. At this moment, neither Changbai Technology nor Changfu Microelectronics experienced significant price fluctuations. Lu Ming instructed, "Continue to place sell orders above 9.25 yuan for Changbai Technology and above 22.50 yuan for Changfu Microelectronics." The two traders immediately executed the orders, while Lu Ming closely monitored the market. "How many shares of Changbai Technology are left?" Lu Ming inquired. 120,000 shares remaining. Sell them all immediately. Having secured sufficient profits, Lu Ming decided to expedite the final phase of liquidating his holdings without concern for the market impact. Chen Hui promptly followed the directive and executed a complete liquidation. The sudden sale of 1.2 million shares of Changbai Technology caused its price to plummet from 9.29 yuan to 9.15 yuan. Simultaneously, this aggressive sell-off triggered a herd mentality among short-term retail investors, who, perceiving the unfavorable market conditions, hastily fled, leading to further declines in the stock price. Changbai Technology had become a hot stock in recent days, attracting considerable speculative capital. Lu Ming understood that his actions would inevitably disrupt the rhythm of these speculators. In the past, he was merely a small-time retail investor, unable to create significant ripples in the market. However, now he was on the brink of joining the ranks of billionaires, and his maneuvers in the capital market were sufficient to provoke a series of reactions. Speculators were adept at profiting from retail investors, yet Lu Ming intended to capitalize on them, repeatedly. It was trivial to target the small fry. He aimed to ensnare the big players, those investing millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Before long, all shares of Changfu Microelectronics were sold. Lu Ming continued to observe the market. At this point, the stock price of Changbai Technology stood at 8.90 yuan, down 2 from the previous day, with no signs of stabilizing. Given the market forecast indicating an upward trend for Changbai Technology, he planned to seize the opportunity to buy again, even without a tenfold return. A guaranteed profit from the stock price itself was quite appealing. Of course, the time to buy had not yet arrived. This was akin to a battle. When the entire line retreats, no amount of motivational forces can be effective. Only when the fleeing soldiers tire and realize the situation is not as dire as imagined can the leader organize a counteroffensive, yielding greater results with less effort.
Half an hour later, Changbei Technology was priced at
81 yuan, down 3 from the previous day's close.
Boss, you truly are remarkable. Chen Hui exclaimed sincerely.
Escaping at the peak, even stock gods cannot be this precise, Lu Qian chimed in. Zhao Qingluo stood beside Lu Ming,
gazing at him with admiration akin to that reserved for a deity.
Lu Ming did not respond to the compliments. For him, the dais battle was far from over. In truth, this was his first genuine command of a battle in the stock market. At this moment, after a 3 drop, the stock price of Changbei Technology oscillated, refusing to decline further.
Buy 1 million shares of Changbei Technology at the current price, Lu Ming decisively commanded. Even if Changbei Technology merely rises by 0.1
by the end of the day, the current purchase would yield a profit margin of 3. With nearly 100 million in capital,
this could translate to approximately 3 million in earnings.
While the stock might dip further, Lu Ming's substantial capital required a process for purchasing, making it impossible to wait for the lowest point to execute his trades.
Moreover, who could definitively identify the lowest price? Chen Hui, Lu Qian, he instructed.
Please execute the buy orders in small batches to minimize the purchase cost. Changbei Technology indeed continued its descent, suggesting that substantial speculative capital was likely offloading shares. Of course, within a strong stock, there could be multiple speculative forces at play, some withdrawing while others were entering.
Lu Ming, aware of the underlying dynamics,
remained unperturbed by the continued decline, even feeling a sense of delight.
Purchase 2 million shares of Changbei Technology near 8.79, Lu Ming issued another trading directive.
The two traders immediately sprang into action.
As millions of shares were bought, a slight reversal appeared on the intraday chart of Changbei Technology.
Boss, the buying pressure is increasing,
Lu Qian reported.
Use the remaining funds to buy all of Changbei Technology, Lu Ming commanded. Having observed the market, he noted a sudden decrease in sell orders and an uptick in buy orders, prompting him to act swiftly. Otherwise, if other funds began to seize the opportunity, he would miss out on acquiring shares at such a favorable price. Chen Hui and Lu Qian quickly executed the buy orders, striving to acquire sufficient shares at the lowest possible prices, fulfilling the very purpose of their roles as traders.
Thus far,
both Chen Hui and Lu Qian had proven themselves highly competent in their duties. Chapter 91. My heart shattered into many pieces within a prestigious office building in Haicheng. A man was unleashing his wrath upon several traders before him.
You worthless lot! I invest a fortune in your training, and what do you show for it?
When I instructed you to sell, you failed to act promptly. When I told you to buy, you let the opportunity slip away.
Mr. Zhang,
as soon as you commanded us to sell, the stock price of Changbei Technology plummeted, and we were unable to react in time. The same occurred when we were meant to buy. It felt as if we were being targeted, a trader replied nervously. The man known as Mr. Zhang was Zheng Jingtong,
a 41-year-old owner of an investment firm.
While his company was not particularly renowned, the Longxin Securities branch on Songfu Road in Haicheng held a prominent reputation in the Longhua stock market, largely due to his presence as a formidable speculator.
Fixating on the trader who had just spoken, Zheng suddenly inquired, if I recall correctly, you joined this week, what is your name? The trader, feeling the pressure of Zhang's gaze, stammered, I am Chen. Never mind, there's no need to continue. Go to HR and complete your resignation.
You are dismissed, Zheng stated coldly. Having entered the stock market at a tender age, he had clawed his way up from a mere retail investor to a powerful speculator. His trading style was bold and ruthless, reflecting his uncompromising nature.
Today, Zhang's mood was particularly foul.
He held a significant stake in Changbei Technology and planned to leverage his financial advantage to inflate the stock price, enticing retail investors to follow suit. His strategy was to offload a portion of his holdings during the surge, subsequently reacquiring shares at a lower price to reduce his cost basis.
However, unforeseen circumstances disrupted his meticulously laid plans.
A substantial amount of capital, hidden within Changbei Technology, preemptively exited the market,
triggering a cascade of sell-offs from retail investors that threw his strategy into disarray.
Faced with this, Zheng reluctantly adjusted his approach, selling off some shares to mitigate losses. Yet, just as he believed he had driven the price down to his target level, he found that others had already seized the opportunity to purchase large quantities of stock at a lower price, leaving him scrambling to acquire shares at a significantly higher cost. Today, he suffered a loss of several million in Changbai Technology. While such an amount was insignificant to him, he loathed the sensation of losing control. He was left pondering the identity of the capital that had outmaneuvered him today, whether it was mere coincidence or a deliberate attack against him. The trader he had just dismissed was not only reprimanded for his insubordination but also suspected of leaking information about his holdings. "Boss, we have acquired sufficient shares.
What are the next steps?" another trader inquired.
Zheng contemplated for a moment and then glanced at the clock.
No further actions today.
He still had a considerable amount of capital invested in Changbai Technology. With signs of improvement in the broader market, he anticipated ample opportunities for trading. With the weekend approaching, he intended to reflect on whether to continue purging floating capital or to initiate a price surge. At 3:00 p.m., the stock market closed. Ming had profited over 4 million today, in addition to a tenfold return of 10 million. His total assets had finally surpassed 100 million, earning him a place among the billionaire elite. System task: earn 100 million from the stock market. Current earnings: 113. 99 million. Task status: completed. Task reward: tenfold return, LV5, tenfold return, LV4. Investment earnings from stocks held by the host will be credited tenfold to the host's bank account. Settlement occurs after each trading day's market close.
The current maximum daily return is 20 million. Note: investment targets must be companies listed on the Longhua stock market.
The tenfold return had upgraded again, raising the ceiling even further. However, Ming felt somewhat accustomed to it and did not experience the thrill he once did. After a long wait, he was surprised not to hear the familiar system task notification.
Had the cycle of earning from the stock market come to an end?
He recalled a previous task triggered while browsing a live stream. It seemed the system deemed him to have surpassed his novice phase,
and future tasks would likely arise from various events.
Finally, trading had concluded.
"Incredible, boss.
Today's gains surpassed even those from previous limit-up days," exclaimed Chen Hui, Lu Qian,
and Zhao Qingluo, pulling Ming back to reality.
Ming smiled at them, saying, "It appears this month's bonuses will need to be increased."
"Woo! You're amazing, boss."
"Should I give you a back rub?" Zhao Qingluo chimed in playfully.
"Then why not get started?" "At your command,"
Zhao Qingluo responded, playfully tapping Ming's shoulder with her fist. Just then, Wang Fanru emerged from her office, causing Zhao Qingluo to halt her playful gestures, while Chen Hui and Lu Qian instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Though the staff held no fear of Ming, they regarded the seemingly gentle general manager, Wang Fanru, with a measure of respect.
Wang Fanru glanced at the group and frowned. "We must maintain a professional atmosphere during work hours."
Zhao Qingluo hurried back to the front desk, while Chen Hui and Lu Qian quickly turned their chairs to face their computers, preparing to write the day's work reports.
Wang Fanru returned to her office, and Ming followed suit.
"Everyone is quite tense during trading hours. A little relaxation after closing is acceptable," Ming remarked. "If you intend to run a company with just 5 employees, then relax as you please. But if you aspire to manage an enterprise with thousands of staff,
how can you maintain order without rules?" Wang Fanru retorted. "You have such faith in me? You truly believe I can run a company with thousands of employees? Do you lack confidence in yourself?" Wang Fanru countered.
Ming chuckled, "With someone like you keeping watch, I dare not entertain doubt."
Wang Fanru smiled warmly. "Boss, Wang."
"Your coffee," Zhao Qingluo announced, entering the office with 2 cups of coffee, placing them down delicately before exiting.
Wang Fanru remarked lightly, "Boss, you are quite the flirt. I'm aware you have several women. You and Qingluo are often exchanging glances and playful banter here at the office."
Ming replied, "I have experienced heartbreak."
Wang Fanru shot back, "Just because you've been caught in the rain, does that mean you must tear others' umbrellas?"
Ming replied thoughtfully, "What I mean to convey is that my heart has shattered into many pieces, and each piece has fallen for a different person."
Wang Fanru rolled her eyes dramatically. Chapter 92, are you not aware he has a girlfriend? The two continued their conversation in the office.
Lu Ming calculated that there was still over 600,000 left in the lavish account, and with the limit resetting in 2 days, he needed to spend the money within this timeframe, otherwise
it would be reset by the system. Is there not much money left in the company's account? Lu Ming inquired. There is still a considerable amount. If it runs low, I will ask you for more, he replied.
I've hired 2 finance staff members who will start next Monday.
All right, you can make those decisions. By the way, hire a driver as well. Sure, don't you want to drive yourself?
The back seat of a Porsche 911 seems rather uncomfortable.
I plan to get a new car. The Porsche no longer suits me. What car do you intend to switch to? Wang Fanru asked curiously.
Perhaps a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley.
Additionally,
I intend to acquire an Alpha for the company, so you can have the driver pick you up for work, sparing you the fatigue of driving. The privileges that other general managers enjoy, my general manager must also be entitled to.
Wang Fanru smiled appreciatively. Thank you, boss. Although I must admit, my boss is quite the charming rogue, he is undeniably handsome.
Lu Ming glanced at the time. We need to finalize this soon. You and Xing Luo should handle it. And it must be completed by tomorrow at the latest.
Wang Fanru, puzzled, replied, is it really that urgent to buy a car? It's nearly 4 in the afternoon.
And rushing to buy a car now would be impossible.
Plus, tomorrow is the weekend.
So your insistence to have it done by then means we will have to work overtime.
Lu Ming nodded slightly. This matter is quite pressing. All right. I will head to the dealership first thing tomorrow.
The price for a new Alpha would exceed 1 million, and with only 600,000 remaining in the lavish account,
it was insufficient.
However, Lu Ming intended to cover the shortfall out of his own pocket.
For someone whose assets surpassed 1 billion,
a few 100,000 was merely a trifling matter. He might not even notice a sudden decrease in his account balance.
At Haiqing Drama Academy, in a female student dormitory. Xinxin, your cousin must be exceptionally wealthy, right? A roommate asked. Certainly wealthy. How else could he gift us Hermes perfume? Your cousin must be a rich second generation. Another roommate chimed in.
Not quite, Yi Xinxin shook her head.
My cousin is a first-generation tycoon. Wow, that's impressive. What business is he involved in? A roommate inquired. Honestly, I don't know much.
It's related to high technology, I believe, Yi Xinxin replied nonchalantly. She was uncertain how Lu Ming had suddenly amassed wealth and could only speculate he had discovered some unique business opportunity.
Your cousin is quite handsome and wealthy. Does he have a girlfriend? Aren't you in a relationship? Why are you concerned about whether he has a girlfriend? I'm just asking.
If the right opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind switching boyfriends.
Did you not notice that your cousin's gaze towards us was entirely different from how he looks at Manchu? So don't overthink it. He is interested in Manchu. At that moment, Wang Manchu walked into the dormitory. What are you saying about my gaze being different? She asked curiously.
We were discussing how Xinxin's cousin looks at you differently than at us. That's because I've known Lu Ming for a long time.
He looks at me as a familiar acquaintance. Lu Ming? Such a casual address.
I see Xinxin is in need of a sister-in-law, a roommate teased.
Actually, I do need a sister-in-law.
Last time my brother saw Jiang Shui, he remarked that she isn't as pretty as Manchu. It seems my brother is quite taken with Manchu, Yi Xinxin added. Wang Manchu's cheeks flushed as she softly said, Xinxin.
You're not aware Lu Ming has a girlfriend? Yi Xinxin? Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Is this Mr. Lu Ming? Have you forgotten you have a sister studying in Haicheng? Speak quickly, I'm in the middle of a game. I heard from Manchu that you have a girlfriend. Did you know how much psychological damage this has caused your sister? Ultimately, the truth cannot be concealed. However,
Wang Manchu was not surprised that she knew about his girlfriend. She was Wang Jingshua's sister, who was aware of Sui Cheng.
You didn't ask?
Lu Ming replied irritably, besides, whether I have a girlfriend has nothing to do with your psychological damage.
Brother, are you planning to be a scoundrel? You have a girlfriend yet still harbor feelings for Manchu?
She is already aware I have a girlfriend, you're the one being troublesome.
Is my sister-in-law as beautiful as Manchu? When will you bring her out for me to see? I'm not married, where would your sister-in-law come from? Come on.
Stop denying your relationship, you're undoubtedly a scoundrel.
Quit the nonsense. Don't disturb me while I'm gaming. Of course there's a reason. When will you take me out? You promised Auntie to take care of me. I'm quite busy. You have time to play games.
I'm gaming to recharge myself.
Taking you out would be a distraction, mainly, I lack motivation.
Manchu suggested our dorm group of 4 should hang out together.
Manchu is joining too? I suddenly have some free time, where do you want to go?
Little Ming, your contrasting attitude is quite displeasing to this fairy.
Last time you said the Hermes blanket in my room was beautiful, right? Are you planning to gift that blanket to me? What nonsense! My sister can't use second-hand items? I'll buy you a new one. Wow! My dearest brother.
So, we plan to go to Mickey Mouse Land next weekend, and currently, we just need a driver or rather, a handsome companion.
Next weekend, huh? That's a week away. No problem. Are you planning for Saturday or Sunday? Saturday. Alright, I'll pick you up at the school gate then. Great. And can you also bring that blanket on Saturday? When will you come to my place?
I'll take you shopping at the boutique, let you experience some finer things. When Yixinxin first arrived in Haicheng, Lu Ming had already bought her over 10,000 yuan worth of clothes and shoes.
Yet he hadn't taken her to luxury stores.
He believed a freshman without sufficient economic means should avoid some things to prevent a frivolous mindset.
However, on reflection,
since Yixinxin was his cousin, she would likely be well off in the future, so exposing her to the world was not a bad idea.
Wow!
My brother is the best. I have things to attend to at school these days, but I'll come over as soon as I'm free.
Alright, let us finalize this. You hang up first, I'm still in the game and it's inconvenient.
Okay, dear brother, goodbye.
Chapter 93, Ghost Lu Ming reclined against the bed. Engrossed in a conversation on WeChat. Qinyu, don't you ever miss me? Lu Ming, what's wrong? Qinyu, it's always me reaching out to you. You never take the initiative, and you often leave my messages unanswered. Am I just a cheap little mistress?
Lu Ming, you're overthinking it, I treat everyone the same. Qinyu, I went out with classmates today, had a bit to drink, and now I really miss you.
What should I do? Lu Ming, when emotions run high,
refrain from making hasty decisions, a good night's sleep will do.
Qinyu?
Lu Ming sent Qinyu a screenshot of an order, an exquisite skincare set from La Mer, priced over 10,000.
The recipient, the address of her school. The power of money is always useful in crucial moments.
Lu Ming, I'm still at work, I'll take you out to play in a few days.
Qinyu, alright. Then you focus on your work. But in a few days, I want a kiss. Lu Ming, no need for kisses, a little squeeze will suffice. Qinyu, hoof. No squeezing. I won't disturb your work any longer. Rest early and don't overexert yourself.
Lu Ming set his phone aside.
Today,
Qinyu seemed to be feeling tender, which could have been an excellent opportunity for him to advance, yet he found himself unable to indulge,
thus adopting the role of a gentleman.
Before long, the sound of water ceased from the bathroom. Dongwon emerged, clad only in a black lace negligee, her rounded shoulders, delicate collarbone, and voluptuous figure captivating Lu Ming's gaze.
Why are you so obedient today? You really didn't come in when I told you not to, Dongwon inquired.
I simply wanted to see how you looked in that nightgown, of course, the reveal had to be a surprise, he replied.
Is it beautiful? Dongwon asked coyly.
Lu Ming drew her into his embrace, letting his actions speak for the answer. On Sunday, Lu Ming took Dongwon to a Rolls-Royce flagship store. The luxurious gold had refreshed at midnight, and he had regained a credit limit of 3 million. He intended to purchase a Rolls-Royce Ghost using this along with his own funds. Upon entering the flagship store, they were greeted by a spacious, brightly lit showroom adorned with classic Rolls-Royce models, each vehicle resembling a piece of art, exuding unparalleled luxury and prestige. The thick carpet muffled their footsteps, while the soft, warm lighting accentuated the contours and details of each automobile.
A sales consultant, dressed in a fitted black suit with a Rolls-Royce badge,
approached them with a professional yet warm smile. "Welcome to the Rolls-Royce flagship store.
May I ask if you have an appointment?" Lu Ming nodded.
His tone nonchalant. "My surname is Lu, I've been in contact with your manager." The sales consultant immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing.
"Ah, Mr. Lu, welcome.
Our manager has briefed us, please follow me." Leading them to the center of the showroom, the consultant presented the latest Rolls-Royce Ghost, proudly announcing, "This is our newest model.
Equipped with a 6.7 V12 engine, delivering powerful and smooth performance.
The interior features the finest leather and wood accents, with every detail meticulously crafted to ensure the utmost comfort for passengers."
Dongwon gazed at the elegant yet imposing car, her eyes sparkling with admiration.
She gently traced the car's sleek lines, whispering, "This car is truly beautiful." The sales consultant smiled and asked, "Mr. Lu, Miss Dong,
would you like to schedule a test drive?" Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, "No need, do you have any available for immediate purchase?" Upon hearing this, the consultant's face brightened with joy.
"Typically, our vehicles require a reservation, and it can take months from order to delivery.
However, coincidentally,
a customer who had placed a deposit recently canceled their order, and their Ghost has just arrived.
Would you consider this available vehicle?" Lu Ming, show me. The sales consultant promptly led them to view the current model, a black long-wheelbase Ghost.
Its body glimmered like the dark expanse of the night sky, each inch of its polished surface reflecting the soft lights of the showroom, creating an ethereal halo. The iconic Spirit of Ecstasy stood proudly at the front,
while the car's lines flowed gracefully from the front to the rear, devoid of any unnecessary angles.
Stepping inside felt like entering a lavish private sanctuary. The ceiling featured a starlit design, with countless tiny fiber optic lights that, when illuminated, created an enchanting atmosphere, reminiscent of a vast, romantic starlit sky.
The seats,
wrapped in the finest leather, were soft to the touch, each stitch meticulously crafted, showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship.
The sales consultant remarked, "The on-the-road price is over 6.8 million.
If you're pleased with this vehicle, I can arrange for a significant discount." This car was already paid for by a customer who backed out, and thus the so-called discount essentially transferred the previous customer's deposit to the new buyer. Lu Ming was not particularly concerned about a 100,000 yuan discount. He simply lacked the patience to wait months. Therefore, even at full price, he was ready to proceed. "This is the one," Lu Ming decisively stated.
The sales consultant, taken aback by the swift decision, beamed with joy. "Mr. Lu, you truly are a man of action.
Please allow me to escort you both to the VIP lounge while I prepare the necessary paperwork." They were led to an opulent and elegant VIP room on the second floor, adorned with historical photographs of Rolls-Royce, and furnished with exquisite refreshments and champagne.
The consultant poured 2 glasses of champagne and then presented Lu Ming with a purchase contract, respectfully offering it for his review. "Mr. Lu, here is the purchase contract. Please take your time to look it over.
Should you have any questions, feel free to ask," the consultant said with a hint of reverence. Lu Ming briefly glanced at the contract before handing it to Dongwon. "Wan, please sign here."
Dongwon's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm signing?" Lu Ming nodded. "The car will be in your name."
"But this car costs over 6 million.
She exclaimed. "Did you think I brought you here for no reason?" Lu Ming replied. The sales consultant chimed in with envy. "Your husband treats you exceptionally well, it's truly admirable.
A vehicle worth over 6 million,
registered in a companion's name, would naturally lead others to assume they were a couple."
Hearing this, Dongwon felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. She knew her feelings for Lu Ming ran deep, and she also understood that her love for him far surpassed his affection for her. Thus, hearing him say he would put a Rolls-Royce in her name moved her profoundly.
"How deeply he loves me. Ding. Dongwon's affection for you has increased by 3.
Current affection level, 99. Chapter 94, The Extravagant Gold. Better than nothing. Lu Ming's thoughts were not as intricate as Dongwon's. His decision to register the vehicle under Dongwon's name was primarily to fulfill the task of obtaining a 1 million enhancement rebate. The reason for choosing Dongwon over others was rather arbitrary. She had spent the night with him the previous day, so he naturally brought her along to purchase the car. It was merely a Rolls-Royce. And Lu Ming felt a sense of tranquility that paled in comparison to the excitement he had experienced months earlier when he first acquired a Porsche. After discounts, the price of this ghost amounted to 6 million. Lu Ming paid the full amount up front, of which 3 million was from his extravagant allowance, while the other 3 million came from his own pocket. However, after the payment, he received a rebate of 1,500,000, making the actual expenditure merely 1,500,000. Notification. System task: obtain a 1 million enhancement rebate. Task status: completed. Task reward: extravagant gold, LV4. Extravagant gold, LV. For the host's spending behavior will receive a 1 rebate. For spending behaviors toward eligible individuals of the opposite sex, a 5 rebate will be granted. Current available limit is 5 million. Any excess will be at the hostess' expense, and it resets every 60 days. Note 1. Any form of cash transfer is deemed invalid. Note 2. No attempts to exploit the rebate will be tolerated, including but not limited to selling purchased items, returns, etc. However, purchased items may be gifted or discarded. Note 3. Eligible individuals of the opposite sex with a favorability rating above 95 are exempt from Note 1's transfer restrictions. This time, the system upgraded the extravagant gold, increasing the limit from 3 million to 5 million. Since the limit resets after skill upgrades, he now regained a spending allowance of 5 million. Yet, he found himself somewhat indifferent to the mere millions of extravagant gold. It could only be deemed better than nothing. The sole highlight of this upgrade was Note 3, allowing him to directly transfer extravagant gold to his women. After waiting for some time, Lu Ming anticipated correctly that no new tasks would emerge. It seemed this cycle of tasks had concluded. He was still unclear about the rules governing the system's task issuance, so he could only go with the flow from here on. Processing the paperwork and finalizing the delivery of the new vehicle consumed several hours. By evening, the two of them drove out of the Rolls-Royce flagship store in their brand new Ghost. Dongwon reclined in the plush seat, soaking in the opulent ambience within the car. She turned to Lu Ming, her eyes brimming with happiness. "Darling, thank you." Lu Ming smiled and took her hand. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly on the bustling road, the sunset's afterglow casting a romantic hue over their faces, enhancing the moment's charm. Monday, Jingxi Capital. "Boss, what do you think of Master Chen?" Wang Fanru inquired. "Quite impressive. He appears stable, a retired soldier, and he has a wife and daughter. Such individuals are the most reliable." "So he will be the driver?" "Yes, that will suffice. Have you met the new accountant and cashier in the finance room today? What do you think?" "I met them briefly. As long as you find them suitable, that's all that matters. By the way, when are Xiang Ping and the others coming in?" "They said they would officially start next Monday," Wang Fanru replied. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Though the company was not large, it was adequately equipped. "I will head back." "You manage the company," he stated. "Ah? With the market being so favorable, you're leaving?" Wang Fanru was a bit taken aback. With the current market sentiment being extreme, it would be unwise for him to be absent in case of significant fluctuations. "Nothing to worry about, everything is under control," Lu Ming reassured confidently. After Lu Ming departed, Wang Fanru stepped out of her office, prompting two traders who had been slacking off to sit up straight in feigned diligence. "What work plans do you have for today?" Wang Fanru asked, her voice firm yet not loud, instilling a sense of authority in the two traders. "The boss mentioned before leaving that there's no need for operations today." Shen Hui replied softly. "I understand there's no need for operations today, but as traders, you must remain vigilant. The market shows signs of improvement, and stock prices are quite volatile. Should anything unexpected occur, you must report to the boss immediately. This is not the time to relax." Wang Fanru was not trying to assert her authority but rather believed that everyone should remain diligent. Since they received salaries from the boss, they ought to take responsibility for their work. Moreover, the salaries provided by the boss were above the industry average. It was unacceptable to slack off. Although the company had been profitable recently, it was due to Lu Ming's astute decisions, and the contributions of others, including her own, were minimal.
Thus, it was imperative for everyone to be proactive. Running a company was not charity. If one was not beneficial to the company, why would the boss keep them? Despite Lu Ming's seemingly carefree demeanor, Wang Fanru believed he possessed remarkable abilities and was destined for great achievements. She hoped not to fall behind and wished for her colleagues to keep pace as well. "All right, Mr. Wang, we will stay alert to the market." Chen Hui and Lu Qian replied in unison.
Wang Fanru then glanced at Zhao Qingluo, who had been hiding at the front desk.
"Qingluo, do you think I wouldn't notice you hiding?"
"That's not it, Mr. Wang, I was just cleaning the desk," Zhao Qingluo stammered. Wang Fanru's lips curled into a slight smile as she addressed everyone. "Now, I have some good news for you all. The boss mentioned he is in a good mood lately and has decided to distribute bonuses and gifts to everyone this weekend."
"Wow! Long live the boss, thank you, Mr. Wang."
The news invigorated the group, a sense of joy radiating through them.
Since the boss was so generous, they should reciprocate by working diligently, driving their own motivation rather than waiting for instructions from the boss. "Yes, we understand." As evening descended,
the warm glow of the setting sun bathed the tree-lined paths of the campus, enveloping the entire area in a golden hue.
Lu Ming drove his Rolls-Royce Ghost to the vicinity of Qin University.
The sleek black exterior gleamed with understated luxury under the sunlight, capturing the attention of many passers-by. He parked the car by the roadside near the campus and leaned against the door, gazing toward the school gate, awaiting Qin's arrival. The pristine Rolls-Royce immediately attracted the attention of students passing by, especially the girls, who cast curious and eager glances.
Before long, a tall, exquisitely made-up young woman approached.
Clad in a form-fitting black dress and elevated by stiletto heels, she exuded an air of confidence and allure. As she reached Lu Ming, she smiled slightly,
her tone laced with playful flirtation. "Handsome, are you waiting for someone?" Chapter 95, I am a ride-hailing driver. Lu Ming cast a glance at the girl and nodded slightly. "Whom?" The girl seemed unfazed by his indifference, stepping closer with a hint of playful curiosity in her voice.
"Your friend is rather rude, making such a handsome brother wait at the door.
Why don't we go grab a cup of coffee together?"
"Sure." Lu Ming feigned mischief, replying,
"But I need to drop off my next passenger first. How about we add each other on WeChat, and I'll contact you once I finish." "Passenger?"
The girl appeared puzzled. "I'm a driver, using my boss's car for ride-hailing to earn some extra cash."
"Oh, so you're a ride-hailing driver?" The girl's expression turned one of regret. "This trip is quite short, just wait for me a moment, and I'll be back to take you." "I'm sorry." The girl's tone suddenly grew cold. "I just remembered I have something to attend to. Why don't we just add WeChat and connect another time?" "No need,"
Lu Ming replied, glancing at her.
"Like you, I prefer not to have too much interaction with strangers."
At that moment, Qin emerged from the campus. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, with the Chanel bag Lu Ming gifted her slung over her shoulder, she radiated youthful exuberance. Upon spotting Lu Ming in the Rolls-Royce beside him, she hurried over, her face alight with joy.
Yeah, is he here to pick you up?" the girl inquired, indicating familiarity in her tone. "Yes." Qin nodded proudly. "I saw you two talking, do you know each other?" "Not really."
The girl quickly shook her head.
"How could I know a ride-hailing driver?" "A ride-hailing driver?"
Qin looked at Lu Ming, who wore a mischievous grin, and quickly deduced the situation.
She pointed at Lu Ming and said to the girl, "Did he tell you he is a ride-hailing driver?" The girl shot a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. "Yes.
He claimed he drives his boss's car for ride-hailing."
Qin couldn't help but chuckle.
Approaching Lu Ming, she affectionately kissed him and softly asked,
"When did you start driving for ride-hailing?"
Lu Ming smiled faintly. "I just had this idea, wondering if I could charm a few wealthy ladies."
Qin teased. "It's quite a challenge to find a rich woman wealthier than you, why not consider me?"
"Although I'm not rich, I'm quite decent looking. That's worth considering,"
Lu Ming replied.
The girl, overhearing their exchange, realized that the handsome man was merely teasing her, and he was certainly not an ordinary ride-hailing driver.
Yeah, the girl remarked. "Your boyfriend is so handsome, you must introduce me."
Just as Qin was about to respond, Lu Ming interjected.
"No need for that. He turned to the girl, stating, "Like you, I prefer not to have too much interaction with strangers." With that, he led Chinyu to the car, gently pressing the accelerator as the Rolls-Royce glided away. As night deepened, the city lights flickered outside, casting a romantic glow over the evening. After sharing dinner, Lu Ming and Chinyu held hands as they entered an upscale private cinema in the city center. The decor of the cinema was both simple and elegant, with soft lighting cascading onto the dark carpet, creating an intimate and warm ambience. The attendant escorted them to a private screening room, furnished with a spacious leather loveseat and a delicate coffee table adorned with 2 glasses of champagne and a platter of fresh fruit. As the door closed softly behind them, the external clamor faded away, leaving only tranquility and a private haven for the two of them. The lights dimmed in the screening room, and the big screen began showcasing movie trailers, accompanied by gentle background music. "It's so quiet here," Chinyu exclaimed softly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Lu Ming chuckled, guiding Chinyu to recline on the sofa. He reached for a glass of champagne and handed it to her. They clinked glasses gently and took a sip, the fragrant bubbles swirling in their mouths, leaving a hint of delightful sweetness. The movie commenced. The lights in the screening room darkened completely, leaving only the flickering light from the screen illuminating their faces. Chinyu rested her head on Lu Ming's shoulder, basking in his warmth, her heart brimming with joy and contentment. Though her gaze was fixed on the screen, her thoughts wandered far from the film. Her fingers began to unconsciously trace circles on Lu Ming's palm, the sensation igniting a rapid heartbeat within her. Noticing her restlessness, Lu Ming glanced down at her, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What's the matter? Is the movie not captivating?" Chinyu lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shyly glimmering. "No. The movie is wonderful, it's just I'm a bit distracted." Lu Ming chuckled softly, gently pinching her cheek. "Distracted? What's on your mind?" Chinyu bit her lip, whispering, "I was thinking of you." Lu Ming's eyes softened at her admission. He lifted her chin gently, compelling her to meet his gaze. Their faces inched closer, breaths entwining, the air thick with an intimate tension. Chinyu's heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed. She softly closed her eyes, feeling Lu Ming's presence drawing nearer. At last, Lu Ming's lips brushed against hers, tender and lingering. Chinyu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his kiss. Their breaths quickened, the atmosphere in the cinema growing fervent. The movie's sounds faded into the background, leaving them enveloped in each other's rising emotions. Although Chinyu was generally extroverted, she felt completely unversed in matters of intimacy. In that moment, she sensed Lu Ming's hands exploring her, her body trembling with nervous anticipation. "Lu Ming, do you think there are cameras in here?" Chinyu asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "None," Lu Ming replied confidently. "How can you be so sure?" "I've checked." With his eye of insight now at LV3, his observational skills were nearly unparalleled. Trivial cameras would find it challenging to elude his notice. Moreover, he could sense any danger within a 10-meter radius, including hidden cameras. Unbeknownst to Chinyu, Lu Ming possessed extraordinary perception and insight, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him, believing every word he uttered. They continued to embrace, lost in a passionate kiss. Chapter 96, "My dear, are you unwell?" "No. It won't do." Chinyu finally restrained Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming gazed at Chinyu and smiled gently. "All right." He had not intended to take any drastic measures with her today. Her silent acquiescence had naturally led him to apply pressure. Now that Chinyu had finally voiced her dissent, he chose to relent. The day had already far exceeded his expectations, and he knew better than to be greedier. A faint blush adorned Chinyu's cheeks, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and joy. "Ming, I really like you." Lu Ming chuckled softly as he affectionately ruffled her hair. The film continued to play, while Chinyu pressed her face against Lu Ming's chest, savoring the rhythm of his breath. In this moment, she selectively chose to forget that Lu Ming already had a girlfriend, regardless of what the future held. This warmth and happiness was enough to be etched in her memory for a lifetime. The two of them exchanged tender affections for over 3 hours, finally emerging from the private cinema just past 11 at night. Lu Ming drove Chinyu back to school. Before parting, she impulsively embraced him in the car and kissed him for a considerable time, reluctant to say goodbye. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow in the CAF. At a table by the window, Xiao Yutong was animatedly chatting with her close friend while sipping coffee. Her friend looked at her in disbelief, reaching out to touch her forehead, and exclaimed, "Darling, are you feeling all right?" Xiao Yutong playfully retorted, "Oh please. You're the one who is unwell." Her friend shrugged, "If you're not unwell, then how could you possibly do something like that?" "No, wait, I misspoke. It should be that you wouldn't do something like that." Xiao Yutong replied, "Is that really so strange?" Her friend shook her head, "Strange? It's beyond strange. It's downright peculiar. With such an exceptional boyfriend, why are you still playing hard to get? Boys at 22 are overflowing with energy. If you don't give him what he wants, do you expect another woman to?" Xiao Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "If he can't withstand a little temptation, then I wouldn't want him anyway." Truthfully, she and Lu Ming had shared some intimately close moments, but they were not as her friend implied, and she felt embarrassed to bring it up. Her friend suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Could it be that your boyfriend has issues in that regard?" Xiao Yutong quickly dismissed it, "That's not the case. Don't make wild guesses." Her friend assessed Xiao Yutong with knowing eyes and responded slowly, "Then it must be you who has the issue." Xiao Yutong scoffed, "Pooh. You're the one with the problem." After pondering for a moment, her friend stated, "Darling, I must tell you. Since you've chosen to be with him and have such deep feelings, you shouldn't reject his requests in that area. Don't overestimate a man's willpower. When the time comes, you won't have time to cry." Xiao Yutong fell silent. Despite her defiance, she was acutely aware of the depth of her feelings for Lu Ming. The misunderstanding she had witnessed with her cousin had already caused her heart to ache. The thought of truly losing Lu Ming, she could hardly bear to imagine what that would feel like. Her friend recognized that Xiao Yutong understood her point and continued, "This isn't something to delay. I think you should make a good impression tonight." Xiao Yutong blushed, "Don't say such things, my period isn't over yet." Her friend teased, "With those cherry lips of yours, your boyfriend must adore them." In the past, Xiao Yutong would have interpreted this as a kiss, but after experiencing certain things, she instantly grasped her friend's meaning. "Pooh. You consider yourself an intellectual yet speak like a rogue." "Oh, I mention it and you understand, it seems you have done something with your boyfriend after all. No wonder he has tolerated you until now." "That's not true." With her words faltering and her face as red as an apple, she still had the audacity to deny it. "Tonight, put in some effort, let your Ming brother." If you cover my mouth, I'll still say it." The two girls engaged in playful banter. Recently, the market had been quite favorable, and Lu Ming had reaped considerable rewards in the stock market. Today, his stock account had risen by 2, yielding a profit of 3 million, along with a tenfold leveraged return of 20 million. It had taken him nearly 5 months to achieve a small target after obtaining the system. However, from achieving a small goal to nearing 2 small goals, he had accomplished it in just over 10 days. As Lu Ming gazed at the stock market interface, a smile of confidence graced his face. Ding! System task: acquire a controlling stake in a publicly traded company. Task requirement: the total market value of the acquired company must not be less than 10 billion. Acquiring a controlling stake means that when an investor purchases over 5 of a company's circulating shares or multiples thereof in the secondary market, they must submit a written report to the Securities Regulatory Commission and the stock exchange, notifying the listed company to make an announcement. In the stock market, acquiring a controlling stake is generally viewed as a more aggressive investment strategy. Once an investor does so, it signifies they hold a significant proportion of shares and possess considerable voting power and influence. Lu Ming never anticipated that the system would assign him such a new task. He felt as if he was about to embark on a high-stakes challenge. However, to acquire a publicly traded company with a market value of no less than 10 billion, he would need at least 500 million in assets for investment, and he couldn't allocate all his funds for this purpose, meaning he would require even more. This was not a task that could be completed in a few days, there was no rush, and he could plan carefully. Finally receiving a new task, Lu Ming felt a sense of joy.
Each task signified an enhancement of his abilities, so receiving a task was a positive development. How to accomplish it was merely a matter of his personal effort. Additionally, today's fortune did not end with the new task. He had just received a call from Xiao Yutong, expressing her desire to accompany him to a hotel tonight. Feeling her tone particularly gentle today, he wondered if they might explore some new experiences together. In the evening, Lu Ming arrived at the shopping mall located beneath the Ritz Hotel. Although Xiao Yutong often expressed a desire for their relationship to remain pure, he felt that it would be remiss not to present her with a gift. He entered the Hermes boutique. At this hour, the store was sparsely populated, and 3 sales associates promptly rose from the seating area, their black high heels clicking on the marble floor in perfect unison.
"Mr. Lu, the platinum bag you ordered just arrived this morning."
The manager personally approached him with a glass of champagne, her neck adorned with a meticulously tied silk scarf.
"Would you like me to assist you in selecting 2 twilly scarves to accompany it?"
Just as Lu Ming was about to nod in agreement, he caught sight of a graceful figure behind the display case.
Ding! Detected a potential match.
Name, Nanshi, gender, female, age, 24, height, 164 centimeters, body, curvaceous, attractiveness, 89, current status, healthy, current affection level, 0, chapter 97, she is still a newcomer. It had been a considerable time since Lu Ming had encountered a suitable female companion, so he was pleasantly surprised to find one here today. Having traversed countless luxury boutiques, he had met a myriad of sales associates.
Generally speaking,
their attractiveness hovered around a score of 70 to 80, those exceeding 80 were rare, and he had only come across 2 who surpassed 85. The young woman before him,
Nanshi, was one of them.
Her beauty was rated at an impressive 89, and what made her even more remarkable was that she was indeed a suitable female companion. Lu Ming was surrounded by many beautiful women, but unless they possessed an extraordinary allure akin to Wang Manchu, it was uncommon for him to be particularly captivated.
Nonetheless,
every eligible woman represented a delightful opportunity, and he could not afford to overlook it.
Although Nanshi's 89 was not breathtakingly divine, she certainly belonged to the realm of exquisite beauty. "Is she new?"
Lu Ming inquired, as he had not seen her before.
"Yes," the manager replied.
"Her name is Nanshi, and she just joined this week."
"Let her assist me," Lu Ming declared.
There was a brief pause in the air before the manager quickly glanced at Nanshi and smiled. She is still a newcomer, so she might be. Without giving her the chance to practice, she will forever remain a novice, Lu Ming interjected, his gaze falling on the faintly flushed earlobes of Nanshi. The manager, resigned, allowed Nanshi to approach him.
"Hello, Mr. Lu,"
Nanshi greeted, her smile betraying a hint of nervousness. She presented a platinum handbag to Lu Ming, her mind racing with the leather knowledge she had memorized over the past 3 evenings during training. The leather of this bag has undergone 7 processes of tanning.
Lu Ming chuckled softly, interrupting her mechanical recitation.
He pointed to the glass display case. "Please prepare the invoice for me, including a wallet, a silk scarf, and porcelain.
All at the highest specifications."
Those acquainted with Hermes seldom mention the term allocation, yet it is an unspoken rule of the sales game.
As a regular customer,
Lu Ming spoke of it casually.
Nanshi's breath hitched. Typically, customers would haggle over allocations.
Yet this man treated it as casually as purchasing bottled water in a convenience store.
Ding! Nanshi's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10.
After Lu Ming completed his purchase, he casually remarked, "Please send these items to my room."
With that, he turned and departed.
Nanshi stood there, momentarily stunned, watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, her heart a whirlwind of emotions.
After graduating from university, she had joined a financial institution,
believing she could carve out a name for herself based on merit, only to discover the late-night lights in her boss's office and the swollen eyes of the female assistant. Now, having transitioned to luxury goods sales, she had hoped to escape the clutches of those well-dressed predators, yet within mere days, she felt the familiar scent of danger once more. "Nanshi, Mr. Lu is a significant client. You must seize this opportunity," the manager advised her, standing beside her.
"Is it appropriate for me to deliver the items to his room?" Nanshi expressed concern, recalling the elevator access restrictions in the hotel. "There's nothing inappropriate about it.
He usually has us deliver his purchases." Just find his personal assistant, Gu Xiaohui, in the hotel lobby, and she will escort you to his room. Reassured by the mention of company, Nanshi felt a wave of relief wash over her. As dusk deepened, Nanshi, laden with bags,
entered Lu Ming's room under Gu Xiaohui's guidance.
"Mr. Lu, this is Miss Nan delivering your items," Gu Xiaohui announced before discreetly excusing herself. Before Nanshi could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself alone in the room, her heart racing with anxiety. Lu Ming rose and glanced at the items she had brought, selecting a gift box and extending it to her.
"This is for you, as a welcome gift."
Nanshi froze, her nails digging into her palm. She was all too familiar with such ambiguous gifts. Her previous employer and clients had often resorted to this tactic.
Naturally,
she had never accepted such overtures, which had been a primary reason for her departure from her former job. Yet, she had not anticipated facing such choices in what she had believed to be a simpler, more straightforward role in luxury sales.
To be fair,
Lu Ming seemed more distinguished than the men she had encountered previously, but her disdain for these unspoken rules triggered an instinctive aversion. Thus, when she beheld the gift he offered, a flicker of distaste arose within her.
Ding! Nanshi's favorability towards you has decreased by 3. Current favorability, 7.
How unfortunate that a mere gift can lead to such a decline in favorability, Lu Ming mused, discerning the turmoil within Nanshi.
You've worked hard. You may return now.
Should you require anything further regarding the products, I will reach out to you, he said. Upon hearing this, Nanshi felt a twinge of guilt. She realized she might have misjudged his intentions and doubted his kindness.
Ding! Nanshi's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability, 12. Mr. Lu.
Should you have any needs regarding our products in the future, please feel free to contact me, Nanshi said, determined not to intrude further on his rest.
Goodbye. Indeed. Goodbye.
Nanshi turned to leave, not taking the gift Lu Ming had offered her.
Later that night, in the hotel room. Are you truly staying with me tonight?
Lu Ming exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. He had initially thought Xiao Yutong was merely visiting for a few hours, only to learn she had decided to spend the night. Xiao Yutong nodded, however, my period hasn't ended yet, so don't get any strange ideas.
Lu Ming understood her implication. Once her period concluded, they could take their relationship further.
That's fine, we can proceed as usual, Lu Ming assured her with a smile.
Xiao Yutong playfully pouted, indicating her consent.
I'm going to take a shower, you are not allowed to come in, she stated firmly.
Why so formal with me?
It's not like you haven't seen me before, he teased. Regardless, you're not allowed in, I will lock the door. Alright, you needn't lock it. I will not enter, Lu Ming promised earnestly. Xiao Yutong entered the bathroom, and Lu Ming calculated it was nearly time, so he excitedly approached the bathroom door. Upon turning the doorknob, he discovered it was indeed locked.
With no alternative, he returned to bed, feeling a mix of excitement and disappointment. After a while,
the bathroom door swung open, and a cloud of steam, fragrant with orange blossom and cedar, wafted into the suite.
Xiao Yutong emerged,
her damp hair trailing dark water stains on her shoulders. The bathrobe clung gently to her graceful figure, outlining soft and flowing curves that exuded both ease and feminine elegance. Her complexion was flushed from the steam, and her eyes held a dreamy, captivating allure. Lu Ming stared, entranced, and immediately embraced her, preparing to kiss her. But Xiao Yutong interjected, you should shower first. While casual conversation sufficed outside, the ritual of bathing could not be overlooked within the sanctity of the hotel room.
Chapter 98, Why are you still standing there? Lu Ming rose and entered the bathroom,
swiftly completing his morning routine before donning a comfortable bathrobe and stepping out with measured strides. In the softly lit room, Xiao Yutong lay languidly on the spacious bed, her silky long hair cascading loosely beside her pillow, exuding a subtle fragrance of shampoo intertwined with the aroma of the room's incense, creating an intoxicatingly delicate scent that enveloped the senses. Lu Ming gently reclined beside Xiao Yutong, one hand tenderly weaving through her hair, drawing her closer into his warm embrace. His lips slowly brushed against her soft, warm ones. Xiao Yutong had become accustomed to such intimate gestures and responded without a hint of shyness or resistance,
matching his fervor with her own.
Moments later, their breaths became hurried and heavy, their gazes shimmering with a dreamy light. As if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only the profound affection and desire that bound them together. Lu Ming rose to stand before Xiao Yutong.
Embarrassed, she turned her head away and playfully exclaimed, "What are you doing?" With a mischievous smile, Lu Ming replied, "You know."
Xiao Yutong hesitated for a moment. Then looked up at him, shyly admitting, "I realized my period has ended while I was showering." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart soared with joy. Xiao Yutong lowered her head again, her voice sweet and teasing, "Why are you still standing there?" Gently cradling her face in his hands, Lu Ming replied, "It must begin with this step." Xiao Yutong closed her beautiful eyes, her face flushed with bashfulness, parting her lips, surrendering herself to Lu Ming's will. After a while, nestled in Lu Ming's embrace, Xiao Yutong murmured, "It's not as frightening as I imagined." Lu Ming chuckled. "It should be said that it is far more delightful than you anticipated." Xiao Yutong shot him a playful glare but said nothing. Lu Ming, having encountered many women, understood that her earlier discomfort was relatively mild, indicating her experience was likely pleasant. Xiao Yutong snuggled deeper into the duvet, smiling, "Let's turn off the lights and sleep. I need my rest." "Wait a moment," Lu Ming said as he rose and stepped into the living area, returning shortly with an orange gift box. His face aglow with anticipation and gentleness. "This is for you." Xiao Yutong's gaze fell upon the vibrant orange box, stirring ripples of excitement within her. She genuinely wished for her relationship with Lu Ming to be pure, devoid of material entanglements, only the close connection of their hearts. Yet, at that moment, having truly united, it seemed unnecessary to maintain such distance. Deep down, however, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation and curiosity. After all, what woman wouldn't desire a gift from her beloved? Observing the hint of hesitation in her eyes, Lu Ming, sensing her thoughts, wasted no time and began to unwrap the box, revealing the previously purchased Hermes Birkin bag, which he unhesitatingly placed in her arms. This gesture carried an undeniable firmness and affection, warming Xiao Yutong's heart. "Take a look inside," Lu Ming suggested with a smile, his gaze brimming with anticipation as if unveiling a significant secret. Xiao Yutong, momentarily stunned, gingerly received the Birkin bag, her fingers caressing the exquisite leather, absorbing its warmth and texture. She slowly unfastened the bag's clasp, as if opening a door to happiness. Inside lay a delicate red box, quietly proclaiming its rarity and value. Carefully extracting the red box, she noted the Cartier logo glimmering under the soft light. Gently opening it, she discovered a diamond-studded Cartier necklace resting on black velvet. Its brilliance refracting exquisite light, the pendant taking the form of a graceful leopard with emerald eyes. Xiao Yutong's breath hitched as she gazed at the necklace, her heart swelling with indescribable emotion and surprise, yet also a hint of pressure. Clearly, Lu Ming intended to gift her both the Hermes Birkin bag and the Cartier necklace. "These are far too extravagant." Xiao Yutong's voice trembled as she gently closed the box. Lu Ming took her hand, his tone gentle yet resolute, "They are perfectly suited for you." Lowering her gaze, Xiao Yutong traced the box's lid with her fingertips, "But I'm just an ordinary teacher. Wearing such a necklace feels too ostentatious." Lu Ming chuckled softly, reopening the box and retrieving the necklace. The diamonds danced under his fingertips as he moved behind her, gently sweeping aside her flowing hair and fastening the necklace around her neck. The cool diamonds met her warm skin, eliciting a subtle sensation. "You are my woman." Lu Ming's voice whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, rendering all the extravagant gifts fitting. Xiao Yutong lifted her gaze to see her reflection in the mirror. The diamonds sparkled against her collarbone, the leopard design adding a touch of wild elegance to her demeanor. "Ming, she opened her mouth, but words failed her. Lu Ming wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Their eyes meeting in the mirror. "I know what you're thinking. But remember, these gifts are not meant to burden you. They are given because I wish to offer you the best." Xiao Yutong's eyelashes fluttered, a sheen of tears glistening in her eyes. She turned to embrace Lu Ming tightly, softly confessing, "Xiao Ming, I love you." The notification chimed. Xiao Yutong's affection for you has increased by 2, current affection level, 98. The following day, Lu Ming awoke to the soft light of dawn. Xiao Yutong, unbeknownst to him, had risen earlier, wrapped in a bathrobe, seated on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Her long, smooth legs elegantly crossed, captivatingly charming.
How long have you been up? Lu Ming inquired.
A while, I've even brewed coffee, she replied.
It's still early. Aren't you going to sleep?
I can't sleep anymore, it's so beautiful outside.
Xiao Yutong exclaimed as she gazed out the window.
Lu Ming settled beside her. And she leaned against him.
Aren't you going to sleep?
You made coffee and opened the curtains, making such a commotion that I couldn't sleep, he teased. You once told me to sleep here, that you would sit by the window with me, enjoying the finest coffee and watching the most beautiful dawn.
Now that you've won me over, you plan to back out, right?
Of course not. You need to wake me up, she chuckled.
I saw you sleeping soundly and wanted you to rest a bit longer. Why are you pulling my bathrobe?
Let us do something romantic under this beautiful dawn.
Then you should close the curtains first.
Senior, we're on the 51st floor.
What if a drone flies by? Which lunatic would fly a drone at 6 in the morning? Besides, it's bright out now, no one can see in.
With that, Lu Ming leaned in from behind, kissing her delicate neck.
But I still have to go to work.
Xiao Yutong felt a shiver run through her, her body softening as she decided to yield to the natural instincts of humanity.
Chapter 99, I am the client. Friday afternoon.
Lu Ming lounged in his genuine leather office chair, his feet casually resting on the edge of his desk. Fingers rhythmically tapping the game controller in his hand. The racing cars on the screen sped along the track, the roar of the engines reverberating through the spacious office. Just as his virtual car was about to cross the finish line, his phone suddenly vibrated on the desk.
He glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number with an area code from Haicheng.
Frowning slightly, he hesitated for a moment before finally pressing the answer button.
Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lu Ming?
A sweet, professional voice came from the other end, laced with a hint of respect.
Yes, who is this?
Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his tone bordering on impatience. Mr. Lu, I am Huang Hui, the senior client service manager at Longjin Securities.
From today onward,
I will be taking over Wang Jingshu's responsibilities and managing your account services.
What happened to my previous service manager, Wang Jingshu?
Lu Ming inquired, his brow furrowing.
Wang Jingshu has been reassigned due to internal adjustments. Huang Hui's voice remained calm, as though recounting the most mundane news. However,
please rest assured that I will strive to provide you with superior service. Lu Ming's expression darkened, fingers drumming softly on the desk, producing a dull sound.
Internal adjustments?
I was not informed of any such changes, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm.
Huang Hui seemed to sense his displeasure and adopted a more cautious tone. This is a decision made by the company's upper management, and I am not at liberty to disclose further details. However, I assure you that your account services will not be affected in any way.
Lu Ming scoffed, increasing the tempo of his finger taps on the desk.
Management decisions? Do you have any idea how much I trade with your firm every day? Huang Hui hesitated for a moment.
Your trading volume exceeds 100 million each day.
You are one of our most significant clients.
Therefore, I hope your management understands that the decision regarding my service manager's retention lies not with them, but with me.
Lu Ming's voice grew more authoritative. I am giving you half an hour to either reinstate Wang Jingshu or prepare for my account transfer notice. With that,
he abruptly hung up the phone, tossing it onto the desk and returning his focus to the game.
10 minutes later, Lu Ming's phone rang again. Mr. Lu, hello.
This is Dai Yangyi, the president of Longjin Securities. Regarding Wang Jingshu, we have decided to honor your request and reinstate her as the senior client service manager.
Would this resolution be acceptable to you?
A client with a daily trading volume exceeding 100 million could almost dictate terms to a securities firm. And the personnel arrangement of an ordinary employee was hardly an exception.
Yes, Jingshu is my friend.
Please refrain from making arbitrary changes to my contacts in the future.
Of course, certainly. Dai Yangyi quickly replied, we will ensure that your account services remain unaffected.
After hanging up, Lu Ming leaned back contentedly in his chair,
feeling a sense of triumph.
For many, the president of a large securities firm was an untouchable figure, yet with a mere word, he had compelled the man to cater to him.
Money truly is a formidable force.
Before long, Lu Ming's phone rang once more, this time from Wang Jingshu.
Ming. Thank you. May I come over this evening?
Her voice trembled slightly. I have no plans tonight, you are welcome to come. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains of the hotel suite, weaving a delicate silver web across the carpet. Wang Jingshu traced the icy mist of the whiskey glass, watching her reflection dance in the amber liquid.
Ming, thank you,
she said, swirling the glass on the coffee table, leaving a ring of water stains.
With your intervention today, I doubt anyone will dare to target me at the company again. You once said that I am your client daddy today. I fully embraced that identity to give your superiors a lesson.
Wang Jingshu tilted her head back, finishing the last of her drink, the amber liquid sliding down her chin and into her collar.
I often wonder what our lives would look like had we been together back then.
Lu Ming smiled faintly. In this world, there are only outcomes, no alternatives. No one knows where a path not taken might lead. Ming, I regret it deeply.
Suddenly,
Wang Jingshu rose and sat on Lu Ming's lap, her arms wrapping around his neck like tendrils.
Her fingertips sank into the nape of his neck,
as if trying to imprint the missed moments into their very beings. I think about you frantically every day, you have no idea how much I miss you. Lu Ming sank into the sofa's embrace, enveloped by the fragrance of her sandalwood essence. Wang Jingshu buried her face in his neck,
hot tears dampening the collar of his Armani shirt.
His hands, which had hung limply at his sides, slowly descended to rest on her trembling back. The sound of her breath intertwined with the bitterness of whiskey and the sweetness of strawberry lip balm.
Lu Ming's throat tightened under her palm,
his gaze drifting past her scattered hair to the pair of Hermes earrings he had gifted her. Suddenly, she tightened her grip, her nails digging into him through the fabric of his shirt, as if to carve away the regrets of the past days into their flesh. After a considerable pause, Wang Jingshu's emotions seemed to stabilize. She pressed her forehead against Lu Ming's, their warm breaths mingling in the intimate space between them.
Ming, thank you, she reiterated, then stood. You're taking Manchu to Disneyland tomorrow, right?
Lu Ming nodded slightly. Yes, along with my sister and her other roommates.
I should head back now. I'll have my driver take you home.
As Wang Jingshu turned to leave, Lu Ming noted that her favorable impression of him had risen to 82.
The Rolls-Royce glided silently into the night, the car's fragrance system releasing its third wave of agarwood aroma.
Wang Jingshu leaned against the leather seat, gazing blankly at the celestial glow pouring down from the starry sky. The neon lights outside flowed like rivers on the soundproof glass. She seemed to see herself at 18. And at the same time, she saw Lu Ming at that age. A sweet smile blossomed on her lips, her eyes gradually reddening, tears welling up and silently cascading down her delicate cheeks. Her gaze bore a profound sorrow and melancholy, each blink an effort to contain the emotions on the verge of overflowing. With her head slightly bowed and hands gently clasped, the tears etched glistening trails upon her face. Chapter 100, A stroll in the park on Saturday. Lu Ming arrived early.